All right, surfers in the water, all three surfers. Guys, you need to start clearing the area, please. We're going to get underway shortly in just a few minutes. So all three surfers, guys, start catching your last rides in, please. All right, we're looking for Filipe Toledo. Filipe Toledo and Ricardo Christie to check in, please. Filipe Toledo and Ricardo Christie to check in, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, a prime event on the ASP World Tour. Joe Turpel standing by with Warwick Wright for the call as we anticipate a start of the round of 96 on the opening day of competition. Walk, it's pretty exciting to come back to Ballito once again for an epic showcase of talent. And growing up just down the road, you got to feel pretty good coming back to Ballito, huh, Walk?
Yeah, it's kind of like seeing all the old faces again. It's pretty funny, you know. You see the guys still on the grind, but we're lucky to have this event in Ballito. The waves have been pretty insane the last 2 weeks, ranging between 4 to 10 feet. And, the week looks good for waves again. The best surface in the world, so pretty excited.
Well, the best part about it, we have a little bit of time to work with our waiting period. We could take a day and a half or so off just in case we want to wait for the swell that we're anticipating later on the week. Surfline's our official forecaster. They're telling us that the waves should pick up later on this week. But right now it's been pretty fun out in front. Even with the higher tide, we've seen some pretty solid scoring potential so far, Walk.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching a few of the guys surfing. I saw, I think it was Filipe Toledo. He's actually running in the first heat. You know, obviously on the world tour already, so he looked like he was pretty good. But you know, majority of guys are out there. You know, they're using most of the wave, and it is kind of a little bit shorter and smaller today, a little bit broken up, but you know, still a lot of you know, you can use the potential of the wave.
So first heat on deck for the Prime event, we'll have Filipe Toledo, Caio Ibelli, Ricardo, Christie, and Michael February. Getting things started, we'll have the new 4-man priority rule intact this year for the first time in ASP surfing history. We got it showcased at an event before, but now taking on this Prime event series, we used to see a lot of hassling in the 4-man heats in the past walk. You knew exactly what that was like when you were competing. Now it should create a nice rotation out front.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think, you know, back when I was doing it, I feel so old now, I'm only 30 years old. Yeah, no, the guys used to battle for waves, especially when, you know, it was a lot smaller. You know, now the guys can take a bit of turns and, you know, pick the right waves, and, you know, you can see the best out of the surf in places like, in conditions like today.
Well, a pretty exciting year last year in 2013 when we saw an epic final showcase with Julian Wilson taking out the local boy, Jordy Smith, in front of the hometown crowd. Let's take a look back now at the Mr. Price Pro from last year. Pro Ballito, soft surface take performance levels to new heights. On the final day, Ballito served up glorious weather and high-performance waves, providing the ideal arena for the world's best to showcase their skills. The most anticipated matchup of the event. Saw standout Julian Wilson played against Jordy Smith, proving to be the best final in Mr. Price Pro Julian Wilson taking the big win last year and doing that move for the first time with the jersey on. He'd been working on that Kersey flip above the lip, and he was able to get a perfect 10 in the final last year. One of the guys you mentioned coming into this draw this morning walk was a guy named Slade Prestwich. He's been making a lot of noise on the global surfing stage.
Yeah, he's a young kid that's grown up in Durban. He's actually from the South Coast. The South Coast surfers, bring out a lot of talent, guys like Frankie Oberholzer, Mike Roscoe, but yeah, he's a super talented kid. He knows, especially in the bigger stuff too. That's kind of what we lack in a lot of the surfers from Durban. So he's kind of our next Jordy. So I'll be rooting for him today for sure.
Exciting times. Let's get a little bit more insight on Slade Prestwich. Check this out.
every time I go out there, there's always a wave breaking on there. And I think Mr. Price did a really good job to choose that as their venue, and it's always so rippable, and the level of competition at that wave is really low. I get a magic ball right now that's 5'11", 18, 7, 8, 2 and 5, 16. You got to be working your balls all the time, and you know, when you get that magic ball, you got to put it away and just set the bad balls, and then when that contest comes, you take it out again and you can ride it, and you get that extra bit of confidence in you. But I think there's a subconscious mind that, you know, everything's going to go well, and you know, you're confident on the ball, which is good. That's one of the best things about it. The biggest goal would be just to actually qualify and get into that TT. Some people, you know, just surf good waves every day, like go to free surf every day, which is amazing, but it doesn't kind of do it for me. I want to compete. It's just going forward, and it's something that I really like to do as a career, and yeah, that's what I do, and that's what I was going to do.
So Slade Prestwich takes on a couple of big names in Heat 24 this opening round. He has former world champ C.J. Hobgood, Jonathan Gonzalez, and David DeCarmo. Probably not running on the opening day of competition, but looking forward to seeing Slade's debut here at the Mr. Price Pro later on this week. Looking at that package, you can see he's got a ton of talent. And that was the depth of the range in his talent that you were mentioning. Fearless and big stuff, and also really up there with his air game as well. Yeah,
no, the kid's definitely got... You know, I think the whole package, you know, to be honest. And he's definitely going to be, I wouldn't even call him a dark horse anymore. I think I think a lot of people know who he is now. So he could be kind of one of the main guys in the event. You know, looking at that heat, it's a pretty stacked heat. You know, Gonzalez, he's been doing the tour for the last 20 years, but he's still up there. Obviously, the Hobgoods. Yeah, that's probably going to be one of the better heats to watch, I think, of the round.
So an exciting one there to come in Heat 24. The first heat, Filipe Toledo, Caio Ibelli, Ricardo Christie, and Michael February representing South Africa. Michael February coming from a place called Cape Town. Walk, you were just recently taking a little trip down to Cape Town. What are the waves like down there?
Yeah, it's I won't lie, it's pretty difficult for me. You know, coming from Durban, the East Coast, the water's so warm. Cape Town's just, you know, like thick, cold syrup, you know, but you know, Mikey's adapted pretty well over the last few years. He's made a name for himself. You know, we were over there. We watched him during the World Juniors, and you know, guys like Luke Egan and that were, you know, they were raving about him. But he's got this, you know, a little bit of unorthodox style, but you know, he has so much speed and flow, and his air game is really good. So you know, he throws out big stuff. You know.
So exciting to see a South African represented in this first heat of the morning. Remember, we have the 4-man priority rule coming into this first heat. The highlighted surfer in this heat, though, would be Filipe Toledo, coming into his second year on the WCT. From what you've seen of Filipe in the last couple of seasons, Walk, what are you expecting from him with conditions like this as we check out the warm-up surf still underway?
Yeah, for sure. Toledo is definitely, I would say, my favorite Brazilian surfer. One of my favorite surfers to watch. You know, I see him dropping clips a lot on the nets, and his surfing is just so wild. You know, his air game's crazy, and But yeah, I think he's obviously, between him and Geordie, probably the two biggest names of the event. So I think it'll be exciting this first heat.
So just waiting for the countdown to start off this first heat of the morning, and the judges are all standing by upstairs. Our head judge is Pratamo Arendt. We see him coming on the WCT as well. And we'll anticipate that, you know, probably about at least 10 heats, hopefully, this morning off this higher tide. But they'll just take it heat by heat as far as conditions are concerned. We always have the guys in the lineup with jerseys on. They have a pretty good say these days. If they want to keep the ball rolling, they know what the forecast looks like later on this week, and we'll try to get them in the best ways possible.
Yeah, you know, with this being a 6-star prime, you know, we have, you know, half of the World Tour surfers here, you know, who make the majority of the calls for, which is good. You know, we want to see the best surfers and the best, excuse me, and the best waves. So I know we've got Carl and them here who will be making some calls with the contest directors, and you know, opting for the best waves of the week.
Looking forward to the start this morning. Remember, the Prime event, this crucial event, has really put a lot of guys onto the WCT. We remember what happened to Glenn Micro Hall 2 years ago. It was his move to really get a part of the top 34. He injured himself in his rookie year on the CT, but he's recently making a comeback, and he's back here in Ballito to try to get his title back.
Yeah, you know, there's not many 6-star primes on the tour anymore. So thankfully for Mr Price for helping the boys out, and but it's an important event, so the guys want to get those big points. I guess once you make it through the first round, the points start coming, but you want to kind of keep it going for the rest of the week.
So just the one prime we had before this back at Saquarema in northern state of Rio de Janeiro, we had a pretty epic final showdown with Hawaiian Keanu Singh finishing runner-up to Brazil's Wiggly Dantas. Wiggly Dantas, #1 on the QS, coming into this event, and he's going to have a rematch with Keanu Singh as they already have themselves in the draw in heat number 7, also including Evan Geiselman and Davey Cathels. Probably going on a little later this morning, Walk.
Yeah, that's an exciting heat. I've hardly seen many of the heats now, but when I see names like that, it's pretty crazy. I know Wiggly. When I first started the tour, he was pretty young and he was still coming up, but he's a solid surfer. Got a crazy forehand. We're going to be seeing more right-handers today, so I think Keanu's going to try to get one up on him.
Yeah, exciting one for a rematch for Keanu to try to take on Wiggly Dantas. We saw Wiggly get the call up into the Fiji Pro at the WCT. We just had over in the island of Tavarua, got the call up, got some amazing tubes and free surfs, but this is his momentum year. We also go back to the Volcom Pipe Pro where Wiggly Dantas made the final in that heat where Kelly Slater ended up taking the whole thing. So it seems like these guys can get on a roll. Wiggly's been around for a long time, but this is finally his momentum year as Walk will transition back to this first heat of the morning and break down the names that we have involved here. Filipe, we mentioned him. What about Caio Ibelli? Have you seen a lot of this kid surf? Yeah,
I love the way this guy surfs. He's a ex-world junior champ, solid little natural foot, a stocky little dude, but crazy calves, good air game, pretty much good all-round surfer.
And we remember Caio Ibelli from way back when, Walk. I remember you were watching that one at Burley Heads when he was actually sleeping in his hotel room, thought he was out of the event to win a world title, and he had to get woken up because he had a sudden death surf off against Garrett Parks to spar for the victory.
Yeah, that was kind of out there. Yeah, so for someone who was half sleeping, waking up, and then trying to get a world title, good on him.
So Caio Ibelli, Filipe waving the Brazilian flag, both from the state of Sao Paulo. They have Ricardo Christie. This guy's representing New Zealand. He's had some sponsor troubles over the last couple of years to kind of make his road on the QS a little bit tougher, but the country of New Zealand has backed him in big waves. He had a pretty cool internet campaign to get some funding behind his campaign to get back on the QS, and he was able to get to more events. His talent's there. What are you expecting out of Christie in this first heat?
Yeah, I believe Ricardo's also another. He's a bit of a bigger guy, so he also has the full air game, the full package, but also really solid, really nice style. He brings those calves. He draws them out really nice with a lot of speed and power. So I think Ricardo's definitely one of the bigger guys in this heat. He hasn't, he's been around for a few years now. Almost qualified a few times, done well in the bigger stuff in places like Sunset and that. So I think he'll do okay here in Ballito.
So you can see conditions now right out in front, coming off this high tide, nice and glassy in the morning. It seemed to have been the theme here, Walk, where we're starting off with great morning conditions, and then in the afternoon, we're probably expecting a little onshore flow.
Yeah, what happens here in the winters, we have our land breezes, which are our northwest winds. They only happen in winter, so it is the perfect time for it. But as long as we get the swell, I think everything else will work out perfect.
We always go back in history with the Mr. Price to a couple of years ago when Pat Gudauskas won this event in dreamlike conditions. This place gets compared to some of the best waves in the whole world, and no one ever forgets that prestigious event. And Walk, there's rumors that there's some signs of brilliance out here on this wave. Maybe last week it was perfect.
Yeah, last week we had literally 10 days of the most amazing waves I've ever seen, ranging between 4 to 10 feet. And, I was just wishing that it would kind of carry on over to this week. But, I think towards the end of the week, it looks like there's some more waves. But it's going to be pretty exciting.
As we see the first wave ridden of the morning, Caio Ibelli, former world junior champion, taking off on that first ride, and he'll be taking an early lead. So since he's taken off on the first wave, he'll be in the back of the line as far as priority is concerned. With 4 guys in the lineup here, Walk, with the priority system, is there anywhere else Caio can surf under priority at this point?
Well, today the waves kind of look a bit broken up, so he might be a little bit lucky, with that. If he kind of breaks wide, you kind of get a few just off the end of the tower here. But obviously the main spot will be at the takeoff spot, two hands towards the right. So that was actually a good opening ride there.
So Caio Ibelli on the finish as we check out the replay. He's been here for a couple of days, and the rumors have had it that he's been getting more barreled than anyone in the morning free surfs. Loves riding the tube, travels around the world with his girlfriend, Alessa Quizon, who also had a pretty prestigious victory back at Burley Heads that one year, and now she's celebrating her rookie year on the Women's World Tour, Walk.
Yeah, I think if I recall, they had a full little romance trip back there at Burley. So I think every time I interviewed either of them, I was kind of niggling at them and going, oh, how's your boyfriend? How's your girlfriend?
And now things still going great. Alessa looks really relaxed here because she doesn't have to compete, so she's here just to support Caio in this one. They were looking at conditions late last night, and he was excited to be in that first heat of the morning. As we want to welcome everyone around the world, Joe Turpel with Warwick Wright, local boy here, just coming up from north of Durban. How often did you drive up to Ballito to surf when you were growing up, Walk?
Geez, in the winter, I'm pretty much like every single morning. Like, I wake up 5, 6, and then head my way up north. But our whole coastline from sunrise down to bogs is just the most amazing right-hand waves, and it's good. It's sand bottom. And I love coming up the north coast, as you get that good feeling about getting barreled. And, summer's a little bit hard, we don't really get that many waves, but when the winter's here, we take full advantage.
Yeah, and you guys have been scoring these last couple of weeks for sure. As far as the local contingent now coming from the Durban region, who are you kind of looking at to be the next big thing to potentially qualify for the top 34?
Well, we got a good little contingent at the moment, like obviously the Marky February's, Davy van Zales, but Beric de Vries has been doing really well. He did really well last year, especially at Sunset. He got a good 10-point ride, which was pretty sick. I think they were calling him Mr. Sunset. And then, my money's on Beric and Slade to be the next guys to kind of fall into place under Geordie, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
As we check out live action, Michael February going down at the tail end of his wave. February looking to get his first couple of scores in heat number 1. First ride for Caio Ibelli in at a 7.67. Big start for Caio. Second wave's not going to do much to his total in first, so it's really the heavy score for Caio Ibelli. Take him out front. Filipe Toledo still quiet, waiting for his opening strike, but he will have first priority when that wave comes through, Walk.
Yeah, that first wave of Caio's was actually pretty mad. He did 3 massive turns. You could see after his last turn he was quite happy with it, stood up straight, just kind of letting the judges know that, that was a good one. To open up the scale, for his first wave as a 7.67, which is, I think, it's quite great.
Solid start for Caio Ibelli, and you always talk about the whole story on the ASP World Tour with the whole junior series that they have. The goal is to win a World Junior title, and then you really want to try to qualify for the tour the next year. We've seen how tough it's been for a lot of World Junior champs to really make that big leap onto the top 34. Caio Ibelli wasn't able to go into his next year and qualify through the primes. It's taken him a couple of seasons, but you see the experience really paying off this year.
Yeah, obviously you've seen guys like the Parkos, the Fannings, who have won the World Junior title and then just kind of just hop straight onto that CT. But I think I've always thought that they were a lot better than the other competitors back in those times. But now the majority of the guys on the QS, everyone's as good as each other. So it's all about strategy, getting the right waves, the right boards. You got to be totally up to scratch with everything. But, I believe Caio could make the CT 100%.
Exciting start of the morning with Caio dropping a 7.67. 2 more Brazilians coming up in the next heat. Tomas Hermes featured with Messias Felix taking on Nick van Rupp from Portugal, and from the island of Guadeloupe, Charlie Martin on deck for this second heat. We only take the top 2 to move on into the round of 48 as the draw continues to break down the world's best. Just to be able to qualify for a prime these days, it's pretty tough to keep up with your seeding points, Walk. Yeah,
100%. I was literally outside the Connors Tower now, and I bumped into Masatoshi Ono, and I was like, he's obviously here surfing the event. I'm like, what heat you in? He's like, I'm not in the event. I'm first alternate, and Ma Ono's been a top 50, top 40 surfer for the last 10 years, so it's obviously getting a lot more difficult. I haven't done a QS event in 3 years, and I'm still like, these guys are fully grinding along here,
It's amazing. And think about the dedication for Masatoshi to to be here, and he's taken a big risk. He might not get into the event. He's in a good position being the first alternate, but he has to hope somebody doesn't show up at some point. We had a couple of guys pull out for different reasons. We did have Chloe and Dino originally in the draw before this one started. He was able to cancel his entry ahead of time to move down to try to get some waves at Jeffreys Bay, and that opened some room for some alternates. I know Thiago Perez hadn't entered for this event, so now he might get a chance to get the call up with Kolohe being out.
Yeah, I know. I think I think it's tricky for half the guys on the tour. They want to be here and get in a vest and just kind of shake the cobwebs off. But at the same time, you also want to be down in J-Bay, and practicing there, because it is really important for them. But for guys like Thiago and that, they need to back up results here just as bad as they need to on the World Tour.
As we see Michael February hanging on to that closeout finish, he'll kick out of his second ride of this heat, still with 21 minutes on the clock. February needs a 7.44, a pretty slow heat, except for Caio 7.67, just 0.43s and 0.87s. Are you surprised by the small scores with this higher tide, or is it going to be a little bit inconsistent with all this water we have over the rocks?
Yeah, I was thinking, when I first walked down, I could see it was going to be a little bit tricky this morning. A lot of the waves won't be linking up, so you kind of got to find those waves with as much wall as possible. Just to, if you're smashing two big turns, like you saw Caio, well, he got three big ones, but two big turns or more, you're going to be getting in the 6th range and above, and that's what you kind of want to lock down today.
So smart move for Caio Ibelli to get things underway. He's leading this one with a 7.67 on his opening ride. A better score coming in for Michael February's second effort. We'll keep him in that second spot, as since he just took a wave, he's now in the back of the line as far as priority is concerned, but it's a 4.0. Now needs a 4.31 to chase Caio. Ricardo Christie now needs a 4.44, and Filipe Toledo still silent as far as the numbers are concerned. How long can Filipe wait at this stage? Right now he only needs a 4.87. Do you think he's feeling fairly calm right now?
Yeah, well, the good thing for him is that, he has priority, so he's got 20 minutes to wait. And, someone like Toledo who's on the tour, he knows how to do the waiting game, and he knows what waves to pick to get those big scores. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes off on the next big set and drops a 7 or an 8.
So it's a total game changer now with the whole priority system. We used to talk about how hassling was such a big deal when you're grinding it on the QS. Walk, that's like competing, and also in the trials at Jeffreys Bay, what it's like to sit on your friends and try to make sure you're going to be able to get the spot to move on to the next heat. And we always talked about the defensive strategies in the QS. How does the defense change now since you're rotating? Are you still able to get in people's heads with this new system?
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot more tricky now. I think the only way you're going to be able to get in someone's head is by, dropping a really big score and then kind of just putting the pressure. But, I won't lie, I'm quick to moan about people sitting on me in a heat, but I'll do it straight back when the time's needed.
So now we're down to 19 on the clock. Filipe still sitting tight out the back, waiting for something solid to come through. We've seen a lot of epic free surfing clips of Filipe this year. He's looking for a real breakthrough performance to kind of try to get into the top 10 on just his second year on the WCT. The results have been a little bit tougher. He's been getting knocked out in second and third rounds so far this year. As we get back to this one with Michael February looking for a big finish. He's trying to hang on, and he will end up going down. A couple of more rides down the beach to make this heat pretty interesting. But it looks like February is finding a little magic on that closeout section.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to get just get his work rate going up at the moment. As I said, you're going to be taking off on the main peak, trying to get your one good wave where you want to get that score, and then as soon as you paddle back out, try to go wide and just try to get those 4s and 5s and just build on that.
So we look for the finish. Did you like that first turn on that wave?
Yeah, his second turn was massive, but it was a good check turn. I don't know did he even ride that out or not. I don't think he did.
So ends up losing the final section. It won't be factoring in. You see the judges offering a 2-point ride for that last turn that he ended up incomplete on. Still second place, but needs a 4.31 to catch up to Caio Ibelli with 17:42 still on the clock. We have another massive heat coming up a little bit later. We have Hawaiian Freddie Patacchia Jr. standing by. Always comes down to Ballito to compete in the Mr. Price Pro. And he's going to be surfing with a former event champion in Tanner Gudauskas a little bit later on today.
Yeah, I just had a little chat to Tanner now. I hadn't seen him in a few years, but you know, the Gudangs, they're so frothed out, and they love it. They're just like, they're in Ballito, like the waves are pumping. Cali's been terrible. So, you know, they get him excited. And obviously, Freddie P's, geez, he's like a veteran now, but he's still, you know, he's still got one of the best games out there. He knows exactly what to do and, you know, how to get those results done.
And pretty dangerous when you add Heitor Alves, former CT surfer, to that heat number 5. And Thiago Camarao coming back on tour. He had about a year off due to injury, but now he's making his comeback, and he'll round out heat number 5 of the day. Heat 6 features Travis Logie, former finalist out here, one of your good friends, Walk. He's taking on Wade Carmichael, Dylan Perilla, and Vincent Duvignac in heat number 6. For a guy like Travis, who's on the CT, but he's South African, what does it mean for him to compete in the Mr. Price Pro?
Oh, you know, Travis, he's such a frother, you know, and he's so, like, amped on competing. He's more of a competitor than anything, you know, like whatever we do, he's going to compete against it, and he's going to come out here and give us all. So I just had a chat to him this morning. I actually haven't seen him since he's been home, but yeah, me and Travis grew up together, and like he's definitely someone who I look up to, you know, as a competitor and as a surfer. So I think he's pretty excited. He's made the final here before, but I'm pretty sure he wants to go out and win one.
So we have had some South African success here in the past. Jordy Smith winning this event a couple of years back. We've had some all-stars when you go back in the day when this event was formerly the Gunston 500. One of the longest surfing competitions of all time. Here as we go, when you can go way back to the 60s when it was the South African Championships, had guys like Gavin Rudolph winning that event. But you see so much history. We made the move up to Ballito a few years ago, and it was a pretty incredible one, especially when you think about those glory years when we got this place absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you know, I was only born in the 80s, so I don't really know much about the 60s. But you know, as a kid, you know, 5 years old, sitting on that beach and watching, you know, my best surfers, you know, compete. It was crazy, you know. And that was the Guns 500. And then, you know, they made the move here, and I think a lot of people were like kind of worried about, you know, what it would be like. But you know, we've seen the waves in the last few years. Yeah, it's incredible. It's turned into one of the best events on the tour for sure.
So exciting memories here in the past as we're down to 15 minutes remaining in the first heat of the day. Caio Ibelli throws down a 7.67 start. His last wave, a 6.43, takes a solid lead. Filipe Toledo jumps into the screen with a 6.33 start. Being that selective, Walk, he gets one wave to put him right into advancing position.
Yeah, I knew he was going to wait for something good, you know, just to get that score up. As we said, you know, 6.33. So that could be either one of his holders or definitely a strong backup. Caio Ibelli with another 6.43, so he's looking really strong at the moment. I think he's almost got the guys combat.
Here goes Caio once again, looking to improve his total in first. Just a quick up and out, moving his pace a little bit further down the line. 4 guys in the lineup, so he's trying to create some space. Another little wave is popping up right out in front. Christie needs a 5.91. We also have February just needing a 2.34. Still very close as they're starting to shift away from the rocks a little bit. Walk, where would you be sitting with high tide conditions like we have out front?
Yeah, well, look, it depends on what you know, where my priority is. So if I was first in line, I'd always sit closest to the rocks, which is the takeoff point. But I know these guys are trying to scratch for backups right now, so you know they're kind of spreading out. With the hard tide, it is difficult. You know, the waves are really short. As you see the tide will go out, the waves will break, you know, further behind, and you'll get longer rides. So I know maybe guys are starting to panic now.
So an interesting time in this first heat of the morning. Sometimes the first heat is a tough job of setting up a brand new lineup on an opening day. For all the guys that aren't from South Africa, most of them came in sometimes last night or the next day, and dealing with jet lag is a pretty challenging walk, especially when you're trying to compete at the top of your game.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. You know, I know when we used to fly them, you know, straight after this event, we'd actually fly straight to America for the US Open, and we'd literally arrive like the night before, and I haven't been able to sleep, and we had to go surf 1 foot waves where we've just had Ballito for like 6 feet for 4 days. It's hard, you know, but you know, you got to just, that's the whole grind of it. That's what the QS is all about, and you know, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, but you just got to kind of keep a strong head, I guess.
Well, thanks everyone once again for being with us. You're watching the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. Joe Trappell with Warwick Wright for the first heat of the morning, as we're anticipating a pretty solid opening day. The Surfline's our official forecaster, and they're letting us know that the surf should pick up in the next few days. So we have a little bit of everything to work with. We're not going to see anything like we saw from back in 2011, that glory year, but it should be very rippable, a nice contestable week here at the Mr. Price. Now Caio Ibelli looking for another wave, staying active. That one's not going to factor in, though.
Yeah, you can see he's obviously sitting in front of the tower now, so he's broken wide. But, he's in a comfortable position at the moment. He's way out in the front. You can see, red, yellow, and blue, which is February, Ricardo, and Toledo. They're just trying to get that second wave going. It is, you got to kind of search for ways when it's like these conditions,
So you can see the panned out shot. It's a very quiet beach here at Willard Beach right out in front. Not too many fans here yet, but come the weekend, especially come finals time, it was really fun to see the crowd get behind Jordy Smith into the final with Julian Wilson last year, and then the year before with Glenn Hall and Nathaniel Curran. You can see a lot of these fans that come down here locally have a pretty high surf IQ. They're really focused on the lineup, and they always back the locals, like South African February up right now. Little drift off the top on the first section. Here comes a closeout maneuver, and another tough closeout section for February as he lets go.
Yeah, you could see there. You could see how short that wave was. So he's trying to get those two turns as quick as possible. Unfortunately, just coming off on that last turn. But yeah, as you said, the crowd gets crazy behind our South African surfers. So hopefully, a few of our boys will be there until the weekend, and everyone will get behind them, and it just gets the boys frothed up.
As we take a look at the replay, what do you think of the first turn walk?
Yeah, it was good. He kind of threw that tail out, which looked really good off the back, but then he almost just lost it coming down, and then as you see, try to quickly get back up to that last end section and breaking it quite hard there. So I think he should have bent his legs a bit better there.
Tough one there for February, as he only needs a 2.34 to take Filipe's spot in second. We have 5 judges on the panel. 2 judges thought it was enough. The rest of the panel puts him just under, so a 2.17. February stays in third. Still needs a 2.34 with 10 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Filipe still with his just one wave at a 6.33, and we're seeing some fun waves coming through right now.
Yeah, it looks like a good little set coming now. Who's having a paddle? Yeah, looks like Ricardo.
It will be Ricardo Christie gliding in. He has to get out. Filipe has priority. He's driving, looking for something solid. Late hit behind the section. Good for one float, and he's unable to catch up to the open face. He'll use that as a backup score for the time being, and we'll see if we'll have another wave here. Caio Ibelli does make the tube.
That was insane.
Looking for a big finish. Caio hangs it up off the top, and he's down.
Wow, that was a big end section right there. Jeez.
Well, beautiful read for Caio as we had Filipe finish a wave. It's not going to be a massive score, but Caio once again back in the tube. Let's check out the replay starting with Filipe's wave walk.
Yeah, you can see that he took Ricardo's wave off the priority.
And now back to live action. This is Ricardo Christie on a very important wave. Nice flow going over the top. Snaps it off the lip, and he's out of there. So Ricardo's trying to get really active quickly. Doesn't have much on the board, and he's down to 9 minutes on the clock. The focus has been on the Brazilian contingent. Caio looks like he's going to be way out in front, especially after that tube ride. And Filipe protecting second from February at this stage.
Yeah, I think Caio now, he's just gone well ahead. I don't know, that could be in the excellent range for sure. Toledo, trying to get past that first section. You could see how fast he surfed, so that was crazy. But only getting in the one turn, so looks like almost in the 3 range. And then Ricardo just kind of getting his account open, so now it looks like a heat's kind of on.
So things starting to build right out in front. 8:20 on the clock in the first heat of the morning. 3.17 for Lasta Toledo. Let's go back to this wave walk.
This is crazy. He got so deep here too. Oh wait, if he made this thing, this would be a full 10. Boom, he got hammered. See the backwash getting in there, eh?
A tough closeout section for Caio Ibelli, but he's the first one to say his favorite thing in the whole world is to get tubed. Last year when he was here in smaller conditions, he was hunting the barrel in one of his heats every single wave that he looked at, and he's always trying to put himself nice and deep. Right now, beautiful conditions are letting him showcase that tube riding talent, and the judges love it. Remember, he opened up with a 7.67. He's going to have another number in the 7 range, a 7.43 for the last tube for Caio Ibelli. He's way out in front. Toledo now needs an 8.77 to catch him. And Walk, what is it with certain surfers that can seem to dial the tube every time they enter a lineup?
Yeah, you know, some of those guys who just kind of just, you know, love it, and they know when they come to places like Ballito, there are barrels to be had. So, you know, they're going to be on the hunt for little barrels like that. And, you know, that's what I said. Like, Ballito is, it's, you know, as perfect and as good as a wave as it is, it is really hard. So you need to come here and get some practice in. And obviously you can see Caio's been here and he's been trying to dial in. And, you know, look how comfortable he looks. He's had, you know, 2 7s and a high 6. So, you know, he's going to go through quite easily here.
So Caio looking for that winning feeling. The former World Junior champ picked up a 4-star win back in China a couple of years ago where he beat Mitch Cruz in that heat. Mitch Cruz, now in his rookie year on tour, is back to compete at the Mr. Price Pro this year. He's coming in Heat 22 where he has Yaden Nickel, Goni Zubizarreta, and Vicente Romero. Heat 22 is going to be pretty tough to get to on opening day, so they'll probably have another day off to anticipate the swell building later on the week, Walk.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, if we can get through like the first 8 or 9 heats, you know, the wind will come up. It'll probably swing onshore, and I'm sure the boys, most of the servers will want to say, hey, let's try to start again tomorrow. There is still a bit of a push tomorrow, and then towards the end of the week, you'll see, you know, the majority of the best waves coming.
So now we see a shift in the lineup. 6 minutes on the clock. This one drifting just down the beach. Nice section here. Deep on it is Caio. Out in the open face with a carve down to the bottom is Ricardo Christie. Meets the lip for a vertical turn, and he lets go. He had a 5-6 on his wave before. That did get him back into it. But that was a crucial finishing move, Walk. That could have been the score to take second place.
100%. I think if he made that last turn, he definitely would have got the score. His first turn was that nice open carve. And he kind of threw that last one with a rooster tail, but just coming unstuck there.
Yeah, pretty challenging section for Ricardo Christie to let go of, and you can see Christie in warm-up surfs pull that turn off all the time, and then something happens when the heat of the moment, when you need the score to come through, those closeout finishes seem really tough to sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when the scores are needed and you put that pressure on yourself, it's, you know, it's tricky to make a lot of those turns, you know. But as you said, you can do that turn 100 times over. You know, shame, just a little bit unlucky there. But it seems like the waves are actually getting a little bit more consistent now. So you can see a lot more waves are being surfed. Toledo only with a 6-3 and a 3. So he's obviously going to need another backup score too. But at least Ricardo's getting his waves on right now.
So at the moment, though, we're risking losing our South African Michael February from the draw. He's down to 4th now and needs a 5.51 to make a comeback. He's represented South Africa around the world in the past, and you can always talk about the challenges sometimes from being so far away from everyone else around the world to travel and leave Cape Town. He spends a lot of time on planes, but right now, February, with a good-looking wave to try to get a 5.51, draws the first turn off the top, wave corners, he wraps it back in the pocket and kicks out. A 5.51 Walk. What do you think?
Jeez, that's going to be pretty close. I like that first turn. There's a big fan of spray there. And that second carve was nice, but then the wave just went flat on the end there. It's going to be tricky. Let's see the replay here. Check that. Bang. I love this turn right here. Use that whole rail. So much style there.
Beautiful combo for Michael February on wave number 5 of this first heat of the morning. And judges will think about it before they put in their score. Filipe just has 2 waves. He has a 6.33 and a 3.17. And now scores drifting in for February. He's going to fall short, a 3.10. Still 4th. Still needing a 5.51. He's down to 3.30 to go. And you remember with priority, now he's in the back of the line as the waves continue. This is Ricardo Christie right out in front, getting that little closeout slam done.
Oh, that's going to be close too.
And he needs a 3.91 Walk.
Yeah, that's going to be close. That last turn was really big. The first turn, a bit of a safer check turn. I kind of think Marky's wave too. You know, it was a big first turn, but he kind of looked a bit safe on it. And I think, you know, when you're in the 6-star primes, they guys want to see you pushing it as hard as possible.
So big moment for the judges as they're going to take a look at that last wave from Christie to see if it's enough to turn the heat. Now Filipe Toledo drifts the fins on the finish. He's unable to pull that one off, but I think he had something a little bit earlier on that wave. We'll try to bring that to you if we had it. What'd you see, Juan?
Yeah, those first 2 turns were so tight, man. He has so much speed and flow. It's crazy. And I actually really, really love his style. He's definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch.
So Filipe Toledo with an important number to better the 3.17, because Ricardo is going to be pretty close to turning the heat. Numbers coming in for Christie's last, and looks like he was going to fall short anyways. He still needed a 3.91, and 4 judges have said he was just short, still in third, but that requirement could boost up in just a moment with the performance from Filipe Toledo, and the average out for Toledo, a 4.33. Builds second. Christie now needs a 5.07. February now needs a 6.66 to move on with just 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, here comes the worst of the worst for guys like Marky and Ricardo, who are going to try to chase that score. But at the same time, it looks like Ricardo would be in. Or is this Marky again?
Let's check out the replay here, Wah.
You see, he kind of just felt a little bit softer, and I think he could have gone a bit harder. But you know, when you're in that predicament and you're in the fourth trying to chase a score, you want to be as safe as possible. As I said, he wasn't chasing a big score at that time.
So that was the number for February, a 3.10. Held him off the score that he needs. He's down to 1 minute and 20 seconds to try to keep this roll alive and move on to the round of 48. Right now, just a minute 15 to go. Not much on the horizon. And whoever has first priority will try to put this one away quickly. This is where we can see that priority becoming a defensive strategy. If you've waited your turn, you can try to sit on the next guy to try to put this seat away.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so who actually has priority at the moment now?
Well, right now, you can kind of try to look back. With the 4-man priority system being so new, the judges are flipping the discs and keeping things up to pace. And so their focus is on just keeping the rotation nice and tight. So whoever takes off first in the start of a heat will go to the back of the line, and you start that rotation going. When no one has priority in the beginning, you can see those early hassles just to get position on the first couple of waves, and they'll kind of set up that rotation for the rest of the heat. Meanwhile, Filipe looking left, Walk.
Oh, this could be the air.
Backside air reverse. Filipe ends up sinking on the landing.
I was waiting for one of those. Here goes Mikey.
19 seconds, February, looking for a last-ditch effort. Another little high-lining lip turn, closeout finish.
Oh, those were 3 big turns. I love how close it gets right at the end. We're down to the last few seconds here. That was basically his last effort, so let's see what he can drop here.
We'll count this one out. Right before the buzzer, Christie gets a final wave. Needs a 5.07, incomplete on the front side air, and we will lose Ricardo Christie from the contest. He needed a 5.07. Let's go back to the replay of the backside air attempt from Filipe Toledo.
He has so much pop when he comes off the lip. He almost looks like he stuck it. He's a freak, this kid.
He can get so much lift off the lip. And then you saw February right behind him looking for the final wave to make the difference. The next heat is on standby as the judges will close this one out. February needed a 6.66 to turn this heat on his last effort. First couple of scores are coming in. It's not enough. A 4.23. Michael February eliminated with Ricardo Christie, and the Brazilians dominating this first heat of the day. Caio Ibelli with his start at the 7.67 made the big difference. He was getting barreled, looking quick, and really sharp with his rail game. This kid's going to be tough to beat in the next round.
Yeah, Caio he dominated the heat from the get-go. You know, he was in the right places at the right time. Picked 3 or 4 of the best ways of the heat, got them all, and you can see, you know, it paid off. Filipe kind of a little bit lucky, I'd say. With you know, lucky he's such a good surfer. You know, he can take off in terrible ways and make them look good, which is kind of cool for him, I guess. But you know, unfortunate for guys like Marky and Ricardo. So yeah.
So that's the first heat of the Mr. Price Pro here in 2014. Brazilian domination, as we have another brand new heat with some solid competition. 2 more Brazilians represented here. Messias Felix, the goofy footer, and we also have our natural footer and Tomas Hermes wearing the red jersey. Charlie Martin representing Guadeloupe in the white, and Nick Van Rupp from Portugal. Nick Van Rupp, an absolute charger, a guy that likes having a good time behind the scenes and trying to make it happen on the QS this year, Walk.
Yeah, I don't really know him too personally. He's a little bit younger than me, but I've surfed with him before in Macaronis and Mentawis, and he was a really good tube rider. And then obviously I've seen some insane clips of him at big waves on the island, you know, those big toe ones, like 15, 20 feet, you know. And he's just a little kid, you know, and now they go pretty hard nowadays, I guess. And I don't know if he's kind of balancing being a competitor or a free surfer. I don't know too much about the guy.
As we see a start of this heat, remember, no priority in the very beginning. Stomping the takeoff is Tomas Hermes. He's starting to drive. looking to slow down, stalling for the pit, and he ends up getting clipped by the lip. Looked like that was going to have a dream run section. Tomas down. Now the start of Messias Felix on the backhand walk.
Oh, here we go. Kind of open with the first big turn there. Oh, you got the 3 big turns in there. So you can't use that wave to its whole potential. I thought it was pretty good. I think, you know, with being a Ballito, it's a lot more tricky for a goofy footer out here because a lot of the natural footers are going to be looking for the tube, you know, as you saw what old Thomas did there. But unfortunately, he got a bit clipped. And, yeah, I think a good opening ride for Messias.
Well, now let's get caught up with Caio Ibelli standing by.
Yes.
What you definitely don't want to miss out on is this Jacksonville coffee. Guys, go and check
Hey
out
guys, I'm here with Caio Ibelli, the winner of the first heat of the Mr Price Pro. Caio, you must be so stoked right now, kicking off this Mr Price Pro with the first win. How do you feel?
I feel good. Finally make one heat.
East Coast.
I've been losing the first round a lot, so it feels good to make a heat, and it feels great to be back here in Ballito, and the waves are pumping. I've been getting barrel every single morning, like for 2 days already, and I was hoping this morning the saw's still good and the wind's good, so I'm pretty stoked. The waves are good, everything's good, so happy to be here.
And you managed to get an amazing barrel in your heat, really giving everybody something to cheer about on the beach. How are you feeling in that barrel?
Yeah, I was hoping to find a barrel today, and in the morning when I woke up, it was kind of high tide, so didn't have barrels, and now the tide's going low, so I found 2 nice barrels, and I'm really happy. Like, it's a really good day today.
And I know you really like surfing here in Ballito, but what is it like missing the World Cup back at home?
Oh yeah, I'm missing the World Cup. I never been there for the World Cup, so just watching the TV and cheering for Brazil.
Yeah, well, Brazil's doing really well, and so are you, so good luck for the rest of the events. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andy. Thanks a lot, Caio, for hanging out with us and putting on a great performance in the first heat of the day. Started with a 7.67, got a 7.43 for the 2, Brian, and now he's got the target on his back for a possible event winner. Already throwing that one out there because he's so solid, and when the waves get a little bit challenging, when the waves get perfect, he spends so much time in the lineup. He's going to be a tough one to beat. We were reflecting on that World Junior performance from way back when. He got that title in pretty marginal conditions, Walk.
Yeah, I just think, you know, with someone like Caio, you know, he's one of those young up-and-coming Brazilians, so he's obviously grown up with the Jadsons and the Filipes. So, you know, he's on that level, but as you saw now in his after his post-heat interview, he was just saying that, you know, he was looking for the barrel. It's all about Ballito's being in the barrel for him. So he got it done. Lucky he had one of those early heats because, you know, towards the end of the week, you're not going to always get these conditions.
As we see Nick Von Rupp capitalize on a couple of smooth backside turns in the pocket. Nick started with a 3.5 and needed a 0.68 to take the lead. We'll see that switch. Messias Felix, also a goofy footer, with a 4.17 start. Walk, do you like being a goofy footer on this wave right out front? Is it a pretty easy wave to surf backside?
It depends. I don't think I'd even surf out here if it was a free surf, to be honest, because I guess we kind of spoiled, so I shouldn't really say that. But, you know, as far as surfing heat, I'd really be stoked. With the tide and the way that it's a little bit broken up, I think it'll be a little bit more tricky. Being a four-hander, you can kind of jump through sections a lot easier. You know, you can get those speed checks. But, you know, I've always, when I surf, I try to go as top to bottom as possible, and there's not that many open face waves, you know.
Let's break down the technique of Nick Von Rupp. How do you like his style in the pocket?
Bang, you can see how hard he comes off the bottom there. So you can see he did that first really big turn, and then you see how it just kind of goes flat. If you're more of a natural foot, I'd say you'd be doing that first big turn and then jumping through the next section, you know. So kind of making use of the whole wave. But, you know, I think if you're coming really hard off the bottom, you know, the judges are going to be rewarding that, no doubt.
So Nick Von Rupp takes an early lead here in the second heat of the morning. A 3.5 and a 2.67. Messias Felix with a 4.17 on his opener. Messias Felix, a guy that's come from humble beginnings, traveling around the world, trying to make his dream come true of being one of the world's best on the top 34. He's been in some major events in the last few years. He had a breakthrough prime victory a season ago, and he's coming off that success to try to do it in 2014. It's tough when you don't qualify when you have a win in a prime series because you basically have to start from scratch when it comes to the next year.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think you definitely want to take a full advantage if you do win a prime in a year. It's it'd be kind of, I'd want to kill myself winning a prime and not making it on that tour, you know, because that's, you know, the end result is we want to get on that world tour.
Well, we saw how stressful it got for some of the guys last season, guys like Dion Atkinson, who got the call up to the tour last year, and Mitch Cruz, who qualified before it came down to Pipeline. But now we have some changes happening on the ASP World Tour where we're back to a 2-tier system. So now we'll get a fresh 10 off of the QS, and so you can see how Wiggly Dantas and Keanu Singh, with their seedings now on the rankings, they're in a really solid position to potentially get the call up next year.
Yeah, I've always believed it's a little bit more fair doing it that way with the 2-tier system. It kind of just gives the other guys more of a chance. These kids are battling on this tour for pretty much 365 days a year. They're training, they got to be focused, and for only 2 guys to really go through each year, it's kind of hard, and it's not really worth it, I'd say. But now you'll see a lot more people will be more hungry, and at the same time, it'll make the WCT competitors, kind of want to stay on tour better, like on tour more,
Very true. It's a good point. Some people were saying it might have been easier for the CT guys to stay on tour and requalify when they were able to double up on their points from both their CT performances and from their primes with the tour split. If you're a WCT, that's a championship level competitor, you have to remain on the top 22 in the world on the WCT. And then you also see the road for a lot of the guys that are the journeymen. They do both tours, and they basically don't really spend too much time at home.
Yeah, those are the full truckers. They go on the whole year, they keep pushing. But yeah, it's good, Otherwise, the older guys, the veterans, they become lazy, and they get too used to it, and all they need is kind of just one result, and they stay on tour for a year. And you get these young guys who are coming up who are surfing really good, but they just can't get that break,
And now paddling into position right out front here, we have Tomas Hermes, winner of the Azores event last year. Snaps it off the top. Beautiful rhythm to the inside. Under the lip, carve, and he'll finish.
Yeah,
nice control.
Those were 2 really, really nice turns. I love that first, you opened up there. Good, clean surfing. Tomas is another guy with a really good style. Smaller guy, but a lot of power. I've been watching him over the last few years, and he always gets some really good results. I think he's done really well in Ballito, actually.
As we check out the replay one more time, what was it about the first turn that you
liked? I just loved this. Everything was perfect. It was so precise, That last turn, he just kind of threw it out there. We'll see what the judges ruled, but yeah, it's looking like a good, solid score.
So nice pace for Tomas Hermes. Has a 5.67 on his second wave. Takes the lead off of Nick Von Rupp. Messias Felix down to third. Now needs a 2.0 to move on. And Charlie Martin needs a 5.57. As we can look down the beach here at Willard, you can see the Jumbotron that we have standing by. It's still a very quiet morning, as it's just about 8:20 in the morning local time here in South Africa. So people still sleeping in, We got to wake them up.
Yeah, it is Monday. People in South Africa tend to work. We don't live in Cape Town like Giggsy, who just gets to go surf in the best waves in the world.
We do have Giggs standing by. He'll be jumping in the booth throughout the day today, and we've got a great staff on hand for this year's Mr. Price Pro Ballito, a big prime event on the ASP World Tour. Quiet morning on the beach. All the focus is on the lineup, with these guys trying to finish in the top 2 spots to move on to the round of 48. If you just joined us, we had Caio Ibelli and Filipe Toledo go 1 and 2 in the first heat. And when you think about the Mr. Price Pro, you kind of think about Brazilian dominance. We've had some champs in the last decade.
Some of the guys, I remember guys like Necker and that just coming in and just tearing. I think he almost won like 2 years in a row. Such a ferocious competitor, but obviously all-round lovely guy. But I used to really enjoy him, and obviously, who else has actually won here?
That's right. Jihad Coder won back in 2007. Beta Fernandez won a few years before that. There's kind of that Brazilian storm that kind of took over this event in the early thousands, and the history got incredible when we had the Irons brothers go back-to-back. Andy won, Bruce won both years, and then we had another brother combination, Tanner Gudauskas winning, and then Pat Gudauskas winning a couple of years after him.
Yeah, when you mentioned Beta Fernandez, I actually remember that. That guy that year absolutely tore it up. That was pretty much some of the best surfing I've ever seen. And he was another guy, I think he won that prime, and then he just couldn't get it going for the rest of the year. So I don't think he ever got to make it onto the tour.
We can see how tough it is to qualify for the top 34. And, you have these breakthrough performances, and it can be pretty tough to go the distance in a whole year on tour. We're looking at a free surf down the beach. What's this wave called?
I think this is bogs, or it might be boulders. It's more of actually the Bathers Beach. I don't even think there should be surfers out there, but I think a lot of the competitors want to get some warm-up surfs out there, from free surfs. Some of the guys who are surfing later on in the day, you kind of want to adjust to the conditions that you're going to be surfing at through the day. So if you're surfing later on, you'd want to rather maybe go for your free surf maybe 20-30 minutes before. That's what I'd normally do, so you're kind of surfing in the same conditions.
Well, right now we have our heat leader with Tomas Hermes, Nick von Rupp hanging on to second. There's still 18 minutes on the clock with plenty more potential along the way. We will take just a quick break as we stand by for that, because Messias Felix has a wave. Nice vertical re-entry. Sparky, as he pulls into the barrel, fights the finish. Still traveling, and Messias ends up going down. Loses the exit. Exchange continues now at Tomas Hermes.
Oh, that was a sick arc right there. That first turn was amazing. If he gets another big turn. Oh, there we go.
Nice
exactly
finish and composure for Tomas Hermes, and it continues. A beautiful set. Charlie Martin unable to capitalize on it. He's out of there, and he'll see if he can get priority back in the next few minutes. So a flurry of scores. Let's go to the replay now to check out this performance from Messias Felix.
Yeah, this was the first really big turn. He came really hard off the bottom. Straight up vertical, big spray. Kind of looking for a little tube. I thought he was in there. And you see how that next section just comes up and just kind of shuts down. That's still the high tide, and there's a lot of backwash and it gets kind of bumpy. But this opening turn for Tomas Hermes was unbelievable. I love this thing. Kind of just on rail from the get-go. Bang! Kind of small check turn, catching a little bit there. And then massive end float. That was a big section. Look how big he is. It was way bigger than him, so...
And then right back to live action, trying to pack it on the back end is Messias Felix. He ends up having to kick out. He has taken the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.87. Tomas Hermes, though, only needed a 1.37 on his last wave, so he'll get his lead back. But we could have another heat dominated by the Brazilian contingent in heat number 2, both of them holding the top 2 spots. And now we're starting to see the judges' reaction to the last of Hermes. You loved that first turn,
yeah,
and so did the panel.
There we go. You can see a 7 and a 6.5 dropping. That was definitely one of the best turns I've seen of the day so far. We are only in heat 2, but that was just full on rail. Like, that's as best as you can get,
It ends up at a 6.67 for Tomas Hermes. Messias down to second. Nick von Rupp from Portugal now needs a 3.55 to move on, and Charlie Martin needs a 6.44 to get back into this one about halfway through. It looks like we're getting a lot more opportunity in this heat walk. Paddling in, we're going to have Messias.
Oh, just stuck behind that section. Yeah, you can see, I think as the tide drains more, you see a lot more waves. We've been watching the Brazilians kind of dominate. As I said, as perfect as Ballito does look, it does kind of get quite tricky, So I think the Brazilians know how to surf those tricky conditions, a lot of spread out waves. They're frothers, so they're bouncing from peak to peak, just trying to get those wave counts up. And, through all those small scores they get, you'll see they'll drop 5s and 6s and just kind of work on that account. By the end of it, they're well ahead in the lead.
Always exciting to see how those heats build. Right now, it's all about Tomas Hermes. Started off slow with a 1.07, and now he continues to improve. 5.67 and a 6.67. Messias Felix hanging on to second, needs an 8.17 at the moment, with still 15 to go. Nick and Charlie don't need a whole lot to turn this one around, and we still have plenty of time to go.
Yeah, Charlie looks like he's battling to get it.
So it looked like Nick von Rupp charging some slabs over in Europe. He's been working pretty hard, and it's pretty amazing when you see the depth of these surfers these days, where they can grind it out in smaller conditions, work on scores on the QS, and put themselves in waves of serious consequence. I know, Walk, you've had some pretty crazy experiences on the slabs in Portugal. There was one year I saw one of my favorite videos of all time on your website when you got washed up onto the bricks. What happened that day?
Oh my God, that was so funny. I remember, I thought I was like some local dude who knew what he was doing, and actually funny thing was I brought over just a good friend from London who never ever gets to surf, and I'm like, yeah, just follow me, And we get there, and I know we were there during the WCT. I was doing some work for it, and Kelly and John were watching from the top, just watching me get absolutely smoked off these rocks. And I landed up trying to dive head first off, I actually got submerged from a rock up. I went head first into the water. If there was a rock under there, I'd probably be dead. But it was a good experience, you know. I won't ever do that again.
Oh, pretty amazing memory from your experience back in Portugal. Seeing how much depth that guys like Nick van Rupp have in his country. What was your overall take from that trip?
Yeah, man, the waves there are insane. You know, Portugal has got definitely some of the most consistent and best waves from a small range to a big range that I've ever seen. You know, the coastline is massive. We kept on just finding newer spots, you know, to surf, and a lot of good right-hand points. That's why you've seen, you know, Nick surfs really good on his backside. He's got that hard off the bottom, that big back vertical maneuver down, you know. So, you know, Thiago's down here too. Thiago took me surfing. You know, Thiago being the veteran, he's kind of the king of Portugal. You know, the king of Ericeira. He's the pimp. But he's looking after all the young Portuguese guys down here, and yeah, it's good to see.
Well, let's now check out the replay. This was Tomas Hermes on his 6.67 walk. What was your favorite part about this wave?
That right there. That was just absolutely flawless. You know, from the top to the bottom, he held the rail all the way through, and then that last big giant float. You know, you're kind of putting it on the line, and you see he gets a 6.67.
So a solid start for Tomas Hermes, who won a prime last year in the Azores, so knows what it's like to win these prestigious competitions. We have representatives from all over the world. Leandro Asuna representing Argentina. Another surfer representing Argentina is Alejo Muniz's brother, Santiago, originally born in Argentina, waving the flag proudly. Coming up in the next heat, he has Thiago, which we mentioned, getting the spot late. He came last night, and he still wasn't sure if he was in the event. He's in heat number 3 along with Aritz Aranburu. As this one continues, here goes Nick van Rupp walk.
Here we go. You can see a little of a smaller wave, but getting some work done there. Third big turn. Love that little snap he has off the top, just so quick. So you got 3 turns in there, a bit of a smaller wave. We'll see what the judges think, but I think he'll definitely go above his last 2 waves for sure.
As you can see, the next heat standing by. We always have everyone's backup boards in pretty close proximity, right on the sand. We have some talented shapers from this region, just being a little north of Durban. You have a lot of great surf shops to visit, and it's probably a good spot if you need boards to check out some of the local shops, to work with some of the local guys like Graham Smith, who shaped some beautiful boards behind the scenes. Let's go back to this last replay of Nick van Rupp walk.
Yeah, you see, I liked his first turn, almost like a little bit of a cutty, and then he gets to work right there, that first big off the top, throwing the fins, third one. So, you know, I know the judges, they like to see that first big turn coming straight off, hard off the bottom off the lip. Not as big as I thought on his first turn, but his last 2 turns made up for it. So scores haven't dropped just yet, but it'll definitely go into his top 2 waves.
So still 10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the second heat of the morning. Tomas and Messias trying to hang on to the top 2 spots for Brazil. Nick van Rupp needs a 3.55, and Charlie Martin needing a 6.44. Brazilian domination so far in just the first couple of heats of the morning, but now Nick van Rupp does get the score, 4.77. He takes second. Last of Felix at 3.53, and he stays in third.
Yeah, there we go. We see the little change over there from Nick and Messias. That last wave, he got the 3 turns in, so he got the job done. I think if it was on a bit of a bigger wave, he would have got a lot larger score. Here we go. That's Charlie Martin.
Stalling for the pit. He's successful. Makes it out. A little bit open face, and didn't like what he saw there. We saw the water photographer pretty close in the face there. Walk, was that a little bit too close?
Yeah, he might have got a little bit too close there. Oh, we got Tomas on the back. He just unleashed on this thing. Wow, that is going to be a huge score. That was his 4th massive turn. That is going to be definitely the best wave I've seen of the day.
Nice composure for Tomas Hermes once again, picking off waves that he can keep his board under his feet. Great connection right in the pocket. Let's check out the replay real quick. We'll start with Charlie Martin's barrel and see what happened on the open face walk.
It was a good looking wave as he paddled in. You can see him getting in the barrel there. Nice clean exit. And then, I don't know, looked like the water photographer was in the way, but I don't know. I would have thought he would have hit that last section, you know, but kind of just got over it as you see that first big turn from Tomas. And look at that carve. He's got that carve so down there.
Such a beautiful re-entry for Tomas Hermes, and combos it up off the lip.
Third. 4th. That was the first wave we've seen with 4 turns on all day. That's going to be a massive... Oh, was that his last score that just dropped?
There it is, already in there, Walk. A 7.77 for the last of Tomas Hermes. He's improved on every single wave so far. Opened with a 1, then got a 5.67, a 6.67, and now a 7.77. Hermes way out in front, and you can see the water photographer trying to move down the line a little bit. Charlie Martin got a 3.2 on his last wave.
Looks like Charlie's going to get into this next one too. Wide off the peak.
Wave spits behind him. It's starting to go slow motion. Now pulling into the pit. He takes one pump. Charlie Martin still driving, looking extra casual, and he ends up going down for just a moment. It looked like he was going to go the distance walk.
Yeah, that last section kind of closes a bit. It gets tricky, but there are a few the ways that you can exit. Yeah, Charlie just kind of doesn't really seem like he's too amped on the wave, so maybe he's just looking for the barrel. He's trying to do what Caio did, you know, get those quick barrels and get the scores. Here's a replay now.
So, Walk, you see the wave spit behind him. Do you like what he did here, setting up the 2?
Yeah, I like that, but you can see it just kind of hit him on the shoulder. That might have just slowed him down. He did travel a bit on it, but as I said, that last section gets a bit tricky. It does shut down quite fast.
So Charlie Martin looking pretty casual, even though he still needs a 5.07 to make a comeback. You can see this little boardwalk right behind the scenes here in Ballito. Still a quiet morning on the beach, but already some pretty epic waves so far in the early stages. Coming up next, we have the heat with Aritz Aranburu, Thiago Perez, Dale Staples, and Santiago Muniz. Dale Staples trying to get one for South Africa. What are your favorite aspects of Dale surfing?
Well, you know, Dale's actually from Jeffreys Bay, but he moved down here probably about 2 years ago when he took a full crack at the WQS. But he literally lives 5 k's down the road, and if I can tell you one thing about Dale, he's a phenomenal barrel rider. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking for those little tubes. You know, great, solid, natural footer, very, very solid. He's definitely one to watch out there. And then, you know, Thiago and Aritz, who are, you know, best friends, as you see here. There goes Tomas again.
Tomas, little wrap into the pocket. His first fall of this heat so far. It's not going to factor into his top 2, and we're down to 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Messias. He's been pretty patient. He needs a 4.11. Von Rupp has also been very selective, and they're the ones battling for that second position walk.
Yeah, they're both looking like, you know, they both have that 4. I think they want to get just another better score just to kind of solidify their second place. You know, Tomas looking way out in the lead. You know, Nicholas is in second. He's a 9.67, near perfect score to go to first. So he's quite happy. So for these two, the pressure's going to be on. We're down to the 6-minute mark now.
So a big moment in heat number 2. As you can see, the 3-packs slowing things down a little bit as they have a little bit of a lull to anticipate the next set to come through. Von Rupp now needs a 9.67 for the win. Tomas Hermes has really flexed way out in front. Now waves popping up nice and deep off the rocks. Taking a look is Tomas. He's going to hold back since Nick Von Rupp has priority. Now Von Rupp down to the bottom. Beautiful snap to start. Snaps it off the roof on the next section, and he kicks out 2 quick turns, and we'll see if he's effective in bettering a 3.5. Here's Messias walk.
Bang. That was a lovely first turn. Whoop. How vertical was that? You get a third one. Jeez. They're so fast, these Brazilian surfers, eh? But that second turn was, jeez, that was like 12:30, 1 o'clock right there.
Nice and straight up. Now slowing down for the pit once again. Charlie Martin has made it clear that he wants to get barreled right out in front. He hasn't had the best success. His 3.2 came on the 1-tube ride that he did make it out of, but he's starting to run out of time. We passed the 5-minute warning, but Charlie still only needs a 5.07, as we'll check out the replay from Charlie Martin and previous Messias Felix.
Messias Felix, yeah. You see how he uses the whole wave. That first turn was nice, but this next turn is just basically what the judges... Bang! That was 12 o'clock straight. Kind of threw the tail out too. So I think the judges reward that. That could definitely put Messias back into second place. His second score hasn't dropped yet. So.
And now Tomas Hermes, live action, wrapping back into the pocket, blitzing the end section, but he can't hang on. Looked like he had another keeper underway. Falls on the finish, but still way out in front of this heat. He's going to stay in first, and the battle continues for the second spot. Looks like Nick Von Rupp will improve on that second position walk.
Yeah, there we go. You can see the first score dropping. We're also going to be waiting for Messias' last wave. I think it's going to be very tight between these two. We're almost on the 3.5 minute mark, so things are going to get quite interesting right over here. As you can see, we're looking at the back. There's a lot more activity at the moment. You know, the tide draining, so a lot more waves to be had. We'll see a lot more surfing. Yeah, so keep your eyes on. Yeah, we got. I think the next wave's about to drop.
For Nick Von Rupp, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. One more score. It's a 4.73. Von Rupp increasing the total in second, and Messias Felix is still going to need a 5.33 to make a comeback. Charlie Martin now needs a 6.3. So now the scale moving up just a bit. Still plenty of room for these guys to make a comeback with 3:10 on the clock. You can see the surfers raising their hands, and that's for the beach announcer, Jared Smith, who's up there right now, to tell them the updated situation. They're consistently updating priority now with that new system underway this year. And right now, a beautiful wave coming through, and no one's in position.
Yeah, a little bit straight, that one. You could see on Nick's last wave, that first turn was so critical. That's why he got that 4, because it was 2 very quick turns, but that first one was massive. And as we see another paddle here, who's it? Von Rupp again.
Nick Von Rupp draws out the bottom turn. Set up, snap off the top, more vertical on the second turn. He'll glide down, and he ends up getting taken out with the turbulence. Tough finishing move for Von Rupp. And that score is not going to be effective. 2:20 to go.
Yeah, you can see, you know, that big last turn of Nick's there. You know, he's hit it right on the lip. Was so critical. And the waves actually break really hard here in Ballito. You can see all the inside there. It's very deep water. But just behind there, there's a really, really shallow bank. So it kind of breaks, as you can see, bang. And you get stuck in it. So, yeah, it breaks a lot of boards. We saw that year, 2010, the year that Patrick won. Whoa, we must have gone through about 30, 40 boards that year.
Wow, that day will never be forgotten in surfing history. The Mr. Price Pro really made a huge statement to show the potential up here in Ballito. Pat Gudauskas with a dream final. There's banners up and down the beach of that historical day. He has the biggest grin on his face on the podium when he took this prime event, and he always wants to come back to try to see if he can get a little bit more magic of what it was like that season. But I think everyone was really certain around the world that Ballito made its name official on the map of really proving itself as a world-class wave.
Yeah, no doubt. That was by far the best, one of the best events I've actually ever seen in my life. I remember, you know, and it was an odd year. You know, we had Geordie here, we had John, we had Julian. I remember watching one of John's heat. It was just incredible. You know, he's just back throwing like 10-foot bombs. So, yeah, we have a big paddle.
A pretty exciting year as we will reflect on that one forever. Back to this one. Messias Felix on an important wave. Quick reaction off the lip, but he gets stuffed on the next section. He needed a 5.10 with that wave as he's starting to run out of time. 45 to go. Nick Von Rupp looks. It's going to be Tomas Hermes setting this one up.
Yeah, we go for another turn. Bang! He's had such a good heat. 3 turns. Wow, that was incredible surfing. And that could go into the top 2 too. Jeez. That was pretty incredible right there.
And Waukee always keeps his board under his feet, especially on the waves that really count. Tomas needed a better 6.67. He was able to pick that one off. And let's go back to the replay to see how this exchange started. First with Messias.
Messias. This first turn was so quick. And how's that little backwash? Just throw him up there and get fully lipped. You see it? The waves are getting quite quick now. They're quite straight, you know, on those sets. You need to find those peaky ones. There we see Tomas. Just watch the surfing. That's incredible. Bang. So precise, eh? Another one. Straight into a third turn. That was just ripping brilliant surfing.
Well done for Tomas Hermes. Goes 2 for 2 for Brazil. Taking another big heat win, and he'll be moving on to the next one. Nick Von Rupp in the second spot. He'll move on to the round of 48. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the Mr. Price Pro right after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, a prime event on the ASP World Tour. We've had 2 heats so far in this event, both won by Brazilians. First, Caio Ibelli. The second one, Tomas Hermes. And now we have a brand new pack on paper with Aritz, Aranburu, Thiago Perez, Dale Staples, and Santiago Muniz, all looking for the top 2 spots to move into the round of 48. Warwick Wright steps out of the booth. Joe Trappell now alongside Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, how are you?
Joe, I'm great, man. I've taken a little walk around the contest area, just having a look at the lineup in this heat here. This is a pretty loaded heat here with Aranburu, Staples, Muniz, all bringing a lot of experience from their years on tour into a pretty packed heat here. So I'm good. I'm enjoying world-class surfing here at Ballito. Had a little walk around, been up to the head judge as well. Kind of like picked his brain as to, and we'll talk about that stuff as the heat goes on. But yeah, it's world-class surfing here at Ballito. We're about 50 kilometers north of Durban. And the way the coast faces here, Joe, it's got a good different angle to Durban. So the waves have got quite a bit more grunt. You know, the previous years, I've been listening to you and Wok talking about the previous years of the Mr Price Pro, the move that happened in 2009 here. There's a little bit of a North Shore of Hawaii type of angle here. Strong waves, shorter, punchier rides, but great surfing action.
Excellent to hear, Giggs, and we're excited to get this heat underway. But before we start, let's now catch up with Tomas Hermes, standing by with Andy Van Zyl. Take it away, Andy.
I'm here with Tomas Hermes. That was an amazing heat, and you sealed off your victory with a really nice wave there. How are you feeling in your heat?
I'm feeling amazing. This starts for the second prime of the year. I'm so happy to get a good scores in the first heat. My board's pretty amazing. I'd just like to thank you for my family and guys in Brazil for sending a good vibe for me. And I hope to remain on the next count.
Well, I'm sure you're going to be in there. Brazilians have always been quite a dominant force here at the Mr Price Pro. Do you enjoy coming to South Africa and surfing here in Ballito?
Of course, the waves right here are so good, so power. I think everyone is still fire now, but it's amazing staying here and surfing that wave.
Well, you served them really well, and you gave the crowd on the beach really something to cheer about. So congratulations and good luck for the rest of the event. Bye.
Andy, thanks, Tomas Hermes, for putting on such an amazing performance in that last heat where he just kept building on his total. Went from 5s to 6s to 7s. Great composure and always able to provide a finish. We could see a lot of those closeout sections be pretty tough to stay on your board, Giggs, and he was able to get the job done.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, 2 messages coming through there from Tomas Hermes' interview. One is his humility and stoke. I mean, he's pumped on this. And he was talking about the power of the waves. And when you look at the scores that he packaged there, I think it was just over an 8 and a mid-range 7 to cap that heat. So 2 strong scores for your heat winner there. And, well, I'm expecting similar scores in this heat here, Joe.
Well, an exciting one on paper because we have Aritz Aranburu, Thiago Perez representing the top 34 on the World Championship Tour. We have Santiago Muniz, who, when you watch him surf, you can't help but think about his brother Alejo. They have so many similarities in their style. He's been competing his entire life, and he wants to join his brother on the top stage. And then you have Dale Staples, now living so close to this spot here in Ballito. He's been traveling the world his whole life. A great barrel rider, big wave charger as well. Dale is now looking to get a part of the top 34. Are you a guy that expects Dale to take that leap and make the WCT someday?
Well, you know, I think Dale's got the attrition and the focus and possibly the focus to do it. You know, I mean, you got to have a full package these days to make an impact in the World Surf Tour. So I'd say Dale does have the ingredients. It's just a matter of how the cake bakes for him. And I think definitely locations like this, we're talking about power, we're talking about strong waves, and we're talking about the power of these guys in this heat here. Dale Staples definitely can mix it up with the best, especially when the waves start getting chest high and above and they start barreling. Dale's got an affinity for the barrel. So
always fun to watch. Dale's been getting some cover shots in his career as well for that amazing tube riding ethic that he's got. A lot of them in the waters right here just north of Durban. Right now there's no waves except for Dale's 3.83 start. He has an early lead in this one, and we'll wait for the other guys to get things started. Thiago dealt with some injuries in the last couple of years, had to sit out majority of the year last year. Got the ASP wild card to come back to the top 34, but unfortunately had to miss Margaret River. So it's a reoccurring injury that he's been dealing with on his road to comeback, Giggs.
Man, you know, he's such an athlete. You know, we're talking about what it takes to be a top surfer these days. He has the whole package for sure. So I think, you know, coming off a run of bad luck. It's got to swing your way sometimes. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on him for sure.
Now starting to paddle, Dale Staples representing South Africa wearing the 383. We did lose Michael February in the first heat, so Dale trying to get one back for South Africa. Giggs, how does it work region to region when you focus on Durban, Cape Town, Jeffreys Bay? Are there little rivalries in between the regions when they're competing for state titles?
Man, of course, you know, we're a very competitive nation, you know, certainly for the small numbers that we have. You know, we don't have the big participational numbers that the Europes have and the States and the Australias and stuff. But the small community that we are, they definitely are a fired up bunch. So, and yes, there are those rivalries, but there's a very strong grouping nationally. Obviously, when we all come together and you get the 4 or 5 surfers into these big events, you know, we're all sparring together for that. So, yeah, definitely Dale, a great representative for South African surfing for sure. And let's have a look at some surfing here.
Watching this one taking off now, it's Santiago Muniz representing Argentina. Real quick off the top, exploding on the closeout section. He lays back, and he has to let go of the finish. So a big opportunity missed for Santiago, but how quick are his reflexes after that first turn, Giggs?
Right, lightning fast there. And as you go through the replay, you'll see this wave has kind of peaked itself in the middle of the beach, and he comes strong off the bottom. Does a little hesitation there, Joe. I'm not sure how the judges are going to interpret this. And obviously into the end section here, technical at the end there. Does he make it or not? Does he hang in? Let's wait and see how the judges throw on that, Joe. But I think he will want to package a little bit more for us than that.
So an interesting start to heat number 3. We had a little bit of a flurry in the last heat at the beginning. This one starting off a little slow motion, just a 1.93 for last to Santiago Muniz, as we'll take a look at the replay of this last wave, this first wave for Thiago Perez.
Joe, now here we go. Now this is that strong surfing that you've been mentioning that Thiago is branded for. Comes through to the inside here. Now you'll see a lot of guys are ending up with that oncoming section. So it's super critical that they package it. Having a chat to Pratamo, the head judge upstairs, just before I stepped into the booth, asking him what are they looking for. He made a very strong emphasis on combos. So in other words, the rides are short. It's a small arena for the guys. So they want to see some strong combinations of turns. He did put a lot of emphasis on that.
Combos are some of our favorite things to watch in beach break conditions like this. Quick to start with the tube. Aritz Aranburu looking for his combo on the inside. It's opening up again. Aritz packs it, and he ends up getting clipped on the second option. Fun to watch the setup, though, of the tube for Aritz to start and seeing that second peak sort of grow in front of him, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, as we tear this thing apart on the replay, yeah, under the lip takeoff for Aritz. And nice, it's a short one though, Joe, but here we go. Tries to link that second peak. As the tide drains out, these two peaks should start connecting more. We've got a low tide about 3.5 hours out, just under 3.5 hours out at around 11:30 local time. So local time now, 8:45. But we should see technically better links between those two peaks as the tide drains out.
As you can see, some locals hanging out behind the scenes. It's a real comfortable crowd here in Ballito that we always expect each and every year for the Mr. Price Pro, which is turned into quite a festival for not just surfers, but for the best skateboarders. There's ramps behind the scenes, and they introduced the music festival a couple of years ago, which always draws a huge crowd, Giggs.
Absolutely. Well, the Quadakuza local council have really embraced this whole opportunity to bring people to the coast. The rest of the country, you know, we are in the southern hemisphere. It is winter. We have a high elevation inland. The main centers like Johannesburg, Bloemfontein, and certainly down in the Cape. Those guys are freezing right now, and we're sitting here with temperatures reaching 25 degrees centigrade. So the Quadakuza council really took the opportunity of taking Mr. Price and basing it here and really getting a strong tourist attraction. So they've built a lot of stuff around. It's a fantastic time to be here.
Let's find a little bit more about the region where we're surfing here in Quadakuza. Check this out. So great support from the local government here as they welcome the Mr. Price Pro once again. Some great scenes reflecting back to the last couple of seasons of this prestigious event, which is it got so much amazing history. Last year we had so many legends standing by to watch the series. As we get back to the lineup with a speed move from Santiago Muniz, snaps it, then pulls into the pit, comes out and looks for the big finish, and once again goes down on the final turn. It'll be his best wave so far as we hit the 22-minute mark.
Joe, we've just seen wave number 2 unfold there for the Brazilian in blue, and a much better effort. He did check in with it as a sub 2-point score for his opener. Here we go, technically taking apart wave number 2 now for Muniz. Much better angle. That's got a lot of smash in it. Now he does the little stall. That's what the judges want to see. He did mention, the head judge Patamo wants to see tubes, wants to see strong moves in the lip. Unfortunately, maybe like an excellent score going amiss here with that last stumble, Joe.
So an interesting moment there for Santiago Muniz, falling on the finish. Only needed a 1.91 to move into advancing position, so we could see that change. But Thiago started with a 5.33. That's the new best wave of the heat so far, with 21.22 on the clock. As Giggs, we mentioned the tube all the time. I've seen some clips recently of yourself getting more barrels than I've seen in a long time. You have a lot of options in South Africa to finding some good waves up and down the coast. How often do you personally find yourself up in this region here in Ballito?
Well, I grew up here, Joe, so, you know, I love this area. Spent a lot of years surfing the south and the north coasts, but basing in Durban, it's not a far drive, guys. Durban is like 20 minutes away on a fantastic 3-lane freeway. The surf options here, if you're a surf traveler and you plug into the right weather systems, you're going to get world-class waves the whole of the southern hemisphere winter here. It really is. It's probably undersold for how good the waves are. Look, we do have the things like, what about the sharks, and what about the violence, and all those things. But, you know, if you're a surfer and you travel with a surf mentality, you plug into the surf community, you're going to score the waves of your life for sure here.
Very epic, as we've seen all the legends of our sport come down here to compete in South Africa for so many years, and proving to have some of the best waves in the whole world. And this is kind of the exciting time to come to South Africa. A lot of these guys in for the long haul, as we have the CT back on schedule, Jeffreys Bay, starting right after this. We'll have a lot of our CT surfers, guys like Filipe Toledo, who got second in our first heat, and a couple of guys in this heat, Aritz, Aranburu, Thiago Paris, heading to Jeffreys Bay right after this. As you can see, the competitors area on deck there, Gigs. A good place for them to prepare for their heats.
Absolutely. Listen, the infrastructure that Mr. Price have put together here, they really do a great job, and they've really perfected it as far as looking after the athletes go. The guys have got warm-up areas. They've got chiropractors on hand. I mean, the accommodations, the meals. I mean, to be a surfer and be part of this event, it's an absolute win, really. I mean, it's one of the favorite stops on tour.
Such a dream venue for the Mr. Price Pro to celebrate once again, and we're just in the third heat of the morning. Coming up next, it's Bino Lopes, Peterson Crisanto, Alex Ribeiro, and Stephen Pierson. We've been kind of on the theme of the Brazilian domination at the Mr. Price Pro, and we've had Brazilians in every heat so far. Next heat has 3 of them, and 1 Tahitian in Stephen Pierson. They've been able to adapt to the scene here in Ballito quite well. When you catch up to some of the best Brazilian athletes, they love their time in South Africa, and they sometimes call it their second home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've packaged it well there, Joe. I mean, the history of the Brazilians as far as success results here, they really seem to come to the fore. The other little theme that you kept discussing was the brothers, you know. So it's a nice story to tell as far as competitive surfing goes. But certainly with the event being in Ballito here, I mean, I'm expecting strong performances from the Hawaiians, the Tahitians and stuff like that, because we mentioned earlier the coast angle here does take the south swells a little bit more direct on. So in the previous years of the Mr. Price, you'd see sort of possibly softer, longer running waves, shorter, punchier waves now on offer. It does kind of open it up a bit more.
So Gigs, when you come down to surf here in this region, can you always expect bigger waves than you would get in Durban on a similar swell?
Pretty much, yes. Durban's a more sort of a hidden bay, so to speak, in the angle of the coastline. This has got a little bit more open ocean exposure. So you will, just depending on swell angles, of course. I think that's been the biggest revelation for everyone in the whole surf world, is about swell angles. But generally, most swell angles favor these north coast pockets here, and Ballito being the jewel in it. As long as you've got an outgoing tide, and you're here between May and August, you'll get some barrels for sure.
Well, Gigs, when you talk to some of the older crew that used to surf here in Ballito from back in the day, they kind of talk about how it was really kind of the secret gem for many years when they had guys like Savage coming down here in the early days and really posting up shop. And is it become, obviously it's become more popular since the events come here, but does it still have that kind of secret feel, when you come up here to surf and get waves?
You know what, if you're a surfer and you're based in the Durban area, you do know in the back of your mind that there are waves up here. But it's kind of like, you got to break out and get out of your work schedule. But if you can do that, you'll always get rewarded for sure. You mentioned names like Mark Savage there. He was one of the pros from the very early 80s that actually had a family cottage up here. And there's one of these coves. If you're looking at this is a south-facing picture for those of you who are trying to get a geographic bearing here. You can see the guys free surfing in the next cove down. That's called Boggs Bay. And then a few further down, there's actually one we called Sav's Island. So it's a series of bays that hold sandbars, and as long as we've got a little bit of offshore wind and an outgoing tide, you're going to get barrels. And
some of those guys from way back when, guys like Mike Savage, kind of say sometimes bog was the featured wave at the time, depending on the sand flow year after year. Right now, the main break is right out front here at Willard Beach, which has been where the contest has been held the last couple of years, but a lot of great history when you talk to some of the legends of the sport, especially when you think about South Africa. Greg Swart will be joining us later on this week as well, and a lot of those guys have packed a lot of tube time through over the years, like yourself, Gigs, and know exactly what this wave is capable of. Meanwhile, we've got a pretty fun-looking Pete setting up for Dale Staples.
Well, here we go. This is what the wave is capable of. It's got pockets and bowls on it and tubes. And Dale Staples, well, a little uncharacteristic of them. That was his wave number 2. Joey did open with a 383. We'll take that wave number 2 apart shortly and put it back together along with the judging panel. But he has, the only positive thing I can say is that he's posted a second ride with around the halfway mark, approaching just a little over 15 minutes. So I think an important score to lay it down on paper. Looking at the rest of the points score, a 5.33 is Thiago Perez, your highest score of the heat. Dale Staples here on the replay, missing an opportunity to nail and cement a proper score there, Joe.
Well, yeah, we've seen this happen throughout the morning where the finish looks fairly easy, especially for surfers of this caliber. And it's looking fairly tricky to stick it, especially in the heat of competition. Staples is going to try to recover from losing the finish, but he's still enough to take the lead. A 2.7 and a 3.83 has the lead. Second is with Santiago Muniz. Thiago just needs a 0.77 now to move on, and Aritz Aranburu needs a 3.61. As you can see, the soccer set up right down the beach. We'll have more people showing up throughout the day today, especially when we get a little bit closer to the weekend. We have Surfline as our official forecaster, but have you kind of noticed that swell that's coming on the horizon? Do you think we're going to be able to take advantage of the increase in swell later on this week?
Joe, I think if Surfline are calling it, I mean, they're pretty tight with their stats. So definitely there's plenty on offer. We've got a nice wide canvas. The whole week's got lots to offer us. So I think the head judge and the contest director can also pick and choose a little. I know that tomorrow there's a strong onshore forecast for second half of the day. So, they can pick their jewels, so to speak.
Plenty of time to work with. As you can see, the competitors, Wade Carmichael is closest to you there. We're just taking it easy and checking out the early heats of the morning so far. Wade from Avoca Beach, solid junior competitor, kind of had a dark horse roll to his name throughout his junior career without a serious major sponsor, but he's really been turning some names. He has Travis Logie, Dylan Perillo, and Vincent Duvignac coming up later in heat number 6.
Yeah, a great spread of heats stretching out ahead of us this morning. Staples has broken wide here, and he's gone for that second peak. And now we spoke about tubes. Does he push through the curtain, Joe? Well, the answer's no, but gee, he got some travel time for sure.
And hopefully he'll be rewarded for the effort that he made to start. Got a nice rhythm going, and right when he's trying to force the exit, he ends up going down. His low score is a 2.7. Let's take another look.
All right, here we go. Staples behind the peak. Judges will like the way he entered that chamber. Does a little bit of a breather there. Readjustments. You can see all the tweaks and the things going on behind the curtain there. And I think if he could have just done the stronger punch there, test me, that wave is stronger than what it looks, Joe.
Pretty powerful section. Takes down Staples and takes down an opportunity to improve on his top 2. He's going to end up just short, so situation remains the same. Santiago needs a 2.36 as we'll get caught up with the last wave on the replay. This was Aritz Aranburu.
Well, Aranburu opening with a 2.5 and a little tube as well. Here he goes on his wave 2. Nice strong turns. He's got now that's the combo stuff that the head judge was talking about. So I think expect a reasonable score for Aritz there. We'll throw that out to you as it checks in with the judges' spreadsheets. But Aritz Aranburu doing some technically sound and safe surfing, but nailing scores.
Well, we saw Tomas Hermes in the heat before gigs kind of get on a roll, getting multiple turns, nice change-ups with variety as well. Aritz wasn't able to get the variety of motion, would change up his turns too much, but he got methodical, was able to finish, which will be good to see. So he'll be improving. Didn't need a whole lot. A 3.61 for him to go into the top 2. He's going to get that score just to change things up a little bit. Santiago was in second. One more score to drop from the panel to see if Aritz gets it. A 3.8. He does take second. Santiago to third. Thiago to fourth with 11:30 to go.
Joe, yeah, look, this thing's going to tighten up quite a lot on us in the back third of the heat as we get to that 10-minute mark, 11:23, as you said on the clock. Now, judges have thrown out a 3.8 for that workman-like wave of Aritz's, but he's surfing intelligently now. He knows there's a little bit of a lull going on, and no one's packed in any big scores. A 5.33 for Perez in white is the highest score of the heat, and he, with only one wave on his card, will no doubt jump from fourth probably into first. Not a big requirement for him. So this thing's going to get tight in the back half, Joe.
So an exciting time for these guys to spar with WCT surfers, Dale Staples and Santiago, getting to compare themselves to Thiago and Aritz Aranburu. And Thiago came here late, showed up last night. He knew he was going to be an alternate due to Kolohe and Dino getting out of the event from the CT level. Thiago was able to get a quick spot into the main event. So he had to work with Al Hunt, let him know that he was on site ready to compete, and he ended up getting the call to the third heat of the morning to try to see if he can capitalize on these prestigious prime points. We've seen Thiago do double duty a lot in the past gigs, and that forehand carve could look beautifully out here in Ballito. With a little time on the clock, we'll take a short break. We'll come back with heat number 3 right after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, second event of the Prime Series on the ASP World Tour. Joe Turpel with Gig Silliers here for the call, and it's been fun to watch the first few heats of the morning, seeing these surfers really rip apart some smaller conditions and still knowing the tube's available. We've got an exciting day on our hands. Absolutely. Here we go. More surfing in motion for Aranburu. Now he is trying to unlock some scores here. He really does need to drop a low-scoring 2.5. No one's really unlocked the big safe door and cracked the jewels yet in this heat, Joe. So still leaving the door open with 9:20 to go. Aritz back on the WCT after a brief hiatus and represents the Basque part of Spain. A great competitor, and he seems to be one of those guys that can surf tricky conditions quite well. I remember a heat he had here last year when the wind started picking up. Conditions looked very challenging, and he was still able to find some diamonds in the rough. Absolutely. Well, that's testimony to these guys' A, ability, B, experience. So here we go. Replay of Aranburu. Nice snap there. Does get a little bit of weight behind it. Second one. Look, technically it's a soft turn. I don't think the judges are going to over-reward that by any means, but it's going to keep him in the race. So wave number 4 for Aritz Aranburu will factor in. Needs a 2.74 or better to take the lead. One judge gives him a 2.8. A second judge gives him a 2.8. It could be close for a lead change. As you can see, that early morning light. We always have an amazing sunrise when you look down the beach, and there's a couple more phenomenal waves that you can score up and down the beach here, Giggs. Absolutely, man. Walking distance will get you in the barrel here. This place is a series of rock-based coves with sandbars reeling off barrels. So, yeah, for the guys, they don't have to sit in a sulk. They can go and get tubes all over the place here. But, Joe, back to the action in this heat with just under 8 minutes to go. There's a couple things that I'm anticipating to happen here. One is
Perez to go from fourth literally into the lead because he is holding a 5-3-3 and it is only that one wave. He probably looking at that priority allocation system now, and it's pretty technical. I even went and took some photos of it, or maybe try and get the cameras to lock in on that 1, 2, 3, 4 priority system, because that's another whole set of work for the officials up there. I can tell you, I went and checked it out. It's a lot. There's a lot going on up there. But the point is that Perez in white is best poised in this heat. And the other thing to note is the heat leader, Joe Staples, in yellow, has had 2 opportunities to really capitalize and nail the heat, and he's let those slide on each occasion as well. So Staples leading with a 3.83 and a 2.7. There's plenty that can go down in the remaining 7 minutes here.
Pretty epic showdown. Staples out in front, but like you said, maybe some missed opportunity there. As you see Damon Pneumaticos way out there on the jet ski. He's part of the prestigious water patrol we have on hand for this event, and those guys were the heroes back in 2011 when it was absolutely pumping. Damon was one of the drivers that got guys like Pat Gudauskas back out in some heavy conditions to get the rides of their life.
100% right, and I mean, there's not many times when the QS events have to call on the jet ski assist, and that actually came into play in the very first year, Joe, that the event was here. I remember arriving to commentate in 2009, and we were just staring at 10-foot lines to the horizon. We were going, oh my gosh, how are we going to unlock this thing? So it was almost an emergency call to get the skis involved, and that's really what set up the efficiency of the following years. So yeah, the guys got thrown in the deep end full on in 2009. So skis super important when the swell thumps here.
It's really changed pro surfing in such a massive way. As we look at Aritz Aranburu, form carved to start. Now he'll snap it in the end section. Nice composure. Needs a 2.74 to take the lead off of Dale Staples. With now 5:40 to go. Smart move for Aritz just to force the completion there.
Absolutely. If we look at this replay now and we look at the technical side, it's a workmanlike approach. He's working hard on it. Just a check turn there, like as Wok likes to claim those turns. And here's important: he's nailed the end section here, Joe. Now that's where he's let that slip on previous rides.
And now back to live action with Thiago getting his second wave, going off the bottom and off the top. Thiago pairs with a finish attempt. He's down, but like you mentioned before, he only needed a 1.07 to get back into the top 2. He's holding the best wave of the heat before that. So at the 5-minute mark, we'll see this situation change. He's going to be back into the top 2, hitting the 5-minute warning, and now Staples' lead is being threatened at this point.
Absolutely. We said this tipping point in the heat would happen. Judges working on a score for Perez in white, and also a score, and I think a significant score in the context of this heat to drop in for Aranburu in red. So we'll just keep watching that scorecard. There you go, new heat leader. Aritz Aranburu in red from Spain is now in command with a 5.03 and a 3.8. That last ride of his tipping the scales there, Joe.
And now back to the lineup, drawn out bottom turn. Santiago Muniz belts it off the lip. Closeout finish looking pretty challenging. He'll let go of the final turn once again. Santiago, like Dale, with the scoring potential and falling on his closeout finishes, still only needs a 2.36 with now 4 minutes remaining.
Man, there's been a common theme here with all 4 of these athletes. They've all let go of opportunities. Everyone's dropped the ball and not completed waves where they could have nailed the winning score. Let's call it that.
Now a little bump popping up here, Gigs. We have just the pace of Aritz Aranburu and Dale Staples. Dale just dropped to 3rd. Thiago to 2nd. And Aritz Aranburu holding the lead as we'll get caught up with the replay from that last exchange. Walk us through this last one here, Gigs.
Well, here we go. The Brazilian looking to unload, very vertical. Like we were speaking, the judges want the combos. Now, this is where the deal could be sealed. And again, dislodged on that end section. Testimony to 2 things, the power of the wave, and possibly, well, I don't know, maybe the guy's just not sucking the lungs in and just holding on for that last thing. As I said, everyone's thrown opportunities away here in this heat. So with 3 minutes on the clock, Aranburu in red is in the lead. Perez in white lying second. Not a big requirement, a 3.5 to go to the lead for Thiago. So this is a very tightly bunched group of scores. Muniz in blue lying third. Staples now down in fourth, Joe. It's going to get super tight in the back 3 minutes.
So a big change here as we're now risking losing another South African from the draw in Dale Staples. We lost Michael February in the first heat of the morning. And now all attention on Dale to pose a comeback. But he had one of the toughest heats of the morning with 2 WCT surfers holding down the first 2 spots. And now we have more waves on the way, kicking and scratching into this one. It's Thiago.
Well, Pierce, yeah, holding on to this little peak here. It's dead in front of the tower. He gets his drifting second turn. He's really working out to try and lock something in for us here. It's run into that rip there, Joe. Question mark, enough to take the lead?
A solid effort. I think it should be enough. Thiago just needing a 3.5. Not a whole lot to take out Aritz Aranburu. Both battling for the top spot. Now deep on this one. Staples.
Staples from behind the section. It's not going to be enough. There's still 2 minutes on the clock. Is that a bit of body language that reads, I'm done? Interesting.
So looking a little frustrated at this stage. Staples representing the local contingent. 1:45 remaining on the clock, and the judges are assessing the last wave from Thiago. What do you think, Giggs? Is this enough for a 3.5?
Well, here we go. Lying second, takes off on this peak. Like I said, workman-like approach. He knows what he has to do. He knows the formula. Second, well, the third crack there, it's a little awkward, Joe, but it's kind of ticking the boxes. Now, I don't know how the panel will interpret that. I'm not sure. 1 minute to go. We'll wait for that score to drop.
As you can see, our gigantic scaffolding and setup here for the Mr. Price Pro here in 2014. It gets bigger every single year. We have a nice VIP area, a crucial athlete center for them to prepare for their heats. And now the judges are on the top shelf with a great view. And Giggs was talking about those priority discs before. They're big cubes now with 1, 2, and 3 written on them. And that's how the surfers can tell what order in the priority system that they are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty busy up in that top corner of the thing. And there we go. The heat is wrapped. And Pieris did get enough to take the lead.
It was a 4.23.
Wow, and he was requiring a 3.5. That wraps up heat number 3. Stay with us, the Mr. Price Pro Ballito.
So it was Thiago taking the big win. Aritz Aranburu, second place. Santiago needs a 4.67 at the end. He ends up eliminated along with the local boy, Dale Staples, from the draw as heat number 4 will be getting started in just a moment here. We'll bring in Warwick Wright once again for the call as the excitement continues here at the Mr. Price Pro.
All right, so live action continues here at the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. 3 Brazilians and a Tahitian take to the water, and the action was straight off the hooter here. Here we go for the opening ride of white, a backdoor section on a nice wall here, and this is a nice way to open for sure. And there's the link that we spoke about into the second peak. Whoa, I tell you what. That was on its way to a massive score. Let's see how the judges interpret that break through the curtain from our surfer in white, Peterson Crisanto. So 3 Brazilians and a Tahitian back.
Chatterboxes in the webcam there. Yeah, Thiago, that was a super exciting heat, changing in the very, very last minutes. Talk us through the atmosphere out there.
Well, it wasn't very exciting out there for us. A bit of a nerve-wracking heat. I just got the confirmation that I was going to compete today, this morning, so kind of living in a rush right now, but it was just a kind of a boring heat for waves, but it was really good if you get them. Hopefully next one. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on a good heat. It was certainly good surfing out there, as nerve-wracking as it must have been. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so well, a little bit of relief there from Thiago Perez in one way. I don't think he was super wrapped up in his own performance, but certainly did the job on Dale Staples and the rest of the heat there. He had to really work hard. It was kind of that previous heat went through a little bit of a slow patch. Live action here. We are watching a little rhythm in the sets here. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask the director to put on the previous wave the opening wave of white again. We'll go through that replay. It's an 8.93, so highest single wave score of the morning thus far. Wok, welcome back. Tide's draining out there. It's starting to come together at the Mr Price Pro.
Yeah, getting a lot more consistent now with the tide going out. You'll see a lot more surfing getting done. Offshore still up, so I think we see a lot more barrels as we saw there of Peterson's Crisanto's wave, dropping it at 8.93. So I think that's the highest wave of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% right there, Wok. And you can see on screen a brushed look to the ocean, still premium winter conditions here this morning. It should pretty much stay like this for at least another hour or two. Tide draining out for about 11:30 midday low. And local time here in South Africa, just past 9:15 in the morning. We are east facing here on the east shores of South Africa. We're about 50 kilometers north of Durban, the previous home of the Mr Price Pro. And let's have a little look at who's in the draw. Here we go. 3 Brazilians and a Tahitian. So Bino Lopes has had his smaller victories on the QS before. Peterson, Crisanto wearing the white singlet, and Alex Ribeiro. So 3 Brazilians, Wok. We've spoken about the Brazilian dominance all morning. These boys will light it up as the heat unfolds.
Yeah, the Brazilians have been dominating since Heat 1 this morning. We saw Filipe, Toledo, Tomas, Hermes, both getting massive scores throughout the morning. Obviously, Caio, Ibelli, getting those barrels. As we said, as the offshore stays up, we'll still see more pits going on. And 3 Brazilians in one heat. It's going to be quite interesting.
Absolutely. Well, temperatures warming up here at Ballito. Like we said, it's a 25-30 minute drive north of Durban. We're about 50 kilometers up the north coast. And it's actually where the new airport is as well. So super easy for the guys to slip in here. It's 5 minutes from the international airport. And you can see temperatures. Look, we're going to end up with suntan and umbrellas a little later today. The temperatures are climbing on the Mercury real quick right now, and it's holiday season here in South Africa, so people are down here loving it, taking it in.
Yeah, I don't think there's any place better in the winter in the whole world than Durban, to be honest. You've been down here for the last 2 weeks getting some great waves on the southern coast, as we see whites up running. That's
well,
Peterson,
here we go.
Crisanto.
Yeah, Peterson, Crisanto, strong snap there for wave number 2. Now, he's already opened with an 8.93 with those 2 tubes, and he's technically getting the work done here on a smaller wave under priority, so he wouldn't have been in the cycle to pick out an absolute berry as far as wave selection goes. So technically under the radar from the other guys' priorities, he has sneaked another solid score there, Wok.
Yeah, we see red up and around. This is Bino Lopes. Sneaking through the thing.
So Bino does a good job on his, he's had shrapnel scores for waves 1 and 2, but wave 3 he does get some good work together. Let's have a look at the replay here of both of these last waves. Peterson, Crisanto, Brazilian up and riding in the white, and he'll go vertical there.
Dang, love that first turn.
Yeah, Wok, I think, and now that second sweep, I think this is where the judges will really be starting to consolidate the score, and then, well, he does hold on to that third maneuver, so combination. And then it was followed up by Bino's tube approach here. Deep behind the curtain there, it does have a full foam ball. He does get through it. Judges are looking for tube opportunities, and they're very keen to reward time behind the curtain. So let's have a look. It's a 3-point ride for last of red Bino Lopes. Plays up against a 5.33 of Crisanto in white. Yeah. So interesting how the judges allocated those scores there. 5.33, so it's a mid-range score for a vertical attack, that snap in the pocket, and then the end section combo. So everyone should be striving to get those mid-range scores pretty quickly now, Wok.
Yeah, I think Peterson just trying to get that second wave under his belt. Mid-range score. It was a smaller wave. I think if he had those 3 turns on a bigger wave, you would have seen something more in the excellent range. That's Heitor, Alves there, obviously getting ready for his upcoming heat. He's in heat number 5, along with Fred Patacchia, Gudauskas, and Thiago Camarao. That's a big heat right there.
Yeah, and just looking further down the draw, you've just listed heat 5 for us there, Wok. Heat 6 coming up. After that will be Logie, Wade Carmichael, Dillon Perello, Vincent Duvenac. So it's loaded this morning, and I think conditions are going to play along for us here, Wok.
Yeah, I think we should be good until the end of heat 8 with the winds. It has been quite a chilly morning, meaning that the northwesters will stay hopefully as long as possible, and we can get as much of this first round out the way.
Absolutely. Here we go, back to live surfing action, and let's have a look and see what comes out. Oh, it's a nice junction turn there, followed by a second one. He's getting quite aggressive here. He obviously heard that 5-3-3 for Peterson Crisanto's last ride in white. He's done a virtual replay of it. Is Pierson from Tahiti.
Yeah, looking like a little bit of a bigger wave, so maybe they'll want to throw more of a score there. As we see, it's this Alex Ribeiro, the goofy footer.
Well, Ribeiro.
Bang, throwing that tail there. Nice bigger wave. Boom, that was it. That was a check turn right there.
All right, so on the backhand, the goofy footer getting vertical for us. Here's Bino Lopes. This is live surfing action. Strong turns in the pocket, nice and tight combinations there. So now it's raining down on the judges. They're going to owe us scores for blue, red, and yellow. That'll leave Peterson Crisanto out in pole priority, so to speak, Wok. Still plenty of time remaining, 20 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and, well, a whole peppering of scores to come in.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who I thought, well, here, let's have a quick replay. This is Stephen Pierson's wave. This is a bit of a bigger wave, which I liked, and he did surf a lot of aggressive there. Whoa.
Well, the other thing is that Wok, that wall actually came together. It wasn't just a peak, it kind of had a wall option on it. So I'd say look out for a nice banking score for Pierson. And now the goofy footer, the lone goofy footer in the sea. Look how vertical he goes here, Wok.
Bang, throwing the tail out.
Yep, he gets it up there. Now the second turn also, is it got some money on it? And that one there is the exclamation mark for that one right there, Wok. Looking good.
Yeah, I think that might have been the better wave of the exchange. What do you think, Giggs?
Well, I'm starting to watch some scores drop in here, Wok. I'm seeing a 587 check-in for Pierson in blue, so that's going to be a nice banker. Here he goes back into live action for our surfer that opened his account with a 587. That one, well, it's not going to come in the same range, but certainly he's laid down a foundation. Let's have a look at the replay of Bino Lopes here. Now, he opened up and got that tube. Remember, now here he goes. This is one where he got two tight turns here, Wok.
Whoa, right under the, he almost went under the lip there.
Well, the board hardly in the water for a while there. Technically gets up. The body language is a little messy. I'm not sure how the panel will interpret that, but it is a needed score for our surfer in red. So let's wait and see how that drops.
I'm interested to see what loss of Alex Ribeiro's wave was with those two massive cracks. That last one being the big money turn there.
Yeah.
Really, really vertical on a big set.
So, Wok, little overview here from our camera team. It shows the lineup in a greater, wider perspective. You can see your four surfers are peppered across the lineup. So there are multiple peaks coming in here. Specifically two zones. One, I'd call that the southern peak where our surfer in white is sitting now, holding priority. And then obviously the northern peak a little over to the left of frame. So I think the big scores are coming from if you can take off on the south peak and link it with the north peak, like we saw that wall for Pierson in blue. So a 587 is, it's the top score of the heat so far. No, I lied. That last wave of, that opening ride of Ribeiro in yellow, it checks in at a 6. One for the goofy footers there, Wok.
Yeah, that was nice. You can see those big turns definitely paid off. Yeah, looking at the lineup again, today obviously the onshore has broken up the swell a little bit, so it is a little bit spread out. The southern peak, as you said, would definitely be the number one peak to sit on. More of the better waves coming from there, but now they have the new priority system, so guys are taking turns and trying to get their backup waves a little bit more spread out down the point.
Exactly. Now I don't know if our technical team can pull up a replay of that first ride of yellow. Hopefully they can, because it is a 6. And it's been the best action of the heat so far. So without putting the production guys under too much stress, we'll see if we can pull it. We've got a little bit of a lull on our hands. But we'll have a look. If it comes, we'll talk it through. But Wok, the other thing to note is that Surfer in yellow, holding the 6 as a highest single score achieved thus far, is only on 1 ride. So at this stage, 17.5 minutes on the clock. Crisanto in white is leading. Pierson in blue lying second. Lopes in red lying third. Ribeiro in fourth. So it's all pretty tightly packed at this stage, Waka.
Yeah, exactly. I think Peterson looking quite comfortable up ahead in front there. Yellow and blue, Pierson and Ribeiro. Only a point separating them, or a 0.17, 0.13 actually separating them. So we could see a good little battle on our hands here. Absolutely.
And I think we were talking about that priority system earlier. It really is going to level out the performance platform, so to speak, for everybody. It's nice that aren't the Brazilians known for their hustle and their bustle?
Exactly,
so
yeah.
It's taken that factor out of it. It's putting all the emphasis on the surfing. So that's what we want to see here. We're trying to see if we can pull up that goofy foot opener of a 6. Other significant scores to talk about here, Wak, is Crisanto with a 8.93. That opening wave, it had 2 tubes on it. We spoke about the link between the two peaks, and he got the barrel off the one, linked it on the wall, and got completely barreled on the second peak. So that's a near perfect score, an 8.93. So that's what we're after. Tide's draining. Stay with us. Plenty of action coming your way here, Wak.
Yeah, you could see Peterson's first wave. He kind of tucked off into the barrel straight away, and then almost jumped into another wave and got the next barrel. So there are, it is peaky, but the natural footers are kind of finding those waves where they get the speed and connection onto the next bump, and you need to be using this whole wave to its maximum potential.
Absolutely. Well, you spoke about almost linking 2 waves there, and the fact that Crisanto is, he's the only guy close to a 9-point ride, an 8.93. Everyone else hovering, and also the previous heat kind of got stuck in that zone with mid-range scores. So it's all wave selection, obviously super critical here, and you can see your competitors moving around. The hustle factor's been taken out of this. There is a 4-man priority allocation system. It's all looking good here at Ballito for day 1.
Yeah, 100%. With it small, I guess, in the small conditions, it's going to be a lot harder for the guys to sit and hustle, obviously, because we have that priority. But at the same time, it makes guys get that wave count up, and that's how a lot of competitive surf nowadays is by getting their wave count up and building on their scores. So working the whole lineup, catching a lot of waves. They might start with 5s, and then pocketing 6s and 7s.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing to note is that it's a relatively short space that the guys are working in, so that we're not dealing with 100-meter long rides here. We're dealing with sort of 50-yard little bursts, and the strong emphasis from the judging panel, they want to see tight combinations. They want to see stuff that sets them apart, and they really want to see the guys hammering it from that first turn. They want to see tight action in the pocket. And as I say, there's definitely not a length of ride factor in any way here as far as canvas to work with. It's short, it's punchy, and the guys want to see really tight stuff.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because you want to see as you said, very, very short waves. So you want to be getting that board up as quick as possible, and as many turns as you can. But at the same time, trying to draw those turns out. So we saw Alex Ribeiro's wave there. A bigger wave, quite short, but he got those 2 really big cracks in. And then you see the 6-point ride that he received.
All right, so beach scenes here. Here we go. This is that replay we talk about, tight surfing. This is your lone goofy foot in the heat. Now this is a 6-point ride walk, but what I like about it is that he's getting a lot of action packaged into a tight space, especially this one here that we've been speaking about.
That's 12 o'clock right
wow,
there.
Right there. Complete pendulum swing, 180 degrees, straight up, straight down. It did earn the judges 6. There was some more potential possibly here at the end. A little wonk on that wave took out the possibility to move it into the next category of scores 7s and above. But a 6, and it is the only ride at this stage for our man in yellow. Interesting to note.
Yeah, yellow only banking on his 1 6-point ride. So if I'm correct, he probably will be first in priority. So he's obviously playing the waiting game, and it might pay off because he does have a good opening wave.
Absolutely. Well, it's the Mr. Price Pro here, day 1 at Willard's Beach, Ballito. Well done, the Quadacuza Council and government. They've really, really put together a fantastic... And harnessing, you mentioned it earlier, Wak, the best place to be in South Africa for winter.
Yeah, no doubt. Winter in Durban is lovely. Basically, I was just actually in Cape Town, in your hometown, last weekend, and it was freezing. But there was sun. Here it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a t-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Well, It's all about being on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Mr Price Pro Ballito. It's all going down here on day one. We're having a great time. The sun is pushing the mercury up, and Wok stripped down to a t-shirt. And I can tell you right now, we've seen some great surfing action. You are joining us in heat number 4. Right now, out in the water, 3 Brazilians and a Tahitian do battle in this heat number 4, round 1 of the Mr Price Pro. Leading at this stage, Peterson Crisanto, with a 8.93 and a 5.33 bagged as he scores. He is in the lead. Lying second is the Tahitian in blue with a 5.87 and a throwaway score. Then Lopes, another Brazilian, in red. Bino Lopes lying third. Not a big requirement for him, Wok, just a 3.35 to get out of third and up to second. It's a tightly packaged heat at this stage, and there's still 11 minutes on the clock. We're going to see a little flurry of activity soon.
Yeah, we can see Red. Yeah, he only needs a small score. Have you in mind that, you know, Alex Ribeiro and Steven Pierson already have one strong first wave, a 6.0 and a 5.87 for Steven. So they kind of just need a 3 or a 4, and they'll put Bino Lopes, needing a stronger second wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there you go. Your 4 competitors on screen: Crisanto, Pierson, Lopes, Ribeiro, in that order. Waiting for some more sets with 10:41 on the clock. It's a beautiful day down here. Very happy to be involved again in the Mr Price Pro Ballito. Well done. I mean, what a setup they've put. I mean, the infrastructure, the competitors area. I'm happy.
No, it's crazy. We're basically sitting here in like a little amphitheater, you know, of surfing. So I think we've got a little paddle coming up here. This could be yellow Alex Ribeiro. It's a good looking wave.
Well, here we go. This is wave number 2 for the Brazilian on his backhand.
Bang.
Very vertical Wok. That's what we spoke about. Remember, he opened with a 6. He's got to hold on to this.
There we go.
That's a banker right there. Nice stuff. So there we go. Ribeiro will go from 4th, and dare I say, he may even threaten the lead of Peterson, Crisanto, and White. Let's go through the replay here, Wok.
I like his first turn. It was very quick. Whoop. There you can see he's already setting up for a second turn. Bang.
Very technical there, and I like the way he holds it together. He gets over his board. 3 strong turns. That's that combination stuff the judges are looking for. Now the question is, does it earn a 6? Because if it does, he goes into the lead. Let's see. Judges haven't dropped any scores yet. 5 of them on the panel. They will have looked at that replay with us. They may even call for another one just to check it out. I mean, there was a lot of technical stuff going on turns 1 and 2 for sure.
Yeah, I think the third turn, obviously more of the safer turn, just the close-up floater. I think he knew he needed to make that last turn, so just to get that big score.
Yeah. He may have backed off a touch on that last turn, but he was doing something important that we watched the previous heat fall very serious victim to, that no one was rounding off their rods.
No,
everyone was kind of like getting flipped off deck, and I think by Ribeiro just watering that last effort down a little bit. Played it safe, but did do the completion. So 3 strong turns for the judges to think about. There we go. You can see that 1, 2, and 3. So we'll talk through that priority thing quite quickly. The green disc up on the top right-hand corner of the tower is indicating that we are still inside the main frame time-wise. In other words, we've still got more than 5 minutes remaining. In fact, 8 minutes remaining. That's what the green disc allocates to the waters, to the surfers in the water. But the 1, 2, 3, those little blocks, those are colored blocks that are spinning, and it means that first priority now belongs to Bino, Lopes, and red. But the guys know that. I mean, we're just trying to relay that to you folks at home. But out in the water, we've taken the hustle out of it. There we go. Okay, so the way the cubes are facing the lineup, surfer in white will have priority. First priority will be white, second red, third will be blue. That's how that'll work. The guys out in the water, what that means very simply is Peterson Crisanto's unobstructed right of way to any wave he wants, and then sequentially it'll roll through the remaining. Now here we go. This is a red-ridden left here, Wok.
Yeah, not many lefts to be seeing here at Surfers Beach. Alex Ribeiro's last wave did drop in. It was a 6.83, so it was a lot better than his first ride. And he's pretty much solidified his second place so far. Stephen Pierson needing a 6.96.
Well, Wok, a pair of sixes has got Ribeiro, the goofy footer, up into second place. So Peterson Crisanto, the Brazilian in white, is leading with an 8.93 and a 5.33. Now second is Ribeiro in yellow with a nice 6.83. We spoke through it. Here we go. So live surfing action. Let's keep an eye on this.
Oh.
What? He doesn't come through that
see how
peak
quick
there.
it is out there.
Yeah. Bino Lopes looking to unlock something. He's now down into fourth walk. And a little wall stretched out ahead for our surfer in white. So some activity here from Crisanto and Lopes. It won't have a bearing on the heat as far as scores go. Having a look on frame there. Crisanto paddling very quickly back to... It is a small compact lineup here at Ballito. Beautiful condition still for the boys. And a throwaway score will come in for Crisanto and Lopes on that little exchange walk. Not much change there with a little over 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Peterson looking quite comfortable in front. Alex in second place hitting a 7.5. You know, not a lot of sevens being dropped this morning, Gigs, unless you're getting some good barrels, as we saw Peterson do.
Well, our surfer in red, Bino Lopes, we saw him having a scratch there, trying to backdoor, throwing a bit of a risk into that wave selection. He's really got to pull something special out of the bag. He needs a 9.4 to stay in the game. So it's a tight ask now. Blue and red under pressure with around 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Bino Lopes will be listening to those scores. You can see him getting a reference, finding out his requirements. Jared on beach commentary will be relaying the fact that Peterson Crisanto in white is in the lead. Ribeiro in yellows lying second. So we'll keep a little eye on Stephen Pierson from Tahiti and Bino Lopes from Brazil in red in this back part of the heat. Wok, you took a little walk around the previous heat. Tell us, tell us what you're seeing outside the commentary booth there. I mean, it's beautiful here down at Ballito. Obviously, people are going to try and steal out of the work schedule and come down here as the day goes on.
Yeah,
and
I think as the South African said, let's just have a quick watch here. This is Black Pierson, the Tahitian. Wow, he was loving that one.
All right, so that will have a little impact on the heat. Pierson in blue from Tahiti, needing a 6.96 to tip something in his favor. And here we go, your second position surfer. Very vertical for Alex Ribeiro. Two strong turns from Wok. And there we go. We're speaking about that throwaway end section. Now,
yeah, you got to be nailing that last. You got to be nailing that last turn just to get the judges' attention there. But we're gonna have a quick replay, I think.
All right, now I think we'll go with the replay of the Tahitian first. Here we go. Behind the peak.
Under the lip too.
Under the lip too, as you said there, Wok. And I like his distance traveled here.
Yeah. Clean exit, actually.
Very clean. Well, yeah, not out onto the face, but not a doggy door either.
Exactly.
So let's have a look and see now for the mechanical first backhand turn here. That's very vertical. Judges will like that.
He has this turn absolutely down.
But here comes the error, and we've been speaking about it all morning, especially in that previous heat as well. So judges owe us scores there for yellow and blue. They've dropped in a small... No, they haven't dropped scores yet, Wok. We're going to hang on for that. That's going to have an impact on the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm excited to see what they're going to drop for Pierson, see how the judges see it from their side.
Yeah, well, judges will have looked at those replays with us. We're going to cut to an ad break. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Mr Price Pro here at Willard Beach, Ballito. Some action unfolding in the water with a 6.43 for a last tube of Stephen Pierson from Tahiti. That has pitched him into third, but still not enough to get him into those top two positions. Wok, here we go, live surfing from our surfer in red.
Bino Lopes.
Now, Bino's trapped in the bottom part of this heat here, lying in fourth walk. He's going to need more than that.
Yeah, the first open car was really nice, catching just a little bit, but as you see, as he came out of it, the second section was already there, you know, so he had to try to get over that. And, you know, you need to try to find those ways where you can do at least 2 clean turns, if not 3.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Live action from your heat leader, Peterson Crisanto. Strong raking turn, nice radius through that. Consistent rail work. The rest of the wave, well, it's a little broken walk, but he's working. It's a high work rate. And he is trying to shake a low-scoring 5.33. So let's see. I'm not convinced that it's in that range of scores, but we'll have a look at a replay nonetheless. So Bino Lopes, first of that exchange. Off the bottom.
Just catching a little there.
Yeah, but I do like the way he carried it through on the rail. And then the end section. Well, he comes through that little explosion. Can I use the word little explosion? It's kind of more violent than a little explosion. Here we go for Crisanto. Now, watch this radius on this turn.
Oh, that was proper.
Yeah, he's got pressure on that thing the whole way through the arc. Then the rest of the wave does tend to fall apart here, Walk. It gets a little white water broken. It's got some washes and some bubbles on it. Nothing special in the back part of that wave, so I don't think that's a huge impact. I don't think that Crisanto will extend the lead. He's got to improve on a 5.33. It's a 3.97. It's not enough to extend the lead. No change to the situation. We got 1 minute remaining. Peterson Crisanto, the Brazilian in white, leads. Ribeiro, the goofy foot Brazilian in yellow, lying second. Is there anything in the tank for Pierson from Tahiti in blue or Lopes in red? It's tight, Walk. Not much time, mate.
Only 2 points separating first and third. I think, you know, with those scores from coming from 12.3 up would have got you through any heat from the first 4 heats this morning. So you can see how the waves are getting better and the surfing's getting a lot better now as the tide drains. Yeah,
absolutely. So 30 seconds remaining. Our cameras are locking onto the 2 guys that will need to pull something out the bag here. We are keeping our eyes on blue and red as the clock hits 20 seconds. Some bumps approaching as well, Wok. It's not over till it's over. And here we go, behind the section for Bino Lopes.
Boom.
He's not going to find his way through that. And here we go for your second place surfer who will try and capitalize. Backhand turns.
Boom, that was nice.
Well, we're watching it through the window. Maybe we'll get a replay on that. But either way, we've got into that dying section of the heat. So I can't see much tipping the scales there. Crisanto will take the win. Ribeiro will be second. Let's see if we get a replay. Otherwise, we'll go to an ad break. All right, Wok, we're in dead time between heats 4 and 5. Crisanto will have taken the win. Ribeiro second. Scores dropping in from that last heat. The judges will just be holding the next heat start at this stage. But no significant scores. Well, let's have a look and see. No, nothing's going to affect the outcome of that heat. Crisanto in white wins. Ribeiro in yellow lying second. Pierson from Tahiti says goodbye along with Bino Lopes in red. Well, Wok, a little flurry at the end there. Not much to change the landscape. And Peterson Crisanto with an 8.93, he did stamp that heat win.
Yeah, you know, opening up as a count with an 8.93 is always lovely to start your first heat of the day. You know, getting the double barrel, as I said, I think the judges were loving the barrel so far this morning. You know, while the conditions still allow it, it looks like they'll be scoring the big points. This is rider Heitor Alves, quick goofy footer, trying to get his account open. Bang.
Wow. Heitor Alves stamps the new pace to this heat straight out the gates. Your surfer in yellow. Heitor Alves, he's up against Freddy Patacchia in red, who's also just unlocked an opening score. Tanner Gudauskas in white and Camarao in blue. Stay with us. There's our lineup, Wok.
Yeah, I think this is one of the exciting heats of the round. Three veterans in here, all WCT surfers. Fred Heitor Alves has been on tour along with Tanner Gudauskas, and the Brazilian Thiago Camarao's top 50 surfer for the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, absolutely. So Brazilians, Americans, Hawaiians, we got the whole mixed bag here in this. So stick with us. Heat 5 at the Mr Price Pro Ballito, It's going to be another cracker. You did speak about the tide draining. For those of you who've just logged in, I'm not sure where you are in the world, but it's 9:40 local time here in South Africa. And tide's running out. It's light offshore winds, and it's a cracker for the opening day of the Mr. Price Pro. And here we go. Quick work here. A second wave already for your Brazilian in yellow. Steps it up into the floater. Strong angles on that float as well, the approach and the exit. And here we go for Camarao. Big rasp to open. Very nice technical surfing, but a short wave walk.
Yeah, only the one turn there. You'll be looking for more. And then Heitor Alves, he has a replay of Heitor Alves.
All right, so Alves, wave number 2 already. I mean, there's only 2 minutes expired on the clock. Nothing in that first turn.
Yeah, almost a little hesitation there.
Yeah, I think we might have got a little overexcited here, but it was a good second maneuver with that floater. You saw I technically went right over the roof of that barrel walk. And then how's this opening carve, just to show us that he can do the rail work?
Oh, that was lovely.
Wow.
Nice drop wallet there by Camarao. But only the one turn, so...
Well, you watched how those fins kind of released at the end of that sweep. So we'll wait for some scores to drop in for our surfer in blue, Camarao. And I like that turn. Thiago Camarao, one of our Brazilians, one of many Brazilians. I think they make up the biggest percentage in this Mr. Price Pro lineup walk. The Australian contingent and the Brazilians. That's where the workforce is here.
100%. You know, Brazilians also just full workhorses. You see them, you know, for the last 4 heats, always getting the most waves. And the majority of them are actually getting through at the moment, because I feel that waves like this, or, you know, a lot of waves in Brazil are actually like this. You know, spread out little waves, short, quick waves. If you watch the WCT in Brazil now, it actually looks a lot like this.
Exactly. All right. Well, judges do owe us some scores, and they are working. On screen is live action from Gudauskas. Tanner on his backhand, nice and tight walk, very tight.
Oh, that was lovely.
Compact. Does he hold on to that third one? It's impossible, and he almost pulled it.
I think those first 2 turns were pretty solid. Very, very critical surfing there from Tanner Gudauskas.
Yeah. Now he knows that he's got to package it right in on the short little run that the boys are working with. Let's have a look at the replay of Tanner Gudauskas. Here we go. Opening wave for the Californian in white.
Crack.
Very, very tight. 1 and 2 technically really, really very impressive. There's that end section that's been troubling the boys. Little sideshore wash tends to get that peak as well. You can see it in frame on that replay. But nonetheless, judges will drop a score for openers of white. They have put in a 5.67 for Freddie P. We did miss that. The action was shared at exactly the same time as Heitor Alves' opening ride. And in that exchange between, well, we've actually got 3 goofy footers in this heat, but Alves and Patacchia went for the opening exchange. A 6.33 for the Brazilian. Heitor Alves was a cracker score to open. And let's have a little look at, let's see if we can find another replay.
No, we're going to take it down to the interview.
All right, sorry, down to the beach for the interview.
Hey guys, I'm on the beach with Peterson Crisanto, the highest wave scoring surfer in the event so far, and you wasted no time in your heat, getting an awesome double barrel in the first few minutes. Tell us a little bit about that wave. It must have been sick.
Yeah, I was waiting for that wave and came, and just like I know I catch the barrel in the first section. And yeah, I was lucky to get another one in the second session, so I'm pretty stoked to move through.
And you're here in South Africa, in Ballito. Are you enjoying the waves, the weather, and the beach here?
Yeah, I've been here like three times already, and I love this place, the food, the people, and actually the waves. Yeah, pretty stoked.
And out there in your heats, are you enjoying the new priority system?
Yeah, it's way better. I don't have that wrestle we have the year before. So yeah, so.
Well, you surfed really well. Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you in the rest of the event.
So now watching Fred Patacchia.
Well, there we go. Your heat winner from the previous heat. Some nice words from him, basically saying how he's enjoying the luxury of that four-man priority system. It's working good for the boys out here, taking that grind out of it.
Yeah, I think for most of the better surfers who kind of want to stay away from the hassling, it's going to work a lot. But let's just have a quick replay. This is Freddie Patacchia's second wave.
All right, so Freddie P stretching out with wave number 2. You can see how he just holds through that section. Freddie P does know exactly what to do when in the heat. And, well, a little difficult section here for Freddie P. He will hold on. He did open with a 5.67 walk. We've just watched the replay of wave number 2. Be interesting to see how they check that score, and I don't think it's going to be a dynamic score. But I can tell you that surfer in white Tanner Gudauskas a 5.93 to open. And that puts him nicely in line as we go back. Well, let's have a look at live action here. Thiago. Camarao, nice combo of 2 turns there. Not a big distance covered, but it's nice and vertical. It's an improvement on his opening ride. Remember, he only got that 1 carve for wave 1.
There we see Fred again from a long view.
Yeah, well, there we are on screen. Freddie P completing wave number 3.
Yeah, Fred looks like he's just getting his wave count up. You see, he started with that 5.67. He just needs to bank on another one, another 5 or so, and then he can go and sit and wait for the 7 or the 8.
Yeah, and roll out that priority approach that's, that the boys are enjoying the luxury of here. So, little pepperings of scores dropping in for all of our surfers. Freddie P, his previous ride, a 3.4. Judges will be working on that last score. I don't think it's going to have a massive impact on the landscape of this heat with just over 22 minutes remaining. It is Freddie P in the lead with his group of 2 scores, a 5.67 and a mid-range 3 at this stage is what he's working with. Heitor Alves did open with the best of the scores, a 6.33. We did have a look at that ride. And let's have a look at this wave number 2 of Thiago Camarao. Here we go. Now remember that he's on the forehand, so he wants to get that rail carving. He sees that oncoming section. It's a nice completion to that walk. I mean, technically that is sound surfing for wave number 2. It earns a 3.5.
Yeah, it was 2 nice quick turns. I felt he caught a little rail on the first carve. You know, I think, you know, to get those bigger scores, you need to be perfect on rail and pushing it all the way through, coming out of those turns straight into another one. That's kind of what the judges are liking at the moment.
Well, it was almost if that wave number 2 of Camarao in blue, the wave didn't have a lot of grunt to it. He may have just overpowered that first turn a touch.
Yeah, I tell you, it was a smaller looking wave too, and a little bit flat where he tried to push through. So no doubt he did well with what he got. I think he just needs to wait for a bit of a bigger wave, and we'll see from here. He has a paddle from Freddie P, but he's not going to go.
Well, having a look at the peppering of scores on offer, Freddie P is our heat leader at this stage with, well, hardly a third of the heat expired, so still lots out ahead of us. 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Freddie P in charge, a 5.67 and a 3.73. Here we go for...
Oh, no, that was lovely.
Yeah, that's got some nice squirt on it. Tight section again there, Wok.
Yeah, you see he hopped into that next section there, right there.
Yeah. It's an outgoing tide, so we should see some of that linking that we spoke about between the peaks. Let's have a look at the replay of this wave number 3 of Thiago Camarao in the blue singlet. We'll come to it shortly. This is Freddie P on your screen, and Freddie P work rate supreme, nailing a 4th score already, so keeping his work level up. Let's have a look at the replay. Wave number 3 for Camarao. Very tight.
Yeah.
And then into that oncoming section. Doesn't complete it, Wok, so it's a single maneuver score in the end. It's not gonna even feature in his top 2. But here's the working man, Freddie P.
Oh, that was tight.
Wow, that was tight. You saw how much radius and the angles in that. And then Wok, he does the link here to the inside. It's not a particularly big wave, but it's clinical and it's clean, and it's wave number 4 for Freddie P.
Yeah, he's getting to work there, Freddie. I like that first turn. It was really tight, and he hooked it in right on the lip. But as you can see, gigs, when they take it from those little small peaks, they get that first turn done really nice, and then as they come out of it, there's not much wave left, so they need to hop onto that next section to keep the connection going.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Freddie P opened with a 5.67. He's currently holding a 3.73 as a backup score. So we're waiting to see if that last ride does check in as an improvement. He is your heat leader right now with 18.5 minutes remaining. Freddie P is in the lead in red. Heitor Alves, who opened with a 6.33, holding a low-scoring 2.33, is lying second. So this heat is a bunch of scores right now that's all really tightly packed.
Yeah, we see Tanner out in 4th place, but only with the one wave. Here goes Camarao again, back to work.
Well, he'll be looking for the barrel at some stage.
Nice.
Nice zippy turn. Here's that link we spoke about.
Bang, that's what we're looking for.
That's a strong junction turn right there. Now, I think that will come in as well. I'll throw out a little opinion and say his best wave thus far. I mean, he doesn't have much to work with, a 3.5 and a 2.83 as his previous counting rides. And let's see if he improves on that. Here we go, live action. Gudauskas down the beach. Tanner Gudauskas it is on wave number 2. Not much came out of that walk. He had to do the race down the wall there. Not a lot on offer. And scores will be coming in for previous rides of blue. And interesting to note that the last wave of Freddie P has entrenched his lead. Here we go. This is a replay of wave number 4 for Thiago Camarao. Nice snap. How's that little drift there with the tail? Yeah, a little check drift there. And now that is a tight angle. He went up into that oncoming section and a beautiful 90-degree shift through that oncoming slam there. Nice.
I love that he just accelerated out of that last turn, just exploding through it.
Yeah. Let's see how that score pegs when it comes in from our panel as to top-end scores. Right now, a 6.33 for Alves is the highest counting single ride. Tanner Gudauskas opened with a 5.93, tight backhand surfing from him. And here we go, Freddie P on your screen. Wave number 5. He's keeping the work rate. Nice and mechanical, and that one's a letdown. A 4.17 on his previous ride, and here we go, Heitor Alves. Now, he's opened with a cracker, looking for that backup score. Goodness me.
Insane.
Goodness me again. Well, there you go. Heitor Alves will add that score to his opener of a 6.3. Bye-bye goes his low-scoring 2.33. And judges will be working on scores for, well, small throwaway scores for red and white, but good scores for surfer in blue and yellow. Here we go. Let's have a look. This won't be a special score for Freddie P, but it allows us to just analyze. I mean, how quick is he on his backhand? He's technically so efficient.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of the Gibby foot is using so much short space. We'll just watch Heitor here.
Now, Alves in the yellow will go
bang
past vertical.
That was 1
beautiful
o'clock.
Body language there. And watch the slam here. He actually gets vertical on it too. So judges are going to applaud that. They haven't even started working on that score. They have allocated a 5.87 for the last ride of blue. Thiago Camarao with his best score. And we did speak about that with that strong slam onto that oncoming section. So the heat has changed a little bit of order, but we are waiting for a score for last of yellow, and I think it's going to make an impact on the heat. Wok?
That's us.
It's hello to the world from Ballito. Here we go with live action from Heitor Alves. It'll be a throwaway score, but judges are owing us those 2 previous backhand attacks. And let's have a look and see. I can see one of the judges has thrown a 5. And then there's a 6.2. So it's a wide spread of scores that averages out at a 5.33. Your heat leader is Alves on screen. So the Brazilian in yellow leads over the Hawaiian in red. Heitor Alves, your new heat leader, Wok. 6.33, a 5.33 are his 2 grouped scores. Freddie P holding on to a 5.67 and a 4.17. We'll wait for Freddie Patacchia to drop out that 4.17. Lots of time remaining. 14.5 minutes.
Yeah, wow, that was quite interesting. To be honest, I thought Heitor's last wave was one of his best waves that he's had, but obviously we're not the judges, and that's just what I think. But I definitely think we have a heat in our hands now. Everything's quite closely spread. Everyone's had one solid wave each, so Camara's back in contention, and I think we're going to jump over to an ad.
All right, so we're sticking with live action because we've got some sets rolling in on the lineup here, and it's a priority takeoff and capitalization for Camarao in blue. He's found that pocket to sweep in and carve and a check re-entry at the end there, Wok. So that's capitalizing on scores. Only needing a 3.97 is your surfer in blue. And here's a little look at the replay. You see Freddie P has to say goodbye.
That was a nice turn.
And it's hello to the priority ownership of this wave. And that there is the money turn right there. Second one gets a bit lost on the way through that sweep there, Wok. But I think he's done technically what he could with that wave. So let's see how the judges throw up a reward. And while the judges work on that score, let's go to an ad break and take a break. Let the judges settle their scores. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro here at Ballito. Cameras will lock into live action of Tanner Gudauskas on the backhand, cracking up a third. Oh, well,
just coming unstuck
just
there.
Getting unstuck there. He really does need to unlock that backup score. He opened with a 5.93. Here we go for your heat leader in screen.
Ooh.
Going to the skies.
Looks like his board flipped a bit there, eh?
Yeah, he didn't keep the rotation as flat on as what he had hoped. The board did just check out. There is a little bit of an offshore breeze here, so, you know, it's always tight when the guys are punting into a straight offshore. But nonetheless, he did get some of that rotation for us and certainly got a couple of wows out of you there, Wok.
Yeah, we see Blues wave, Camarao's wave dropping. Looks like in the 5 range so far.
Yeah, judges owe us scores for last of white now and last of blue, and then a little re-look at the situation. 12 minutes remaining on the clock. If you've just joined us, we are on Heat 5, Round 1, the opening day of the Mr. Price Pro Prime event here at Ballito in South Africa. We're loving life here. It's about the best Monday morning I've had all year. That I can tell you. Freddie Patacchia, Tanner Gudauskas, Heitor Alves, and Thiago Camarao, 2 Brazilians, a Hawaiian and a Californian. Make up the mix in this, and here we go on screen, your heat leader.
Whoa.
Well, he'll go down on that. So the boys are trying to pick out things under priority here. Quite interesting. You see everyone's got a work rate. We watched a few people get stuck in heat 3, I think it was, with sitting out the lulls and not finishing rides. So obviously the competitors are sitting, taking this all in, Wok. They don't want to let opportunities go by. The priority system is obviously spreading the load nicely and putting the emphasis on the performance surfing, taking the hustle and bustle out of it. But under priority, guys are still nabbing rides.
Yeah, there's so many peaks out there that you can actually, you can get those little waves and they can actually open up, as you saw what Thiago was doing. He's getting 3 or 4 turns, so you don't necessarily have to be under priority to get the best waves out there today.
No, absolutely. Well, as I say, I mean, the guys with priority are obviously looking to pick out the plums. On screen is Gudauskas again. Now he needs to lock down a backup score. And with surfing like that, I think he may just be doing it. 3 strong turns. And does he hold on to the 4th? You see it gets pretty tricky on the inside there, Wok. But
those first 3 turns were.
Those first 3 turns are money. And I think that's going to say goodbye to his low-scoring 3-point ride. And we'll have a look at that replay of it. Taking off in 4th place in this heat, Wok, with a little over 10 minutes on the clock. Gudauskas gets very vertical there. I like that. And then, well, he forces that 3rd one, but he is doing what he can with this leftover part of the little cappuccino section on the inside. It's a little bit broken and foamy, but he does get good work out of it. And I would say expect at least a shift in some of the positions with that score to check in. Beach scenes here, the mercury is rising. The weatherman does say around 25 degrees centigrade. We still work in South Africa with, we don't use the Fahrenheit, so I'm not even sure how to convert that. I'll have to Google it for you. But 25 degrees centigrade here, which means enough for the girls to get the bikinis on and start enjoying the beach festivities that will. And I mean, what a list of activities we've got for the whole week here, Wok. Music festivals, all sorts of action, and of course 96 of the world's best surfers right here in Ballito.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Some of the best musicians from around the country will be here, skateboarding, BMXing. As we look at Fred Patacchia, this looks like a good looking wave.
Well, Freddie P will have heard from beach commentary that he's down in 4th position.
Oh, nice.
Nice snap from Freddie P. Good work from our camera crew. They've got him locked in here.
Oh,
big
there
section, very nice surfing. So now the heat is going to do a little bit of seesawing. Freddie P down in 4th place, needing a 6-point ride to unlock that 4th position. And that is because Tanner Gudauskas unlocked to 7, the highest score of the heat thus far. Let's have a look at this replay here, Wok. Very nice opening turn.
A lot of spray.
That wave is a touch flat, though, as it runs wide, but it's given him the canvas to work with.
Really needing a 6.00 to go from 4th to 2nd. It's, I don't know. I don't even want to make that call right now.
All right, so let's go for another replay here of Heitor Alves action from your surfer down into 2nd. And wow. Well, you saw,
Was that incomplete?
That's a good question. I think the technical replay there will bring that into focus for the judges.
There is a cracker on the outside.
I think they would have deemed that it was incomplete. Here we go for possible under the lip takeoff from surfer in blue. It's on the wide peak. Now, this is more the northern peak. It's often very difficult for the viewing public through the cameras to figure the angles. Here we go. This is a wide peak for Gudauskas. It's not going to work out either. But the guys are patrolling an area about 100 meters left to right on your screen. There you can see as the camera pulls back, those guys were using the wider peak, what we call the north peak here in this lineup. And we've seen some of the stronger scores obviously coming out of the southern peak there. So, well, let's have a look and see. Judges are throwing out a 6.6 for Freddie P on that last ride, enough to get him out of 4th and boost him up into 2nd. So with 7 minutes remaining, the last score of Alves is inconsequential. White leads. Tanner Gudauskas is out in front over Fred Patacchia in red. So there's your pair of leaders. Now, bottom half of the heat looks like this. Alves in yellow, needing a 5.95, and Thiago Camarao in blue, needing a 6.41. Achievable scores, 6 minutes 45 on the clock. Walking more action coming our way.
Heitor Alves, bang, first turn.
Alves responding.
One more, here we go. He's such a quick surfer. He's going to ride that out.
He does.
You
you can see a little bit of body English from him. He does a little acknowledgement. A 5.95 required. And here we go. Alves down into 3rd with a little over 6 minutes remaining. Goes vertical.
Bang, that was very tight.
Extends it out over the lip as well. Tight radius on the 2nd turn. Keeps it moving for the 3rd. And without sounding like a grocery store 1, 2, 3 kind of check it, put it in the basket and ring it up stuff, it is very technical, good, strong surfing from the Brazilian in yellow.
Yeah, and he likes that there. These three goofy footers you can see are some of the fastest surfers I think I've seen on tour. And they're showing them with those 3 big verts. Not even a 0.5 that are separating their best waves.
Well, I can tell you that for what Pratamo, the head judge, and the panel are looking for, I may even throw out a little comment saying that it might be favoring the goofy footers as the day goes on, because they are able to get it super tight and compact, and the guys want to see those combos super vertical, tight, and with the flow linking it all together. And I just think that mechanically we're seeing some great surfing unfolding now with the goofy foot surfers.
Yeah, and 100%. It looks like the goofy footers can get those first 2 turns done a lot quicker than the natural footers. They don't need to go rail to rail between their turns. They're going straight up and down, straight up and down.
Yeah, they're just going strong heel toe, as you said. They're walking. I think with names like Logie coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
That's also going to be interesting. I think Wiggly is a goofy as well as I look down to heat 7. So I'm kind of watching this natural foot, goofy foot thing, which, it's not always a subject, but I think today in this compact lineup, we could start putting some chats about goofy foot versus natural foot back together.
Yeah, me and Joe were chatting this morning, and we said, who did you think was going to be lighting up today? And I actually thought the natural footers, but I think I'm eating my own words right now.
Well, that's all right. You're allowed to have a bit of tea and eat your words at around 10 o'clock in the morning as we go back to the goofy foot action of Gudauskas in 2nd place. Extends that floater. Now, you see how that wave broke up there, but he's really held it together in that little buckled section. And walk a 6.9 for Alves in yellow on that last ride. Those 3 punchy turns, it's got him in the lead. So Alves in yellow is leading. Gudauskas in white, we've just seen him in action down into second. Patacchia hovering in third. And this surfer here, our lone natural footer, in fourth. Thiago Camarao.
Wow, the situation has changed a good few times over the last 4 or 5 waves, eh, Gigs?
Yeah, this is 3.5 minutes remaining, folks, and it's seesawing out there. And it'll continue to do that because with the dropping tide, we've got consistency. I'm watching guys getting solid scores on mid-sized waves now, so we're not waiting for just the defined sets. There's lots going on, and these guys are operating even on the inside here on screen. They're not even that far out in the lineup. So there's opportunities all over the park here with exactly 3 minutes to go. Brazilian Heitor Alves in the lead, holding a pair of scores, a 6.9 on his last ride, matching it with his opening score of a 6.33. He's in the lead over Gudauskas, holding a 7 and a 5.93. Gudauskas in white. So there we go, to the left of your screen, heat leader in yellow. Tanner Gudauskas calling for scores from beach commentary. Freddie P in the red. I've got a feeling that Freddie P may be in pole position here for priority options.
Yeah, I think he does.
So we'll keep a close eye on this back 2 minutes 20. Freddie P's going to want to capitalize. He's in command as far as priority. You see him there exercising rights and choices. And with Camarao in blue down in fourth, needing a 7.06. We're going to look for something from red and blue to throw this heat upside down with walk exactly 2 minutes to go. We ain't going nowhere. We're looking tight on this action here. There we go. First priority does belong to Heitor Alves. Second priority belongs to Freddie P in the red. So 1 minute 50 on the clock. I'm going to literally talk us through tight little bundles of time here because I'm going to be watching all 4 surfers in this remaining 1 minute 40. Everyone's in with a shout here. Heitor Alves leads in yellow and also holds a priority. Surfer in white calling for scores, lying second. So Tanner Gudauskas lying second, holding a 7 and a 5.93. Here he goes to try and ditch a 5.93 walk. And he won't do it on that.
No.
All right, now 1 minute 20. And we'll keep watching it because Freddie P's under pressure here in third place. A 6.34 required for your Hawaiian in red. And dare I say, the ocean's kind of lost a little rhythm too here.
I was about to say that there's not really much happening out there.
All right. It's been consistent enough. I'm going to keep some positive vibes going here with 1 minute remaining. We'll be keeping a tight... And I can tell you now that Freddie P will have a priority on the wave selection as well. So it's all about the ocean. 45 seconds remaining now. Alves in yellow is leading. Heitor Alves, the Brazilian, out front holding a 6.9 and a 6.33. Gudauskas in white. No improvement to scores on that last ride. He used up that priority, holding a 7 and a 5.93. Freddie Patacchia is our focus here. A 6.34 required. Clock says 20 seconds. The camera's panning for you there. It's pulling back. It's showing you what the ocean's doing, and it's not a whole lot. 10 seconds. And I dare say, Wok, I can't see the landscape changing as the boys count down 3, 2, 1. So, Heitor Alves is your heat winner. Heat number 5. Along with fellow goofy footer Gudauskas in white. And it's goodbye to Freddie Patacchia and to Thiago Camarao. All right, we'll go to an ad break. Stay with us at the Mr. Price Pro Ballito.
Price Pro Ballito here in 2014 as we're flying through the opening day of competition. Today, June 30th, is the first day of the waiting period, and we have all the way until July 6th to crown a champion. Fun, contestable conditions we have on hand for the opening day of competition, and we have a brand new heat getting set up with local boy from South Africa, Travis Logie, representing the Goofy Foots. He takes on Wade Carmichael, Dylan Perillo, and Vincent Duvignac. As we see Dylan Perillo getting things started. Stylish surfer from Malibu gets a little closeout fin ditch to get on the board with plenty of time to go. Stacked heat here with Dillon representing California. Has also had some great success last year. Won his first major ASP World Tour victory back in Cabo at the 6-star status. So now trying to get that winning feeling in a heavier event here in the Prime Series. We still have gigs on hand throughout this event. Gigs, the waves have been really fun throughout this early morning. But let's focus on the highlighted guy in this heat, Travis Logie. Traveling his whole life, competing on both tours, is trying to get his first win here at the Mr. Price Pro.
Yeah, Joe, good point you made there. The previous heat, we spoke about goofy foot action. We spoke about possibly the heel toe in the tighter compact walls, maybe even favoring the goofy footers a little. So big thumbs up for Travis Logie on that thing, if that's going to play a part. This is a fantastic little tube here for our surfer Duvignac in the blue singlet. Very, very strong opener. Judges are rewarding the guys on the tube. So we're set for action here, Joe.
Well, even when you see those small little waves, when they spin like that, you can see how perfect this bank can be at times. And Vincent capitalizing on the vision, getting the early lead. Perillo will be right in the mix. And now here goes Travis Logie representing South Africa. Little carve back into the pocket, building some momentum. Nice top turn and throwing more vertically on the inside corner.
Yep, Travis getting to work early. He obviously watched the action in the previous heat. And here we go for Vincent Duvignac. Wave number 2 for him already, Joe. So he's working hard as well.
Nice finish for Vincent. He ends up losing the final turn, but already with a mid-range score for that tube effort. And he'll be back out there at 27 minutes on the clock. As we see the scores dripped in for Dylan Perillo as well, coming in at that mid-range level once again. So, Giggs, we'll give you a little bit of a break, and we'll bring back in Warwick Wright for the call as we check out this 4-pack on paper. We're talking about the prestigious level of surfing by Travis Logie over the last couple of years. As we kind of break him down a little bit in heats, can you give us a little bit of insight on what Travis is like once he puts the jersey on?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to say. He's pretty deadly, I'd say. Like, he's Travis is just kind of one of those dudes. Travis is just one of those dudes who basically, he's like the ultimate competitor. And I've always thought to myself that you have Geordie and you have Travis. And if you gave Geordie Travis's hunger, Geordie would be world champ. And if you gave Travis Geordie's talent, Travis would be 10 times world champ, you know. So, but, you know, I'm always going to be on his side because he's one of my best mates and I've grown up with him. So, like, I've got a lot of love for him, and I'm always going to be backing him up. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask.
No, that's great insight, and just that ability for Travis to keep his head down and stay focused, is keep himself on the WCT. Here we go back to Wade Carmichael. Dylan Perillo digging in. He ends up going down. Wade before was from Wade Carmichael, getting things started. We got to see Wade back at Burley Heads a couple of years back in the World Junior Championships, getting that big win. And that was a huge one for him. He's kind of an underground guy at that stage walk.
Yeah, he was a full dark horse when we got to watch him at dark horse. This is Perillo. I haven't really got to watch this guy surf much, but I've seen a bit online. Some clips. He's quite an exciting surfer.
Exactly. And said Carmichael on that last one, getting his first wave in, and Perillo's been that really fun, natural, free surfing element that he brings into competition. As this one continues out front, it's going to be Travis Logie. Big whip on the backhand. Quick transition. He's trying to fill in the gaps well, but he'll lose the finish as he falls. We'll now catch up with Andy, who has the winner of the last heat, right after this exchange is through. More waves on the way. Vincent packs the closeout. And we'll see if there's one more out the back. And now with a little bit of time, we'll send it on down to the beach with Andy.
Hey guys, I'm here on the beach with Heat 5 winner Heitor Alves. Good heat. How are you feeling out there?
Just to say thanks God for the heat. I surf well, and hey, I'm great heat, yeah.
And how is it surfing here in South Africa in Ballito? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I come here for many times and just make my heat now. My first time make heat here. I'm so happy. Thanks for everyone for watching. And thanks my sponsor and give me support. Yeah, I'm happy.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for going through. And is there anything you would like to say to your family back home?
Quero dizer saudade de todo mundo no Brasil, minha família. Faz tempo que eu não estou em casa. E vamos que vamos. Próximo.
Okay. Obrigado. Bye.
Heitor, a former World Championship Tour competitor for a few years and a solid backhand approaches. He's been on the grind as he's back on the QS, trying to get part of the top 34 once again. The Brazilian theme of domination continues here on the opening day walk.
Yeah, man, they're trucking along. They've been getting through most heats this morning. Heitor's surfing now was incredible, man. He's like full elastic how he gets that board so far back. It's going past 12 o'clock. It's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. But such a nice guy too, such a friendly dude. Yeah, I was on tour he was on tour when I first started, and he's been an incredible surfer. He's won massive 6 stars. He's been on the CT. Yeah, I'd like to see him back on there for sure.
Such a solid surfer. Speaking of the Brazilians winning today, we've had Caio Ibelli with a heat win, Tomas Hermes with a heat win, Peterson, Crisanto, Heitor Alves. It continues out front. Here goes Dillon Perillo from Malibu, California. Snaps it down to the bottom, and a great setup for that final closeout hack to finish.
Nice. Good surfing right there from Dillon. Such a nice flowy style, eh?
Really easy on the eyes, as he always never seems to force the issue. He's got a great air game, and we talked about the 6-star win in Cabo last year. It was kind of a breakthrough win for him for his confidence level. He kind of took the free surfing route when he first turned pro, and we always remember the big showcase when he was the wild card in the CT event. Let's go back to the replay walk.
Here we go. You see that first turn, little finner there, just almost a check, and then I love that turn. Bang, sets it up for the last. Nothing crazy, but he's throwing the fins out. You can see he's so comfortable in what he does, but nothing over the top. I think that would be like a pretty mid-range score for him. But you got the 3 turns there. As we were talking about the tide going out, a lot more waves are being ridden, a lot more open face surfing. So the guys are getting 2-3 turns, especially the goofy footers. Here we have a paddle from, is that Vincent Duvanac?
From France. He'll go off the top, has a lot of momentum, but the section takes him out. Just good for one maneuver. Vincent is our heat leader, and he was looking to better a 3.33. Not effective, as we'll see Carmichael check out the next wave. Wave selection always crucial, Walk.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially, in this, though, I wouldn't say this in this stage of competition. I just mean surfing now in these primes. You've got to be picking the right waves, because anyone can get the right waves and get the scores. Everyone's as good as each other, I'd say now. It definitely has changed a lot. But we were talking about Wade Carmichael. Yeah, he was a full dark horse. I'd never seen the kid before. He made it through the trials of the World Junior Champs in Burley and went on to win the whole event. Like, very, very solid surfer. And now he's doing well in the QS.
Yeah, it's really cool. Last year on the QS, he was able to finish 41st in the world, so put himself in a great position to potentially qualify. Kind of represents that working man's hero. When you see guys travel the world without huge profiles that you can see putting clips together, or a major brand really pushing him out there, he just has some amazing success working hard, takes advantage of the training camps back at home, and he's a force to be reckoned with in conditions like this.
For sure, that's going to be what works. I think a lot of the guys who are trying to juggle both kind of battle a bit, but I think we've got Travis up and riding here.
Travis Logie, smooth start on the back end, off the bottom, backside rock and roll float. It's getting a little smaller on the inside, but he still has his pace, nice and tight finishing move for Travis. Yeah,
you got the 3 quick turns in there. You can see when Travis takes off, he just wants to go straight to the bottom, straight up as fast as possible. That wave looked like quite a fast wave, so he had to use the whole wave, going a little bit more lateral, but getting the 3 turns in. As you see, Wade Carmichael taking off here.
Wade Carmichael setting up his 3rd wave. Nice, powerful hook right in the pocket. Has the lip to fan that one out. Last section,
Dang.
he'll blast it with plenty of control. Has a little low road for the recovery, and now it's Duvignac out the back
Sure,
walk.
how's that first turn? That's another, oh, just coming in stuck. And then we got another pedal behind. Not on screen yet.
So Vincent recovering quickly as the exchange continues. We'll bring you Perillo's ride if we can shortly, as he just took off on wave number 4 down the beach. We'll now take a look at Travis Logie on his form. Started with a 3.0, then backed it up with a 2.93, and here's his third wave walk.
Yeah, you can see it when he takes off. You can see he just wants to go so square, but you can see the wave's kind of just running along, so he has to go with it. Long little floater, and the wave kind of backs off, hopping onto the next section, and finishing with that quick little vert. Check how fast he is, it's like lightning.
So quick in transition. That's one of the things that everyone talks about with Travis Logie. How do you compare that one to Carmichael's?
Well, I think this is the best wave I've seen all day. Just that massive wrap. He's got so much power, this kid. He's a big boy, and just a massive fin here. Bang! I love that turn. Going into the last one, right into another section, and with another one. That's to me, that's flipping. That's excellent range score right there.
All about the combos today here in Ballito. Wade Carmichael anticipating a huge change in the standings. He only needed a 4.5 to take a move into the top 2. He's going to get it and some, as we see Damon Pitamaticos on the back of the ski. Keeping an eye on the guys in the lineup. Not a heavy day of competition as far as the size of the surf is concerned, but he'll take a look and make sure everything's orderly and all the non-competitors are out of the lineup throughout the day today. We'll walk. It's a 7.5 for Lasse Carmichael from 4th straight to 1st.
Yeah, that was 3 solid turns. I would have even gone more, but that's just what I personally think. Very solid surfing there from Wade Carmichael. Vincent Duvignac back up on the outside. It's a nice wrap there.
Now off the bottom.
Oh, that was nice.
Jams it off the top. Nice composure for the finish. Duvignac was hoping for a 5.18 with that wave to move into the top 2. Travis Logie got a 5.07 on his last. Everybody turning in some of their best scores on the last exchange. Now let's check out the last of Vincent.
I like this first arc here. Nice wrap all the way around. Smaller looking wave, but then almost like a drop while it's a float. It was a bit of a weird turn, but maybe we'll call that 3 turns in one.
So nice packaging of the closeout section for Vincent, representing France. That closeout section has taken a lot of guys out early this morning, but he's able to hang on to it, and he needs a 5.18 to make it effective in moving him into the round of 48. 16:40 still to go. As you see the quiet beach at Willard. Work right from Durban, raised there your whole life. Walk.
Yeah.
And for a traveling South African surfer, Walk, how often would you kind of leave Durban to kind of check out the other parts of the coast, like down by Jeffreys Bay?
Well, for us, when we were on tour, like, there were so many more contests than there were now, so we were literally traveling 9 months of the year, living out of a suitcase, and luckily enough, we'd always come back to the Mr Price during the winter, and hopefully I'd get a week before and a week after before I either went to the US Open. And, we get a couple of those insane mornings of just like sheet glass northwesters blowing 4 to 6 feet waves. And then we realize how lucky we are here on this coast. You can tell by the weather. We're in dead set winter right now, and it's almost 23 to 24 degrees.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Water's nice and warm, a nice comfortable temperature. And we've just been hearing all the amazing stories from the last couple of weeks in South Africa. Probably one of your best months of surfing in maybe the last few years, huh, Wak?
Yeah, definitely. Let's just watch Travis here quickly on another one.
Trav with a little opening stab through the whitewater. Quick whip on the end section. Even when the sections don't really set up for him, he's able to still belt with a solid turn. Now Perillo, Walk.
Whoa. Big. Oh. He is a good surfer. Looks like, I thought Travis broke his board there. Dillon Perillo's got the cleanest style. As I said, I didn't even know that he was on the QS. I know who the guy is. I've seen him, like, he's a crazy free surfer surfing with Dane Reynolds and all of that. Here goes Travis's wave. Got a little bit stuck up there. But it was a quick turn. And the next one, again, just kind of in the foam. I don't think Travis will be holding on to that. He's got a 5.07, so he's going to want to use that one as his backup and try to look for another better wave. So we see Perillo, yeah. I just love this carve. How's that style? Just, so smooth,
Great approach for Dillon Perillo. Such a stylish surfer from Malibu. He's got a lot of great beach breaks that he grew up surfing around that area, but he's not afraid to leave home for long periods to chase perfect waves around the world and trying to get that great headspace to learn how to compete. It's kind of like the common theme walk that we've been talking about in pro surfing for decades, where there's some guys with a ton of talent, but they can't translate it to results on the QS. They have to deal with changing conditions, and sometimes it could be a little bit frustrating when you want to just chase waves but also live the dream on tour. It's hard to balance that whole act.
I would think it would be incredibly hard to try to balance the two, because the QS is a full grind. You got to be struggling, and you have to surf what waves you're given, and a lot of the time it can go flat, and it can be small, and it can be onshore, and it's not like you're on a boat in the mentality surfing 6-foot waves for 4 hours. You've only got 25 minutes to try to get those 2 scores in, and that's what I think a lot of these Brazilians are really good at. That they know how to package a really good heat into 25 minutes and get the job done in that time. But then guys like Dillon, that they're too used to sitting around and waiting for good waves, surfing so many good waves. But you can still see how their surfing shines through when they do get waves.
So with any heat we've had so far today with a surfer from Brazil, we've had a heat victory from that region, as we're just in heat 6 of the day. Carmichael with the lead with a 4.17 and a 7.5. Perillo now in second. He did get a 6.17 on his third wave. So Travis Logie in a bit of trouble, needs a 5.44 to move on. Duvignac needs a 5.18 to get out of that third spot and move on to the next one. Travis with the red jersey, one of the highest seeds in this draw. And, with the WCT surfers, they always surf in at least one prime event in their region. But this is the one that Trav wants. He's had just about every single result you can get at the Mr. Price Pro.
Yeah.
The one result he's hoping for, though, is the victory.
It's the win. It's the win for sure. And I know, Travis, you'd be amping for this. You won't let this one go until he gets it. But yeah, as you said, a lot of the CT guys, they don't really want to be doing the QS. But for Travis, it's home, and plus I would 100% say this is one of the best WQS events on the tour schedule.
And one of your best friends, Jordy Smith, standing by. Woody, his filmers, hanging out with him around the world. Always kind of finds that same place to set up for the Mr. Price Pro. He's won this event in the past, but it's also set himself up for a nice rhythm heading into Jeffreys Bay, where he's going to try to return as the defending champ with that WCT status coming back to the tour.
Yeah, I know Jordy for sure loves coming to this event every year. He surfs. I think he's been here for already 3 or 4 days, and he just kind of surfs up and down the coast, and films with Woody and get some clips done. But he knows when he gets into a heat, he's gonna step it up, and he gets the job done. Obviously, it's a good warm up for him before J-Bay. Jordy loves to surf competition. I think that's what he needs to know. And if he knows he can win heats, it's good for him going to J-Bay. And I think that's where a lot of people are gonna be hoping for him to get the win again.
One of the best ever to surf Jeffreys Bay, already in people's top 10 list of all time, and South Africa's hope for a world title eventually. Jordy coming into this event with his sights set on getting his title back. He finished runner-up last year to Julian Wilson. It was pretty tough for him to lose in front of the hometown crowd. He actually apologized to the crowd in his speech on the podium. He really wanted to keep that title in South Africa.
Yeah, I watched the majority. I actually didn't watch it. I watched it at home, the majority of the heat, but he was winning most of the heat. I think he had like a pair of pocket 8s, and then Julian kind of threw out that corrupt flip, whatever he did, and he got the 10. I was like, whoa, that's the best heat I think I've ever seen. And I love it because these two have got the biggest rivalry, Julian and Jordy, And I think it worked out so perfect that both of them surfed against each other in the final.
Well, Jordy Smith will take on Christian Kimmerson from Brazil, Mason Ho from Hawaii, and the South African trials winner, Brandon Jackson, in heat number 12 of this round. Back to this one with Carmichael.
Bit of a smaller wave, but
a nice finish, kind of a 2-for-1 right on the tail end. A little setup turn into the finishing move. Carmichael looking to better a 4.17 at the 10-minute mark. Remember, Perillo still in the second spot. Logie needs a 5.44 as we've got a little wave popping up walk. It's Perillo.
You guys, Perillo. Looks like a bit of a runner, this one. Oh. Just nosediving. Those guys have got that check turn down so well. They almost just snap at it, and they come out of it with so much speed, so they can, they get that last turn down solid, and it almost just looks to the judges like, hey, well, I've done a turn before. I'm going for my big one. As you can, this is Carmichael, yeah. So much power, this kid. I think he's only about 21 years old, isn't he?
Yeah, just a grommet. Wade Carmichael, born November 1st, 92. There's that little 2-for-1 section right at the very end of the wave. Real methodical. Doesn't seem to make too many mistakes when he puts the jersey on.
No, not at all. You can see he's so well balanced above his board. He hardly ever falls. He's almost got that same build like Jordy. You know, they're quite big from their bottom down. That's where all that power comes from. So they got those big arcs to just throw so much spray. So just that judges just love what they're doing.
Well, right now, Walk, we're down to 9 minutes on the clock. One of your best friends, Travis Logie, in the lineup, needing a 5.44 to move into the top 2. We all know he recently moved to California, spending some time in Hollywood, and Jordy Smith recently buying a house in California as well. You got to miss these guys.
Yeah, man, I'm hoping they take me over there with them soon because I love Hollywood too.
Moving into this next peak, it's going to be Carmichael from Avoca Beach in Australia. Just checking that one out, and he kicks out. We've seen that happen a lot this morning. How easy is it to tell that you're into a good wave on the takeoff?
Yeah, it's so tricky. Here goes Perillo. Oh, just a quick turn there. Bang. That was nice. There's a really big last turn there. But yeah, you got to pick the right waves here, man. And, you know, as the tide goes out, it's going to get a lot more shallower, so it's going to get a lot more quicker. It's going to break a lot quicker. And you want to get those turns in quick. That's why I feel that it's actually going to turn into the goofy footers way. They'll be able to get those 2 or 3 quick snaps, you know, and get those 6 or those 7s. Here goes Carmichael again.
Staying really active. Carmichael just pacing his way on his last couple of waves. Not committing to turns. More waves out the back. This one's nice and stretched out. Duvignac has to kick out, and the rest of the wave will go unridden. 7:50 to go. Duvignac needs a 5.18. Travis Logie needs a 5.44.
There we go.
More waves coming through, Walk.
Here we go. Here goes Traverson. Watch him wind this. Bang. Boom. Wow, that was a big turn there by Travis. Just that first open arc carve, and then setting up for that big vertical snap, which the judges have been loving. You saw the last heat with Fred Patacchia and Heitor Alves. So interested to see what the judges will give him. He's looking for a 5.44.
Well, right now, Travis Logie trying to get one up on the goofy footers. For Travis needs a 5.44. Here we go. Dillon Perillo starting to drive down the line. Late hit on the float. He has to get out of there, as he is the guy with his position in jeopardy if Travis gets the score to turn it. We talk about Travis and how fast he is in transition, and recently we talked about his speed and approach to every single wave he takes off on. He said he can't slow down. If he tries to think about it too much, that's when he ends up falling.
He's always been one of the fastest surfers on tour. You know, and obviously growing up with him, you can always see he's just been like just crazy how quick he is. But I think we're going to have a quick replay here of yellow just to see. Let's see Travis last one. Yeah, he caught a bit, dug a little bit of rail there, but this turn was massive. Look how he just goes with the lip. Wow.
Pretty amazing extension. Following the lip line all the way down into the flats. Dillon Perillo pulling off some heroics, just finishing that final turn. He had a 4.33 that he wanted to improve on, and the judges are going to love the commitment from Dillon Perillo.
Yeah, you can see already there's a 7.3 dropping. Wow, this heat's going to turn, I reckon. See big scores dropping for both Travis and Dillon. Wow, it looks like we have another heat on our hands here.
Well, pretty amazing. Whenever you see the bottom drop out on these competitors, if they can hang on and land into the flats on the impact, they'll get a pretty massive score. Travis Logie gets a 6.73. Perillo gets a 7.27. Perillo to first. Travis to third. Logie still needs a 6.15 to take out Wade Carmichael. And Vincent Duvignac now needs a 7.54 to move on.
Jeez, that whole thing just changed. I thought, wow, Dillon Perillo, that turn was actually a lot bigger than I thought when I watched it through the replay. It was a massive turn on a big set. And, yeah, Travis getting that 6.73. So, you know what? You know Travis, he'll never give up. And it looks like he's going to go on another one.
Here goes Duvignac to start. He's down. Further down this wave is Travis, and we'll see if we'll catch up to him in just a moment. He was looking to better a 5.07, and we'll give you that wave in just a second. We're into the 5-minute warning here in heat number 6. Travis battling to keep his name in the draw to avoid elimination in this first round. Former runner-up at the Mr. Price Pro. Doesn't want to wait another year to try to take the title, Walk.
Oh, hell no. I just Travis replay is going to come through now. I actually just saw it through our window. I did a little sneaky, and it looked like quite a good one, quite solid. No scores dropping just yet, but I think this heat's going to get super tight. We're down to the 4-minute mark.
And we'll see what that wave comes in just a moment. Couple of backside turns. Vincent Duvignac sitting out the back in the black jersey representing France, looking for a big finish to this heat with still 4 minutes to go. Meanwhile, Perillo taking a look as he's up and out. It's great to see Dillon putting it together in this pretty tough heat that he's drawn on paper. You have a couple of guys like Carmichael that are so effective in heats, a guy with CT status with Travis Logie, and Perillo finding the 2 best waves so far to hold down the lead at this point.
Yeah, this has actually been this has been a really solid heat surfing wise. I think between first and third, but there's only a point difference. Wade is a very strong surfer. I think he, most of his waves are between the 4 and 8 range. So he kind of just, he gets those 4s and 5 and builds. And Travis is exactly the same because Travis is a really good competitor. So he knows if he starts with a 5, he needs to get a 6. So now we'll see he'll try to get a 7. So let's just see what happens on his next one.
Down to 3:22 on the clock here in Heat 6. Last of Travis Logie, still waiting to factor in.
Oh.
Now scores are coming in for Travis. This is the wave that Walk saw outside the window. He was way down the beach, and it's going to change things around. A 6.87. He takes the lead as now Vincent Duvignac has a great pace to this wave. He throws up a solid finish in the closeout section, and now Perillo, Walk.
There goes Perillo. Bang. Oh, I love that little turn. Never. So effortless, with Dillon.
And throws the layback re-entry on the finish. He ends up incomplete on the final turn. We're down to 2:45 left. Travis had a 6.87 to take the lead. Perillo dropped to second. Now Carmichael is in third, needs a 5.94. Here's the last of Vincent.
Yeah, what do you think of this wave? I was like, nice big wrap. Massive closeout section, yeah. This is a well overhead wave too, so we'll see what the judges think. Wow, that was pretty intense. You could get a really big score for that wave too.
Yeah, one of his better waves for sure, but he needs an 8.11 into the excellent range. We always call the 8 to 10 range excellent surfing, and the panel will have a solid moment to think about that last effort. He could put himself in a better position to get a final wave before we hear the horn sound.
Yeah, if another flurry of sets come through, it could seriously turn things around as we see that wave dropping for Vincent. It looks like it's going to be in the mid to high 6 range. 6.6. Only needing a 6.85 now with under 2 minutes on the clock. Travis looking like he's, I wouldn't say well in the lead, but 2 high 6s. You could see how Travis just built and built and built throughout that heat.
A pretty crazy heat for Travis, starting with 3s and 2s, and then finally in the tail end found a good part of the bank, back-to-back 6 rangers, steals the lead off Perillo, and Wade Carmichael could be facing elimination, even though he has the best single number of this heat. A 7.5 is the best number, but he still needs a 5.94 to move on in this one. We've seen Travis take waves. We've seen Perillo on a wave. So we're probably thinking if a set does come through, it's probably Wade's turn to try to close this one out.
I think he's been waiting the longest, so I'm sure he's probably sitting in priority position. But we're just under 1 minute now, and looking out there, there's not too much action on the horizon. There you see Travis trying to figure out where he's lying.
Travis asking for the situation. He wanted a time call, knowing that there's 40 seconds left on the clock. Jared Smith upstairs giving a update on priority. Meanwhile, Vincent Duvignac looking for a 6.85. Throws up a nice clean vertical turn, steps on the end section. He likes the way that one felt. Will it be enough to turn this heat right at the end, Walk?
Wow, that first turn was really nice and critical. I don't know, the second turn, you kind of, I don't know, those floaters kind of seem a little bit safe. It just depends on how big the size of the wave is. But let's have a look here at the replay. They'll slow it down on the actual turn. Bang, that was pretty vert under the lip. And then, yeah, the second turn a little bit more safe. He did like it, so as I said, I'm not a judge. It's not ready for me to say, but I don't think so.
Well, the judges are putting in the score. Last of Duvignac, a 3.83. It's not enough. stays in fourth. And Wade Carmichael, even though he had the 7.5, ends up eliminated in the first round of competition at the Mr. Price Pro. Dillon Perillo moves on to the round of 48. And our heat winner, Travis Logie, 6.73 and a 6.87 back-to-back. We'll move on to the next one as we have another amazing heat just about to get started.
Here we go. And then there'll be some payback here. The old Wiggly and Keanu from the Sakurayama event. And then Evan Geiselman and David Cathles. I love the way David Cathles surfs.
A pretty heavy heat on paper. We remember Wiggly Dantas started off his campaign on the QS back of the Vulcan Pipe Pro, where he finished in the final. We also had an amazing performance at that event from Evan Geiselman, where he upset the absolute favorite at Pipeline, where Evan finished in first, Parker Coffin got second, and they took out John Florence from the jaw in the round of 64.
Yeah, that was crazy. I actually watched that heat online. It was super late at night because, you know, Hawaii is 12 hours behind us. Yeah, we see. Just an in and out for Davey Cathles. But, yeah, what an amazing event, that Pipe Pro. Who actually, was it Slater who won that this year?
Yeah, Kelly actually
Slater,
wanted to get involved in the event the year before, but since he wasn't entered, the waves were perfect, and he couldn't watch Pipeline that uncrowded, and so he made sure he stayed for the whole season and put together a dominating performance and ended up getting one of the waves of the winner along the way. Here goes Geiselman.
It was a little bit frothy that one, but big closeout turn there. Geiselman also another quick light surf, quick light goofy footer. Sorry. He kind of likes the lefts more a lot. I've noticed he likes to go do the air game on the lefts, but he can do the exact same on the rights, I'm sure. But it's gonna be quite hard with some of those big sections out there today.
Well, Evan Geiselman's one of those guys that we've been hearing about ever since he was born. It seems like he was in the limelight as a young kid from the East Coast, a place called New Smyrna Beach, Florida, which has a lot of waves on offer every day, especially a lot of air sections. He improved that air game, which you're referencing, and he was able to get his landing ratio up to par at a very young age. He dominated the regionals, and now he's trying to get a part of the top 34 as well. Check out his last wave one more time.
Yeah, this is his last wave. He's trying to look for the lip here, kind of faded out, so he almost around it. But the next turn was really big frothy floater there. I think I'd be happy just to get something on the scoreboard for now.
It's a nice little rhythm wave for EG. He's on paper. He'll take the lead. Keanu Singh and Wiggly Dantas wait this one out. We mentioned kind of the rematch from the final at Sakurayama. Keanu, the Hawaiian, will get things started. Nice sizable wave. Jams it high off the top. Mid-face bottom turn to a clean closeout re-entry. And Anu Boy standing tall. Now Wiggly Dantas, the goofy foot in position walk.
This is a good-looking wave on a nice set here. It's going to stay open. Bang. Gets it up vertical. Boom. That's what they're looking for. Can you get around that? Two really big turns there from Keanu and Wiggly. So I think it's going to be kind of stay even between all three guys. Evan Geiselman coming through at a 5.33 for those two turns. I think the judges are definitely awarding scores on those big closeout sections there.
Well, Keanu and Wiggly showing a lot of confidence so far this season. Wiggly sitting number 2 on the QS, just behind Adriano de Souza, heading into this Prime Series, as now we'll get a chance to talk to Andy, who has Travis Logie standing by.
Hey guys, I'm here with our local hero, Travis Logie. Travis, that was a very exciting heat. You were leaving all of your fans on the tips of their toes watching that heat. How are you feeling out there?
I was feeling a bit sketchy in the beginning, to be honest with you. I was kind of falling off on a couple of good waves, but I knew that if I just keep catching waves, it'll come together, and it did at the end there. This board goes really good, and these waves are really fun. So yeah, I'm stoked to get through that heat. The first heat's always the most nerve-wracking one. You just build confidence every heat. So yeah, now I'm pumped for the next one.
And you must be so happy to be at home in front of your home crowd. It's a special win for you today, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. I mean, I haven't been home since February, so it's awesome to come home and start off with a win and hang out with family and friends. So yeah.
Well, good luck, Trav. We're all rooting for you, and good luck for the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Travis Logie. Travis taking a win for South Africa as the goofy foot swing continues right into a wave for Wiggly Dantas with a nice little combo to finish. Has 2 scores to be dropped in. Still waiting on the opening score from Keanu Singh with 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, Wiggly also waiting for his first wave to drop. That second turn of his was massive. I'm interested to see what they're going to drop there. But here comes a replay for Davy Cathles. That's the second wave. Such a nice little style, this kid. Serves just like old Chris Davison. 2 nice snaps. Looking for the barrel. So there are still some barrels out there. And then I think this is actually Wiggly's second wave. Oh yeah, this was a second wave. It's a big fan there. Bang! He throws that board right out there.
So shorter ride, but he does a great job to get 2 quick turns off. Dantas starts with a 7-1-7. Second wave is about to get locked up in the 4 range. Opening ride for Keanu Singh comes in at a 6.67. He's right in second place behind Wiggly Dantas. A familiar moment as they just had that great final at Sakurema at the first prime stop. That result for Keanu Singh puts him number 5 in the world coming into this event. We talked about the split tours this year, back to the QS, where we'll take a fresh top 10. If the season ended today, we know it's really early. Keanu would be qualifying for the top 34.
Yeah, Keanu and Wiggly both looking strong so far this year. Keanu is he's a tiny little dude. I remember watching him like 2 years ago. He used to travel with Ezekiel Lau. Just two total opposite looking dudes, both Hawaiians, but obviously great friends. And I think they both push each other really well. What's up? Is Ezekiel in this event, or I don't know if he's coming up?
Well, checking out the draw, we've got some great Hawaiians in this one. Keanu Singh's one of them and one of the highest seeded guys. We also have some top Hawaiians like Sebastian Zietz, who's on the CT. He's coming up next to do battle and try to bring this one back to Hawaii. Right now, Keanu Singh's in position for another one, Walk.
Here we go. Nice turn. Bang. So nice and smooth, you know, and he keeps it simple, but, you know, nice big fans of spray just to keep the judges going there, to keep them excited. Only 2 turns on that wave. It probably won't be as good as his first one. His first wave was a 6.67 for those 2 big turns. Wiggly in the lead with that massive 7. Back that up with a 4. And Gazman just with the 1 wave of a 5.33.
So a solid heat to get things underway. Davy Cathles representing North Narrabee in Australia. He really was doing well in the World Junior Championship Series. That one year we keep referencing, Walk, when we were down at Burley Heads. He actually was number 1 in the world at that point. It was a 3-event series, but he hurt his ankle, he wasn't able to surf in that final event. It was heartbreaking for him. He recovered, and his sponsor Rip Curl gave him a spot as a wild card into Bells Beach. And ever since, he's been on the road traveling and trying to get that roll going to get his seed better into the top 34.
Yeah, for sure. I know Davies, he's coming from North Narrabee, so it's obviously Chris Davidson's little protege. They surf exactly the same. Chris Davidson's one of my favorite natural footers to watch. Just got those little hooks, those quick gaffs in the pocket, and they look so nice. Davo is actually an ex-winner here at the Mr Price Pro, and I'm sure Davies going to want to follow in his footsteps. Keep the Narrow boys proud.
Yeah, a lot of great history coming from that part of Australia. They used to host the World Junior Champs for many years.
Yeah.
I just want to thank everyone for watching the Mr. Price Pro. It's day 1. Joe Turpel with Warwick Wright sitting here in the booth as we have probably a few more heats on hand. Everyone was kind of worried about the higher tide this morning, Walk, but we were able to run right through it. We have a little bit more consistency at this stage, and it's always up to the surfers if they want to continue on throughout these heats. And right now, I bet we still have at least another handful of heats to go before we call it a day.
Yeah, I think we could definitely get to heat 12. You know, finish half the round, get it out the way. Conditions are still looking pretty great. The wind hasn't come up much, but I think it's great that, you know, the surfers get to make a choice if they want to surf or not. You know, we have 7 full days of surfing. You know, if we get started really early, we get 3 or 4 hours each day. I think we could finish with a great waves and a good event.
Very fun to see the beach starting to fill up just a little bit. It's still real casual and comfortable right along the beach here in Ballito. There's a nice little boardwalk that just follows the coastline. You can take a good walk and see all the different breaks that are on offer here on this side of a pretty epic spot for free surfs when this contest isn't on. And we've seen some crazy highlight clips over the years. I mean, even Dane Reynolds with his first signature film, First Chapter, had one of his best clips from right around the corner from this wave. Now Keanu Singh pulling into the pit
Yeah,
wall.
looking for the barrel. Came out nice there. Bang! He just coming unstuck there. He'd have loved to make that wave. I think that would have actually solidified his score for sure. But clean little exit there. Just shows you there still are barrels. You know, we're going past 10:30 in the morning and it's still barreling outside.
As we see the replay from Keanu Singh, wave number 3 needed a 4.84 here to take the lead. So we can see him get barreled on the first section. Perfect exit. Winds up for the finish. Blows the tail out, and right there, he gets bobbled up and ends up going down. So a tough ender, but he's still hanging on in second. Geiselman needs a 6.12. Davy Cathles needs a 7.77 to make the difference. Scores locking in for Keanu, and it's a 3.77. If he had the finish, he probably would have taken the lead.
I think if he finished that wave, that would have been at least a 6.57, and that would have put him way up there in the lead. You know, we're slow early days, still 20 minutes to go. I think Davy's going to want to get a bit of a move going on now, sitting only with a 3.67. And Geiselman's obviously going to play the waiting game. He should be first in priority, first in line for the next wave. So he's probably going to wait for something big, and hopefully that runs down the bank.
So Evan Geiselman still staying super patient at the moment. As we kind of take a look at the top 10 on the QS, Adriano de Souza, world number 1, because he started off the season at the Australian Open, win over Julian Wilson in front of the crowd at Manly Beach, and then he went to the next event, made the semifinals, had a perfect 10 along the way in the final series, in the Star Series events, but still number 1. He's not going to need that result to requalify, but just showing his dominance and keeping his head in the game, especially when it comes to competing both on the CT and on the WQS.
Yeah, I think, you know, Adriano is one of those guys who definitely like to keep surfing contests, keep surfing heats, you know, just to make them stay sharp. You know, he's a hungry competitor too. He loves to surf. You know, he loves to surf heats. He loves to hustle. He loves to do it all. But that's just the type of competitor he is, and you know that's why you see him, you know, top of the list.
So a pretty epic showcase of surfing from Wiggly Dantes this season. He's holding down the lead as we transition back to Davy Cathles.
Oh, this is a long one.
Big float, stomps it. Cathles coming around the corner.
Dang.
Clean snap, and he'll fit in one final turn before he goes down. Next one goes to Wiggly Dantes.
Just a quick in and out there for Wiggly. Wow, that was some super fast surfing from Davy Cathles. He went across that whole photo section. He must have gone about 5-6 meters. And then just a nice check turn and then going unstuck on his last. But let's just look here on the replay. Nice big set. Bang. Check how fast he comes around this section. Quick check. I love that turn right there. And then unfortunately, just missing that last section and going down. That could have been a really big score on its own.
But a pretty epic showcase of what Davy Cathles is capable of. More waves on the way. Here comes our goofy foot Floridian. Evan Geiselman drawing off the bottom. Little snap to start. Picks up the board pace. Whips one over the top of the whitewater. Around the corner, punches it out. Nice invert. Backside float. He has to reach for it. The final turn takes him out. But he was very selective for that second wave, and a wise choice for Evan to try to get close to turning this heat.
Yeah, we'll go back to saying about the goofy footers. It's a lot easier for them to get those turns in there a lot quicker. So they're getting 3 or 4 turns in on a wave where the natural footers are only doing two or three massive turns. But let's have a quick replay here. Quick first snap, and then here he starts getting to work. Bang. And going nice and vertical. Lovely there. Yeah, so 3 big turns there from Evan going down on his fourth. I think the judges will like that. That was a second wave, so we'll kind of see where he falls into the heat after the score drops.
Always fun to watch the light-footed Evan Geiselman whenever he has a jersey on, and he's getting the score in now. It's not going to be enough for a lead change, as he will still be looking for a score to move into advancing position. Looks like a low 4 so far, a 4.3. Geiselman still third, still needs a 6.12. We're starting to wonder how crucial that finishing move is. If you fall, it seems like they're going to end up short on the score line. Those big closeout re-entries like the one we saw from Dillon Perillo in the heat before are pretty effective in getting the score up.
Yeah, 100%. You got to put it all on the line to get the points. But as long as you're going for it, you know, you're in the round of 96, you want to get those points, you want to get that money. So let's go hard or go home. You know, put it all on the line.
Makes it fun to watch. So Evan's still searching. He's got his older brother, Eric Geiselman. He's a natural footer, but also one of the best in the whole world. Eric got to kind of pave the way early for his little brother, Evan, to come up to this point in his career. As we're looking down the beach towards sunrise, a lot of really fun waves down there in the early morning light. A lot of great tubes on offer when the swell comes to the table here.
Yeah, sunrise is an amazing wave. One of my favorite waves on this whole north coast. We'll try to keep it a secret. No, I'm joking. I'm from town. I tell everybody where all the waves are. But yeah, it is. It's a quick right-hand barrely wave. Surfers, the wave where the contest is a little bit more running, a little bit more contestable. That's why we have it here. So you know, for us, we're pretty much sitting in the amphitheater of surfing.
It's great to see. Right here, we've seen some amazing highlight reels. We referenced the final last year with Julian and Jordy Smith. The year before, it was Glenn Micro Hall and Nathaniel Curran. And then the year before that, you always remember the glory from what happened with Pat Gudauskas getting completely barreled and taking one of the best Prime Series events of all time.
Oh, for sure.
You always put like a series of some of the best events ever as far as wave quality is concerned. And the Mr. Price Pro back in 2011, still one of the best of all time.
Yeah, that was definitely one of them. That was some of the biggest, heaviest waves and most cleanest waves I've ever seen. It basically looked like the guys were surfing 10 feet backdoor, you know, and it was just, the boys were going really hard. I said earlier, John was just unbelievable. They actually made an edit of his one heat here at the Mr. Price. It's basically a 4-minute clip and real slow-mo of just him backdooring some of the biggest bombs I've ever seen, and just, you know, driving through sections. The whole beach was just kind of just going insane. But yeah, I think everyone, Jordy surfed really good that year too. But Pat came out on top. He did surf good.
Yeah, pretty amazing remembering that year. And I remember John Florence had a lot of people in his camp, and they couldn't keep him out of the water in between heats. He kept surfing, kept getting barreled, and the one reason they were saying that he might have not won that year was because he was so exhausted. He got so many barrels that day.
Yeah, he was going literally all day in the water, you know. And the way, when it gets that big, the waves are crazy out here. It's really strong, and we just have Evan Geiselman on another wave here.
We can see conditions changing a bit. The air game, effective for Geiselman. Clean backside rotation. And he's trying to force the issue with a 6.12 as he's still sitting in third here, Walk.
Yeah, that was one of the first 360As we've seen this morning so far. A lot of barrel riding and big turns, but Evan Geiselman opting to throw the tail around and see what the judges think of that. Only a one turn, but here we go. Smaller looking wave, didn't really come off a massive part of the lip, almost kind of on the face, but landed it cleanly. Judges scoring that as 3.07.
So just a 3.07 for Evan Geiselman. Still needs a 6.12 to move on. As we reflect back on Evan and his career, finished 92 in the world last year in the top 100. But his dream is to try and to qualify for the top 34. He had a crazy ankle injury in Costa Rica a couple of years back that kind of held him off the year that he was dedicating to trying to qualify. Recovering from that, and that's long behind him. But now he's looking for a breakthrough result here on the Prime Series. With 11:30 on the clock, we still have Wiggly Dantas out front. Keanu Asing is in second. We'll take a short break. Round one continues right after this. Thanks for watching the Mr. Price Pro here in 2014, the second Prime event on the ASP World Tour. Joe Turpel alongside Durban local boy Warwick Wright, former competitor on tour, as we check out a lineup that you're very familiar with. A pretty fun day of competition as you see the competitors area starting to light up a little bit. It's got to be kind of nice to have a calm kind of opening day for these athletes, so there's not too many distractions on the beach and they can focus on doing their best surfing.
Yeah, not too many girls down here yet, but they'll be on their way. Then we'll see how they act under the pressure. But yeah, no, still super fun and super competitive waves this morning. We've seen some really good heats by some of the Brazilians. Most of the Brazilians making it through their heats. Travis Logie, the only South African to get through so far, so he's holding the flag up high.
Yeah, big one for South Africa as we check out live action. This is Keanu Asing from Eva Beach, Oahu. Late float, he's down. Still second with 10 minutes on the clock. Current number 5 on the WQS, trying to ensure his spot into the round of 48. You can see a little extra confidence with Keanu Asing coming into this Prime Series event. He's been battling for a couple of years, but last night I ran into him and Kieran Jabor just walking on the boardwalk, and just looked like he was very comfortable. He's recently moved to San Clemente to kind of have that as his home base. It's a little easier to fly out of Los Angeles when you're traveling as much as Keanu does, and he'll be out at T Street, lowers all the time, and but his favorite time of the year is when he does get to go back home to Hawaii at the end of the season.
Yeah, for sure. Most of these guys, the Hawaiians, they only get to spend the 2 months in Hawaii during the winter, and then when it goes into summer, it goes a bit flat. So it must be hard for them to try chase waves. So I guess basing himself out of LA would be a better choice for him. I guess a sponsor out there in America too. So yeah, he seems like a frother kid. He's a really nice guy. I was actually looking at something about him the other day. I noticed his girlfriend is an actual fighter, UFC fighter. So I think they train together and they get each other amped, so which is pretty crazy.
Oh, she's amazing. They always hang out at the beach together. Keanu will get her into waves down at the beach breaks in San Clemente, but she's such a top talented athlete herself. I think they really have a great relationship with that, supporting each other in their different acts. As you can see, the water is really warm here this time of year. Can't believe this is wintertime. And is that section called Bathers Walk?
Yeah, that's I guess it's Boulders Beach, Bathers Beach, which is where the bathers are, and it's like just between 2 rock points. 1 point over is where we are here at Surfers, and then we'll go down further north just into Sunrise. But yeah, the water's super warm this time of year. I can't even tell you how lucky we are. Winter for me is like it's changed my mind about it. I just fall in love with it all over again.
Here goes Keanu Asing now. Drives off the bottom, clean snap, then loses his footing. Recovers into his final closeout hack, stomps it. So even though he slid out off the bottom after that first turn, he was able to recover. His goal has been to try to better the 4.77 for a couple of waves now. Do you think he was effective there, Walk?
Yeah, it kind of looked like he lost his footing or slipped a little bit. He's such a small little dude. They say even when he takes off on the inside, it looks like it's overhead. So he's kind of lucky that way. I just guess he's trying to get his wave count up as much as possible. He's obviously doesn't have priority, but here you see him setting up, and he snaps. So just a quick check turn, then he almost slips here, right there. Or that could have been his fin. Looks like his fin slid in a big closeout turn. But as I said, it was a small looking wave. I don't know how much of a difference it'll make in his scores. He needs to drop a 4.77.
So a smart wave for Keanu. He recovered from the slip, but still holds him down to a 3.37, hanging on to second, and Wiggly Dantes still out in front. We'd mentioned the performance from Wiggly, 2 big finals on the QS, but also getting the call-up as a wild card at the Fiji Pro to surf against some of the best of all time over at Cloudbreak. He was a threatening wild card that had a couple of good moments in that event. Back to this one. Here goes Wiggly once again, Walk.
Wiggly. Another straight-up vert. Just coming back into the foam there. So, bang. 3 good check turns there. That last one, his board coming right out the water, going very vertical. He needed to drop a 4.33. I'm pretty sure he'll do that and sit quite comfortably in the lead.
So big moment for Dantes to try to keep his composure. One of the best starts in his career in 2014. We'll go back to the drift replay to see how he did on this last right, Walk. What do you think?
Yeah, that first turn, he kind of just missed a section, then he came back into it. The third turn is going to get the judges up. Bang. Right there, he even threw his tail out a bit. So it's 3 big turns. It was on a bigger set. As I said, I think he'll drop his 4-point ride as we see Cathal's up and riding.
Cathal's picking up the pace, throws up his final closeout turn, and tries to ride out of it. Sometimes when you don't finish those end section turns with control, they'll deem it incomplete. As we'll look at that last attempt from Davey Cathals one more time.
Yeah, nice quick snap there. Bangs. So much speed and flow. See how he goes. Yeah, just another one. I think this is definitely Cathal's best wave so far. He has a 5.87. Needs to drop a 3.67. I'm pretty confident he'll do that. But yeah, 3 nice turns there. As we see Wiggly's last score dropping in the mid-6 range.
So now down to the 5-minute warning. Cathal's needing a 5.58. Back to Dantes. Nice invert on the first section. He's going to have to hang in there, and he'll have to kick out. More waves on the way right out front. Quick whip for Geiselman. He'll snap it off the top again. Throws it up, nice invert to finish it. Covering some space really well. And he's looking for a 6.12. Judges waiting for last of Davy Cathals and last of Wiggly Dantes. A bit of a flurry, and Keanu Singh might be in some trouble walk.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually interested to see how Davy Cathal's score come up. But yeah, just a replay of Wiggly's. One massive outside turn, and then just kind of closing out. You see Wiggly opted to sit a little bit wider after his last wave. And here's that quick one from Evan. His surfing is so sharp, man. Just so quick in the most smallest of spaces. Guys, we're looking for a 6.12. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We're still waiting for a whole bunch of scores to drop here.
So big moment for the panel to turn that one around. You can see that Florida experience for Geiselman coming in handy. Even on flat sections, he can keep his rail in the water and provide an exciting finish. They'll compare that to his wave before, which was a 3.07 before they locked that one in. Dantes only had one major turn. That one's not going to come into his top 2. But the crucial scores for Davy Cathals. We remember his 5.87. It was on a bigger wave.
That was the bigger one,
he missed the finishing move. This one is a bit smaller, and they'll decide if that last effort was worthy enough for turning this heat around, and they'll compare that to Keanu's start, who had the 6.67 out of the gates to put himself in that second position.
Davy just looking to drop, he needs a 5.50, so it's not a massive score. I thought his first 3 turns were actually quite nice, all within speed and flow, and nice little hooks there. Nothing's dropping it, so obviously the judges are definitely having a second look at all the scores.
As we have Pritamo Arendt, our head judge of this Prime Series event, keeping an eye on our international panel. 4-man priority is kind of the exciting thing that's happened here in 2014, and even on the World Championship Tour, we've seen the 3-man priority really change the game of competitive surfing as we'll get caught up with that last wave. One more time with Davy Cathals here.
Is this the replay? Here we go. I love that first turn. Just so much flair. Bang. He mixes it up nicely here. Another third check. Bang. Little rooster tail. 4 turns. It's going to be definitely his best score, I think. Well, there we see it. Whoa.
And some judges agreeing with you, Walk. He had a 5.73. He does take second. Wiggly Dantes now, still our heat leader, getting a couple of backside hooks in the pocket. End section approaching. Wiggly stomps it with a ton of composure. Now an important wave for Keanu to try to come back.
Here we go, Keanu. Just flying past that section. Bang. Quick check there. 3 nice turns and coming unstuck. He needed to stake the wave with under 2 minutes remaining. Things are getting quite tight here.
Well, you can see Keanu hustling because he just heard the news that he lost his advancing position. He's in third right now, needs a 4.93. Davy Cathals just took the second place off him. Geiselman's last wave, a 4.93. He stays in fourth and needs a 6.27. We're down to a minute 30 to go.
Yeah, Geiselman's last wave coming in at 4.93, so he's just missing that by a point. Well, time's ticking away, just under 90 seconds remaining. So
let's watch the replays one more time. We'll start with Wiggly Dantes, Walk.
This is another good wave here. Just look how much spray he throws off those turns, eh? Bang, three big clean turns. The judges are going to love it.
And then this was Keanu Singh. At this point, he actually hadn't heard yet that he dropped to third.
Yeah, this is a lot smaller wave too. Just a long little flow there. It was a nice check. Then bang. So the third turn coming unstuck. So I don't think he'll get the score. He gets 3.8. Time's ticking away here, Joe.
So a big one here for Keanu after he finaled at Sakurama, sitting number 5 in the world. As we look at our top 10 picture, we lost Charlie Martin, who was in the quarterfinals at Sakurama. He was 6th in the world. We lost Ricardo Christie earlier this morning, who was sitting number 10 in the world. Now Geiselman whipping a finish, showing a little bit of frustration at this stage.
Yeah, right on the buzzer there. We'll see what they do. He did two already, 2 nice turns. The last turn gets a little bit stuck in the lip. He's needing a 6.27, so I think he might need a little bit more, something more to do. But let's have a quick replay though.
So Evan Geiselman coming in with his final wave, attacking on the first section walk.
And then he comes quickly on the last one, and then, oh, he actually did get it up quite nicely. He needed a 6.27. I don't know, what do you think? It's pretty crazy on the buzzer.
You could see how fired up he was on the finish. He had to leave everything on that final wave, and the judges will wait for a decision. We've gone on hold for heat number 8, and they'll take a moment to look at what Evan Geiselman did to that final turn. He had a 5.33 start. That was his best wave, and now we'll see if that's enough to turn it. Second was Davey Cathles. He got in there with his 5.73, and we'll wait to see in just a moment what they'll do. Maybe we can pull up Evan Geiselman's last wave one more time before we start heat number 8, because it was very close. Surfed it well, had a lot of flair in each section, as we will let Warwick Wright take a quick break, and we'll bring back Giggs into the commentary booth to take a look at this one. Giggs, we had a pretty close one come down to the wire. We're still waiting on that decision, but what are your thoughts on the heat on deck that's about to get started?
Wow, well, this one will keep us busy, surely. Eh? Look at that, Zeitz, Huskino, Moray, and Van Sale from South Africa. So we'll unpack that for you guys shortly.
And the score's in now for Geiselman, a 5.9, not enough. He stays in 4th. 2 judges gave him 6.2s as the high. That still would have kept him just short of what he needed, so the whole panel agrees that it wasn't enough to turn the heat. Davey Cathles in 2nd, Dantas in the 1st spot. Will continue on into the round of 48. As we take a look at that final effort one more time, this wave just short, Giggs.
Joe, you know, there's electric surfing on offer there from Geiselman, but it's a small wave. It's in the dying moments. The judges just needed a little bit bigger of a statement than that, I think. So it wasn't enough to edge him up out of the 4th place position. And, you know, it's a long way to come to walk out in the first round. It's a heartbreak.
Such a long time for a lot of these guys from the States, especially from Hawaii, like Keanu Asing, who just exited out. You're talking about at least 4 plane flights at times. A lot of jet lag, and I saw Keanu last night trying to just walk it off. He didn't want to go to bed too early because he didn't want to be up all night, and a tough one for him, especially since he had so much momentum going with that last result.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough grind, that tour, you know. But the boys are sharpening their edges. They'll be back in the ring boxing again shortly.
Well, you remember that on the CT as well. You know, one moment for Michel Perez, he's winning the Dragoair Margaret River Pro, and then he goes to Bell's Beach and he's out in the 2nd round, losing to wildcard Glenn Micro Hall. So there's some big moments, and the next moment you're picking yourself back up again and trying to soldier on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the landscape of being a professional surfer, is being able to mentally ride through those lows and then being able to keep the momentum on the highs, you know?
A crazy learning curve, getting comfortable with losing, because there's so many events. These guys travel constantly. Back to this one. We'll have Davey Van Ziel get things started, snapping it, throwing the fins out on the closeout section. He's looking for the finish, staying low, but he'll get bucked off right at the end of that finishing move.
Yeah, well, Davey Van Sale, the South African local hope out here. Here we go for World Tour surfer Seabass from Hawaii. Just a little warm-up of the wax, not really anything to talk about there. Van Sale, you know, we could almost describe him as a local. He's from just a 5-minute drive down the coast here at Umhlanga Rocks. And here's Frederico Moray. Now, I don't know his name too well, Joe. Maybe you've got a bit of info on Frederico, but a fair solid way for him to start.
Well, yeah, Frederico Moraes is representing Portugal in this event. He probably had his best year competitively last season when he upset Kelly Slater back as the wild card at Super Tubos at the WCT format. He became headline news in Portugal. We always talk about Thiago Perez being the Prince of Portugal, right, Giggs? But Frederico was actually getting more press. He was so busy during that week, and now he's using that success from last season to try to put himself in a good spot here in 2014. Now we have a little bit of time. Let's catch up with Wiggly Dantas down on the beach with Andy Van Ziel.
Hi guys, I'm here with your Heat 7 winner, Wiggly Dantas. Great heat out there. Talk me through it.
I'm just waiting for the good waves. The waves like a little bit hard, but when you find the good one, you can make a couple turns and make a, you know, couple 6, 7, and can make the heat.
And you sound pretty tired. Are the waves quite heavy out there? Is this what you expected from the waves in Ballito?
Yeah, every time I come in Ballito is perfect, have a good time. And Ballito is amazing, have a good waves. And it's still fun, it's small, just fun.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and congratulations on your win. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Wiggly. Wiggly, number 2 in the world, moves on to the round of 48 as we have a nice panned-out shot of Maxime Husino, former world junior champ, trying to time the inside section, and he ends up falling. He just needed a 3.34 to get things started to move into the top 2 gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. In my little off time, I did take a trip up to the head judge again, still looking for the same things they were this morning. They want to see strong finishes like that on frame there from Davy Van Sale. Posting up wave number 2 there, Joe. He did open with a 3.33, and our production crew will put together that replay of wave number 2 for the local South African. The drift replay. Well, here we go. This is an exchange between Husino. Now, he gets around the section, Joe. Very vertical. The judges will appreciate that. And then, well, tricky on the off-the-lip float end section there for our opening wave for Maxime Husino. And then wave number 2 for Davy Van Sale on replay on your screen. There's that end section junction. Maybe he finishes a little stronger than his opener on the previous ride of a 3.33. Judges will owe us scores now for that exchange between black and white.
Well, an exciting battle just getting started. 25 minutes still on the clock. Maxime Husino will get a 3-ranger as well. Maxime finished 53rd in the world last year on the QS rankings. We'll get another look at Sebastian Zietz on his last wave.
Well, Sebas jumps up, and wow, how about that floater? That's all there is, but it is worth talking about. I mean, he got up there. He did get some lateral projection right to left on your screen. Would have covered I don't know, we can metricate that, a couple meters on that a rooftop floating section there, Joe. So, yeah, let's see how the judges call up a second scoring ride for Sebastian Zietz in the red.
Well, it's amazing when you talk about the floater, because it's been such a huge topic in the last few years on what makes a floater really heavy and how can you get a big score by doing it. And we've seen the judges throw big scores to the floaters where you fall out of the sky, land in a pretty tough impact zone. You can actually turn it into a major maneuver if it's bottoming out on a section.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, the criticalness of that approach, the lateral projection across the lip, and then, of course, the exit and how steep the drop is. Our under-the-lip takeoff for Sebas, working through some Hawaiian-looking little sections there. It's not going to let him out, Joe, and it's not going to go, well, it might even appear in his top 2 at this early stage. Here we go for the Portuguese Prince, Frederico Moraes. And he's surfing solid and workmanlike to get this heat going, Joe.
So nice approach from Frederico. Starts with a 5.67. That's his second scoring ride. Only need to take off on a wave to move into the top 2, as we'll check out Frederico's performance one more time.
Well, here we go. Like you said, you know, he's surfing strong, solid. And, well, there's that floater thing we just spoke about. And it is in the critical section. A little bit broken. But it's going to earn up a second counting ride for Frederico in the yellow singlet. He did open, as you mentioned, with a 5.67, strong working wave. It possibly didn't have the flair that floater of Sebas has had. But I tell you what has happened is Davy Van Sale, with that strong ending to wave number 2, has posted a 5.33. And he right now is, well, lots of time remaining, but he is a heat leader at this stage. But a score will come for the Portuguese Moraes, and it's going to put him into the lead.
Solid one there for Frederico. His best wave so far as he moves into first, a 6.07. As we have some fans coming down, enjoying the sunshine. Believe it is winter, but it's still so warm here in Ballito. This is the opening day of competition today, June 30th, as we will move through this week. Our last day of the waiting period is July 6th. A lot of our CT surfers will be moving straight down to Jeffreys Bay for the WCT competition, which has come back to the CT level, the right-hand point break, where every right-hander is measured around the world, as a lot of these guys wanted to warm up, putting the jersey on and getting comfortable here in South Africa. Gigs, here goes Davy Van Zyl.
Absolutely. Local hope on Van Zyl from Umhlanga Rocks, just down the beaches here. And, well, he's lying second, Joe, and he's going to need to eke out more of a score than that if he wants to hold on to this, because here comes Maxime Huskeno, wave number 2 for the Frenchman. Not a special start for Huskeno with a 3-7. That was his wave number 2. We'll take it apart technically to see if it did earn more than his opener. But Van Zyl will start feeling the pressure now as Sebastian Zietz in red, Huskeno in white, and the Portuguese man who's laying down good scores will be building, as with still 21 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time. Last to Huskeno, 3.23, 3.7 before that, sitting in third. Needs a 4.97. Back to the drift replay from Maxine's last effort.
Well, here we go. Stomping down wave number 2. It's not a big score. He does get a 3.23 out of the judges. We're going to need more out of him. He is lying third. So with all surfers on more than 2 waves apiece, or at least 2 waves apiece, yellow is leading. Van Zyl from South Africa in black lying second. So the Portuguese surfer, Joe, right now with we described it as a workman-like approach. He's done nothing special, but he stomped out a 6.07 and a 5.67.
Well, he's a big guy, trains a lot. His family has a rugby background, so he's been brought up with this real battlefield kind of upbringing when it comes to surfing heats. He doesn't leave the beach until he locks in big numbers when he free surfs. He has to leave on a good note before he gets out of the lineup. He spent a lot of time with former tour guys like Richard Dog Marsh, who's done some coaching throughout the European series, and he's got himself up to this point where he's now kind of the next big thing to come out of Europe to potentially qualify. And we see what that does to guys' careers out in Europe. Guys like Jeremy Flores, who's representing France on the World Tour. Guys like Thiago Perez, who's world famous, but also it's so special to their home country for them to represent them in events like this. Back to Van Zyl, blasting it off the top, Gigs.
Here we go. Davey will look to end section junction there, and well, he needs to dig in deep. He's holding a counting ride of a 3.33, Joe. Just going back to what you were talking about there about the Europeans, it's this thing kind of, the way I see it is in world surfing, is there was a strong decade a decade ago when the Brazilians really made themselves known. And the kind of the last decade has, in a way, belonged to the Europeans, because, they've come together as a surfing region and really started producing world power performances.
Well, when you look at their coastline, especially when you go to CT time of year, when you have France and Portugal back-to-back on the calendar, you can see how many amazing waves that they have on offer, especially when you go to Frederico's region. You always hear about Ericeira, but all the way up and down the coast, there's somewhere that's always pumping. And then you add a wave like Nazaré in the picture, where one of the best big wave spots on the globe is all a part of Portugal. They have so much depth, and you can get some fun waves just about every single day that you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. That whole basket of waves, Ireland, Scotland, the UK, and then you follow that geographic band all the way down, even into the Moroccos now. We're starting to get world-class performances out of those athletes. So, yeah, it's amazing how it works.
Right now we're down to 18:15 on the clock. We lost the lead from Frederico, but it now goes to local boy, Davy Van Zyl, a 6.67 for South Africa as he takes the lead. Maxime Huskeno down to third, needs an 8.04. And our red jersey, CT surfer, Sebastian Zietz from Kauai, has a 4.77. Sebastian needs a 6.97 to move into the top 2. Former Triple Crown winner, an exciting surfer who's won the Reef Hawaiian Pro in Haleiwa. What's been your take on Sebastian's performance on the CT in the last couple of years so far, Gigs?
Man, Seabass, he definitely has that X factor. You can't discount him in the smaller stuff, and then obviously with his Hawaiian pedigreeing, the big stuff plays right into his hands. So he's one of those guys that's either just bolting you out 9s and 10s, or kind of sometimes he doesn't manage to hit his own switch. So I always like to look at it. He's on my fantasy surfer team. I'll keep him on there.
As we go back to this one, Maxime Huskeno looking for the ramp. Tail blow, reverse,
wow.
Still with some control, and pulls off one major maneuver. Giggs, you've been referencing the combos as you've been hanging out with the judges all morning. Just one explosive maneuver, and Husino needs an 8.04. Let's take another look.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this. It's one of the first true aerials contributed to the morning. That offshore has stopped blowing. The wind's actually even gone a little side shore-ish. So we could see more of this as the day unfolds. We're on the bottom of the low. Technically, I'm not sure if that thing had enough elevation, though, to really get the judges, frothing. You'd know more about that than I would.
Well, Giggs, he had the flare on it. Let's bring it back to you one more time. Maxime Husino with this grab rail nose pick reverse. You see him lining it up, grabs the rail, and that nose pick on the roof of the tube. Very technical. It took him a second just to show the judges he had control, but nice execution, perfect landing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And very explosive. Something different that we haven't seen too much today.
Yeah, and there is a time where the entire board is completely free. I mean, there's where the nose is rotating down and the tail's going up, there is a moment where he's completely broken out. So we'll see. That thing had a little bit more lateral projection as to vertical. So I'm not sure where the score's going to go with this. So we're going to take a lot of reference out of this next point score, Joe.
Well, I think it'll be Maxime's best wave so far. It'll put him in a better position to move into the top two. He needs an 8.04. I could see it going just under, but putting himself in another great position to come back as Sebastian gets started.
Well, here we go. The X Factor. I love the way he links his power. There's always so much power underfoot from Seabass. There he goes. Bit of a workman-like wave. He's obviously been hearing the Portuguese scores coming in over the last 15 minutes and goes, well, you know what, let's get working, which he's done there for us. Let's have a look at this replay here. Straight from the bottom to the top. There we go. There's a lot of power in that. It's not the best wave. It's got a few buckles in it. Technically, Seabass is doing everything he can to nail the combo of 3 turns. Let's see if he checks out on the scorecard.
We can see that with Seabass just turning in that World Championship Tour kind of speed, power, and flow, and showing each maneuver that he has a lot of control, a lot of power, and a lot of flair. And putting it together from start to finish, you're always going to turn in a solid number. So a breakthrough wave for Seabass as we see Maxime Husino digging in hard to catch up to this wave. Nothing happening for Maxime as we're down to 14:25 on the clock. Next wave, Fredrico.
Well, here we go. The Portuguese star slams it. So now that wave there that we've just seen from our surfer in yellow kind of replicated the last wave we saw of surfer in black, Davy van Sail. So they're going to be pegging scores in and around the 5 mark, 6 mark for that. So let's just see how that goes. A 5.7 for the aerial of Husino has, for a single turn, has brought him into the game. There's the replay for our surfer in yellow, Joe. So all guys working in a sort of similar zone of scores here. Going to be some pressure in the back half of this heat.
Exciting times as things are really turning around. Maxime stays in third. Remember the nose pick reverse. A 5.7 needs a 6.05 to move into the top 2. And the judges are taking their time with the last 2 waves. One from Fredrico and also one from Seabass. Seabass is not going to waste any time. Here he goes again.
Here's another contribution from Seabass. It goes down. It's inconsequential, but we will float around waiting for scores from the previous ride of Seabass. It's going to come in the good category, Joe, and it's going to change the landscape of the heat a little.
So now scores drifting in for Sebastian Zietz. His best wave so far. Great combos, great control, showing a lot of power. Meanwhile, Maxime winds up. Nice setup, snap, nice invert. 2 turns, and he'll step off.
Yeah, the tall frame of Husino is starting to get some momentum there, Joe. And here we go for our surfer in yellow, the Portuguese worker, because that's what he's done here. He's been laying down. He's been... that was his 4th ride, so we're waiting now for scores for the last 2 of yellow. And judges just looking for that shift in momentum in this heat by allocating that score to Sebastian Zietz. Here we go, more surfing action.
And this is just a quick replay from the last wave of Maxime Husino, the 2-turn combo, and then the last replay of Fredrico Moraes, Giggs.
Yeah, nice to compare the 2 on the replay. Gee, I like being the commentator, not the judge, because it's getting a little bit scratchy in the back half of this heat here. These are going to be vital scores.
Now, finally, the judges have a moment to play catch-up. When you ever have waves being ridden by the surfers, the judges have to watch every single wave first. So they'll write the numbers down before they get to factor them into the computer. Sebastian gets a 6.77. He stays in third. Second is Fredrico Moraes with a better number coming. Fredrico had a 5.67, then a 6.07, and now his best wave will come in at wave number 3.
Wow, so that workman-like thing, but a strong punch at the end of that, Joe, is where that score's going to come for Fredrico Moraes from Portugal. A 7.67, Joe. It's a top-end score for this heat.
Solid surfing for Fredrico. He's out in front. Van Zyl is second. Sebastian Zietz needs a 5.23 to advance, and we'll take another replay for Davy Van Zyl.
All right, yeah, this will be a replay of his last one. It's not a top-end score, as you can see. And he needs to unlock something because he's shifted out of first down to second. He's going to be feeling the pressure of Sebastian Zietz lying third in red, needing just a 5.23 now, Joe. And then Maxime Huskino, the tall frame of the Frenchman, I'm expecting him to unlock something. He needs just a 6.31. This thing's getting a little boxed in now at the end.
Well, a crazy moment for Maxime Huskino. He looked really comfortable last night, had a good free surf right out in front. Enjoyed some nice tubes in the early morning conditions. He has his mom and dad here standing by with him behind the scenes as we see the little drone flying high out the back. Hopefully we'll get some footage off that thing, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a beautiful location here. We'll hopefully try and snatch some of those shots at some stage. But we are focused with 10 minutes to go, just a little over 10 minutes, Joe. The Portuguese surfer is in the lead, Fredrico Moraes in yellow. A 6.33 paired up with a 7.67. That's how he's taken hold of that lead. It's the South African under pressure down into second, and he's going to feel it from Sebastian Zietz and Maxime Huskino in red and white respectively. Not big scores required for them. Mid-order scores of the sixes will turn that heat for those guys.
Yeah, one of the better heats of the day as far as everyone getting involved with some of the better waves. You have a guy like Sebastian in third, but he has a 6.77. We had Wade Carmichael eliminated earlier today, and he had the best single score, a 7.5, for a big, powerful approach. So it's pretty tough sometimes when it takes two waves to move on to the round of 48. And right now, Fredrico's top two came on his last two rides. So consistent, looking really comfortable here in the Prime Series. And Davy Van Zyl, you can see on screen, representing South Africa. You always tend to wonder when you have home court advantage if it puts more pressure on these guys at times because they want it so bad in front of the hometown crowd.
Oh, absolutely. Isn't that a two-pronged story right there? I mean, there's times when the local advantage can certainly help you along. And then there's times where, you know, you've got your friends, your family. It kind of becomes a heart issue more than a head issue. And the guys can come unstuck with that emotional squeeze, you know, especially, you know, they're needing to perform obviously for the professional journey of it, but, you know, it can be a little emotional on the home front as well.
Yeah, fun to see some of the success stories from the Mr. Price Pro. Jordy Smith winning it for the local crew back in 2010. Ricky Bassnett won this thing back in 2006, former CT surfer. And, you know, they're looking for a win this year. Last year, Jordy came so close, finishing runner-up in this event. He's back on deck, and he's coming up later on in this round at heat number 12, where he has Christian Kimmerson, Mason Ho. And we had a trials before this thing got underway, and Brandon Jackson ended up taking the big win.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a little chat to him. He was happy with his performance. Yeah, let's have a look and see how it goes. You know, a big mental curtain was torn in 2006 with Ricky Basnett's win. You know, we hadn't had a South African winner for decades. So here we go. The South African, the subject of discussion here. Van Zyl, quick snap. 2 turns on offer. It's a little bit shampooed and hidden on that second turn. We're going to see, is that enough? No, you know, he's going to need a 7.34 to go back to the lead, Joe. Here we go. This is our heat leader in picture.
Fredrico Moraes down the line, going for a big finish, blasting it off the top, but he lets go of his final turn. One of his first falls he's had in this heat so far, as he's been effective on every single wave, scoring at least a 5.67. We're down to 7:10 on the clock as we'll take another look on the last wave of Davy Van Zyl.
Well, here we go. It's not the biggest wave on offer, but technical snap, very efficient and economic. That second turn, well, it's got a lot of strength to it, and here is that exchange on the replay. And this was, well, you said it, the uncharacteristic fall of the Portuguese surfer who had until that stage banked a lot of good averages.
Yeah, pretty impressive to see how he can hang on to just about everything and pulls off some pretty solid moves. That wave won't affect his top two, but you can see the different waves down the beach here. Last night, there's an epic free surf before the sun went down with Jack Freestone, former world junior champ, and also current rookie on the WCT, good friend of his, Mitch Cruz. Speaking of not falling, Jack Freestone put on a performance in the evening light, was pulling every single thing that he was going for. He wouldn't have a heat gig till later on in the round, as he isn't coming up in the next few heats from now. Back to this one. Here's Maxime.
Well, here's Huskino with that priority. He gets ownership of this wave. Yep, he's covered some distance on it as well, Joe. So let's have a look and see. And we will pick up Seabass, Sebastian Zietz. So your surfers in third and fourth engaging action. Let's see if those scores are interpreted and if it's got a knock-on effect on the order of the heat.
So it hasn't been easy for Sebastian Zietz. We'll start with the replay of Maxime Husino. Deep bottom turn, set up snap on that first section, Gigs.
Yeah, I think the judges could be a little critical of that last wave of Maxine. I mean, he didn't really attack any square corners there. Seabass, this wave didn't have a lot on offer, just a cutback, big junction turn at the end. I mean, you know, all credit to his talent and his experience, but I don't know if we'll see game-breaking score changes here. With a little over 5 minutes remaining, it's going to get real tight.
So Sebastian was hoping for a 6. Maxime needs a 7.07. Those are our two guys in third and fourth. Sebastian's each fresh off a trip to Tahiti, where he spent a long time there. Really came down to just one day that Chopu came to life. Had a couple of amazing tube rides on that one big day, and got his warm-up in amazing backhand tubes and switched it completely coming down here to Ballito, and he'll be heading to Jeffreys Bay right after this. He's not afraid to travel for long periods of time. Now Seabass needing this moment right now up front.
Well, here he goes. Big power carve. Well, technically a good turn. Not enough, I don't think, to change his course of destiny right now. 4 minutes 20 on the clock, Joe. We're going to keep very, very close eyes on Sebastian Zietz in red and Maxine Huskino in white.
Well, you love that just amazing layback carve, that huge draw where he uses a lot of the open face. Wasn't able to really showcase anything else after it with that one maneuver section. He needs a 6.0. His wave before, a 4.83. One more wave to come in for Seabass with 4 minutes to go, and our heat leader still Frederico Moraes. Davy Van Zyl's last, a 6.10. Van Zyl doing a good job for South Africa to stay in this contest.
Joe, 100%. That 6.1 does appear, that's the last wave of Davy Van Zyl in black, does appear in his top two, and it did edge the requirement for Sebastian Zietz up by half a point or so. Here we go. This is your heat leader, the Portuguese man. Good snap. That's a strong snap, and that is a hard push on the tail. He goes down, so let's consider that a throwaway score. Won't change requirements for Zietz or Huskino with 3 minutes 15 on the clock.
So a big part of heat number 8, heat number 9 on deck and ready to go. Haley Batista, Billy Stearman, Timmy Reyes, and Corey Arambidi will be showcased with 30 minutes on the clock. Scored on their top two. Scores now dropping for Frederico Moraes. Another 6.13 that he's not keeping into his top two. A dominating performance as we see a rare left-hander for Sebastian.
Wow. Seabass on the backhand. Dynamic backhand first turn. Didn't materialize to much more than that. It is a small arena, so there's enough time for him. 2.5 minutes. He's going to have another shot at it here.
So Seabass down to 2:30 to go. His wave before that layback draw is still locking into the screen. He had a 4.83 2 waves ago as he's trying to make it out of this heat. Having a look now. Van Zyl from South Africa driving down the line, looking for one major turn. He'll float the first section off the bottom and connects with another speed float. There's the lip, draws it high off the top and fits in one little whitewater turn for the finish. Wave number 8 for the local boy as Fredrick picks up the pace.
Well, here we go. This is the answer back. So a ding-dong battle here between yellow and black for cementing the lead possibly and the win in this heat with just under 2 minutes to go. Well, let's have a look and see how those two scores match up as far as a reach for the lead. Here we go. Van Zyl using that priority. Now, he's going very lateral at this stage. There's really nothing to talk about. It's a relatively soft floater. I'm concerned that Van Zyl may not have done enough. That's a good turn right there. And then, well, it's a small one at the end. Maybe I'm being a touch critical of my countryman. But here's some solid turns from the Portuguese surfer. So let's have a look and see. Wow. Well, that speaks for itself right there. Visual display of how to end your ride.
Nice invert, and he throws a lot of power. Always has his board on rail, and the judges have been loving it from Fredrick Moraes. We're into the final minute as our high-seeded surfer Sebastian Zeitz is facing elimination. 55 seconds on the clock. Last for Davy Van Zyl, a 5.67. Doesn't change anything in second, and Frederico's last score didn't change his total in first. It's all about Sebastian needing a 6.0 and Maxime Husino needing a 7.07. Now last of Fredrick coming in. Gigs, another solid performance.
Man, he's been a worker. Here we go. This is a last effort here from Seabass. The clock says 30 seconds. We focused on this. Big air, well, a big frontside rotes.
But he ends up losing it right at the end, and Sebastian knows it. That was the section that he was hoping for. Start off with a big first turn, went for the heroics with the reverse, had the rotation, but went off balance. Let's take another look.
Yeah, let's take this thing apart. It's not the biggest wave, Joe. Lovely first turn combo. That's nice. And then, well, we both nod our heads from left to right. We'll leave that one. See how the judges throw it up. I don't think they're going to be reaching deep. They don't. It's a 3.2, no consequential scores there. So a wrap-up by the Portuguese surfer with a 6.67. That strong finish makes him your heat leader and winner. So Fredrick Moraes from Portugal takes the win. Van Zyl from South Africa advances to the round of 48.
Doing a great job, and we lose Sebastian Zeitz and Maxime Husino here in heat number 8 as we anticipate a solid one in heat 9. Haley Batista wearing the red takes on Billy Sterman, Timmy Reyes, and Corey Aranburu with a fresh clock. We have lots of waves with the tide dropping out. Things getting pretty exciting. We'll bring in Scotty Turnbull for the call, and we'll have Gigs step out of the booth as we introduce a brand new lineup. Haley Batista, Billy Sterman, Timmy Reyes, and Corey Aranburu. Well, Scott, thanks for coming in the booth. We know you're always busy with the Water Patrol come this time of the year. From this event, also doing the Water Patrol at Bell's. Before we get really started in this one, Scott, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with heat number 9 right after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Prime event on the ASP World Tour. Exciting day of action on the opening day of the waiting period with some pretty good sections, little tubes on offer, couple of airs, and we'll get this one started with Corey Aranburu from Ventura, California, throwing it up nice and vertical to start, winds up for a powerful closeout finish, and he picks that one up, fires himself up to get things started, and picking up the pace out the back is Billy Sterman, Scott.
Yeah, with a great little finish there for Billy. I don't know if the lower seeds maybe took something from the previous heat with Davy Van Zyl and Fredrick Moraes going through. So that was a good little start for the boys.
Yeah, fun little waves on offer. As you can see, some smaller conditions. We've been talking about all the great history with how much size can really end up happening here at the Mr. Price Pro. But let's get back to Corey's wave. Good way to start off your heat, Scott.
Yeah, just setting something up with a really nice little end there section there, which is great. just two turns on that one, but something to start off with. And we see white Billy Stamen, a little bit smaller and really trying to force the issue, but a nice little jam at the end, which was good to see.
Well, Billy Stamen is now number 4th on the WQS rankings, right behind Matt Banting. Matty Banting just took the 6-star win in Cabo more recently. So Stamen in a great position to potentially qualify for the WCT, as we'd like to say hi to everybody around the world. Joe Chappelle along with Scotty Turnbull. And Scott, we know you're doing a lot of different things around behind the scenes. Take us into what it's like to be driving one of the jet skis in the heat of competition, especially at the WCT level down at Bells Beach.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably more intense here at the Mr Price Pro. You've got 4-man heats, but we do get some of the best views out there, but there's a lot riding on our shoulders with picking the guys up from the back in the impact zone. But no, it's a great place to be, and it's good fun, and we're primarily there for water safety, but also there to get the guys back out and get the viewers seeing as many waves as we can. Really cool to get that insight, and you get to see everything in the battlefield as you get to join the world's best as they battle for big scores. A few early scores are dropping in for heat number 9, but let's catch up with Frederico Moraes, who is standing by with Andy Van Zyl.
Frederico, that was such an exciting heat, especially for me because my brother was in it. But you took the win. Congratulations. How was it out there?
Thank you, first of it. And yeah, it's really fun. It's my first time here in South Africa, in Ballito. And I've been enjoying it a lot so far, so I'm super stoked. And let's hope that the waves keep like this and during the week the same.
How different is it for you to compete here compared to in Europe?
I don't know. First, the water is warmer, so it's better. And we don't really have beach breaks like this. We have point breaks, and Europe in summer it's really small. So I've been 4 days at home after Mexico, and it's flat, and we get here and they have this right. So I'm so happy, yeah.
Well, it's so good to have you here. Good luck for the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Frederico, putting on an all-star performance, turning just about every wave he took off on into a keeper as he moves on into the round of 48. Early scores are starting to drop in here for heat number 9. Batista with a 3.5. Stearman with a 4.17. Scott, you've been watching Stearman pretty closely this season so far. What have kind of been his breakthrough results so far this year?
Yeah, Billy's had a great year, Joey. He got a 3rd at the Sakurama Prime, as well as 4th and 9th in Los Cabos. As we see Timmy, which was happening just while they were away in the interview, great first turn. Little wraparound hook at the end there, and a great little finish just to finish it off. So it's a great little start for Timmy Reyes, the surfer from your home country, Joey, over in America.
That's right, California kid. He grew up in Huntington Beach and now travels the world. His favorite thing to do lately has been driving way up to the northwest of the United States into some cold water and surf some pretty challenging waves more often than not. And a lot of times he does it by himself. He's not afraid just to pack his bags for months on end and surf some crazy freezing water sections. And they're all secret spots for Timmy, but he'll take anyone who wants to come surf with him.
Yeah, I can't say I've done a whole lot of Googling of the Oregon, Washington coast up there, Joey, myself, but hey, I'll believe you.
Yeah, no, he's on it. Timmy Reyes, former CT competitor, former final series finish at the Jeffreys Bay event. As we go back to Corey Arambidi.
So this was his first wave again, Corey Arambidi. You got yet to get a score on this one, Joe, but you got the first little tap at the end, a little hit right in the end section.
And now back to live action. Little wrapping cut back into the pocket, snapping it off the top. Billy Stearman, another wrap into the source. End section float, tags it nice and tight and complete.
Yeah, just to use some of the terminology, you went quite lateral on that one. Used some of Gig's terms, which was good, and just linking a lot of turns there, a lot of flow, a fair bit of speed. It was a smaller wave, but I think he's just building a bit of a house, which is good. He got a 4.17 on his first, so we'll see how he goes on that one.
So scores coming through, and now let's get the whole Van Zyl family underway. Andy has her brother who finished runner-up in that last heat.
Okay, guys, I am on the beach with my favorite surfer, Davy Van Zyl, my brother, getting the 2nd in that heat. Davy, you must be so stoked. How was that heat?
Yeah, well, the waves were really fun, and I was so nervous. I wanted to cry before the heat, so I'm just so relieved to have made it.
Well, I'm sure you're going to be crying tears of happiness and not nerves today. It's a big relief, and that last minute of that heat, it was a little bit nerve-wracking. How were you feeling?
Yeah, I saw CBS got that last one, and like it's horrible to say, but I was hoping he fell, and yeah, he never got the score. So yeah, I'm through, and I'm so happy.
Well, congratulations, Dave. I know this is a really important and special win for you, and I'm really proud of you.
Thanks.
Okay, back to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Davey. An epic family moment there, and you could tell how proud Andy is of her brother, Davey Van Ziel, one of the best from South Africa, representing the hometown crowd. And it's going to be a tough heat. He mentioned Sebastian Zietz. He was the guy, you know, who had the target on his back to perform, and he's able to get more confidence, taking out a CT guy in his first appearance.
Yeah, totally, Joe. You know, Seabass has been on the World Tour for a couple of years now. As we see, surfing in white, Billy Stainmud with a nice little hook there, travelling down the line. Just finishes that last one off with a bit more, and 4 nice little turns. Again, not a great big wave, but it should be enough just to keep those scores building up. Yeah,
it looks like 3 scores in a similar range for Billy Stairmand from New Zealand. 4.17. His second wave, another 4.17. And then he gets a 4.77 on his third wave. We have 5 judges on the panel. They had different opinions from his first 2 waves, but sometimes the average ends up exactly the same. Similar surfing as Billy sort of repeating himself to start.
Yeah, and it seems to be obviously doing enough, Joey. He's in first place there quite comfortably, but we've seen what can happen out here very easily. With all these surfers, they can do something quite big. Timmy Reyes, or Reyes I should say, obviously an ex-CT surfer, so he's got a lot under his belt. But with these dropping conditions, Joe, it's becoming a little bit slower by the looks of it. Hopefully we can see a few more tubes as that tide turns and starts pushing in.
Definitely our favorite thing that we come to expect every year here at Surfers, this break here in Ballito. We had some epic showdowns in the past with some gigantic waves. Scott, have you ever had a pretty hairy experience on the jet ski in the middle of a heat with sizable conditions out here?
Not out here. I unfortunately wasn't here in 2010. We had Damon and Dillon out here with the boys when they had waves that I think the boys were calling Hawaiian. Like even John was saying it was really similar to Off the Wall. So I wasn't here unfortunately for that one, but that was kind of the catalyst to get me out here. And I think 2 weeks ago the boys had it in that 10 to 12 foot range. So let's hope something comes in the next few days as we see some waves coming.
So smaller conditions on hand, but very rippable, as we'll see the glide in now for Billy Stairmand. Big bottom turn, hammers the start off the bottom. Nice snap under the lip, great flow into that final turn. Good for a nice clean finish. Looks like he'll turn in his best wave so far, as he needs a 6.39 to take the lead off of Corey Arambidi.
Yeah, he's not going too critical, Joe. He's just doing enough. He's putting enough rail in, displacing enough water. He's actually moved down the beach a lot further from where Timmy and Haley have sort of gone. So here he goes with the first little hook and a lovely little bash right at the end section with a spray going for a long time after. So the judges might like that one a bit there, Joe.
So nice finish and flare move for Billy Stairmand. He became world famous a couple of years back when he beat Kelly Slater at Margaret River in the Prime event. Anytime anyone gets a chance to beat Kelly, it's going to become headline news, huh, Scott?
Oh, absolutely. You know, he's a yardstick for everyone, and you know, anyone who has the opportunity to do it, you know, that's can be the thing that can define their sort of their career, I suppose. I think you mentioned Federico Moraes in the last heat. You know, his career was largely defined by, you know, one of his wins at that top level, and that's the beauty of our sport, is that anything can happen and anyone can take the win. I think one of my favourites was William Cardoso against Kelly back in Bells. He got the wild card replacement. I think it was about 3 years ago, and he beat Kelly in pumping conditions. So, you know, you take your chance, give me your chances, you take them, Joe.
That was a crazy one. Saw William Cardoso here just the other day. As we'll get back to this one, Corey Arambidi from Ventura, California, hammers it, snaps it on the X section. He'll ride down in the inside corner, get his flow on his final turn. That end section's been pretty tricky today. We've had a lot of falls on the final section. Corey's dropped to second because last is Stairmand, comes in at a 7.67. Timmy Reyes in third, even though he has a 6.5. He needs a 4.66, and Haley Batista from Brazil needs a 7.66. Back to the replay, last of Arambidi.
Yeah, so drives beautifully off the bottom, nice and vertically. Bogs and nose a fraction. Again, off the bottom, nice and big, but he's got nice and control as he comes through and just tags that end section. Unfortunately, doesn't ride it out. But still, that's not a bad effort there. As we see yellow, Timmy Reyes up and riding in this one. Oh, no, looks like.
So this one is live action. He's still going down the line. Timmy stalling for the tube, still driving. Reyes makes it out. Sets up a little jam off the top. He'll wait for the float, and he'll end up finishing. A crazy read. One of the best tube riders in the whole world is effective. Only needed a 5.33 on that wave, Scott.
Yeah, I'm no judge, Joe, but that was pretty good from my perspective. Let's have another look at it here as he drives down the line. He's sort of setting it up and can see it further down the line here. Doesn't need to wash any speed off. He just parks himself in the tube. Doesn't quite punch through the front. It doesn't come out cleanly either. And his just feet are a little too displaced to really do anything more. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges go from that one. As we see up and riding Hailey Batista there.
Pulls into the closeout, and he's down. Exchange continues. Billy Stearman with a plenty of open face. Snaps it off the lip. Deep bottom turn. Nice carve down to the bottom. Back to the top for a rock and roll float. He'll sit on it, trying to show the judges he has control. Looks like he had enough rhythm with the whitewater to pull that one off.
Yeah, Billy's looking really sharp. That board looks great under feet. He's got real control in all of his turns. I think I said earlier, he's just sort of building a house. He's just pushing it a little bit more, and obviously he's got 7.67 as a backup. He can start to, put a bit more into it, and he seems to be getting 3 turns at least on every wave, hence the highest scores across the board for him.
Yeah, clean rhythm. Stearman representing New Zealand in such a big way, especially since we lost Ricardo Christie in the first heat of the morning. Back to the replay with Batista's last wave.
Beautifully drives off the top and releases those fins there, which is great. Unfortunately, wave is just running away from him a little bit here. He tries for the little tube. He's watching what Timmy got out there, but couldn't come out the front, unfortunately. As we see Billy up the back there, he's got a nice drive, just sort of tags that first section and really hooks into that next one. Sees the next section, just does a little rock and roll float at the end there. So a good exchange by the two surfers there in white and in the red.
Nice amount of variety. We had Stearman with a standout performance that you mentioned, Scott, back at Saquarema. The Prime Series is pretty heavy this year. It's always a big showcase coming down the wire at the Triple Crown time of the year back in Hawaii with Haleiwa and Sunset as the real deciders of who will join the top 34 in 2015. Stearman knows the numbers where he's in contention at the moment, but we do have a long year ahead of us, and Hawaii is usually known as the proving grounds for a lot of people to showcase what they can do in challenging surf to qualify.
Yeah, that's certainly right, Joe. And I think with the inclusion of a lot of the Hawaiians getting a lot of those spots in Hawaii for those primes, it really means that you've got to cement your spot sort of earlier on. I was chatting to Granger Larson earlier on the beach, and he mentioned that, I think we've got 6 primes to go. So, he said he's not weighing too much on this one. He's obviously optimistic about it, as most of the surfers would be. But it's great to see, we've got a whole lot of primes for the guys to work with. As we see Billy Stearman driving beautifully off the bottom. Just tags that first section nice and critical as the lip comes down. Just does a little pump off the bottom there. Doesn't worry about the little chop. Just jams that tail, sees the next section coming down, and gets right up there and just shows the judge a little bit of rock and roll just to flare it up to try and build those points. And it comes in at a 7.10. So 2 sevens in his score there has got him comfortably in first place, with Timmy Reyes in second, and the boys Corey Aranburu and Hailey Batista needing a 11.83 and a 6.67 respectively.
What a great heat we have really developing with Billy Stearman taking control. His last 2 waves in the 7 range as he has the lead. Timmy got barreled and got a 5.53. Always fun to see what Timmy's going to do anytime he puts a jersey on, kind of known as Captain Good Vibes for all the great stories that used to hear about him back on the WCT. He's had cover shots on Surfing Magazine back in the day for gigantic barrels, and just has that kind of wild man approach when you kind of never know when you're going to see Timmy again, and he ends up turning in highlight reels. Not afraid to pull in when waves a consequence, and right now he's in a good spot, hanging on to second. Corey Aranburu, kind of the opposite role, goofy foot, absolutely tack sharp when it comes to his competitive prowess. Had an amazing amateur career coming through the NSSA. But now he's one of those guys looking for a breakthrough performance on a prime level event like the Mr. Price Pro to start even thinking about qualification.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't actually seen Corey too much, but he only needs a 11.83, so he's 5.71. He's only had a couple of turns on each of his couple of waves. I think in his first one, which was his best one, he really got the score on that one big turn. So, all he needs is that one little peak. We're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, the tide is dropping out a little bit, so he's just got to find that little pocket somewhere. He is sitting in the middle of the beach next to sort of Timmy Reyes there. Yeah,
pretty good spot for him to be sitting at the moment. So using a lot of this lineup, remember we have 4-man priority once again. So we have a little bit more of a rotation. Back in the, even looking back to last season, Scott, with conditions like this, we saw a lot more hassling going down.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about that priority system at the moment is the guys are constantly looking back and they know who's got that priority, and it's great for us viewers. You know, we can see all the waves as we see up and riding Haley Batista with a nice little drawn out turn with really hooking at the end. He sets up his end section, goes really big and throws it away. Unfortunately, doesn't make that one, but that's probably where he's at. He needs a 667 and landing something like that will go a long way to make that one. As we got Corey Aranburu up and riding on his backhand, a nice little gaff there. Another gaff, he slides a tail. Unfortunately, the wave runs off on him. So it'll be interesting to see. It's nice and critical. Good flow, linking those terms for Corey there. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets enough. Only needing a 5.71 on that one.
Well, such a fun surfer to watch. He's had some great performances at Pipeline in the past and all the small waves around the world. As you can see, the beach just starting to fill up. Local time, it is just coming to high noon, 12 o'clock in the afternoon here at the Mr. Price Pro on the opening day of competition. Start off fairly sleepy. It is, you know, a weekday here, but we anticipate some big crowds coming the weekend. Mr. Price kind of brought this whole festival feel to the Mr. Price Pro. You know, a few years back when they took over this contest, started showcasing some of the best bands in South Africa at the end of the week, and also putting on an entertaining show with skateboarders and all sort of freestyle walkers that come here to compete. It makes it a pretty cool event for the family to come down and check everything out.
Not just the family, Joe. You and I in the past have had a great old time. We've got the food festival. There's skateboard ramps all around the place. As you said, we've got the bands. It's a great setup down here at Willard's Beach. As we see just behind the section, Haley Batista, goes completely vertical, but unfortunately loses a tail on that one.
Blasting the fins, and he ends up going down. You can see he wants to show what he can do above the lip and with throwing the fins free. Remember last year in Cabo, he had a highlight reel going for so many airs in one heat. If he gets the opportunity, he's going to pull it off at some point. Let's take another look at his last wave.
Fades off the bottom and comes straight up the top there. Just sort of drives through that sort of turn. Waits for the section to come up. Goes completely vertical, and unfortunately the board just slips away from him there.
You can see how many different looks this wave has. This was the last of Corey Aranburu. A tight space, two big hooks off the top. The rest of the wave shuts down, and the judge is still thinking about that last score for Corey. Needs a 5.71 to turn this one as we wait for last of Haley. Corey's going to continue out the back.
He is. He's got a little bit of wall on this one here. He goes nice and vertical. Unfortunately, bogs his nose on that one. Perhaps he was looking too far down the line, and out the back, got a few, it's a little peakier, which is good to see. So the boys are moving up and down the lineup, just looking for perhaps those tubes or those sections that they can really stamp that last critical point to get those points.
Well, it's interesting when you have a long-standing event like the Mr. Price Pro, you know, when you have so many amazing historical performances going from way back in the day when it was the Gunston 500 and even before with the South African Championships, and then you cross over back to your state in Australia where you have the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, where they have those are two of the longest running contests in the entire globe, where you can dive into so much history as far as board design is concerned and kind of see the evolution of the sport and what we have now in 2014, where you can see this event's changed names quite a bit. It's moved venues up and down the coast to find the world's best waves, but you can kind of see the relationship of the dedication from South Africa and Australia with really trying to put a big playing field, not just for their countrymen, but for the whole world to compete on, to really provide a stage to crown champions.
Yeah, you're spot on, Joey. You know, and I think I was reading Brad de Vries said you come at the next heat, which will be nice and exciting. He said that he's not going to rest until he goes and wins one of these Mr. Price Pros. So, you know, that's how much it means to these guys down here. You know, they're all smiles and it's such a great old time, but, you know, it really does mean a lot to the guys, and it's not too dissimilar to Bells. You know, the guys, it means so much to them. There is so much history there, and you walk down the path here and you see all the past winners, and there's some, you know, big names. They're both South African, but American, Brazilians. You know, and a lot of the time it sets them up. We saw a couple of years ago, Glenn Marco Hall 2 years ago, he won it here, and from there he got a bit of a roll, and that set him up to be on the World Tour after, you know, being on the qualifying series for, I think it was near on 10 years. So, you know, it's quite a prestigious event. It's well placed. Certainly a lot of surfers here will be going on. We've got a lot of the CT guys. I don't know the stats. You might know it, Joey, but I think it was somewhere in the region of 25 of the CT surfers here. You know, it sets up for a real leg for them.
That's right. No, we have some amazing talent, Scott. We have Filipe Toledo, who was in the first heat. He moved on. He's representing that WCT caliber surfing. Aritz, Aranburu, and Thiago Paris had a heat together in heat number 3 where they were able to dominate. And then you look at Sebastian Zietz. He ended up going down. He'll stay in South Africa and start preparing for Jeffreys Bay. Freddie Patacchia had the wild card into this event. He ended up going out early. Travis Logie was able to survive. Just a list of some of the few of the names that we have on hand, and then some of the big names, guys like Jordy Smith, who's won here before, has heat number 12, where he'll be against Christian Kimberson, Mason Ho, and Brandon Jackson. But it's such a great role for these guys to try to go back-to-back on the South African leg as they prepare for that right-hander a little bit down the coast.
Yeah, and you know, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how the week plays out. You know, last year we saw two of those CT surfers get to the final, in Julian Wilson and Jordy Smith, with some incredible performances, and we can see what the guys can do here. You know, these first 4-round heats, the guys do what Billy's been doing and just sort of build that house and just link those turns and not go too big for it. But as we get later on in the competition, you really see the guys going, you know, crazy. So we've got 7 minutes to go in this heat. It's just gone a little bit quiet out the back there.
Well, it's fun, Scott. You touched on a lot of great points. When you look back in history of this specific event, you can go back to last year's final and see some of the best airs done in competition. Then you can go back a couple years before and see some of the best tube rides in competition. This wave has so much depth. And now, you know, right now it's a small surf contest. We have the tide dropping out, and you're seeing more consistency. We haven't seen a ton of air work. You know, we've had a nice calm offshore flow this morning. Now the wind's dropped off a bit, so it's all been about the performance on the open face, big turns, and all about those combination of major maneuvers that have been getting the big scores today. Yeah,
that's it, Joe. It's just trying to find those waves that have got a bit of a shoulder and have got a bit of run on them, and don't run away from you or close out on that sort of shallow bank. But I mean, that shallow bank is beautifully groomed at the moment. I was chatting to the boys from the Water Patrol who live here, and they were saying it's really well groomed, and we saw that with the Brazilian surfer a couple of heats ago, getting two barrels in his heat, and I saw some fantastic free surfing this morning. So again, hopefully we'll see that. I believe there's meant to be a bit of a slight cross onshore coming mid tomorrow afternoon, so we might see, you know, a few more airs coming at that part of the heat.
Well, Scott, touching on the Water Patrol real quick, we always know how heavy it is when the waves are gigantic, or when you have the one-on-one heats where you're actually using them to get the guys back in position. On a day like today, with conditions like this, what's kind of the main role of the Water Patrol during this heat?
When it's this glassy, Joe, try not to put our wake in the lineup and just try to keep the best seat in the house nice and warm out there. So, look, it's not overly critical. I know last year it can get quite shallow. It was only about 4 foot on the finals day, and we did have to do some pickups. It's quite a shallow little beach here. You can see the rocks down the front there. We've a couple of people bathing in that little rip area. So it's very not many exit zones for the guys on the Water Patrol to pick them up. I know the boys, as we see up and riding, Corey and Beatty on the backhand, just coming undone a little bit there. So yeah, the boys last year, we gave them the option. A lot of them tried to paddle earlier on in the heats, but couldn't quite get out, so we got in there and got them out of there and out the back nice and quick.
So nice to have it on hand. We've seen how much surfing has changed ever since the jet ski started coming into play, especially with guys doing step-offs and toe-ins and big waves, and also what it's done to competitive surfing over the last few years, because we want to see these guys ride as many waves as possible in a 30-minute space. And right now, it's obviously a mellow day. These guys have this thing on lockdown, especially with 4 guys out. They're going to be paddling throughout this opening round. Last score in for Billy Stearman was a while ago. He got back-to-back 7-rangers to take the lead after starting with 4s. So you can see how he's got a good handle on what's happening from the panel, knows how to put a wave together from start to finish. Timmy Reyes got in second because of his frontside tube. He had a 5.53 on. Ever since, it's been slow motion out there. Corey Beatty started off with a gem, a 6.33, but he still needs a 5.71 to move on. Batista has been the most quiet. A couple of 3s are his best. Still needs an 8.53 to break away. Here he goes.
As we see up and riding, Haley Batista just setting up this first section there. Nice little gaff, follows all the way through, nice and controlled. Sees this end section, he's going to go for it and lets the fins release there. So that was an interesting one. Didn't get overly great elevation, but let the fins go and had some fantastic control. So that was nice and critical, and that's not going to do his tally any harm, Joe. I'd imagine that might go into his top scoring rides there.
So a critical time for Batista as we check out the drift replay. Watch him fade the takeoff, and now setting up this first hook. Drives it all the way around off the top, and now starting to run after the finish. Throws the punt. He's able to land it. A small air, but showed that he had rhythm. 2 change-ups in variety. A smaller wave on the inside corner. could just put him in a better position to try to find a better wave.
Yeah, I can't see that being the 7.7 that he needs, but yeah, that'll certainly help him go some way. But the boys in front with those couple of 7s for Billy and the mid-6 and mid-5 for Timmy seem to have them in a good position with 2 minutes 50 remaining in this heat. Looks like we've got a few little peaks coming through the middle of the beach. So the boys spreading, a few of them going left, a few heading over to the right there. We'll see how this one pans out.
This one definitely shifting down the line. A nice glassy open face, but no one in position to line that one up. Definitely drifted away from the lineup, but it'll peel down the line beautifully. Next wave could set up well for these guys. We're down to 2:30 on the clock. Billy Stearman, our heat leader, is going to take this one on. Drives off the bottom and hooks it. Ends up disappearing on that first attempt. Looked like he was going to have a gem of a wave and ends up shutting down pretty quick, Scott.
Yeah, I sort of felt bad for the guys, Corey and Haley in fourth, because that's not exactly what they wanted, was for Billy to get another wave. But that one did just shut out on him. So still some chances for the guys in third and fourth position. As we see a bit of a paddle battle here, and it looks like we will have Timmy up and riding. So takes off, sets up the bottom turn, heaps of speed, wonderful little carve through that first section. Again, a little hack setting up and just hits the end section beautifully. Great control there. He doesn't mind it. He gives himself a little clap there. So Timmy Reyes already in second, as we see up the riding Corey Aranburu. He's done that a couple of times, Joey. He's just sort of lost his footing on that bottom turn.
Yeah, and ends up going down straight away. So incomplete on that first tack. That'll give some room for Bautista to get involved. He'll pull into the first section, wears it on the head, and then finds a better position. He'll go over the falls as he was unable to find the ride out. We're into the final minute now of heat number 9. Bautista still needs an 8.46. Aranburu still needs a 5.71.
Yeah, the boys got their work cut out to them. Hopefully that wasn't the last roll of dice for them. So with 1 minute to go, let's have a look at the drift replay as we see Timmy drives beautifully off the bottom. Just carves and links that all the way through. Just a little hook there, just set up the next section. Nice and vertical. Just a little hit at the end there, which is great. So he's happy with that one. As I said, he's sitting in second position comfortably.
Yeah, looking very cruisy. Timmy Reyes started with a 1, then got a 6.5, linking together some turns. Got barreled on his 5.53, and now possibly his best wave of the heat. Coming towards the final exchange, a 6.93 for Timmy Reyes. Strength in second. Aranburu now needs a 7.10. Bautista needs a near-perfect 9.86 to turn this one around.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's been a little bit slow for the guys out there, but it's great to see the guys capitalising. The great wave by Timmy there. Just again, we're seeing those 3 really solid turns. Two really good turns on that, and the one sort of linking turn looks like what the guys need to do to get the scores in this one.
So right now down to 5 seconds on the clock. We have one last paddle to get the last wave. It'll be Corey Aranburu needing a 7.10 snap to start. A little bit late on the inside corner, and it's not going to be enough. Aranburu out of the event in third. Bautista also eliminated. Timmy Reyes from California off into the round of 48, and Billy Stearman, our Kiwi surfer, with a 7.67 and a 7.10, ranked 4th on the QS, moves on to surf at the round of 48.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help his cause there. I mean, one of the differences I noticed, Joe, from the CT to the QS level is it's really hard. These guys come from the other side of the world and have their half-an-hour heat here, and, you know, it looks like the boys go packing with 380 and 400 points respectively. So they'll hopefully take some learning from this. You know, a lot of the guys you hear these days look back at the replays and they say they spend a lot of time analysing the heats and looking back, which is, you know, a fantastic innovation towards surfing being a real professional sport that we've seen at, you know, not just the top level, but this qualifying level too. The guys sitting down analysing what they did wrong and, you know, what they could have done better. So boys will go away and hopefully do that and look to the next event.
It was definitely a breakthrough when the heat analyzer was invented by Lachlan Munday and Sterling Howland a couple of years back. Really changed the way that you watch pro surfing. Heat 10 is coming up next at the Mr. Price Pro. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. We a 6-star prime event on the ASP World Championship Tour. We've got a little wave underway. Per Stanlick getting things started as he got a little snap down to the bottom, snaps it on the end section, and he'll put a number on the board in the first couple of minutes. So Perth getting a wave during the break. Noticing he's wearing that little ankle brace on right now in competition, Scott.
Yeah, I spoke to Perth before. He's currently ranked 22nd at the moment on the QS. He didn't do the last event, but he said it's feeling okay. And as we can see from that little wave there, there was no lack of power, so he's going all right. As we see in the red in this heat, Alejo Munoz, who's currently 29th in the CT. The local boy, as I said before, Beric De Vries, who's just extremely passionate to win this one, and Thomas Woods in the black, also from Australia with Perth Standlick. So one of the interesting things, Joey, being out in the skis, if we had a mic out there, they'd certainly give you a different perspective of a lot of the surfers. Last year it was the local boy Beric up against Geordie Smith. I think it was around a 16, and there's certainly some fire and passion, and he really wanted to take it to Geordie, which he did, but Geordie took it out in the last dying minutes.
That was really exciting to see that go down. An early rivalry was showcased last season, as we'll take another look of the opening ride of Perth Standlick.
Yeah, just nice little wraparound hook in that first one, and just stamps it as a lip comes down there. So nice and critical on that one. Only the 2 turns, but nice flow from the first turn to the second turn. Not an overly big wave, and the judges will look to set the score. Probably a mid-range score on that one. I don't know if it'd go in the good category. As we see up and riding, Alejo Munoz, a CT surfer. He loves that open wing flare, and beautifully off the top there. Sort of similar 2 turns to Perth, but a bit more stamp on it. And up the back and riding, we have Thomas Woods, nice and vertical, long section ahead of him, just does a nice speed float. So the judges got a bit of work ahead of him here. They'll look at those waves again as we see a 5.17 locking in for Perth. And local boy Beric driving off the bottom, nice and vertical. Oh, bit of flare, just letting the fins go, and just a little float and losing it on the end section there. So bit of work ahead of the judges here, Joe.
Solid exchange there from all competitors getting involved on that last exchange here in heat number 10. Alejo got started early. Then we saw a bit of Thomas Woods. Thomas Woods originally from Cape Town, South Africa, but then moved to Burleigh Heads, where he's lived for a long time. So representing Australia in this contest. Let's go back to Alejo's start, Scott.
Just he loves that opening those shoulders right up, just jamming that foot. And again, as I said, really similar to that last turn to Perth, but he just punctuates a little bit more with a fraction more power, and maybe that comes from that experience at top level. So see Tom Woods just 2 really quick up and in turns.
Solid effort there. And then the next wave, Beric De Vries getting a number to get started. We'll give you an update on those opening scores, but now let's throw it to Andy Van Ziel. She is standing by with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with the heat winner, Billy Stemmen. Billy, that was a good heat. Tell us a little bit about what was going on out there. You must be feeling very stoked with your win.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm just here having fun with the Oakley guys just back here. We're just cruising. We got a little apartment, got heaps of food, and just relaxing. The waves are pretty fun. I got a good little board under my feet, and I'm just feeling comfortable.
And how did you prepare for your heat today?
I just sat up there all morning watching a few waves, and we went for an early surf with the boys. So yeah, I've been here for like 4 days now, so feeling pretty comfortable out there.
And is South Africa treating you well? Are you happy to be here in Ballito?
Yeah, I love coming back here every year. It's always fun, and everyone's so nice, and this place is pretty beautiful. So, yeah, I'm just having fun and relaxing.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the rest of the events, and congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Good job to Billy Sterman. Ripped apart that heat. Started with 4s, then turned them into 7s towards the back end and dominated that performance into the round of 48. We've seen so many guys out of the top 10 go down. Guys like Keanu Singh, Charlie Martin. When you focus on the QS, Ricardo Christie also out early. And so now you can see how effective Billy could be if he can move up a couple of spots throughout this event. And Scott, let's get caught up in this heat. We've had a few waves ridden and some big numbers going down. Let's start off with Beric's wave.
So Beric's one here, he comes off the top. He just let those fins go, and I'm actually going to go to Perth here. Perth just jamming that tail on that one. Just loses speed a little bit there and just sort of tags that end section, unfortunately goes down. So on his first wave, Perth got a 5.17. And as I said, really similar wave. Looks like Alejo also looked in exactly the same score. This one here was whilst we were away. Really fast speed turn on that first one, and then comes down with that end section. So again, two nice turns for Alejo. A little bit more critical on that one, Joe.
Yeah, really fun to watch Alejo when he starts attacking. A 7.0. he takes a nice solid lead. You can see how interesting four-man priority heats can get. We had the rule update this season on the WCT when it was referencing blocking and how if you block someone intentionally, just trying to take them off a wave, if you kick out, really not trying to prove a score, then you'll have to sit in the back of the line. Let's get caught up with Barrick's last wave one more time.
So I actually quite like that. He let the fins go nice and loose there and just did a little tag float, but unfortunately got blown off with the whitewater explosion. But yeah, back to what you're saying there, Joe. I think obviously the reason why that happened is we didn't want to see that happening. Whilst it is a tactic as part of surfing, when you get to that four-man heats, it just means there's less guys riding waves and less opportunities for essentially the best surfer to take the win. So a really good introduction. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of interferences this year, and the guys struggling to come to terms with that new rule. They seem to be taking it on, and a lot of them said that they quite enjoy it. And you know, so as we see, Muniz, who got the last wave there, so he's got fourth priority. So what he's done is he's moved down the beach, going to look for another peak there instead of sitting around waiting for the other three guys to get their waves. And it looks like that's just what he's done. Just found a little runner at the end here, Joe.
So still being on the back end of priority, Muniz finds some clear water, snapping it off the top, nice and powerfully, rips one off the bottom and hammers the finish. Muniz with a solid two-turn combo. The next wave is going to be setting up for Fredrick to freeze. Setting up off the bottom, blows the tail out on that front side carve, snaps to get some speed down the line, and just closes it out nice and clean. Fredrick to freeze with his best wave so far, as he needs a 4.58 to move into the top two.
Yeah, and you saw a classic example then, Joe, of that, where we had Perth Stanley taking off and Fredrick utilising his priority. But as we look at Alejo here, just look at the speed, just drives to the bottom, just snaps that first bit, and again, so much drive and goes completely vert and just sort of jams under the lip there. So showing his experience there, Muniz, and again, his Fredrick, his first sort of turn. Again, he's just trying to loosen that tail up there and show a bit of a flare to the judges. A little interesting to see what they think of that one. Nice little shampoo-y close-out turn there, and he actually makes that last one.
Solid performance from Fredrick de Vries. One of the true locals here at the Mr. Price Pro. Lives just down the road, usually houses a lot of the competitors at his house, and always has a lot of fun behind the scenes. Last year was his best result ever on the WQS, highlighted by performances out here, also finaling at the 6-star at Cabo, and a perfect 10 at Sunset Beach. Alejo, meanwhile, down the line, surfing a pretty solid bank. Wave number 4 complete. Already has 2 7s to his name and the lead, Scott.
Yeah, that last wave, Joe, was really critical. A 7.83 for that one. And again, it looks like he's just on fire, just driving off the bottom beautifully and just absolute speed. Spreads his legs apart a bit more just to brace for that impact. And just animated, as always. The Brazilians love their animation in their surfing, which we love, that fire, that passion. And the waves are none too dissimilar to Brazil today, I wouldn't imagine. Just little peaks running all over the beach. And, you know, Alejo certainly looks at home here, and he's in the lead with 2 7s.
Solid surfing from Alejo, and kind of diving into that a bit more. Every time he surfs, he's kind of surfing for more than just himself. He always brings his family along with him. We'll slow this final turn down one more time. Alejo attacking the lip, a pretty heavy impact on the landing, and he's able to pull that one off. Score starting to drift in for Muniz now. He needs to better a 7.0 to strengthen his lead out front, Scott.
Yeah, and what's interesting is he moved down the beach because he didn't have priority. And again, that last little one, which is looking like coming through at a mid to high score, it's locked in at 6.77, so won't go into his top 2 scoring waves. He moved down the beach and obviously liked what he got in that 7.83 and found that 6.77. And the other competitors have now started to mirror that. They've all moved down the beach and copying what he's doing. And why wouldn't you? He's obviously got the experience and he's getting the scores in, as we see Fredrick trying to paddle, and he got a 5.4 in his last one, so it's a good mid-range score for him to move him up into 2nd place. With Perth Stanley in 3rd, looking for a 7.5, and we got Thomas Woods with only the 1 single score at the moment. It looks like he's got priority and he's up and riding, Joey.
Thomas Woods fades the start, now driving off the bottom, clean snap, gets a little bit of a misstep, but he'll recover into an in-section blast, trying to hang on for the completion. Thomas started with a 6.0. Only needed a 2.33 to put himself in the top 2, so we'll probably see that change as he checks out his board. Did he lose a fin there, Scott?
No, I think he's just checking out his spray job there, Joey. As we see him paddling in, stands on up, just fades because it's not running off at him, goes straight up vertical, just leases the tail a little bit. Yeah, maybe he's checking that those fins. Maybe something, there might have a little blowout or a crack in it there, or maybe he just hit a little bit of chop. We'll find out. No, it looks like he's paddling back out, so he must be okay there. Just hit a little bit of chop on that shallow bank.
It was interesting back on the North Shore, as you see, setting up and preparing. We have a lot of amazing surfers on hand. We've got guys like Chris Ward entered in this event. Chris Ward has Dusty Payne, Jadson Andre, and Marlon Lipke a little bit later. Now Alejo Muniz on another one.
Yeah, same spot again, nice and fast. Not as big on that first one. Oh, he's just trying to flare it up a little bit here, and does he ride out? It's an interesting one, Joey. Nearly, as we see a quick in and out from Berwick here. You know, he's got the liberty now with those couple of 7s under his belt where he can start to throw a little bit more flair and have a bit more fun. And we saw that with that little grab rail end section, which we'll just see a replay of now.
Here goes Alejo Muniz on his last effort. You can see how much drive he gets out of that first section. Sets up the ramp, tail high form. Still had composure for halfway through that rotation, but ends up sinking and will end up incomplete. He's known for big airs, kind of went for a lot of them in his rookie year on tour. Suffered some ankle injuries like you do if you're going above the lip that often, and he started kind of relying on his forehand carves to get him through heats, and he was able to win carving at the U.S. Open back in Huntington Beach last year when you kind of thought he was going to use his air game.
Yeah, he has a really wide stance when he goes for those airs. He's got a really low centre of gravity, which sort of helped him out with those big sections. Perth Stanley up, just tags that first section. Nice driving bottom section. Sets up a quick turn for the last bit and just tags that out to try and get his sort of 3 turns. Tries to sell the judges a little bit there, but I'm not sure that... Well, that might go on his top scoring 2 ways. He's got a 5.17 and a 2.33 there.
Well, Perth Stanlick represents kind of a rare territory in professional surfing. Bondi, kind of, you hear about the parties and the atmosphere and the lifestyle. You don't hear about a lot of professional surfers coming from that area. Usually they're driving a little bit up and down the beach to find a little bit more of a place to really battle and get better waves. But we got to see Perth get the call up to WCT status this year at Margaret River when Alejo Muniz was actually debating on whether he was going to surf or not in round 2. Perth had to start in round 2. He didn't surf in round 1 because Alejo was on site wanting to compete, but he had to pull out at the last minute. And since Perth was runner-up in the trials, he was able to get that spot and get the call-up last minute. He stayed really calm and comfortable, wasn't able to make any heats, but it was a great experience for him. Yeah, no doubt, Joey. He certainly learned from that. You see him looking down. I wonder if his ankle there or just his footing as he came up the top nice and vertical, nice little hook there, and just a last tag section to come in at a 4.97 on that one. So that will go into his top 2. As we see Alejo here, you mentioned that the drive out of that first turn, Joe, is he sort of didn't quite release the fins. He knew the next section was coming, spreads those legs apart, just grabs that rail for composure. And he's got to deal with that exploding whitewater, which he does a lot better than I would have, but doesn't quite ride out of it well enough for the judges, and only locking a 2.77 for that one. So nice effort for Alejo Muniz, still our heat leader, as you see him on the Channel Island surfboards. Normally you see him on the DHDs, and he's got some fresh boards in his new quiver as he looks for a big result here at the Mr. Price Pro. We mentioned his family. We had Santiago, his brother, go down earlier this morning. But when Alejo kind of started getting some success in pro surfing, he started helping his whole family out. Back to this one with Bayrick up. So the boy from Umslunga, he's just waiting for the wave to stand up for him. Just tags that first section. Just, you can see the body language there. He's just waiting for the wave. He didn't really get to surf that as well as he would have liked. You know, that's his 4th scoring ride, that one there. So he's just looking to better on a 2.93. But I'm sure he'll want to go a lot better than that. With 14.55 minutes to go, he looks like he's got plenty of time to do that. So more waves on the way. You see Alejo Muniz being very selective at this stage in the heat. Bayrick still needs a 6.83 to keep this one alive for South Africa. Out there in black is Thomas Woods. He's been the most selective, but also getting some great scores. A 6 and a 6.23 back-to-back. Here's the last one of Bayrick de Vries. So hits that first section beautifully, just sort of rides out of it, and you see he's just waiting and trying to force it on that one, and just does a little floater and falls on that last sort of flat section. I think it's nice and shallow in there. That's why those guys are sort of having a bit of difficulty with the exploding whitewater coming up. It's just sort of riding a little bit softer, so it makes that landing a bit more difficult to deal with. They've got to ride out with the power, but try not deal with the explosion taking out the bottom of their boards. Tough impact zone, and we've seen a lot of falls on that finishing section. As we're down to 14 minutes on the clock, Beric de Vries, we mentioned the highlight really had last year, including one of the maybe the best waves ridden ever in Sunset Beach history, getting the perfect 10 from out the back. And we had to clarify that. After he got the wave, we had talked to all the Sunset legends, and everyone was quick to put it up at the top of the list as maybe the best tube rides they've seen, especially with the jersey on.
Yeah, definitely. As we see up and riding, Perth Stanley just at the end there, just tagging the first one and coming undone in that last section. But back to Beric's wave, I remember watching that. I was I was in the office at work and I looked around and obviously no one else surfs there, and it was just an amazing wave. As we see Beric, here we go up and riding the buoy at the moment. Looking for a big section here, goes for the air, two-handed grab, and unfortunately comes down the roof, so another incomplete turn. But yeah, I think everyone was all excited about that left that Kelly Slater got, which he had the GoPro on, and everyone was talking about that, and that lasted for about 5 minutes, and then Beric got that crazy, slabby, running inside bowl sunset wave, which was just amazing, and went a long way to getting him recognised. Similar story with Laurie Towner, 4 or 5 years ago at Off the Wall. It just takes that one wave to define you. All these guys are incredible surfers in their own right, but it's just that one moment which can go a long way to sort of defining you.
Well, it was so cool going back to that day at sunset. Beric was in the parking lot in the morning and he was nervous. He was admitting how his nerves were getting the best of him before the heat. He'd never really even spent much time at sunset. It was his first day surfing out there in a jersey, and then he turns in a wave like that. One of those miracles that is proud to say it's one of his best moments of his whole career. But he's kind of has a different page when he's traveling around the world, as we'll check out another replay from his last wave.
Yeah, he knew it was running off on him. He's going, right, this has got one section in it. He goes for it, hits a perfect section. Beautiful double grab there. Goes out of frame. It's hard to see what he's sort of just got caught up on the top there. So not quite projection, not enough projection out the front of the wave there. But, great to see him sort of going for it. Only 1.13 there. So that'll be a throwaway in his score. But he's still got 11.58 on the clock to come back. So we've got Aloha Munoz. He's a little bit quiet in the last 5 or so minutes. And he can be too. He's probably sitting there taking the scenery, Joey, just seeing what's going down.
He's really enjoying it. Great performance for Alejo as he's trying to kind of recover from the absence of Margaret River in his results on the CT, as he had to sit on the sidelines. But he hasn't turned in a real breakaway result yet this season. Now he's found some clear water once again as he's driving into the first section, controls the slide off the bottom. Nice vertical re-entry. Tries to step on the tail for a cover-up, reacting quickly to every single section, and he gets out of there.
As we see Thomas Woods up the back there, this will be his closing section, which he rides out of beautifully. As you mentioned before, Joe, he's really methodical in his choosing the wave. His first turns we'll see in the replay was great. With Perth here, long drive, nice little section with a bit of slide, but he steps off out of that one. So yeah, Thomas Woods, we'll see the replay shortly. Really picking the eyes out of his waves there with a great first turn and a last closing turn there. And Alejo, I can't imagine building too much more on that one, but still a nice wave.
And we'll check out a series of replays, starting with Alejo Muniz as he got down to the bottom of this one. You can see him flaring up right in the pocket beautifully, attacking it off the top on the second turn. And right there, he got ahead of himself. End section came up quickly. And this was the last of Thomas Woods, Scott. Yeah,
again, we missed that. There's too many waves going down, so we missed that first turn. But he did a really nice first turn out the front there. And again, he made that end section, which is great. Perth driving, a nice little slide jam, but with nothing more to back that one up.
And we had this one ridden during the replays. Beric de Vries pulled in on the first section, was able to find a way out as the section clamps, driving down the line. De Vries checking it off the top to make sure he had the completion, and he steps off. We're down to 10 minutes on the clock in Heat 10. Beric needed a 6.83 with that wave. Per Stanley in third needs a 7.06 to move on. Thomas Woods still second, and Alejo Muniz looks like he's going to be fine out in the lead at this point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the judges do with Thomas Woods ones. As we said, he's only had 2 waves with a pair of 6s, which have got him in second. The other boys around him chipping away, trying to get 4s and 5s around the place. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges go with all those. So they're probably watching the replays now. Alejo's was a good wave. I can't imagine it beating. He sort of did a similar barrel stall to what I do, just sort of jam on the tail and step right off, but didn't quite come out of that section. So a good exchange for the boys there. You always hope at the end of the heats, Joey, there's enough waves for the boys to really show what they've got available.
Well, it's always interesting. You kind of mentioned like the ocean always changes, even heat by heat. You can look at every swell model in the world and check out Surfline and try to anticipate what you might have for your 30 minutes, and everything can change, with the tides and the winds affecting it. And these guys are ready for everything at all times. That's why it's so impressive when you see guys at the World Tour caliber athletes that can adapt every time they step in the lineup. Here comes Perth now.
Yeah, so Perth Stanley Cup running. These are 9.56, a nice controlled little carve in that section there. Goes nice and vertical. And just hits that end section. So just pulled back a bit there. Now we've got an interesting situation at the front here. We've had two surfers go the same. Berwick DeVries slides a tail. He's going to keep going and hits that last section. So it'll be interesting. I didn't see what happened there, Joe. I just looked up and saw we had both Alejo Munoz and Berwick DeVries on the same wave. Now, Alejo is in first, and Berwick looked quite happy with that little turn. So we'll just take the Perth Stanley replay. Just a little tag to set this next section up. Nice little hook, nice and controlled, good flow. Goes straight up to hit this next section. He's not going too crazy, just wanted to lock in a better score. And he's got 3 sort of turns on that one there. He's looking for a 9.56, and here we go. So we got Berwick up and riding, and Alejo pulls out. Gets a slide in there, comes off the bottom, goes nice and vertical on that one, just a little tag, and hits that end section. He's happy with it, and I wonder how the judges are going to see that one. He seemed quite confident that it was his wave. Be interesting to see what happens there with Alejo. He's sitting in first place.
Well, things can move so quickly in these 4-man heats, and the 4-man priority is a new system. Alejo Muniz took off, and he would have tried to get out of there if you thought that it wasn't his turn. But he kind of committed to it for a moment, so Alejo obviously thought it was his turn in priority, and Berwick was confident thinking it was his. The judges know what the order was. Here's Berwick getting up. Alejo wouldn't have been there if he didn't think he had priority, so we'll get an update from the panel in just a moment here.
Yeah, and so Berwick, you'd say the same for Berwick there. He wouldn't have gone if he didn't think he had priority too, so it'll be interesting, that one. So we see Berwick just tags that section here.
So now it's in. The interference call goes white on red. Alejo Muniz, with the CT caliber experience, knew he had priority. On the old system from last year, it would have been Berwick's wave having the inside position. Alejo was able to take off. Berwick thought it was his turn. It wasn't his turn in priority, and now the local boy will get an interference on that last wave, and it's going to be tough to move on. When you get a priority interference, you lose a whole wave, and now he's going to try to do it with one. Scott?
Yeah, it's a tough one. He obviously, just a miscommunication from the boys there. They've got big panels at the front, which they can clearly see. So obviously, Berwick didn't see that one. He did think it was his wave, but he's had his main wave taken off him. So 9.10 is what he needs. So he'll be vastly disappointed with that result, I'd imagine, Joe.
So an interesting point here is we'll check out the replay one more time. Alejo Muniz had priority over Berwick. Berwick obviously didn't think so. Took off with commitment. Alejo got out of the way. Berwick thought he was going to turn in a big number, but this was the damage that's probably going to take him out of this contest.
Yeah, so you can see the body language there. He's quite disappointed, a bit frustrated, no doubt. But he'll keep searching. He's still got just over 5 minutes to go and look for that. But yeah, certainly a challenge there for him.
Now things changing with the interference in. Berwick needs a 12.04, which is obviously impossible on a scale from 1 to 10. He's going to have to try to push it and just go for broke if he gets the chance with 5:30 on the clock. As we look at the big number, though, Lasse Thomas Woods, an 8.5, 6.23 on his low score, has a pretty solid position in second behind Alejo. Per Stanley now needs a 7.77 as he locks in a 6.97 for that last wave.
Yeah, so that Thomas Woods' wave, as we just see Berwick DeVries just doing a little spinner there, trying to make this next section, just tagging it out. That high score of Thomas Woods, 8.5, we missed that because we're watching so many replays, but that was a great wave. And as we said, just being methodical and nice and clinical, picking the eyes out of the good waves, and that's got him cemented in that second place. Alejo still holding first place there, and Perth Stanley just really linking those 3 turns in that last one for a 6.97. So he's put himself in a much better position.
So a heavy situation unfolding as we pass the 5-minute mark. A heartbreaking moment for the locals here in South Africa, as we might lose another. Remember, we lost Michael February early, Dale Staples. We had Travis Logie pick up the pace, and we also had Davy Van Zyl move on. Let's go back to Lasse Berwick DeVries.
So Berwick can just go for broke now, and he needs to. So he's just done that little high line spin above the lip there, and just a little tag at the end. Not going to be enough to get him his combination score of 4.74. In fact, he could have done anything on that wave and couldn't have got a combination 14.74.
Yeah, it's pretty daunting for Beric to freeze when you already look at the guy in second with a 14.73 total. You know Beric's run is already done here in the next few minutes. Before we started off this heat, Scott, you brought up the heavy heats last year with Beric going against Jordy Smith, moving into the last stages of this event, and this one ending so early here in round one.
Yeah, and look, you know, Beric, he's a young surfer. He'll certainly learn from that and gain some experience. Alejo obviously knew what he was doing in that situation. It's disappointing for Beric. I heard you guys talking earlier on about the balance on the home crowd. Do you take that momentum, or is it greater pressure for you? I've got no doubt it'll be even more painful coming in. He'll have the support of the local crowd, but I'm sure he would have wanted to go a lot better. He's ranked, what do we got Beric at? He's at 28 on the QS at the moment, so that's not going to do his results any better, and he'll be a bit disappointed with that because he was going well this year.
A tough one for Beric to move on from. Remember the post-heat interviews from him last year when he kept having those heats with Jordy Smith. Everyone started asking about this rivalry, and he's like, I've got a rivalry with Jordy? He was so surprised. He's like, I still watch his video parts before he gets hyped up for his heats. So he was super humble in his attack. Jordy loved the local boy being in heats with him, and right now he's going to end up going down, and we'll have 2:45 on the clock. The focus is on Per Stanley to see if he can take out Thomas Woods at this stage with 2.5 remaining.
Yeah, so the waves just go a little bit flat for the moment. So, yeah, we've got 2.5 on the clock. Perth Stanley doing his chances much better with 6.93, so he's looking for a 7.77.
So now Heat 10 getting pretty exciting. Coming up after this, Heat 11 will be out there. Matt Banting, William Cardoso, Garrett Parks, and from the Big Island of Hawaii, Tori Meister. Matty Banting has been an all-star for many years, but he's coming off a 6-star win down in Cabo. Beric's going to get a final wave out front, Scott.
Yeah, backdoors that little section. It's a little one. What's he going to do? And again, he does a nice little pop air. Again, not sure it's going to be enough for the 14.97, but it's good to see him staying out there, showing real sportsmanship. He could come in and recognise it's all done, but he's out there really trying to push it and show everyone what he is capable of. But yeah, next heat, Matty Banting, he's ranked number 3 at the moment. He took out Los Cabos the last event. He's also taking out the Burton Toyota Pro back at Newcastle. So with two wins on the QS this year, he's put himself in great position. And he's not too dissimilar to Thomas Woods. He's really clinical in his surfing. He doesn't try and go over the top. But he's got a really smooth style.
Really fun to watch. He has some of the best airs in the game, especially when it comes to small wave surfing like this. We're entering the final minute now of heat number 10 as we'll focus on the lineup. Beric out of this one, but Per Stanley could make the difference. Needs a 7.77 on one wave to move on into the round of 48 as we'll be counting this one out. Alejo Muniz, dynamic, showcasing his CT talent. Start off blazing with his 7s. His keepers came on his 2nd and 3rd waves. And Beric has just shaken this one off, Scott.
Yeah, it's good to see him active. He's moving around the lineup. He's just, big air reverse there. And he'd be bittersweet on that one, making a fantastic little air reverse. And I bet he wishes he could have found that in the heat without trying to look for the ones that other people had priority on. So, just going to do a little victory lap here with a beautiful little spinner and just misses it. What we didn't see in that last one was Thomas Woods just holding off Perth Stanley. Perth paddled quite hard. He needed that wave. And Thomas positioned himself beautifully with priority and took that wave off Perth Stanley and surfed it really nice. So he'll move on to the next round. Aritz Aranburu and Thomas Woods. Unfortunately, we got Beric bowing out along with Perth Stanley.
So a solid heat underway. We'll go to the replay real quick. You see Perth way out the back, couldn't catch up to this wave, and Thomas Woods with the big fin throw stomped it perfectly and got out of there. Such a solid heat for Thomas. His lowest score was a 6.0 in that effort, as he is going to be dangerous in the round of 48 as we check out the results on paper. A pretty epic showdown for Alejo Muniz. Takes another big win for Brazil as they've been dominating this opening day. Another big heat coming up next. We'll bring back Giggs to the booth in just a moment as we start anticipating some fireworks here in heat number 11, Scott.
Yeah, so we've got Matty Banting from Australia. As we said, he's placed number 3 on the QS this year. William Cardoso, who I believe had a child not that long ago. Garrett Parks from Australia, who one of his most notable moments was breaking 3 boards in the QS in one heat, in the CT, the Quickie Pro in one heat. And up against him is Tory Meister, who's currently 51st on that QS. So some really exciting surfing going down here at Willard's Beach at Ballito. As we see Matty Banting in the red, William Cardoso in the white, Garrett Parks from Australia, and Tory Meister in the black. So out the front to get things kicked off, we've got Tory Meister with a nice little hook turn off that first section, and goes big at the very start of the heat, and unfortunately comes undone. But really showing that he's going to go for it from the beginning is Tory Meister from the Big Island. But unfortunately comes unstuck in that one. So that'll just be a throwaway to start the heat off. Fantastic day here down at Willard's Beach in the beautiful Quarakuzu municipality here on Ballito, just down from Durban. It's the middle of winter and you can see the beach. And what we'll do is we'll cut to an ad break. So welcome back to the action here at the Mr Price Pro Willard's Beach as Joey Topel takes a well-earned break and we bring Giggs back into the booth. Giggs, what did you find out about those last couple of heats?
Oh man, I was just having a little walk around. I mean, look at the beach scenes out there. It's warm. It's you know, this area, the Quarakuza and Ballito people, they like to boast about this being winter, and it really is the getaway. You know, Johannesburg's only 4 hours away, and you know, it's kind of freezing up there, especially at night. So good incentive for the July school holidays, the midwinter break to come. This is really the place to be in South Africa. Had a little walk around, chatted to a few people, had a particular chat to Garrett Parks. He's seeming quite upbeat about about being back here. He was here last year and I think the year before. So yeah, there's a good spirit amongst the guys. Everyone's happy to be great waves on offer, and I mean, yeah, well, everyone's looking for the results.
And you mentioned Giggs. It's a place to be in the country. It's a place to be in the world. I've come from the other side of the world to be here, and I love this place. As we see Tory Meister up and riding again for his second wave, just getting things done early in this heat. Comes off the bottom. Nice little gaff waiting for this next section to form up, and tags that last section, which he unfortunately comes undone with. So it's a second ride for Tory in this heat. Just a 2.5 in his first one, which will most likely be a throwaway.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, as I say, looking at this heat, you know, Banting in red, Cardoso in white, Parks in yellow. There's going to be a strong answer to the two waves that Tory Meister's already locked in for us. Let's have a look at that replay of Tory Meister in black, and we'll get to that shortly. He did open with a 2.5, Scott, as you said. You know, not a strong start, a better second wave performance for him here. Let's take this thing apart and have a look at it.
Drives beautifully off the bottom, just releases a fin off the top there, just jams that section waiting for the third, tags that last bit, and as we said from the last heat, it's just a little bit difficult. It's exploding on that shallow bank, but it's not quite enough push to make the guys get shot out in front, as we see live action. Matty Banting. Giggs, take it away.
Yeah, well, Matt Banting out the gates here. Nice rotation off the end section there. That's going to be a nice opener for Matty Banting. He's been building momentum as an athlete. I've been watching him just get more and more confident year on year. I remember seeing him in Oz a couple years back, and he was just getting his feet with an ISA world title under 16, I think it was. And gee, he's grown into a solid surfer.
Yeah, and I think he's got a couple of entries in the Quickie Pro up there in the Goldie, a couple of wild cards. He hasn't gone overly far in the contest, but no doubt that has made it a stepping stone for him.
Yeah, all right, well, before we get that replay of Matty Banting, let's go down to the winner of the last heat down at the beach.
Aleo, great win for you today. Brazilians are doing very well in the contest so far. How was it out there, and how similar is it to the conditions back in Brazil?
Yeah, you know, I've been coming to Ballito for the last 5 years, and it's always really fun. We have a lot of this kind of wave in Brazil, so I think that's why the Brazilians are doing really well.
and everyone is surfing so well. Like the prime events are getting harder and harder every year. We're missing the World Cup in Brazil right now, but we've been watching on TV. So it's good to see Brazil doing well there and here.
And yeah, exactly. Saturday was a great match, and today seems like it's a really good day for the Brazilian surfers.
Yeah, you know, we just love to compete, and we love to win. We have a lot of passion every time. So I think that makes interesting for everyone on the beach to watch.
Yep, you're very exciting to watch, and you definitely have that passion. So keep it going throughout the event. Good luck.
Oh. Well, some nice words there from Leo Muniz, Brazilian statesman, spokesmanship from him there. Let's go to that replay of the opening wave of Maddie Banting, the young Australian, wave 1. Here he goes down the line. Nothing really materializes yet, but there we go. That's the money shot right there. It's going to check in at a mid-range score. I'm calling that between 4 and 5. And this also took place... Garrett Park sneaked around that section behind the curtain, and out. So while Aleo was doing his beach interview, that wave of Garrett Parks will clock in as the opening ride there, Scott, and dare I say it'll be the top end score of the heat thus far.
Yeah, spot on, Giggs. It was a much bigger wave, and he actually went quite a distance and came around that, quite a critical section under the lip there, and came out particularly clean. So the judges will certainly like that one, and that one locks in at a 6.67. With Maddie Banting making an absolute fool of me when I said that he's quite methodical and clinical, just going for it in the first one for a 4.67.
Yeah, he just flared out on that opening end section there on wave 1 to earn a 4.67, Scott, as you said. So Maddie Banting, surfer in red, one ride, a 4.67. Nothing on the cards for William Cardoza, our big Brazilian in white. Watch for him. He'll definitely pull a dynamite stick out and blow something up in a little while. In the meantime, Matt Banting, live action for wave 2.
Yeah, it drives beautifully off the bottom. Nice little slide off the top there. Again, he's just jamming it in the pocket beautifully and tags that last section and just rides out of it. So three nice smooth turns there. Nothing overly critical. Wasn't an overly large wave, but that'll go some way to help him build that house.
Yeah, exactly. Well, building house means you've got to put those two scores together. So Maddie Banting, wave 2. We'll wait for the judges' score. Let's have a little re-look at some action here. Matt Banting, wave 2. Now, Scott, he does a fairly workmanlike approach there. Does get that squirt on the tail, touch of drift, little right angles in those turns. And then he does flare up that end section. It's not overly dramatic or huge, but it's a working wave, and it's going to check in, as you said, in building house with a second scoring ride.
Yeah, so Matty's really got a good rail work. As we see Garrett Parks up and riding here, drives off the bottom, tags that first section, looking down the line. And what's he going to do here? Nice critical hit at that end section there for Garrett. So that'll be his second scoring ride for Garrett Parks.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing to note about Garrett Parks' opening ride is probably the biggest wave I've seen maybe all morning, and that's is due to the incoming tide. So we had a low tide about an hour and a half ago. We will see some more sets. Here we go for a replay of wave number 2 for Garrett Parks from Lennox Head. And he gets over that board. You see how he checked it out into the lip, extended it, and then brought his body weight back over that to deal with that tail drop, kind of float end section there. So good technical surfing from Garrett.
Yeah, good technical surfing by all the boys. So it'll be interesting to see William Cardoso, how he'll go, the big guy, as you mentioned. He's quite a solid lump of a lad, so we'll see how he goes in these smaller conditions. But he'd be used to these sort of conditions being back from Brazil, where they sort of have this. Interesting to hear from that interview that despite the the competition at hand, Alejo's still got time to stay up to the wee hours to watch his favoured Brazil.
Well, I tell you what, he would have been sweating 2 nights ago with that penalty shootout. I mean, geez, I tell you what, Julio Cesar, their goalie, saving the day for Brazil. Well, they're doing great on the soccer front, and they're doing great in Ballito on the surfing. Let's have a look at the replay here of Matt Banting, wave 2 again. There's that check turn. You see the right angles. It does ditch out a lot of water. And I think the judges will be having a look at this replay as well. They haven't posted a score yet, Scott, for wave number 2 of either Banting or Parks.
Yeah, so Matty Banting, he opens his shoulder up beautifully, and he's really low centre of gravity off that back foot, as we see William Cardoso taking off here. Nice driving speed. What's he going to do here? Does a half turn. Not sure he knew what he's going to do there. Just floats that section and jams the end one there. So he wasn't sure how the conditions were going to pan out for him on that one.
Yeah, Willie Cardoza, I think just really trying to just get some momentum going now. We've already burnt up a third of the heat, 20.5 minutes remaining out of that full 30 minutes on offer. So I think Willie Cardoza just going into sort of a little mindset, well, you know what, let's just pull the plug on it. Let's start getting the motor idling and see what we pick up in between. But Garrett Parks a 6.67 to open that tube ride from your man in picture there in yellow. Let's go to the technical relook of Willie Cardoza.
So drives down that section. Looks, he does a half tag. He looked a bit confused there. He might have been going for a tube. Ends up going for the float. Drives off the bottom. Nothing really vertical on that one. Just sort of tags the end one. So not overly critical. As we see the scores locking in for Matty Banting, the judges liked that one a lot. So only 3 turns. Didn't go too crazy, but there was a lot of flow. And come in with a 7.83 on that one of Matty Banting's second wave.
Well, there we go. Recipe there. He put the right ingredients in the oven, baked it for the judges, and technically very acute angles on those turns. So 7.83 from the panel. That'll set up a good momentum for your heat leader now, Matt Banting. We might even get a relook at the highest score of the heat so far. Here we go, wave 2 for Matt Banting.
So just waits for the wave, stands up, goes critically there, just drives that through that section, releases the fins a little bit, again around that section, jams it. A lot of variety, different in that second turn to the first one, and just at the end just jams it. So
yeah.
Nice and technical.
Yeah, Scott, I think what the judges would have enjoyed there was the link in the turns as well. You know, he wasn't too much in between. He came out of the one and led straight into the bottom turn for the other. I know that the judges are looking for those subtleties and details. Here we go for Tory Master now. After a little slumber in this heat, wave number 3, it's a vertical attack for the man in, well, it's not black, sorry, it's blue. And, well, let's have a look and see. Wave number 4 for Tory. We'll hold on for the replay of that because I'd like to see how vertical he does get on that end section there. Lying third at this stage, Scott, he needs a 7.9 to advance.
Yeah, there's certainly not as many waves in this heat as the last one, so he's still got 18 minutes under his belt. A nice jam on the first section and then nice and vertical on the second. It'll be interesting to see how the judges pit that up against Matty Banting's one.
Yeah, well, I called the incoming tide to bring a bit of size and consistency to it. So here's a relook at Tory Master. Strong power turn at the beginning, and then obviously does do what he has to wrap that up. Strong punctuation at the end. A 4.8 is what hits the scorecard for Tory. And, well, it still has him down in third. So the situation is Matt Banting with that 7.83 and his opener of a 4.67 has the lead. So red is leading. Garrett Parks, surfer in yellow, earned a 4.73 on wave 2, and he has got that second place position. Tory Master lying third in black, and Cardoza. Just a small opener for him, but, you know, where they may have capped him a half a point on the opening sort of turn, they definitely gave it back to him at the end there, a 5.23 for the Brazilian in white.
Yeah, so the judge is seeing a bit more than I guess I did in that one. He was nice and critically finished that off well, and they must have liked that floater. The big guy can really displace some water. I was saying earlier to Joe, one of my favourite memories was watching him take down Kelly Slater at Bell's with a couple of high 8s back in the Rip Curl Pro about 3 years ago. So he has done his time at the CT level. He's had a few entries to wildcards in the past, so he'll no doubt bring that experience with him here.
Yeah, definitely a seasoned campaigner. And he's the kind of bloke that can sit it out, not get all stressed out, and just pull out a massive score. So we'll see. He might be holding priority here. No, he isn't. Matt Banting is. And here we go, wave 3 for the Australian heat leader.
Driving down the line, he's seen something. Wash off a little bit of speed. Just again jams and releases that tail. Nice and vertical. So a lovely little finish there for Matty Banting. William Cardoso not too happy with his score. Was just splashing the water out there. So he didn't have priority on that one, so he had to let Matty Banting go. As we come back to a replay of Matty Banting, let's have. What do you think of this one, Giggs?
Well, I'm just having a look at it. The point of view is I did peep up over the monitor, and it is a kind of smallish wave. It does appear on screen a touch bigger. So and there's only 2 turns in that. So I'm not sure that it's going to be the cracker score that Matt Banting is looking for to join his 7.83. Remember, he's trying to ditch a low scorer of a 4.67 and cement the lead here. He actually will ditch the score with an improvement. The judges are liking, obviously, his technical approach. You know, I see 6s dropping from judges, and a 5.5. It'll probably average out at a 5.83 it is. So surfer in red, Matt Banting. extending a lead here, Scott.
Yeah, I think Giggs, what the judges like about him is that he's got that variety. So that first turn, he's throwing it up, he's just jammed the tail. The next one's a bit of a hook, and the last one, he's sort of hitting that end section. You know, he's got that variety of manoeuvres. He's got speed through it, and he's got that flow. And I think that's what the judges like, rather than just 3 turns and he's forcing the issue. He's bringing all those variety of that repertoire that the judges are looking for, and that, you know, we can't fault him, and they can't fault him for it. And you know, his results are speaking volumes. Taking out, you know, 2 of the QS events this year, the big ones, the last one at Los Cabos and the one earlier in the year at Newcastle. So, Matty Banting looking really solid right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Building momentum at the halfway mark here. 15 minutes remaining on screen. Your 4 surfers just sitting through a little lull here, but there are plenty of bumps approaching us again. So at the moment, halfway mark, Matt Banting in red leading over Garrett Parks in yellow. And then back half of the draw is Torrey Master lying third, looking for a 6.61. And Willie Cardozo, just that single ride, looking for a 6.18, earning a 5.23. I'd say keep an eye on black and white. And certainly I'll be keeping an eye on the next heat. You are joining us in Heat 11. It's the round of 96 surfers on day 1 of the Mr Price Pro here at Willard Beach in Ballito. Just a half an hour drive north of Durban on the east coast of South Africa. And the reason why I made reference to Durban there is up next is Geordie Smith. He'll be up against Christian Kimmerson, Mason Ho and Brandon Jackson, winner of the South African surfing hosted Mr Price Pro Trials. And they'll be coming up next, Scotty, in 14 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm certainly looking forward to that one. As I am the boys in this heat capitalising, we see Torrey Meister trying to keep busy, which is, I guess, in stark contrast to the other one, surfer William Cardoso. He's just playing it patient, I guess, like Thomas Woods was. But Torrey Meister trying to keep busy. He's sort of headed down the beach looking for some of those wider ones that I guess Alejo picked up his big scores on in that last heat.
Yeah, exactly. There are some walls on offer. Cardozo having a little sniff there on screen. Nothing to report, though. It's a little insider. As I say, I do think that if there is a couple of heats now where we're going to see some raking walls and some bigger sets, it is now as the tide comes off the bottom of the graph and the incoming tide starts marching it. It should help whatever deep water swell there is still floating out there to reach the beach here, so to speak. So let's have a look and see. I mean, obviously, if we can get Willie Cardozo on one of those big walls, we're gonna go top end scores. I mean, there's no doubt of that.
Yeah, I fear for the wave that they do put him on the big ones.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, it's Matt Banting leading with a 7.83, paired up with a 5.83. Here's our heat leader by a nice margin. It's Garrett Parks lying second, holding a 6.67 and a 4.73, our surfer in yellow. And then further down the draw, lying third, Torrey Meister in black, looking for a 6.61, and here he goes.
So Torrey up and riding, just on the that end section again. Just does a nice little gaff in that corner pocket there. Driving down the section, looking for an end, does a big air. And doesn't quite ride out of it. He lands it beautifully, but again, it's just not that power. It just hits that deeper water just off the back of the bank there. It doesn't quite ride out of that one. So good to see Torrey Meister giving it a go, but unfortunately that one just not paying off at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as I say, look, when we go for the replay, you're going to see he does get high elevation on that, and almost recovers with a bit of a bum plant on the landing. But we'll take that apart on the replay. Here we go for it.
Yeah, and he does a different grab, which is different to the norm. So takes off here, comes around that section. It's a bit warbly, but still does a beautiful little gaff there, really hooking the pocket. His board there. Goes nice and high. Does it inside grab now. Look, I'm no expert, but it's a little bit of variety. So that's what the judges like to see, but they do like to see them riding out too, which unfortunately Torrey didn't in that one. So that one probably won't go into his top 2 scores.
Yeah, well, as I say, Torrey reaching for the air there, and well, we're going to see a lot more of that as the week goes on. We'll see how Geordie Smith coming up next can interpret his aerial attack. He'll be up next, 11.5 minutes to go in this heat. Geordie Smith, Christian Kimmerson, Mason Ho and Brandon Jackson are our 4 surfers coming up in Heat 12. Right now, you are joining us at the Mr Price Pro Day 1. It's Heat number 11.
What's really... we're just going to check out this replay here again of that air.
Let's just take this air on the inside apart, Jeff, Scotty.
So nice and high, nice projection. Grabs the inside rail there, comes down with it, but unfortunately that whitewater explodes under his board. He's still got his feet on there.
There's a moment right here where he is still kind of in the game. And then I think it's more the backwash than his actual approach that has let the situation down there.
I was actually just going to mention this as we see on screen. Geordie Smith has been sitting out there all morning at the front of his balcony with Dad Graham there, just watching the surf since first thing this morning. And he does that every year. He stays right at the front of the beach here at Willards and watches most heats, which is, you know, and we can see that in his surfing. He knows his place like the back of his hand, making the final last year. Any other final, he probably would have won that one if it wasn't for Julian doing some crazy airs, and obviously a winner a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on screen, Geordie Smith in heat preparation. It's warmed up nicely here as well. Lots of people down at the beach, and we'll flick to action here. This is Garrett Parks lying second in the heat. Nice attack on the first turn. Very crisp on the second. And this is a good working wave. I think we're going to wave goodbye to his one of his scoring two that he was holding on to here, Scotty. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges throw up wave number 3 score for Garrett Parks. I think he could be putting a little pressure on the tail end of Matt Banting's performance here.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 7 if he wants to challenge Matty Banting. But nice fin release on first and third turn, as we see a replay here. Nice drive, sets up this turn here. Just under the lip, nice little turn. Goes up, releases those fins on that second turn, and again on that third one. So again, nice flow on that for Garrett Parks from Byron Bay up there in New South Wales.
Man, I think he can be happy with that. I'm sure his dad's online. I know his dad from the kneeboard community. His father's the world kneeboard champion. David Parks, if you're online. How's it going, Brew? It's long overdue for a surf with you, mate. I like to throw out the mate when I talk to the Aussies.
No, that was good. That was good. I like that one.
All right, so let's have a look. We might even get another technical relook at Parks here in yellow. There's a lot of vertical there twice, and end section, it's functional, it's useful, and it's 3 strong turns. I think the judges would have called for that that replay there as well, Scotty. You know, they have the liberty of going back and having a look at stuff, looking at the little innuendos, the little subtleties, even slowing it down a touch.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot less waves ridden in this heat, so they've probably got to do that because the scale would have changed a little bit from the last one. As we see those scores slowly locking in, it looks like he will do as you suggested there, where it gigs.
Yeah, well, let's have a look and see. I think judges still having a relook at this. It's not super vertical, but it's got power all the way through turn 1. Vertical and nice drift there, Scotty, on that second one. And then, well, it's useful at the end. It's not the showstopper turn, but it is functional, and it's earned a 617. So remaining in second, but now, well, yeah, same requirements. Still looking for a 7 to take the lead. So Banting leads in red, Parks lying second in yellow, but a bigger leap required for Meister in black. And here he goes.
As we see him up and riding, driving down the line, goes for a big air reverse and lands it right down. He likes that one.
He does.
So looking for that 804 on that one. Only one wave, only one turn, but it was a great one. High projection. And a really good rotation, really good control on that one. So we'll see how the judges go on that one. We haven't seen a whole heap of airs today. We've seen a few tried at the end, but not a whole lot pulled off.
Right.
Talk us through this, Gigs.
The drift replay. Now watch for the heart here. Heart and extension. There's not even a nose pick in that. I mean, he's well clear of any water there. So sailing through that one for, well, we'll wait and see. You're a betting man. You want to put some...
with the conversion of the rand to the Australian dollar, sure. Yeah, look, I think that'll go above
let's
the 8.
have a look here.
As you said, nice height, nice control, great spin. He sort of goes, 3/4 of the way around. What's that, 270 degrees?
Yeah, it's
Lands
the highest one of the morning so far.
Yep. So
let's have a look and see. No movement on the judges' card just yet. They are digesting that. Only that single maneuver. We did see around a 6-point score for a single aerial a little earlier in the heat. I mean, a little earlier in the morning.
So Tori's taking a different approach. He started his first wave. He did the one turn and then went for a little air on his very first wave. And it looks like that's going to be his strategy here. And, it may or may not pay off for him. As we see William Cardoso just sitting patiently. He doesn't seem to be... He's got a 5 under his belt. As we see the replay again. No, there's live action. So... Tory Meister again, sort of nice and vertical, 2 turns there. So he has got a 3.5 and a 4.8. We are waiting for that last scores to drop from that last one.
Yeah, so the judge is now owing Tory Meister 2 scores. And look for a top-end score on that previous wave. 6 minutes remaining as Geordie Smith in picture walks down to kick off his opening heat of the Mr Price Pro.
So we're looking for an 8.04 for Tory Meister. We've got some judges below, some above, and it's coming in an 8.83. So Tory Meister moves into second place, relegating Garrett Parks to third, requiring a 6.97 with 5.5 minutes to go.
Wow.
And here's a replay of his second wave here. Nice and vertical, a release on the second turn there, but an 8.83 for that one turn air reverse there for Tory Meister. So the judges like that one, Giggs.
Wow. Well, you saw a replay, and in those last two replays of Tory Meister, he's gone into the lead. Just like that, an 8.83 on that single maneuver, frontside air rotation, and then backs it up with a working wave, two big vertical hits, a 5.23. How's that for somebody tearing out chapter 5 of the book?
Well, who needs 30-minute heats? I'll just get it done in 2 minutes, says Tory Meister. So judges liking that surfing, the air, and then mixing it up with the second wave there after that one with two nice vertical hits with the fin release in the second one. So good flow, good variety. It is nice and slow out there. So they're liking what Tory's doing, and he's moved to first place.
Wow, just like that. So new heat leader, Tory Meister from Hawaii, bags an 8.83 and a 5.23 in the last 2 minutes or so. And with 4 minutes 30 on the clock, the whole situation's upside down. Banting now down into second, looking for a 6.24 to go back to his previous lead. And Parks now is the man under pressure down into third, looking for a 7. Cardoza still a single score on his card, a 5.23. He's down in fourth. He needs an 8.43. Scotty, big ask.
Big ask, but not an unsurmountable task. Something he's certainly capable of. As we said, we're just waiting for that big wave to come in and him just displace some water as part of that one. Garrett Parks, it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one now. Whether he's sitting amongst a pack with the other boys, whether he goes hunting, as he seems to paddle for this one here, which looks like it might be rare left. No,
wow.
Just having a look.
Just a little sniff from Garrett Parks, but 3 minutes 45 on the second hand clock here. Meister in black leads, Banting in red lying second. It's Garrett Parks now under pressure looking for a 7. Cardoza with a single score like we mentioned, looking for a big 8.43. Now, I would say that Cardoza, I can't see the beach priority, but I would imagine right now he has to be on number 1 priority. So we'll keep a little BDR on our surfer in white. Nice scenes here as the beach is really heated up. People have sneaked out of work. It's a nice festive day down at Ballito for a Monday too. I mean, great.
Yeah, why aren't you people at work? Yeah, it looks like we got Tory Meister. He's just going to happily stay in the middle of the beach there. He's quite happy with where he's at. And the other boys are all going to go sit with Will and Cardo. So as we said, we think we've got that first priority. And the other two boys just going to paddle each other around looking for that wave. With Garrett Parks just on the inside, he might be able to sneak this one. He's kicking hard, scraping in, under lip. All right, behind this section. Little shampoo there, Giggs, and he's in and out. He knows that doesn't have the scoring potential he's after.
Yeah, no, that's not going to do it for young Garrett Parks from Byron. He'll need more than that. Looking for the 7, locked down into third. The clock says 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And I'm just keeping a BDR for those of you with HD. You might be picking up the man in white. He's the furthest to the right on screen. But here we go. Second place server, Banting. Technical performance from him in the first part of the heat. He's going through to the inside. Junction turn at the end there. It doesn't have a strong right-hand angle to it. I can't see that being a massive score. And here's your heat leader, Meister. Pushing, pounding away now, looking to build scores, maybe trying to drop that 5.23 as his counting ride and look for the improvement and solidifying that lead.
Yeah, it looks like Tory's just having a great old time out there, Giggs, rather than surfing a heat. He's just throwing fins and spinners at will. Who do we have on the wave before? Was it Garrett Parks?
Yeah, Parksy was a throwaway score, so I'm not seeing any real change. 1 minute 45 on the clock. We are looking to see if Cardoza in white can unlock a second scoring ride. It's a big ask for him, an 8.43, but stranger things have happened in this game of competitive surfing.
So Matty Banting's lowest scores a 5.83. Looks like we're going to see a replay of that coming in now. See if he's going to improve on that 5.83. He's really nice and calm and technical, as you said, Giggs. Nice little hook in the section on the shoulder there. Just coming around, waiting for the wave to stand up for him. And sort of jams that end section. So 2 turns.
Well, what do you think at home, folks? Is that enough to improve scores? And here's your heat leader flaring out the tail. And 1 minute remaining on the clock. So a little flurry of activity between our surfers in first and second position. Let's see if yellow and white lying third and fourth can come up with anything in this last minute.
Yeah, we're seeing a real contrast too. Obviously, Tory Meister's been busy all day. He's got 8 waves under his belt, and William Cardoso only the 1 wave of that 5.23. So, really interesting approach as we do wait for that scores to come in for Matty Banting. Certainly, Garrett Parks will be hoping he doesn't improve on that low score of a 5.83 with Garrett Parks looking for a 7 as the boys paddle up and down the lineup looking for these little picks coming in.
30 seconds remaining on the clock here, Scotty. We're watching Garrett Parks with interest in the yellow singlet. Can he squeeze out anything out of this lemon before the clock hits nothing? 15 seconds.
He's racing down the beach as we're counting down to 13 seconds, and it doesn't quite come in with Matty Banting's score at a 5.10, but that won't matter. He still progresses with Tory Meister taking this one out.
Yep, it's wrapped up. Meister takes the win, Banting second, and Parks and Cardozo are out of the Mr Price Pro Ballito. Stay with us. It's Heat 12 coming up next. Geordie Smith, Christian Kimmerson, Mason Ho, and Brandon Jackson.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it, Gigs. I might go and see what this looks like from out in the water. And I might call in the smooth, dulcet tones of Joey Tappel back to the commentary booth. And you guys enjoy your time, and I'll be watching from out there as we see this great-looking heat on paper.
Well, let's have a look and see. We are rolling straight into the next heat. And wasting no time, Mason Ho was first up. All right, introducing the next heat. Geordie Smith, Christian Kimmerson, Mason Ho, Brandon Jackson. Those are our 4 surfers.
So Gig's going to kick out for a second to go help out on the beach commentary upstairs. Joe Tappel alongside Scotty Turnbull for the call. Scott, we're not letting you go anywhere. We've got another big heat underway. This is really one of the heats we've been looking forward to with Geordie Smith featured in the red jersey. We'll go to a replay to see Mason Ho going sky high on that frontside loft attempt, and always hoping that he's going to pull off something like that in competition.
Yeah, obviously watched what his fellow countryman did in Tory Meister in the previous heat, and he thought, well, let's just go to the air and let's just do some spinners to start of the heat, and let's just do that. And what I find interesting about Mason, I've only been to Hawaii a couple of times myself, and you hear the reputations of the Hawaiians, and he obviously comes from quite a solid dynasty. Yet he's one of the friendliest people in the world. You know, first time I met him, he was coming down the beach, and I thought, oh, who's this Grom? He was just frothing and buzzing, and, you know, he's just that friendly, saying go to everyone, and probably half those people didn't know who he was or what surfing was. You know, as you can see, the fans down here at Willard Beach, you know, and that's what we love about him.
It's such a good call because I think Mason Ho represents a lot of different aspects of pro surfing. He represents this amazing free surfing feel that makes you really excited to see his free surfing video clips because he takes his own approach. You know, surfing's creative in itself, and he's one of the most creative guys on the whole world, but he also represents a crazy part of, you know, pro surfing, representing the Ho dynasty, the son of Michael Ho, his uncle Derek Ho, former world champ. As now we have Tory Meister, winner of the last heat, standing by with Andy Van Ziel.
Surfer in the red singlet, showing some intention, and here he goes, Geordie Smith.
Do we want to watch the wave? Do we want to watch the wave? Well, let's talk about your wave quickly. You really had an amazing heat. Bit patient in the beginning, but then you busted out these ears, causing everyone on the beach to cheer. How are you feeling right now? You must be so stoked.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. I was having a shocker before that, you know, that one air that I did. They got an 8. I was super nervous, and I kept falling. I shouldn't have been falling, and I was like, you know what? There's a lot of opportunity out there. Just, you know, keep your head around it, and I know they like airs out here. It's a perfect wave to do airs, so I just tried to do the best I could.
And how do the waves compare to where, you know, the rest of the world? How are you enjoying surfing here in Ballito?
I love coming to South Africa. I think South Africa probably has some of the best waves in the world, and it's awesome to have a QS event down here. Yeah, I always look forward to hanging out with the boys, and yeah, I love Ballito.
Awesome. Well, you put on a really good show. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Tory Meister, putting on a great display in that last heat. Every time he comes to Ballito, he's good to find a big ramp at some stage. So Tori on the way to round of 48 as we'll get back to a replay, the opening ride of Jordy Smith.
Yeah, so Jordy Smith just manhandled this little tiny wave, just lots of speed there coming through his third turn and just jamming it, punctuating at the end one. So his first wave was just a throwaway, a little in and out, whilst in that interview, and that one there he'll probably lock in as an early start to the heat for Jordy.
So Jordy now building. That'll be his second score at a .57 before that. Mason Ho with a 1.0. Brandon Jackson starts with a 5.33. Came all the way from the trials, but he's had a lot of experience on the QS, so he understands this formula, but also able to take advantage of the South African contingent. Now scores in, Scott, for last of Jordy Smith, a 5.0 as he takes the lead.
Yeah, so it's a good start for Jordy. He'll obviously take his experience and want a bit better than that, as we see up the point. Mason Ho going for his second wave. Just tags that first section, gets a little flat on him, and looking for the second section, just jams. So just 2 turns, as we also see Jordy in the inside, flying down the line. 2 big turns so far. Comes the end section and just does a little wrap around, little float, which we'll probably see in the replay.
So yeah, Scott saw Jordy a little bit down the beach, getting the same wave that Mason had. Mason finished, and there's a little bit of wave left down the line, so Jordy will be improving on that first place position, improving on .57. Back to the replay. This is how Mason Ho started.
Set it up beautifully. As I said, it just got a little flat on him, that wave, so just tag that white water, and again, just hits that end section. So only 2 sort of turns, nothing major there for Mason. Here's one that we saw of Jordy down the line, just coming off the section, manhandling it behind the little person on the beach there. Second turn was nice and vertical, and does a little, what do we call that, Joe? A little wrap-around foam climb floater.
and a kick out on the inside corner. So Jordy made it pretty clear, Scott, that he wants to take this thing out to go right into Jeffreys Bay. He was able to go back-to-back wins a couple of years back as he now setting up this inside section. Jordy staying really active, even with the priority system. He's not too worried about it. He's found some open space down the beach, and here goes Kimmerson heading that way.
Yeah, so a bit of work cut out for the judges here. Jordy Smith keeping very busy. I was saying to Giggs earlier, he's staying on the beach here, and he's been watching every single heat from his balcony. So he's obviously seen that with that incoming tide, it's got a little bit slower in the last heat, and there wasn't a whole great deal of waves going down with William Cardoso only taking 1 wave. So Jordy's getting busy early, so starting off with a 5, and we'll see how that next wave comes in. We'll watch, just cut to the replay of it. So it comes off the bottom beautifully, just hits that first section, driving down the line, and just bashes that end section, manhandling it.
Nicely done for Jordy Smith as he kicks out. You can see conditions changing throughout the day, coming off the massive high tide. Nice and contestable throughout this point. They're thinking about some wind picking up tomorrow, so they're going to try to max out the opening day. Before, we're trying to hope we'd get to at least this point, but it looks like we'll maybe even get all the way to heat 18 before we leave the beach. Here goes Jordy Smith again, Scott.
So driving down the line, he's down the end section looking for a backdoor barrel. That's not going to work out for him. He's chosen the same section that Alejo was down the end of the beach, just trying to find a little runner. He obviously had 4th priority there, having caught the last wave, so he thought I'll just keep busy down the beach, getting whatever I want, whilst the other boys jockey for position up the line. And we see Brandon Jackson, the local boy, paddling for a wave.
In a perfect spot to take off on this one, setting up his first turn, nice and vertical. Brandon squares up, clean closeout, hack to stomp it. 2 big turns for Jackson. Already had the 5.33. More waves on the way. Mason Ho in position.
So up and riding, he drives off the bottom here. Just a little half check turn, looking for this section. He's trying to do an air. It was a bit foamy, that section, to really get any projection, so nothing of great notoriety there for Mason Ho. But Christian Kimmerson doing okay on his wave beforehand. As we see up and riding Brandon Jackson, the replay of him, comes off the bottom beautifully, nice and vert, and jams that end section. We've seen a few guys come undone on that end section today, but Brandon Jackson having no problem with that, getting a 5.33 on that wave.
And this was the last of Mason Ho, just trying to force a frontside punt on the inside corner, and ends up going down. His best wave so far is a 3.50. Mason needs a 5.87 to move on. Christian Kimmerson, another part of the Brazilian domination crew, former World Junior champion. He was trying to make a roll for the World Junior title a couple of years back. He made a big name for himself back in Bali when he did the KK Flyer. It was that double grab on his inside rail, and he did a complete rotation. And when he first came into the beach, everyone's like, what do you call that thing? And He just called it a reverse with a double grab on the inside. But then he later realized that he might be able to put his name to that error, and he called it the KK Flyer. We haven't seen him use it a lot lately, but he's very capable of getting really creative above the lip, Scott.
And we've seen that, you know, the airs are getting scored quite well here, so hopefully he does bust that out there, Joey, that KK air. And really interesting point that, you know, we don't have too many new moves that are created these days, but, you know, you see the Julian Wilson sushi roll that he created, you know, it's going on about 8 years ago. You saw Kelly bust out his air as well, and the KK air. So let's just see, hopefully he busts it out today.
Well, it's pretty cool when you see guys actually invent new maneuvers, and sometimes in other sports that you can compare it to, especially skateboarding, they have a name for that version of an aerial, but since it's not done in pro surfing, it's, you know, guys like Josh Kerr are able to kind of put their name on the map as some of the great creators and the guys that really change the game above the lip, as we have an opportunity for Brandon Jackson.
Nice little release in that pocket there with his fins coming around, and again, let's see if he can ride out. No, again, that rebounding whitewater is just getting the guys in that shallow inside bank. As we see out the back here, Christian Crimson. Let's see if he can bust it out here, Joe. Got a big section ahead of him.
There's the wind up, full rotation on the backside of Christian Kemerson, and he ends up not finding a landing. He's down, but still needs a 5.74. That's what could really separate himself from this crew. Here's Jordy Smith now.
So just a nice little turn in the pocket. He didn't seem very interested in that wave, Jordy, paddling into it, but he's just trying to build on his two waves so far. He's got a 4.37 and a 5.0. We do have Brandon Jackson in the lead with a 6 and a 5.33 as we see Mason Ho up and riding. A beautiful little gaff in the pocket. And just looking for that link up and hits that end section. So Mason Ho with 3.5 and a 1.40. I've got no doubt that'll improve his position there. He is in 4th and looking for a 5.87 to move up as we cut to a replay.
Quick replay from that last exchange. Hawaiian Mason Ho getting in the picture, but we'll catch up with the final wave of Brandon Jackson as he's able to find a finishing section but couldn't pull it off. Now here to Mason Ho's wave, Scott.
So drives off the bottom beautifully. Nice little hack in the pocket there. Again, just gets a little bit of a warbly section, but manages to hit that end section beautifully and ride out of it. So 2 turns there for Mason, and as I said, I think that'll improve on his 1.4 low score. So with 19 minutes remaining, we've got Brandon Jackson, the South African, in first with a 6 and a 5.33. Jordy Smith in second with a 5 and a 4.37. Christian Kimmerson in third, and Mason Ho just looking for his next score, but at the moment he's sitting in 4th.
So it's Brandon Jackson trying to go from the trials win to a title here at the Mr. Price Pro. A 6.0 and a 5.33 back-to-back, leading over Jordy Smith at the moment, who has a 5 and a 4.37. Jordy put as one of the best guys in the world when it comes to throwing down power carves, explosive above the lip. Made his debut on tour and has been dedicated to bringing a world title back to South Africa. It's been a long time since Sean Thompson won, but with the incredible role for Jordy Smith was his ability to take out the CT at Jeffreys Bay back-to-back. First over Adam Melling, and then he had a pretty epic showdown against Mick Fanning the following year. But then a crazy thing happened. J-Bay fell off tour. So I guess you could say Jordy's still defending his last CT title as he heads to J-Bay coming up next.
Yeah, certainly, Joe. And I can't imagine the excitement he'll have going into that. He's placed number 4, I think, on the CT at the moment. So he's going under the radar a little bit. What with the Brazilians taking out, you know, a couple of wins there. And also, who else? I've gone a bit blank.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. When you look back at the start, Medina with the big win to start. He started with a little bit of a slide, but he's back to world number 1 after taking out Fiji. Kelly Slater right behind him. And we also have Joel Parkinson, who's been so consistent, but without an event win this season. Jordy's come close. He's always the favorite at Bells, but he ended up getting knocked out by Julian earlier this year. As we'll go back to the last wave of Brandon Jackson.
Yeah, just really throws the tail in that first section, controls it and rides out it with some real flow. And that second section goes nice and vertical again, but it unfortunately comes undone. So 2.93 there for Brandon Jackson. Won't go into his 2 highest scores. Just a quick story, Joey. Last year we had that final between Jordy Smith and Julian Wilson, and I had myself out in the ski representing Australia, so I was sort of rooting for Julian Wilson, and we had Damon out rooting for the South African. We had a little wager on it. I was sweating bullets about the 8-minute mark with Jordy just dominating, throwing airs at will, and I think he was around the high 16 marks. And then Julian Wilson, of course, came out and just did that sort of 360 air, and also the that grab slob air, I think it was. No, he did. It was a hands-free air, whatever it was. I can't remember.
Oh,
what it
he
was,
got the perfect 10. It was actually one of Josh Kerr's signature airs, that crazy flip that he was calling it with that grab with his left hand on the alley-oop rotation. It was something that Julian hadn't done before with a jersey on. He'd been landing him in free surfs, and he was actually able to showcase it in a final.
Yeah, which certainly made my little wager and me quite happy from out the back.
That's a pretty epic way to see that final go down. Two of the best in the whole world sparring it out for the title at the Mr. Price Pro last season. Julian is effective a lot of times in competition. He's won the U.S. Open. The Prime seemed to go his way. He's looking for more major wins on the WCT. Still at just one win to his name back in Portugal a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but he's always there and abouts. I think every year he's sort of been improving. He's in that top 10 category. But as we said, there's been a lot of hype over those other guys. With Michel Perez taking out 2 wins this year. I was sort of saying earlier that Geordie's almost gone under the radar. That he's had great expectations on him for the last couple of years, and perhaps maybe this year he can, with all that hype going on the others, he can go under the radar and maybe break the shackles a bit more. That comes with that pressure on him. And certainly, he's got a right-hand point break down at J-Bay, which he knows quite well, he said. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
That's a fun one, and this one's definitely the place where he wants to get on a roll. He's staying right behind the scaffolding here at the Mr. Price Pro, and he's looking at trying to get a 6.33 to take the lead off of Brandon Jackson. Right now, the South Africans have the top 2 spots. Mason Ho needs a 4.85. Here goes Brandon once again. He's going to have to kick out. There's another wave behind it, and Kimmerson, or Goofyfoot, is in position. He's going to glide in and start going to work, setting up his first turn.
So the Goofyfooter under the lip, nice and vertical in this section there. He's sort of running out a bit, just crosses onto the back line there and hits that section beautifully. So a good little wave there for Christian Kimmerson. He's at a 1.5 is his low throwaway. We've seen a bit of a lull with 14 minutes to go there. So Christian Kimmerson, it'll be interesting to see what the judges do with that one. Nice and critical on the first turn, and also just getting over that little warble onto the back section of the wave and just hitting that closeout beautifully.
Well, the fun surfer to watch is Christian Kimmerson. He has that element of surprise. Right now, just needs a 5.74 as we now check out live action. Jordy Smith driving down the line. He'll sit on the roof for a nice floater. Drives off the bottom and hooks it in the pocket, but he ends up incomplete. The big float to power carve combo, not effective for Jordy. Was about to put down a huge number if he could have capitalized on that big turn.
Yeah, he covered a lot of the beach there on that turn and had a great deal of speed. It's disappointing he couldn't quite make it out, but that's what you got to do. You got to go for these, Joey, if he wants to progress to that next round, and that's what got him in the past. With Brandon Jackson flying off the bottom, just tags that section, nice big floater, and unfortunately his feet just came out of position as he landed that floater, so it didn't quite set him up for that next maneuver. You can see in his body language he was a bit disappointed in that, as was Jordy Smith.
So now we'll check out the replay of that last wave from Christian Kimmerson. Couple of quick tags in the pocket, stabbed it vert, covered the flats well, and hammered it on the inside one more time. There's that space in between that he can just glide through. What do you think about Jordy's wave?
So he was flying. He covered a great deal of speed. Did the float there, which was just setting up for this next section. He comes around, drives. I think he bogged his toe as he came and set up for that turn there, which just washed off a little bit too much speed for him, and unfortunately came unstuck there. But that's okay. He's in second position, looking for a 6.33. He's got a 5 and a 4.37 under his belt with 13 minutes to go. It'll be interesting to see what the judges think of Christian Kimmerson. He's looking for a 5.74. Just waiting. The judges are most probably watching the replay of that one. So he had 3 turns on that one, Christian Kimmerson, and we haven't seen many waves in this heat where guys have put together those 3 turns. But ultimately, Joe, they're looking for the flow, how critical it is, the innovation, the manoeuvres. So we'll see how that score does pan in. We're still just waiting for those to drop now.
It's always interesting when you look at the criteria for the panel every year. Sometimes they tweak it. The words have kind of been similar in the last few years. Speed, power, and flow, we've seen a lot of that today. The variety is crucial in getting those big numbers, and Kimmerson hasn't been able to reach for that air game that he has yet as far as progression is concerned. A couple of years back, air started really becoming rewarded, and talking about the comparisons with the skateboard grabs, and we saw guys like Kimmerson and a lot of guys on the QS really rely on those airs to really get big scores every time they showed up in heats. But now the judges kind of updated the criteria to make sure that we would never lose the carve game and the power that we love to see. Let's go back to watch Christian's wave one more time.
So he comes off the bottom there, just gaffs on the pocket. A lot more vertical on that section, more 12 o'clock, as you said, gets over the flats there and really critically hits that last section. So it's that combination of manoeuvres, I guess, they're looking for in that, Joey, is not, going back to what you're saying, not just the one big throwaway sort of move that is critical and is innovative, which are two of the criteria, but the flow and combination of those waves and linking those manoeuvres into each other is what they're looking for. And I think we saw that with Matty Banting earlier. He was doing a variety of turns in each of his waves and making sure he connected those quite well, and he got the win from that one. So just looking at scores dropping in from that wave of Christian Kimmerson, it looks like he's certainly going to replace his low of a 1.5 and also his next score of a 3.63. So he's looking for a 5.74. And the judges' scores are reflecting they do like that, so that's going to come in around the good range. And he's locked in a 6.90, so he moves into second place there, the young surfer from Brazil.
Well done for Kimmerson. Takes second. Jordy Smith goes down to third. Jordy's last wave was a 4.43 where he missed the carve, so he got a pretty decent number for that big float to set up the turn. But now Jordy could be facing elimination. Needs a 5.54. Mason Ho still needs a 6.01 to advance on. We had a breakthrough result for Mason last year when he won the HIC Pro at Sunset, the 4-star event. He also did some damage at the Volcom Pipe Pro this year where he made the final. We had Wiggly Dantas in that final and also Adriano de Souza. But you can see he's always a fan favorite, especially when it comes to surfing in Hawaii. I think that his win at Sunset meant more to the community than it even did to Mason after his speech on the podium.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see that. I guess Mason now needs to take those results and do them offshore at different places. As you said, he's a fantastic free surfer and does really well in critical waves. He's just going to try and sort of link that together on the QS. He's ranked number 62 this year. So, a good result here will certainly set him up towards the back end of the year where he's got some of those waves, those primes in his home location, backyard. I think he did quite well last year. He didn't, made around the round of 16 or just before that one from memory. But either way, he's going to be having fun out there. So he's currently got a 3.5 and a 4.53. That doesn't certainly reflect his ability. He's got a lot more in the tank. We just hope that Huey cooperates and throws some waves for the guys because it is a little bit slower in this heat. With 9 minutes 20 on the clock. There's still plenty of time, though.
That's right, and we do have Surfline, our official forecaster of the Mr. Price Pro, kind of letting us know it's going to be about 1 to 3 today. Nice, comfortable morning conditions that are really hanging in there for the long run. It's heat number 12, and it's nice and glassy. Lower tide is being pretty nice to us, giving us a lot of opportunity for these four-man heats. Brandon Jackson won the trials the other day, is still in the lead. A little pop-up peak setting up for Jordy Smith now.
He's just looking down the line, waiting for this wave to set up. Displaces a bucket load of water on that one. Comes flying off the bottom and just spins that thing beautifully off the lip there. That thing looked just very functional, very, very critical, but he made it look really easy, Jordy. So two waves there, but really good turns. So he's sitting on a 5 and a 4.43 now, looking for a 5.54 to take him into that second position.
And you can see those priority cubes right upstairs, right next to the panel. First priority is with Mason Ho. Second is with Christian Kimmerson. Third priority is with Brandon Jackson. So you can see Jordy just getting this final wave. Let's take another look at the replay.
He doesn't rush it. He just waits for the wave to set up and just displaces a mountain load of water here, which was almost just a setup for that beautiful turn there. Beautiful big bottom turn and critical under lip, fins free and spins that one beautifully. So the judges, again, they'll be looking for those critical turns, and that was certainly one of those. So we'll see how we go with Jordy Smith on that wave, but certainly one of the local favourites. All the locals down here rooting for him. And, we've had a couple of the other South Africans, Berk de Vries dropping out in that last heat. But Jordy's going to hopefully progress, and he's looking for that progression.
Yeah, pretty amazing effort from Jordy Smith. You always see a lot of fans come down to the beach when it's Jordy's turn to surf. We remember his big win he had here a couple of years ago, runner-up last year at the Mr. Price Pro. We look at the domination from the South Africans in our sport. It's always Sean Thompson who's looked at the guy who really paved the way for South African surfing, and he dominated the Gunston 500, ended up winning this thing 6 times in a row way back in the day.
Yeah, and Jordy was certainly highly touted in his early stages, and as we said, he's sort of been in that top 10 consistently for the last 3-4 years. But just really looking to link those big wins together on the CT, as we see the judges not surprisingly liking that last wave of Jordy's Joey.
Yeah, that's right, an 8.10 as he turns this thing around. He drops out of the advancing position just for a moment. and uses that skill above the lip, throwing that tail into reverse on the finish. And an 8-1-0 puts him all the way in the lead. Brandon Jackson moves to second. That takes Kimmerson down to third, who now needs a 4.43. Now Mason Ho needs more. He needs a 6.8 to make a comeback. We see all the people in the lineup, but remember, Mason's been sitting for a while. Jordy, without priority, is going to take another look on the inside.
Yeah, and why not? He's got a 5.0. He's just got a better, so tags that inside section. Again, just throws a tail at will, like he's just having a field day out there, and rides out of that one. So a little bit smaller wave, but just keep him busy whilst he's got that fourth priority, seeing if he can improve on that 5.0. But yeah, judges loving that 8.10 Jordy. Just seemed to throw that one down at will. We knew he had it in him, but he waited quite some time with a lot of low throwaways before that big score.
Well, it's so fun to see Jordy and how he works in a heat, and how you can see how skilled he is at adapting to a lineup where things aren't going his way at the start. He's not dominating, and he'll change it up and kind of steal the win off everyone else. Here's Kimmerson on the comeback trail, needing a 4.43. He'll ditch the fins on the final turn. A subtle claim. He liked the way that one felt. Before he was counting a 3.63, and he doesn't need a whole lot to take Brandon's spot in second.
Yeah, nice little steep wave there for Christian Kimmerson. He paddled into it. We'll see it on this the drift replay coming up now. It's just paddled in. He obviously had priority over Brandon Jackson. Nice and steep. Does a nice little hook setting up for this one here. And as you said, Joey, just ditched those fins and released it beautifully with nice control. He does a little Adriano de Souza finger click claim, and he's looking to replace that low score of 3.63. But Mason Ho up and riding.
Mason now taking a look. He's still driving. The Hawaiian sets it up off the bottom. Lip line float to start. Wave spits, and he'll throw a little carving 360 just to change it up. End section approaching. Just a form closeout hack, and Mason talking to himself, trying to hype himself up to come back as we've hit the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, just looking at that one live, Joey, over the top of the monitor, it looked a little bit bigger, that wave. So that'll take into consideration when the judges are scoring that one. As we look at the scores for Christian Kimmerson, well, now we're just waiting for those last ones to come in. So he's looking to improve on a 4.43. And Mason Ho is looking for a 6.8. So he got 3 turns on that one. Seemed quite happy with it. I'm not sure, he went as big as he could have gone on that one, but let's have a look and see.
Starts off with some nice form, just waits for this first section. Lip line float. Here comes the carving 3 to change it up. He's able to nail that second maneuver, and there's the finish, just to show that he had complete control. Always styles out of his rides. Make sure that the judges know he had complete rhythm, and the crowd getting bigger here and rooting on the Hawaiian. He needs a 6.8. That's a pretty solid score. Maybe that wave will just get his rhythm going to put him in a little closer spot to try to move on.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got 3.5 minutes, just over 3.5 to go, so he's got to get going. But, yeah, that could be the case. He could just be looking to build, as we see up and riding. Brandon Jackson just ditching the fins on the first. We just missed that there. Second time, again, just ditching the fins, but only 2 sort of turns on that wave. He's looking to replace a low score of a 5.33. So, as is always the case, Joe, nice and busy at the back end of the heat as we see Christian Kimmerson
on the back end. Tons of momentum, going for a big backside rotation. Came off his board, but almost regained composure as he's chasing a 4.43 to make a comeback. We're down to 3:10 on the clock. Jordy Smith leading this one with a 5 and an 8.10. We also have Brandon Jackson trying to hang on for South Africa. One more look at last to Christian Kimmerson, Scott.
Yeah, so this is the one just before that we talked about. So the judges, he's looking to replace a 4.43 in this one. There's the one he liked. As we just see a lot of waves just going down here, so we'll just see if we can't catch up. The judges are no doubt taking a little while just to look at the replays. It's obviously getting critical towards the end of the heat, so they just need to spend their time locking those in. It comes in at a 5.30, so that puts him up in a second position, Joe, requiring Brandon Jackson a 6.21. So let's have a look and see what Jordy did whilst we're in that.
So during that little replay, we had Jordy Smith catch another wave, reverses the inside. He's got those things dialed. He's whipping around that reverse rotation faster than anybody right now. He's one of the biggest guys on tour, but he can get so low and always provides a pretty exciting finish, even in smaller sections. He's looking to better a 5.0. Now at the 2-minute mark, Brandon Jackson's lost his advancing spot. The trials winner needs a 6.21 to make a comeback. Last to Mason Ho, he had the carving 360 on his second move. He got a 6.17, his best wave so far. He needs another wave like that. A 6.04 will put him into the next round.
Yeah, so 1 minute 40 on the clock. You know, most of the guys could progress from this one here. So let's just see. Mason Ho needing that just midline 6. Does a little jam section there, and he tries to go big and release the fins. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that one. So he's looking for a 6.04 for that one, and I'm not sure it's going to come in at that, Joey. But a flurry of waves coming in these this last couple of minutes as we look to the innovation replay from Brandon Jackson's. Off the bottom, a nice little jam in the section, just releasing the fins a second time there. So that was his last wave, and he's looking for a 6.21 from that one.
And also continuing with the replays, Jordy Smith got the hack, and then there's that reverse that we just saw. He'll look to be improving a 5.0 as we approach the final minute. Christian Kemerson is looking for some ramps to throw down some airs before this thing's going to end up complete. He's looking to better a 5.30 because Brandon Jackson is nipping at his heels. Brandon's getting a score from his last wave. He needs a 6.21 and looks like he's going to end up just short.
As we saw Mason Ho just still trying to find that 6.0, only got the one turn. As we see, we're going to go to a replay. Whilst we're looking at those other replays, we see Christian Kimmerson, as you said, Joey, looking for those ramps, and looks like he's found a rare left and punts that one beautifully with a little reverse air on it. So he's currently in second position, looking to improve on a low score of 5.3. As I see Geordie live out the front here, just waiting to set this wave up. And again, he's done a few of those, but that one is a little bit higher. Released the fins on that one, actually got a bit more air. So only the one turn, but he's comfortably in first place with an 8.10 and a 5.3. So a bit of work to do for the judges here. They've got Christian Kimmerson's air to lock in. We've got Jordy Smith's last wave to lock in, but those two are in first and second respectively anyway. So what we're waiting for is Mason Ho with the only surfer with waves remaining. He's looking for a 6.04. I'm not sure that one turn that he completed is going to come in.
So pretty exciting he is. We'll get the last couple of waves, and Mason Ho had a final wave right at the end here where he got a setup turn down, end section hack, and he ends up going down on the finish. He was looking for a 6.04. This was Jordy Smith on his air reverse just to seal the deal. He didn't really need a score at this point, just threw the tail high, stomped it, and he's out of there. Jordy Smith unofficially taking the big win, and it looks like Kimmerson will be safe in the second spot, because that air is still yet to be scored, and he's still holding that second position, Scott.
Yeah, so again, just waiting for this few of Mason Ho, but as we said, only the one turn, so it looks like it will be Jordy Smith and Christian Kimmerson, so the local boy will progress, and just while we're waiting for those to lock in, I might actually head out in the water now there, Joey, so cool hanging out. We'll hand over to Wok, and I'll see if I can't catch you guys later on.
Well done, Scott, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We'll bring back Warwick Wright for the call as round one continues, and the judges are wrapping up those final scores. Kimmerson's air is going to be in the mid-range section, but it looks like he'll be safe in that second spot. Unfortunately, we lost Brandon Jackson, but Jordy Smith turned his heat around right at the end when he started going for big moves. That reverse was looking really sharp. He got an 8.10. Warwick, I saw you watching that wave. Were you pretty impressed with that move?
Yeah, I was a little out of my wits in there a bit. He kind of left it a bit late. That's not really like Jordy, you know. He's getting his fours and like low ones. I was like, come on, get it together. But unfortunately, Brandon went down. Jordy dropped that big 8. He just kind of bulls and bulls. You know, that's what he's like. He's so solid out there. He was excited. I was actually with him just before his heat. He was timing the sets, 2 minutes between intervals, this and that. So he's still focused. You know, he gives these contests like he gets down and he's determined for them.
Really exciting to see and cool to see Mason Ho after a tough loss, still hanging out with the fans here in Ballito. He's going to try to shake this one off and move on to the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, California, to work on his campaign to qualify for the top 34. Judges still have 2 more scores to lock in before we start heat number 13. As we look at the list of guys in the next heat, who are you looking for to kind of step it up in this one, Walk?
Yeah, well, we got the veteran there, Otto. Stewie Kennedy, Jesse Mendez. Jesse Mendez is solid, and then the new kid Shane Sykes. This is his backyard right here. He serves here every single day. Got second in the trials to Jacko, Brandon Jackson, who just lost. But good up and coming little surfer, really cool kid, really sick style, pretty innovative. Likes to go to the air, but he won't be any stranger to these type of conditions out here.
So cool to see some new guys, and especially local talent, get the call up so they can showcase what they do on their local break. Shane Sykes kind of has that role with nothing to lose. When you think of the wild card story in pro surfing, you want to surf against the best guys on a home break, and he's probably, you know, the next generation guy that gets to now end up getting the call for the Mr. Price Pro for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the kid's only, 16 years old. He's a baby still, but I guess to surf against all these guys, it's great experience for him. And, you know, this is obviously the route that he wants to go. He wants to become a professional surfer. No holds barred for him. I think he's going to go out there and just try to tear as much as he can and, get the local crowd really psyched behind him.
Well, it seems like the life of a pro surfer has really changed in the last decade, especially with how young these guys are living the life of pro surfers. Kind of back when Kelly was 16, 17, and 18, a lot of them were still going to high school, graduating from high school before they're actually leaving and traveling the globe full time. Nowadays, you're about 10, 11, and 12 when you're taking on that role.
Yeah, man, they're grooming you big time for that next step. You know, they're picking out these little kids that are, as you said, 13 years old and getting paid this like top dollar and actually putting them in like 10, 15-year contracts. You know, so trying to definitely like get them involved for the next step.
As we get started with this heat from Lennox Head, Australia, Stu Kennedy, already with a ton of momentum. Mid-face bottom turn into the reverse, and he'll lay low for the completion, just a little bit out the back, and he's not going to get credit for that air reverse motion. This heat is just getting underway, so we'll take a quick break, and we'll continue with round one here at the Mr. Price Pro. We'll be right back after this. A nice afternoon right out front here in Ballito as we're watching the Mr. Price Pro in the opening round of competition. This heat features a WCT surfer with Kai Otten wearing the red jersey, Stu Kennedy out there wearing white, Jesse Mendez from Brazil in the yellow, and Shane Sykes representing the local crew, runner-up in the trials event a couple of days ago. And now walk. This is Stu Kennedy.
Yeah, Stu going on the second one there. You can see he kind of broke wide after his first wave, just trying to get more under his buckle. And this is yellow. This is Jesse Mendez. Guys opting for the lefts now. You saw that guy in the last heat. Was it Christian?
That's right, Christian Kimmerson.
Yeah, doing some big rotations out there. Obviously, you can see as the day goes further on, the winds aren't really against the left, so it's better for the guys to punt some airs, not as many barrels anymore. But we'll see. Obviously, Jesse Mendez is a small little punt there. And Stu Kennedy just two small scores.
And now 27 minutes on the clock. Let's catch up with former Mr. Price Pro champ Jordy Smith with Andy Van Zyl.
I'm here with Jordy Smith, South Africa's favorite surfer. Jordy, you didn't disappoint anyone watching you today. You surfed amazing. How are you feeling being back home in South Africa in your home waters and in front of your home crowd?
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I never kind of got the sets, but on the hindsight, I got to surf with one of my good friends growing up. I don't think I've surfed against Jacko probably in, 7 years or something. So that was pretty special just to be out there surfing with him. And then, it was a little unfortunate. He started off well. I never started off too well, and then I kind of got going towards the back end of the heat. I was really unfortunate toward the end. I think the Brazilian did an air or something and turned the heat. But nevertheless, I'm looking forward to the next round, and hopefully the swell can stick around.
And we're looking forward to seeing you, Jordy. Good luck for the rest of the events. We're all behind you. Thanks, Jordy.
Thanks, Andy, and good to hear from Jordy Smith. Looking comfortable, but you could tell it's business as usual, taking that round one heat very seriously, and he kind of admitted he started off slow and really put it together towards the back end.
Yeah, Jordy trying to act as humble as possible on a post-heat interview, but I'm sure out there they weren't friends, but that's how it goes. It'd be the exact same if the roles were reversed,
So an epic showdown for Jordy. He's off to the round of 48. Now all the pressure goes on Kai Otten to showcase his CT talent. We saw his breakthrough year on tour just last season where he turned into a top 10 guy. He won that event in Portugal. It was an emotional win for Kai, and he started off a little slow this season. He gave, got to witness the birth of his new son, Oscar, and now he's trying to pick up the pace in the Prime Series to get his seedings points a little bit up towards the end of the year?
Yeah, Kai's been, on tour for a long time now, but he's always been one of those guys who kind of just qualify at the end of the year, getting one good result here and there. But yeah, as you said, last year, he made the top 10. Yeah, man, he's really potent in those big lifts. Portugal, a really thick, barely beach break. I watched that whole event online. He did surf really well. And then obviously places like Chopes and that, he's definitely one of the guys who stand out.
It's pretty cool, and you see just different venues cater to Kai Otten's strengths along the way. He's done well in Brazil a long time ago, making a final years back. He's also had a semifinal finish at J-Bay years ago, losing to Joel Parkinson. As we see Jesse Mendez, quick on his backhand, a smaller wave. He's just trying to get something on the board real quick, Walk.
Yeah, you see there, just a quick little insider. He's already had his one wave, so he's probably nowhere near priority. Just a kind of 2 quick snaps, probably get a 3 or 4 on the board, and then just kind of get his work rate up. We've noticed that through the Brazilians. They try to get their work rate up, try to catch as many waves as they can, and then just kind of build from there,
Well, one of Jesse's highlights of his career was back here in that amazing year in 2011 when he got a perfect 10 out here in pumping conditions here at Surfers. He was able to turn in a pretty solid result. Actually came close to qualifying that season. Ended up getting an ankle injury after that, and so that slowed himself up after that year. And now he's kind of coming back, and this event's already provided him with some surprises. He got here a couple of days ago, but his boards didn't show up. In the last 3 days, he's been driving back to the airport in Durban trying to find his equipment. He was going there late last night, so I'm not quite sure if he was successful or not, Walk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got his boards, but, that type of stuff happens all the time. Boards go missing. Sometimes boards don't even rock up for the whole event, and you're riding other people's boards, but you can't really let you get yourself down. You kind of just got to keep on pushing through, and just all you really need is just 2 good waves, and these guys are so good that they can really get 2 good waves on anyone's boards.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting as we see Kai fade the takeoff, setting up his first turn. Little backside hook in the pocket. Kai building up some board speed, frames it up vertical with a little slide, and he's on the board.
Yeah, Kai, just a wave a lot similar to Jesse Mendez's second wave. Kind of pretty low mid score, but I guess he needs to open up his account and start building. The waves are getting a little more inconsistent now as the tide starts. I think it will have turned by now and start pushing in again. So we're in a bit of dead water. Just see this replay here from Kai.
See him fade the start. Had a little bobble, but still executed a nice little backside wrap in the soft section. More of a lip to utilize there, so he ditched the fins. And his score will be pretty similar, like you mentioned, to Jesse Mendez. Just a touch better, a 3.5. He's in third, needs a 0.67 to advance on now.
Yeah, I really like that last turn of it. He kind of threw that whole tail out and kind of slid. So, stuff like that will definitely catch the judges' attention. But as I said, most of these guys are just catching the inside. When a set comes in, you'll be able to see, what level they'll take it to.
So fun scene on the beach here in Ballito as we have Heat 13 in the lineup. Coming up next, Heat 14 featuring Pat Gudauskas, a former champion out here at the Mr. Price Pro. He has Granger Larson, Tommy Whitaker, and John De Silva coming up next.
Wow, that's a big heat. What heat is that?
Heat number 14. Tommy Whitaker, former C-tier for a long time, and kind of in this coaching role these days, hanging out with the Oakley crew with guys like Sebastian Zietz and Billy Stearman, but still with his seedings, he can get into the major events.
Yeah, I guess he's taken on that role where he's kind of on his way out, but also kind of still staying in there. He's such a good, solid surfer. He's been on tour for years, He's been one of those vets who've always been in the middle of the table, either top 10 or midway. Wow, just a really, really strong surfer. Big calves, big hacks. Really nice guy. And then obviously, Patty Gudauskas is, he flies into the waves, I guess. He is a past winner. And John is still a very good friend of mine. He used to stay with me when he used to come out here. Very light, goofy footer, quick and snappy. And then Granger, Granger's also a solid surfer from Hawaii.
So a fun one to watch coming up next as the soccer continues here on the beach in South Africa. They'll play some games, watch their favorite surfers right out in front, and make it a pretty solid beach day. Right now it's a slow start to this heat. Opening ride for Shane Sykes.
There we go. It's a nice quick float there. Yeah, unlucky there. Just the one turn. bit of a messy wave. That wave kind of just seemed like it broke up a little bit. But definitely one of the bigger waves of the day. And there goes Stewie on the back.
Stu Kennedy wrapping it into the pocket. Second little carving turn and throws it up one final time for his finish. He'll better a 1.83 and his lead with 20 minutes remaining. Shane waiting 10 minutes for that first start. Ocean slowing down just a bit out there right now, Walk.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the tide is changing, so it's in that dead type of water, I like to call it, where nothing really moves. And then as soon as the tide starts pushing, you'll see more of a flurry of waves. But let's just check the little replay of Shane. Late under the lip as he took off, and then you see he almost bounced into another wave and then kind of got stuck behind off that floater. So you see the next replay, I think that's of Stewie Kennedy, yeah. Also another inside, a smaller wave, but I think Stewie just trying to get a couple more waves under his belt. Looking to the, I think it's going to be a 4 flat.
And now back to live action. It'll be Kai Otten with the backside float into the flats. Coming around the corner, backside snap to finish. So 2 turns, 2 different turns with the combo. Already had the 3.5 and didn't need much to move into the top 2. It's pretty steady. Smart wave selection for Otto so far.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be his better wave of the, I think that might be the best wave of the heat so far. You got the 3 quick turns in there, used the whole wave. Here's a replay. You see it pushes one punch through there, floats this section, and tries to come around just for one more little smack, bang. So, you know, Kai's he's a really good surfer and like a good heat surfer, so he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, smart decisions from Kai Otten so far. Remember his best year on tour last year, but then he came to Hawaii for the Triple Crown and ended up hurting his knee. He had to sit out on the sidelines for the first 2 stops of the Triple Crown. Wanted to surf pipe so bad, he surfed it anyways, but you could tell he was really hurting every time he took off. Back to this one with Stu now, making a move, Walk.
Oh, I like that little snapback. Such a nice style, Stu. He surfs a lot like his good friend Adam Melling. They're both from Lennox Head in Australia. Just quick, good style. A lot like Mick Fanning too. They all look alike too. They all just blonde hair, fair looking dudes, but all nice blokes, and some of my favorite surfers to watch.
Yeah, pretty cool when you see that technique and how they're growing up on the same wave. They look up to the same surfers.
Yeah.
And Lennox Head just down the way from Snapper. They can get up to Snapper in a quick drive up the coast, and they've got an amazing board riders club that Stu and Adam both grew up competing in, and they've got fun beach breaks right down the way. Stu's kind of been dedicating the last couple of seasons to really giving the QS a fair crack, and he's come very close to qualification. There seems to be just one event result that he needs every year to really change that outcome at the end of the season.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one of those surfers who always make a lot of heats. It's just because he's got a lot of flair, and he's got a good head on him, which is really important, I think. And he's not a rookie too. Oh, here we go. This is Shane Sykes, the wild card. Bang! There we go. Ah, lovely.
And Shane searching for a final move. A lot of setup work as that wave started running out of gas, but a good start out the back with his first 2 turns. Shane started with a 2.83 and was looking for a 3.88 with that wave to move into the top 2. Walk, if you're scoring, are you thinking that's a fair effort as we break down the replay?
For sure. Let's have a look at that replay, but I think those first 2 turns were insane. I like how his fins came out. He's also got a really good, clean little style. Strong off the bottom. Bang, 1. 2, nice little finner, getting the board out there. And then just kind of finishing it off. Yeah, finishing quite strong. It is hard to get more than 2 turns in now with the tide coming in. But, I think that was a really good effort. As we see the scores drop, it looks like it's going to be definitely his best wave.
So Shane Sykes back in the picture, a 4.67. He takes second. Stu Kennedy down to third. Jesse Mendez in fourth with 15:40 to go here in heat number 13. Stu, we talked about his performance last year, finished 57th in the world, now rated 36th coming into this prestigious prime-rated event here in South Africa, a place where he's been in the past, so he's familiar with this lineup. And right now, when he's chasing a 3.51, Walk, is he looking for a 3.51 this early on in the heat?
Yeah, well, you can see Stewie's he's had 4 waves. He's had more waves than everybody else, so you can see he's on the hunt right now, just trying to build and build. He's had a 4. I think he might even take a seat now and just kind of wait for a good wave to come to him. I'm not sure where he is in the priority role at the moment. But looks like we might have a paddle.
And still checking out
There
the
we go.
beach. Now watching a little backhand snap from Jesse Mendez. He loses the finish once again on the inside. So a tough heat so far for Jesse, as he needs a 4.34 to advance on. Smaller waves, we've seen Jesse really excel in the past, but he's had to warm up quite a bit in the first 15 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, the first turn was big. The second turn kind of seemed he went a little bit safe, and he still came unstuck. So that was quite weird. That might be a little bit of nerves. You know, he hasn't really had anything strong on the mark yet. So, but yeah, just kind of coming unstuck there on that last turn. I definitely think the goofy footers have been some of the standouts today for sure. Besides guys like Jordy and then some of the first heats with the Brazilian kids, but the goofy footers have been tearing.
There's been a lot of great performances. Another goofy, Kai Otten slips.
As I eat my words.
But one thing that you are on, he is the heat leader so
Yeah.
far, but his first mistake in this heat so far. Kai got a 4.5 on his last wave. Now here goes Stu Kennedy.
Here goes the nice one. Nice float there. He links these turns together so nicely. So you can finish it strong. Bang! That was tight. Oh, that was great surfing there by Stewie. For sure, one of the best. 100% the best wave of the heat so far.
So great read from out the back for Stu. Started with the float. Got this little mid-face slash just to set up that inside track. Then laid it back for that carving section re-entry. So a nice performance showing his variety, his ability to adapt to the slow motion pace of the wave through that midsection. And we'll bring you that replay from Stu Kennedy. Looking for a 3.51 here, Walk.
Yeah, like I say, he just kind of sits up in the float and almost a backwash hit him. And then he sets it up nicely. Bang. Like you can see his flow is so good and clean. And then I love that. It's a foot little drop wallet. That wave kind of bowled up the whole way and he just finished it off really strong there. So great wave for Stewie.
So Stu Kennedy with a good roll, a nice rhythm so far. He'll be in the back of the line with priority, but he wants to take Shane Sykes out of the second spot, who Shane got the 4.67 on his last wave to move into the top two. Have you been able to see a lot of free surfs of Shane Sykes in the past, Walk, around these areas?
Yeah, well, he, I'm from Durban. I live there by New Pier, so which is just 30 minutes south of here. But he trains there. His coach coaches him there. It's a lot easier to surf. It's by the piers. It's a lot more consistent. So I get to surf with him all week, and I've watched some of the stuff he does. He's getting insane. He needs to work a lot more on his heat strategies, but he is young, and that will come. I think he kind of relies a lot on his talent, so because he's a talented little kid. So once he gets it all together, he could be damaging,
So a big opportunity for Shane Sykes representing South Africa here in a major event on the ASP World Tour. The Prime Series is pretty heavy because you get 6,500 points for a big win. The Prime is the focus for setting up the qualification for next year. And now we're watching Jesse Mendez. A little bit too deep. His wave selection hasn't been the best in this heat, where Kai Otten seems to be on the best waves.
He has a good looking sip, but Otto. Oh. I don't know, the conditions are getting kind of tricky now. That wave just kind of ran off without him. And then looks like Sykes is going to be back up.
Yeah, we'll look for Sykes in just a moment. Paddling over that wave is Jesse Mendez. And meanwhile, Sykes was getting another wave real quick. We'll see if he ends up doing some damage. And we'll try to bring you the start in just a moment. 11:15 on the clock. Shane started with a 2.83. If he improved on that, that'll be a little bit more pressure on the rest of the crew. But now Stu finally gets his last score, a 6.67. Walk, you called it the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, no, that wave for sure. He surfed it good. And you know what? That wave was actually really hard to surf. Lucky he had so much flow that he actually just powered through those little clinks in the wave. And, he made it look a lot more easier than it really was. That one big Larry that he did, that like drop wallet, was solid, like right in the pocket, and I think the judges would have loved that. And then obviously he finished strong.
So such a fierce competitor. Stu Kennedy takes the lead off Kai Otten. Sykes to third, but he does have one score coming in. Jesse Mendez still fourth. First number for Sykes. Looks like he will be right back in the top two. A 4.9. That takes Kai Otten down to third. So Kai now needs a 5.07 to stay alive.
There we go. Little Shane killing it. Shane's actually pretty much, how old's Otto? Otto must be like 30, 32?
Yeah, that's right. He's getting up there.
Yeah, so Shane's half this kid's age, So I think he's going to be psyched. Let's hopefully he gets through and kind of just stays going strong here. But we're still we're on the 10-minute mark, and yeah, so Shane's still looking good.
Yeah, we'll have Kai Otten celebrating his 35th birthday later on this year, right around the Pipe Masters, and he's been around forever. He was kind of one of those Australians that didn't really benefit from growing up through the pro junior ranks, kind of secretly made his way to the top, came from a quiet country town, and more recently moved into the Sydney area where he's based now. But he worked his kinks out along the way on the WCT, kind of admitted to like regrouping his whole headspace a couple of years back, signed a deal with Reef and also Channel Island Surfboards, had a really fresh outlook just a couple of years back, and all of a sudden his best results started coming in the following years.
Yeah, you know, Kai's, I've always seen, he's always been one of those surfers who just gets the job done, and he does it well. You know, he hasn't really been a flashy surfer, and, you know, that's what's worked for him. He's been solid. As we see the Heat Lydia Stewie Kennedy up and riding.
He's got some momentum to start, Walk. He'll come around the corner with that carve down once again. He's loving that little frontside hook. The rest of the wave's going to make it challenging for him, but he'll still hammer a finish out on the end section, looking to better a 4 with 8:50 to go. So Stu Kennedy taking off on 6 waves so far, our heat leader from Lennox Head. Shane Sykes was in the trials event, got the call up, finishing runner-up to Brandon Jackson. He now needs a 5.78 for the win. And our CT surfer Kai Otten could be facing elimination. Doesn't need a whole lot, a 5.07 to move on. We did lose Sebastian Zietz earlier today, as our CT crew is usually pretty tough to beat. Let's check out Stu's wave one more time.
Yeah, here's this replay. Yeah, I like his first carve. Bang. He almost kind of caught a rail, but he pushed through it, you know, with the power. And then just a quick end turn there. His board looks a lot smaller than some of the other guys. He's probably on like some sort of fish that's just flying through those sections. Here he goes again.
Going for the front side air.
Oh, he landed it. Perfect.
Stu Kennedy, nice approach above the lip, showing that air reverse to the beach. Stomps it, and he's going to look to fit that one into his top 2. 7:45 to go as Stu Kennedy's starting to heat up. Let's check out the air one more time.
Yeah, he came off really like he did a full bottom turn, which is pretty sick. Hey, he landed it clean. I almost thought he was going to tail dive there, but yeah, he made it look pretty easy. Stewie hasn't really been one of those surfers I thought was, you know, that, as you just see Kai, sorry there. Oh, that was a big first turn there. Bang, straight to the bottom, straight to the top. And that's 3. That's going to be a big score there for Kai, I think.
A solid composure for Kai Otten trying to make his comeback. Just a 5.07 for Otten to move back into the top 2. Stu Kennedy with just a single eye reverse. We'll see how high the panel goes with that last one. And we'll check out Kai Otten's wave. Did you like the first turn walk?
Yeah, I liked it. You know, he came show off the bottom. He kind of threw the tail out. And then bang, just, you know, no rail to rail in between. Just straight to the bottom, straight to the top. And that's pretty much what the judges have been liking all morning. So I think it would be definitely his best wave. And that could shoot him straight up to the first or second position.
So a big moment for Kai Otten to make a comeback. A lot of his close friends kind of tease him about his headspace. Sometimes he beats himself in heats more often than not. But right now, it looks like he's digging deep. This is the last of Jesse Mendez, Walk.
Bang, that last turn was pretty tight. Quite a short wave. Got a lot done in that short space, I think. That score hasn't dropped it yet, but that might be one of his better waves too. So he needs to build some sort of momentum to get out of that 4th place position.
So a big moment for Mendez to dig deep. We mentioned it's been tough the last few days. He's had to watch a lot of the free surf since his boards didn't show up in time. He's been checking with the airport officials every day to see if his board bag's shown up. A lot of the surfers dealt with the same thing as we see our lineup changing throughout the day today. Start off with a higher tide. Now it's starting to went pretty low, and it should be turning around for the later part of the day. What's your ideal tide and conditions that you like when you come up here to Surfers Walk?
Yeah, you know, for us, let's just have a look at this over here. There goes Mendez again. Just a quick check turn, and bang. So that last turn was a nice big check turn there. But yeah, looking at, you know, for conditions out here, you want to surf as early as possible, but normally on a draining tide. Not too high and not too low because it starts to close out. It's quite a straight beach break here. You know, if you can see there on the top of the point there, that's the most southern point of the point of surfers. That's kind of the best takeoff spot to have. So, you know, obviously those early morning sessions with the northwest and the low tide, as we see Otten again.
That was a little replay for
replay.
Kai Otten, just getting the 5.93 and blitzing it off the top, packaging another little backside hammer to finish. He was able to get back to second. So Shane Sykes had moved down to third. Sykes needs a 5.54 to advance on. Jesse Mendez, his last wave will be in the 4 range. His best wave so far, but he still is going to need a lot to move on to the next one. Last for Jesse, a 4.2. Mendez still fourth. Still needs a 6.23 to advance on.
Yeah, Mendez needs to get some groundwork going there. Here he goes on the left.
Going for the air.
That was
Had
close.
a great rotation, but ends up going down on the landing. He's searching now. You can see these goofy footers. They'll look left when any chance they get out here.
For sure. I think, you know, when the time starts ticking down, they need to run and go, you know, get inside their bag of tricks and go for that one massive aerial maneuver, which can get you the scores. You know, we've seen it happen time and time again.
And then we had this wave ridden from Jesse before the air attempt on his backhand, where he's able to square up, slaps it vert, but he didn't get any other opportunity down the line. So those waves really cutting him off short. We've seen Jesse showcase his talent around the globe, especially that season where he threw the 10 out here at the Mr. Price Pro. Right now, this is almost a shocker because you'd expect him to kind of go the distance, especially in conditions like this.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's you know, as we said before, that 2011 season, he was charging so hard, and you know, it definitely wasn't a goofy footers kind of playground out there. It was definitely more for the natural footers because it was just big, long barrels, and you know, you want to kind of have as much speed as you can. But for a goofy footer, yes, I was pretty impressed with the stuff he was doing.
Pretty amazing, and also standout events for Jesse. The Lowers Prime event, he made the final 16. He had some epic showdowns, made it into the final series, and almost went the distance. That was the year that Miguel Pupo beat Tanner Gudauskas by less than half a point. Right at the buzzer, Tanner had a wave, but ended up coming up short. And that was another event that was dominated by the Brazilians when it came down to the last few heats of the contest. So we'll get caught up with what Stu's done in the seed walk.
Yeah, that was just a replay of that 360 air he did. That was so critical. It was so weird to see, you know, those 360 airs when you actually come straight off the bottom. You don't really see many of them. It's actually more of a maneuver than actual air, you know. And the judges rewarded that. That was the second best wave. It was a 5.83 just for the one turn. You know, if you getting another turn before something like that, you're definitely going in the excellent range.
So fun to watch the rhythm and control for Stu Kennedy. He's got a young family that's growing in Lennox Head, a proud father, recently married, and right now he's got a lot on the line. He's trying to get into the round of 48. You get a couple of points for, you know, making it into the round of 48, but you really get a keeper result once you make it into the quarterfinals, at least the round of 16, especially with the shorter prime season. You don't really have a whole lot of room to, you know, end up getting eliminated this early.
Yeah, you know, there's not that many primes this year, so, you know, when you get in them, you want to make those ones count. I would say quarters or above, you know, just to kind of hold on to one solid result, and then, you know, you can back a few up with a couple 4 or 5 stars. But when the primes are on, you gotta make sure you get those. You got to get through heats, man.
It's so crucial. We've seen Matt Banting pretty effective in the 6 stars. We don't get as many points as a prime, but he's won 2 of them, so he's already sitting in the top 10 in the world right now, looking to get a spot on tour next year. Banting looked sharp earlier this morning as the round of 48 is already getting pretty stacked up. We probably won't be able to get to see some of our top seeds, guys like former world champ CJ Hobgood, Mitch Colburn, guys like Mitch Cruz, who's on tour. Those guys are all set up in the last few heats of the day.
Yeah,
or the round, excuse me.
Yeah, well, looks like, you know, this has been one of the most exciting, like, just seeing all the names has been exciting enough. It's basically like watching a round of 48 already, but it's only the round of 96. So, yeah, you know, I'm excited to see guys like Jeremy Flores, Brett Simpson, Buchan, you know, all the solid guys on the WCT. I'm excited to watch them surf here. Let's just hope we still get some waves tomorrow, but I think for most of the morning it should be fine.
So we'll look to see how the roll goes for the last few heats of the day. Paddling into this one, it's Kai Otten setting this one up. The Australian gets a snap to start, backside float, covers some ground. He's looking to come around the corner, but the end section is going to close out on him. He needs a 6.58 for the lead as we're down to 20 seconds, Walk.
Yeah, he was dropping a 4.5. He could better his 4.5, I think, for sure. He did just a quick check turn, but a big float. It was on a set wave, so they might throw that at him. But, you know, the heat is counting down, and it looks like Kennedy and Otten will go through.
We'll check out one more replay before we close this one out. The last wave for Caio. Projection snap to float, and he gets out of there on the inside corner. The horn sounds, and we've run out of time. Stewie Kennedy with a 5.83 on the finish takes a big win. Caio's last wave won't put him out in first or factor into his top 2, but he's solid to move into the round of 48. We lose Shane Sykes and Jesse Mendez in Heat 13. Tough one for Shane, but you can see the talent coming from the young kid. Hopefully he's back in the Mr. Price Pro next year.
Yeah, you know, Shane's got he's got about another 15 years in him. He's so young, but you know, he really is a good kid, and he's got so much talent. You know, I expect to see a lot from him. He's definitely one of our best up-and-coming juniors. You know, as I said, you know, he's got so many years ahead of him. Just to be here, hanging out with the guys, surfing with the guys every morning, I think it's great for him. And yeah, you know, one day we'll hope to see him on the world tour.
So that one is already in the books. Stu Kennedy taking the win as we transition into heat number 14. Red's actually Pat Gudauskas. We had Filipe surf early this morning. So Pat G takes on Granger Larson, Tom Whitaker, and also John De Silva. Our first heat of the morning did have Filipe and Caio Ibelli finishing in the top 2. Caio took the win in the first heat this morning, and Filipe got second place to move on to the round of 48. We did lose Michael February and Ricardo Christie. It was tough to see those guys go so early in the event, Walk.
Yeah, you know, it's a bit of a sucky one there for guys like Mikey February, you know, who have been here a few days, putting in the time and the effort. You know, we're on home soil for them, so you know they want to get those ones. You know, they need to get through those first round heats. But you know, as I said, Caio Ibelli, he started off strong. You know, he got those barrels, and then you know Filipe Toledo, who's, I won't even lie, one of my favorite surfers in the world at the moment. You know, he surfed really, really strong, and he's amazing to watch. Just a little bit unfortunate there for Mikey and Ricardo Christie.
Well, as we see this heat just getting started, John De Silva is out there wearing the black jersey. He's had some breakthrough results on the Prime Series in the past. We always talk about that kind of global surfing community that we have around the world, where you kind of look to locals for somewhere to stay or to hang out.
Yeah, for sure.
How early did you meet John De Silva? When did you start hanging out with him?
Yeah, me and John have known each other for a really, really long time. We started doing World Juniors together, you know, for the ISAs and that, and we struck a really good friendship. He's a really well-spoken English dude, like, or from Brazil, you know, but such a nice guy. You know, my mom loves him, and yeah, we've always been really good friends. And then when I go to Brazil, I always go hang out with him, and he hooks me up with the shaper to get boards, and yeah, he's a good dude. So yeah, I really hope he does well here.
Great to see that. John De Silva had a couple of big results last season. Right now, trying to capitalize on the prestigious status of the Mr. Price Pro, being at the prime level. He's out there wearing the black. In yellow's Tom Whitaker, and he's thinking about getting this thing started. Tommy Witt's making a move, Walk.
There we go, Witts. Bang. Boom. Oh, that was a big blowtail there by Tommy Witts. Still surfing so strong, eh?
Yeah, looking really comfortable. He's kind of got the working thing going on now behind the scenes with Oakley, where he's always managing his crew, guys like Seabass, Melling, and the rest of the Oakley crew. And now he's doing it for himself out in front. How'd you like his first turn?
Yeah, I like that. It's a nice little setup there, and this the second turn was just the biggest blowout ever. You know, a nice change. You know, he kind of mixed it up a bit there. Looking really light on his feet. He's a really big, strong guy, you know, and for the wave size, only like 2 feet. So he's looking strong, he's looking light, and I guess the boards are working well for him.
Yeah, solid start for Tom Whitaker. He's got the athletic ability in his family. He's got a brother that plays rugby. He kind of made a choice early on whether he's going to stick with surfing or go that rugby route, and we're thankful that he ended up surfing full-time and has had a great career. Now John De Silva.
Yeah, there goes John. Yeah, 2 nice little cracks there, just kind of getting stuck on the last turn, which held him up a bit. But yeah, Tommy Witts, his brother used to play for the Waratahs, which is like a massive rugby team. They actually look a lot alike, so it's crazy to think that actually Tommy could have been a rugby player.
Pretty amazing to see that. So scores getting started. Tommy Whitaker, a 6'5", takes an early lead. Now let's pass it to Andy Van Ziel to hear from the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with Stu Kennedy, who's just won his heat in the round of 96. Stu, that was quite an exciting and a little bit stressful heat, but you took the win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm glad that first one's over, but
Yeah, it's definitely stressful. The tide's coming in and slowing it down a lot, so it was a pretty low-scoring heat. But luckily, you got the two high ones, so I'll take that and hopefully keep the roll going.
And are you happy to be here in South Africa surfing Ballito at the Mr Price Pro?
Yeah, I had a good result here last year, and it's just a really fun place. Get plenty of surfing done, and yeah, it's just a really fun place, and everyone, all of the surfers love it. So it's, yeah, I'm stoked.
Awesome. Well, good luck with the rest of the event, and congratulations again. Oh yes, say hello to your family.
Hello, wifey. Hello, Taji boy. Love ya.
25 minutes remaining. Thank you so much, Stu.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Stu. Stu already saying hi to his family back home as he's juggling the responsibility of being a new father and also getting points on tour. He talked about the tough moment of the tide. You referenced that walk at the start, kind of seeing that dead period of the tide. There weren't a whole lot of options at the start, but Stu recovered, got the big win. Now Tommy Whitaker once again.
Oh, just a quick in and out there for Tommy. Yeah, no, as I said, you could see that the waves had literally just stopped, and it almost seems now there's a little bit more of a push, so we'll have a few more flurries of waves. I think we're down to the last 4 or 5 heats before we call it a day.
So right now, Tommy Whitaker with a 6.5 and now a couple of 1s so far. Pretty epic to watch his career go down. He was on the CT just a couple of years ago. He had some big performances and some waves of consequence along the way. And he's also a guy that had such a master of the lineup. He always could pick the right waves. Sometimes he just turn in heat wins with just 2 waves ridden because he was so good with wave selection.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I've watched him. He's been the most cleverest surfer I've ever seen actually surf, and he's beat some of the best surfers in the world, guys like Slater, Fanning, all of them, because he's picked the right waves and he knows exactly what to do with them. He's good enough to get the job done on what he has, Some other guys get a little bit too keen, they get a little bit too excited, and they just want to catch waves. But, that's why Tommy's got so far, I reckon.
And right now, he does have the lead in first. Pat Gudauskas is wearing the red jersey with a .9 start. Now we'll watch from Hawaii, Granger Larson.
Oh, it's a nice opening bang off the top there. Yeah, the waves are definitely a little bit more tricky now. A lot of bounce, like a little bit of backwash. Tide's pushing in quite a lot now. But that first hand was nice. He came off really strong off the bottom, whipped it perfectly off the top. A little bit stuck on the second turn, but we'll try to get that back on the replay. But that was his opening wave for Granger.
Saying Granger's had a pretty epic showcase of surfing on the WQS in his career. He's come so close to qualifying. It's been a little heartbreaking to watch him come that close so many times. Back in the old system to qualifying, he was about a spot or 2 out. Then they changed the system, and he would have qualified on the previous system. And he had to shake that all off in stride and move on and try to put up some results.
Yeah, here you just see the replay. Just see how he comes off there, so smooth off the bottom, and just a bang, and then wave almost just kind of dies, and he gets stuck a little bit, and the wave totally fades out there. But yeah, Granger's, he's a phenomenal surfer. Here goes Jean.
Nice
Crack.
snap to start for De Silva off the bottom, attacking the closeout section. He didn't have a whole lot of space. That wave didn't run down the line much, but he surfed it really well.
Yeah, I know. For those short spaces, only a goofy footer is going to get 2 solid enough turns in there. It'd be hard for an natural footer, but because they kind of just going straight to the bottom, straight to the top, bang, bang, and they're getting a 5.5 or getting a 6, and that's what most guys are getting through in this round. With just those 2 scores.
So a smart act from John De Silva, 2.67 on his first one. Tommy Whitaker has a 6.5 as the best wave of the heat so far, and Granger Larson will be right in the mix. Starts with a 4.5, puts him right into second, and now needs a 3.51 for the win. And we haven't seen much from Pat Gudauskas yet. He's also another surfer that's in a great position to potentially re-qualify for the tour. And I was catching up to Pat at the start of the year back at the Volcom Pipe Pro. He unfortunately slashed his foot at sunset during that event and had to sit on the sidelines because of all the stitches he had in his foot. But he's been that alternate kind of, we call it on the bubble surfer for the past couple of years. And he said how challenging it is when you're trying to focus on re-qualification. Then you get the call up to surf in a CT, but you can't really focus on one tour or the other. This year, he actually could have surfed in the Fiji Pro, but he's turning down that option because he really just wants to focus on one tour this season.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed that about Pat for a good few years. He's been always on the cusp, so he gets a few chances to surf the CT. So he'd almost be in an event and doing a QS, and they're like, hey, well, do you want to come over and do the CT quickly? And he'd be like, oh, well, I'm kind of in the quarterfinal now, you know. So you got to make that call. But Pat is one of those surfers who is definitely going to be a quarterfinal, semi-final, final surfer in every single WQS event. That's the one thing I do notice about those brothers. They're really consistent in getting results.
Really cool to watch them travel around the world. Pat G is twin brothers with Dane Gudauskas, and the youngest brother, Tanner Gudauskas, is here on hand. Dane recently took a little strike mission over to Tavarua and got some great barrels over in Fiji just a couple of days ago, where Pat and Tanner are still focused on chasing some points. They're both down in Cabo San Lucas for the 6-star, where younger brother Tanner was able to make the semifinals.
Yeah, here we see Jean de Silva. Oh, big opening turn. Bang! Second one straight out the water, nice and vertical. I think that'll definitely be Jean's best wave of the heat. His last wave was a 4.23, so he's just only a third, needing only a 3.78. I'm sure that'll shoot him up into first or second place.
So down to 20 minutes on the clock. Pat Gudauskas has let 10 minutes go without really taking a look at a wave. Remember that priority system we have underway, so he'll have the first pick of the next wave. Granger's had 2 waves, a 4.5 and a 4.43, as we'll go to John's last wave.
Yeah, I love that first crack. So much spray came out the back. And then the second turn, he got his board right up there, almost 12 o'clock. So, as I said, definitely his better wave of the whole heat. You know, that's Jean's third wave, so he seems like he's just built on it from the get-go.
As we focus on John de Silva for a little bit longer, have you caught up with John to see what his goals are with his pro surfing career at this stage?
I actually haven't. You know, I haven't seen him since I've been here. I'd like to go have just a little quick chat to him to see how he is, but I think he's been doing the QS the majority of this year and last year. So he's also another strong server, pretty consistent. Also gets, you know, he gets the job done. He gets a lot of results. Won a few QSs, won the one in Fernando. Great tube rider, Jean. But as I said, you know, all around nice guy. So I'm definitely a fan of John's.
Great to see. John de Silva right now is the heat leader with a 5.67 and a 4.23. Tommy Whitaker, though, just needs a 2.43 to advance on, and Pat Gudauskas still needs his 8.03. As coming up next, we'll have another great heat with CT caliber surfers, Jadson Andre, who's back on tour, and former CTers Dusty Payne, Chris Ward, and Marlon Lipke. Here goes Pat G now.
Here goes a bomb wave. Nice big set. Bang. Just one check turn and then a really big closeout turn there for Pat. So that'll kind of just get him on the mark. He's only got a 0.9 with him so far, so he'll kind of get his job going from now. But as we see, it's a pretty evenly matched heat. You know, Tommy Whitaker, the only one with a real good score who needs another backup. He has a 6.5 and a 1. See another paddle, yeah.
As you have a look here from Granger Larson from Maui. Big jam to start right in the pocket. Layback slide. Ton of control for Granger.
That was it.
Beautiful combination. Tommy Whitaker on another healthy-sized wave. Great first turn to project.
Boom.
Stuffs it in the closeout. He'll maintain control through the turbulence.
Yeah, there we can see a lot more waves coming out. That was a full 3-wave set. But that wave of Granger's was, yes, that was really nice, man. Those 2 open hooks, full gaff, such nice spray coming out. Let's have a little quick replay on that last one. This was good angst. Just a quick check turn there, but just a big blowout there. You can see the fins coming right out the back. And this is Granger's. Oh, I love that first turn. The second turn too, just a little Larry. Nice and clean. Definitely his best wave. And then Tommy's here. Straight off the bottom, straight up. Almost seems like he got a little bit stuck up there. But it should definitely replace his 1.5. So I think we might see some changes in the heat here.
So we'll have Tommy Whitaker building. He just needed a 2.43. We really have Pat Gudauskas with his true opener. We'll put him in the mix. He won't be moving all the way into the top 2 there. And another one for Granger Larson with 16:24 on the clock. Granger has that insane carving work that he likes to lay down on the open face. He likes to pull into the pit when he can, but it's really that forehand slice that he usually features when he comes to competition.
Yeah, they got. You can see they got so much power with them, you know, with those turns that he does, and he almost doesn't really go for the lip, so he almost carves, snaps. Excuse me. But those 2 turns look really solid. As you can see, the judge is scoring with a 6.65.
So nicely done for Granger. One more score to lock in, and he could have the lead from John Da Silva in just a moment. 15:45 to go. Granger Larson comes from a great surfing family. His brother also has been filming quite a bit with all the Maui crew, but also a talented shredder. His brother grew up surfing with him. His name's Wesley. He used to surf through the NSSA as well, and he's really a big supporter of Granger through his road to qualify for the CT. And walk, it is enough. A 6.27. Granger's out in front.
Yeah, no, I did like that wave. I thought that was one of the better waves of the heat. It was actually a smaller wave, and what he did on that wave just showed you that that's what the judges were kind of looking for, those two cracks. And then Tommy Whitaker going back to lead. His last wave was 6.2. I don't even think we got that last one on. Oh, we did actually, yeah. The one that I thought he got a bit stuck up on, but
that's the one, a 6.2. One of the better waves of the heat, just a little bit under Granger's 6.27. Tommy Whitaker takes the lead off Granger. Granger down to second. John Da Silva down to third all of a sudden. He needs a 5.11. Pat G needs a 5.61 to move on. You can see how quickly the tables can turn. It looks like we have more waves on the way, Walk.
Yeah, you can see there's a solid set coming in, yeah. Who's on the wide there? Granger Larson. I don't think there was a quick in and out anyway.
Yeah, not much on offer for Granger. He stays in second at the 14-minute mark, and now we'll have Tommy Whitaker drive, big float, ton of control. He'll go off the bottom and just get out of there. That wave won't factor in, so the lead stays the same here at the 14-minute mark in Heat 14. Da Silva needs a 5.11. You can still see the paddle battles for priority because it's still a big deal, huh?
It's still out there. Still got that competitiveness about it. That's great.
Really fun to watch that one go down. Gudauskas needs a 5.61. We talk about him on his role in the top 34 for a few seasons as he recently fell off, but he had solid wins almost every year. He won the ECSC last year in Virginia Beach on the East Coast. We talked about him getting the call up a lot last year to surf in the CT, and one time he got the call up was at his home break at Lower Trestles, where he's able to take out Kelly Slater in round 3 of competition.
Yeah, no doubt. I actually watched that. That was sick. Yeah, but like him at Trestles is unbelievable. He surfs so good. He's got the full repertoire. He's got every kind of trick in the bag. Surfs amazing. Like in tiny waves, the way I don't even know how he flies so fast.
Pretty impressive to see Pat every time he's in and out of the lineup. Every year he puts on a Grom contest for all the kids in San Clemente. They get to surf in it for free. There's even a push-in division, and Pat, his brother Tanner, and Dane, and the whole community get behind it. And he has this little crew they also call the Positive Vibe Warriors. Some of the happiest guys behind the scenes.
The biggest frothers I've ever met, the Gudang brothers. I've never seen them upset in my whole life. Even when they come out from a huge loss, it's just like the biggest grin, you know. No, funny dudes, all on them. I know Dane doesn't surf professionally anymore, but he's still out there getting photos, charging big waves, and full surf stokies.
Oh yeah, they absolutely love it, and they just live and breathe off that ability to travel. Pat was just in Israel sharing his stoke with everyone out there and getting some fun waves. So they'll pick different trips sometimes just to change it up and reroute it. Tanner also this year, he wanted something fresh, so he didn't want to go to a lot of the same events that he'd been going to for a long time. Would just, turn a couple Australian events down just to take a trip to Japan, or just picked a new place on the map to keep the fire going. And we had Tanner get through his heat earlier this morning, and Pat needs a 5.61 to do the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. You surf so many events, you kind of want to change it up eventually. Let's have a look here at Tommy Whitaker. Oh.
Throws up one big carve. He's down. Here's Pat G-Walk.
Whoa, do you see how fast he came out of that turn? Oh my lord, that was crazy. And I think that was his third turn actually. We missed the first turn. We were still stuck on Tommy there. So I'm pretty sure he's going to drop that 0.9 and he's going to be right back in the mix.
So Pat G looking for a 5.67. We'll take a look at the drift replay to see if this was enough. Here's the start from Pat G.
Here we go. Bang, that's the one. And it was 2 turns. Boof, I love that turn. He flew out of that. 3 turns, bang, bang. But, yeah, that looked really good. I think, geez, how fast do his boards look under his feet? It's crazy.
Really quick, and that's where that small wave technique comes. He won the ECSC in tiny surf last year. And right there, a small wave, but showing so much power off the top. He only had a .9 that he's improving on. He will improve, but will it be a 5.61? That would be his best wave so far to move into the top 2.
Yeah, for sure. Granger is also looking to drop that 4.5, but I think Tommy looks like he's quite solidly in the lead right now with those 2 6s. Let's just have a quick replay of that last one so I can kind of figure out where my head's at.
Well, before we get there, we'll get to John Da Silva a little bit down the line. The wide one ends up not being effective. He started off well, but slipped down to 3rd. And now we'll check out the replay again from Pat G.
Bang there. That one is just a turn for sure. I think if he made that, it would definitely change it up a bit. But scores are still waiting to drop for Pat's last wave. Yeah, it's starting to get tight now. You know, down to the last 10 minutes, everyone's getting like lots of waves. A lot of situations are being changed. We saw that with Geordie and Jacko's heat. It's like a little set coming in here.
Could be a fun wave for Tommy Whitaker. He'll glide in, a ton of open face, generating some momentum, jams it under the lip, goes off the bottom, just feels his way through the backwash, throws it up on the closeout, but he can't hang on. Next wave, looks like it'll go to Granger Larson.
Snap, bang. Oh, he is surfing that good there. Bang, 2 solid turns from Granger. Those first 10 he's got just down pat. Hey, his boards are looking insane. Tommy's last wave was also really good. I think if he made that last turn, that would have definitely sealed the deal, but it's going to come down to the wire here. It's going to get tight between red, yellow, and white.
So the battle continues here in Heat 14 on the changing of the tides. We had a slow heat in the last one. Things starting to build a little bit. You see the backwash on the start of Tommy Witt's wave
you
here.
Can see it on a second, and you'll see how it pushes him up. Bang! There we go. The wave just went from 1 to 4 foot.
And then Tommy going down on the end section. What do you think about Granger's last wave?
This first turn here is the best turn. Bang! I love that. Just a quick check. Yeah, second turn a little bit softer, but he finished it really good. So, you know, he was looking to drop that 4.5 and then wait for his last wave to come in. And then we see Pat's last wave, a 5.17. So he holds 2 5.17s, still in 3rd, looking for a 5.61 to take over Granger Larson.
So 8:30 remaining here in heat number 14. Granger's last wave is about to lock in. Looks like he'll maybe just improve on that second spot. Nothing will be happening for Tommy Whitaker on his last effort. A 4.9 for Granger, improves just a bit. Pat Gudauskas has a pair of 5.17s, matches his score from his second wave. So Pat G still needs a 6.01 to advance. John Da Silva still needs a 5.51. Tommy in first, Granger in second at this point.
Yeah, you know, we can't really cut out Jean at the moment. He has a solid 5.67 as a backup, you know. 1 6-point ride could just change the whole heat around. But, you know, we're counting down. We're under the 8-minute mark. It is a very tight heat so far. But the good thing is a lot of waves coming, you know. As we see the tide pushing, we've got a lot more flurries of sets.
Well, it's good to see just all the different opportunities throughout the day today to showcase some big airs. Camerson had a pretty solid frontside rotation earlier. We've seen some great carving technique from guys like Stu Kennedy. Jordy Smith was able to do a little bit of everything on his highest scores.
Yeah, Jordy, obviously, you know, he got one of the highest scores of the day, that 8.1. You just kind of, it almost looks like he's just, you know, he's just starting up, but he's looking frothed and focused. He started slow, you know, it wasn't, he didn't have the heat from the beginning. He was actually in third most of the time, but, you know, just one wave of him can turn around the heat so quickly.
Really interesting to see some of the standouts early in the morning. Some of them early were all Brazilians. We had Caio, Ibelli kind of set the stage, first heat of the morning, moving on with Filipe Toledo. Handed the torch off to fellow Brazilian Tomas Hermes. Things got interesting later on with Peterson Crisanto packing the pit in groom conditions in heat number 4. Heitor Alves got another big win for the Goofy Foot Brazilian. And then we saw Travis Logie get the first win for the South Africans. And then it was right back to Brazil. Wiggly Dantas, one of the informed guys this year, took a crucial win to move to the round of 48.
Yeah, the Brazilians have been smoking it all morning. And they've kind of been having a variant of everything. You know, Caio got a lot of those barrels this morning. He was hunting the barrel, and he got the barrel. Tomas surfing really clean and smooth in the pocket, getting 3 or 4 turns out of some of those waves, which you hadn't seen all day. But, you know, the Brazilians have definitely been the guys that are lighting it up today, I'd say.
And more to come. One of the best of all time, Jadson Andre, former CT winner back in Brazil when he beat Kelly Slater in the final down in Santa Catarina. He has Dusty Payne, Chris Ward, and Marlon Lipke. All four of those guys have been on the WCT at some stage. It's a pretty tough one to pick a winner there, Wash.
Yeah, that's a pretty gnarly heat. Jadson out in waves like this, I wouldn't be surprised if he looks for a couple of lefts and tries to go for those big punts. Water, we never know what to expect from Water, but he's an amazing surfer. I love to watch him. He's got an amazing backside, front side. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a barrel out there. You never know with that guy. And then Dusty Payne and Marlon, they need no introduction.
Yeah, pretty impressive heat coming up in about 5 minutes from now. Meanwhile, the situation remains the same out front. Tommy Whitaker, now coach for the Oakley team, but also still amazing in the lineup, is winning this one. Granger still second. He has a 6.27 as his high score. Pat Gudauskas, former winner back in 2011, needs a 6.01 to get out of this opening round. And John De Silva just needs a 5.51. With 5 minutes to go, we always talk about 5 minutes remaining in surfing as kind of a big moment for these guys to adjust what's either been working or not been working. For De Silva, he's been ripping and looking nice and smooth. What's the difference from him making out of this heat, Walk?
Yeah, look, now for someone like Jean De Silva who's in fourth place looking for a 5.51, and that 5 minute flag's just turned, you go to yourself, well, look, the pressure is pretty much on now, so I got 5 minutes. I've basically got one wave to turn it on. It looks like he's sitting in pole position. He has priority, so I'd give him one more wave. If I was him, I'd probably just kind of sit and wait for a good one. 2 big turns is probably going to do it. That's basically what's been happening all day. So wait for the right wave. He has got a little bit of time, and it almost looks like he's having a paddle right here.
So a little wave popping up. Pat Gudauskas looks like he's interested. He's committing and now gliding in. He needs a 6.01 here. Layback jam to start. Quickly into the whitewater, and it's going to hold him back a little bit short with now 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Pat also looks like he's kind of stressing for a wave at the moment. He needs that 5 or that 6.01. There aren't a lot of waves. It does go through sets, a few of them, and then it kind of stops for a few minutes. And it is a little bit difficult for these guys with 4 guys out. It seems like everyone's kind of sitting on each other now. Most of the waves coming right out in front of the tower. To the left, they're kind of closing out a bit. So now it's all a priority game. You got to sit and wait.
3:30 remaining. Gudauskas still needs a 6.01. De Silva needs a 5.51 to turn this one around and avoid elimination. Fourth in this heat, you get $750 out of the $250,000 prize purse on hand for the Mr. Price Pro this season. Things always get better in pro surfing along with the prize money. So if you're in this event, you're already into a money round, getting something out of it. But the goal is obviously to at least make it into the quarterfinals to have this result count on your roll on the ASP World Tour. 255 remaining in this one, Walk. And Tommy Whitaker showing that experience can pay off in changing conditions like this.
Yeah, for sure. He kind of had a hold in the heat from the get-go. So good one for Tommy. He surfed a great heat. It's getting a little bit tricky now for the other guys. I know I can see old Pat Gudauskas trying to paddle up the point to try to look for something. Jean De Silva, he has main priority, so he better hope a set comes down to the 2 minute mark almost, yeah.
So pretty heavy moment here for heat number 14 as the ocean's going flat once again. You look back on a lot of the great series that we've had here at the Mr. Price Pro, and we've had some pretty amazing surfing go down from the guys from the USA. Back in 2000, it was won by Taylor Knox, former C-tier, one of the best surfers in the whole world, used that carve game to his advantage. We saw Tanner Gudauskas win back in 2009, but we always love to talk about the brother combinations. Andy and Bruce went back-to-back. They represent Hawaii. Tanner and Pat were able to win the same series, and now we've got Granger making a move, Walk.
Yeah, there we go. That was just a quick in and out. Almost caught a rail there. That might have just been a little bit of a tactical move to trying to hold Pat off, but here goes Pat.
Needs a 6.01 coming into this section.
You need to do something big.
Fade back to the pocket and nothing happening for Pat G. We remember back in history when he did the rodeo flip against Chris Davidson at Chopu at the midseason rotation. He also did one of those in the Maldives back in the six-star series. And the Gorkin flip that he did against Jordy Smith in San Francisco when he injured himself, but was still able to get the heat win.
Yeah, man. Pat throws down some pretty big things, you know, and you don't really expect them to come, but yeah, you can never rule someone like that out. Especially he's a guy just like Geordie. All those world tour surfers, you can never rule them out until the last second.
And we'll see if he could pull out something like that. Since he's been active, we know that he's on down the list with priority. More waves on the way walk. We're down to 45 seconds. Here's Granger.
Here we go again. Looks like quite a big flurry of sets coming.
So Granger takes off on that one. That'll be his last wave of this heat. He's still in second. Now Pat looking to turn it. Needs a 6.01, blasting the fins out the back, but he ends up going down.
It's a big one.
A huge
Who's
effort.
on the left? Oh, Jean looking for the barrel.
So you can see the scramble walk towards the end of this heat. John looking left, not effective. Pat G with a sizable right, but he's down. Tommy Whitaker holding that first priority position way out the back with just 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be it. Pat and Jean on the inside, and there goes the heat. So nice one to all Wits and Granger Larson getting through the round of 48.
So an exciting heat. Tom Whitaker with a crazy layback finish. He's down. As the results will be coming in, Tommy Whitaker, Granger Larson moving on into the round of 48. We lose a former champ in Pat Gudauskas and John De Silva out of this event. Maybe one of the most exciting heats, Heat 15, featuring former CT talent and current talent with Jadson Andre wearing the red. We'll call in gigs to call this heat, and hopefully we'll get some more consistency throughout this matchup. We'll be right back, coming back with Heat 15 after this. Back to the Mr. Price Pro as we continue with action. Jadson Andre, Goofy Foot Brazilian, gets things started. And we just saw the name change on our computer screen. Masatoshi Ono, representing Japan, has been on deck this morning as the first alternate, and looks like he got a spot with Dusty Payne being absent from competition. So without Dusty here, we have Masatoshi Ono in the event. Chris Ward is wearing the yellow jersey, and Marlon Lipke wearing the black jersey representing Portugal, gigs.
Yeah, Joe, another action-packed heat, and I mean, we really cannot crit any of the heats, really. It's been through the tides, starting on the highs, running through the low at around midday. Even this incoming tide now, the wind's behaved itself, and it's given us a full platform for day one here at the Mr. Price Pro.
So pretty fun one here as we have a rider up on the backhand from Japan, Marono. Getting a little wrap into the pocket, set up work through the inside corner. One more blast on the inside, and he'll casually ride out of that, showing a lot of control. And now with that wave out of the way for Masatoshi Ono, let's now hear from the winner of the last heat, Tommy Whitaker, with Andy Van Ziel.
Hi guys, I'm here with Tom Whitaker, heat winner. Tom, are you stoked? How are you feeling after your heats?
Yeah, I am feeling good. I've been having an absolute shocker here the last couple of days, and I cut my fingers up a little bit on the shore. And
did this happen here?
Yeah, I just had to go out there and just try my best, because definitely wasn't enjoying the bumps, but I got a couple of sneaky ones.
And are you enjoying being here in South Africa and Ballito?
Always love South Africa. I love the sporting atmosphere that everyone brings here, you know, the rugby and everything. It's a good battle.
And now we got the Soccer World Cup happening. Are you following that?
Australia lost very early, so I'm still watching it, but yeah, the heart's not in it.
Well, South Africa didn't qualify, so well done for winning your heats, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Tommy. You can see Tommy, a big fan of sport. He was watching a bit of soccer last night across the street at one of the local restaurants called Mozambique. He loves eating there and loves the vibe here in South Africa, but he's finally stoked to get a win, gigs, because he's been dealing with a bit of a shocker, he's been saying the last couple of days. Getting that win, moving on to the next one. With all of his experience, he'll be pretty tough to beat.
Well, he had a bit of an effervescent performance there. I mean, you know, tour veteran, and he was all charged up there. He had a bit of grom running in him in that heat. I was watching his energy. Masatoshi Ono is up and riding on the, well, it's on the wider shot at the moment. There we go. We zoomed in on him now, and he's a cracker on the back end when he gets it going, and he's posting up a wave number 2. He already opened, Joe, with a 4.17. So Ono with some momentum here in the early parts of this heat 15.
Fun to watch so far. Giggs, I'm going to step out for a second and bring back in Warwick Wright for the call.
Yeah, absolutely. Masatoshi Ono, one of, well, we got Jadson Andre on the backhand as well. So we'll get the replay of Masatoshi Ono, the drift innovation replay. And Ono from Japan cracks it on the backhand. One of those strong finishes on that end section. Wok, we've seen a lot of goofy footers getting results here on day one, and certainly this heat loaded up with 3 more of them.
Yeah, I guess from the morning, you know, the majority of the goofy footers have been doing well. You know, I seem to think that it's because the waves are so short. You know, there's only short spaces, so it's a lot easier for the goofy footers to go up and down as quick as possible.
Yeah, we had that discussion about the heel-toe switching as opposed to the and it kind of worked all the way through the offshore wind and the higher tide this morning. You know, for the goofy footers through to the lower tide, and well, yeah, even now is that returning tide, and the waves have fatted up a little bit. And we're not really seeing tubes on offer, but we are seeing great surfing action tight from the goofies.
Yeah, I know. Still, there's so much stuff going down there still. You know, a lot of the guys are now going to the air a bit. You know, we've been seeing that with obviously Geordie, the Brazilian kid, Christian Kimmerson, who did that massive frontside rotation on that left, where, you know, we hadn't seen many lefts throughout the day. But, you know, now that it's short and quick waves, you can have a quick left and do the one big turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, don't discount the natural foot approach of Chris Ward out there. Right now, locked in is Jadson Andre, one of the 3 goofy footers. Just a little stumble there from Jadson. A little throwaway scores for 1 and 2. Here we go on screen, Marlon Lipke. Also the tide, like I say, we are mentioning a lot about the tide coming in. I do think it is starting to play a little factor with a little bit of an inshore gutter starting to produce a little bounce again, as we did see this morning.
Yeah, we saw that on actually was it old Tommy Whitaker's last wave. He almost did like one quick check turn, then as he hit the next turn, the whole wave almost jumped like double the size from the backwash. It actually kind of looked like a massive turn.
Yeah, right. Well, clusterings of scores coming in for all of our surfers. The 3 goofy footers on 2 waves apiece. Jadson Andres are both throwaway scores at this early stage. Masatoshi Ono leading the heat. Well, still early days, 23.5 minutes remaining in this heat 15 of day 1 of the Mr Price Pro. A pair of 4s, a 4.9 and a 4.17 are on the cards for Masatoshi Ono in the white. And then, well, a little pairing of scores there for Marlon Lipke, the goofy footer in black, with a 3.83 and a 3. So it's all low-range scores. The best score belongs to the natural footer, Chris Ward, a 5.33. It is his lone ride at this stage. So we'll see. We'll look for Chris Ward to lock and load another one. And there's that priority block system. It is showing a priority to our surfer in white first, red second, and here we go.
Goes Jadson.
Jadson using up that priority. It's been very effective to spread the load as far as taking the hustling out and the congestion. There's also been 2 peaks for the surfers to work with all day.
Yeah, the guys have kind of been spreading it out a bit, which is kind of nice. You know, I know you won't get that much hustling, but when you do have a wave under priority, you can kind of have one and then kind of break wide and try to get another one. So you have those 2 waves, and you know, just something that you can back up on easily. Yeah,
not many conflicts and paddle battles that have been well, you know, contradictory or bringing a couple of question marks to things. The only one was, in fact, Beric de Vries's interference was the only one of the day.
Yeah, I actually had a chat to him there, but let's just go through this first wave. That's Marlon Lipke, just a quick up and down. Bang. See, everyone's kind of hitting that last turn as strong as possible. That's what the judges are trying to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So Marlon Lipke, steady work rate already. You've just seen wave number 3 of his. We may start stacking up some replays depending on the producer shortly. But in the meantime, wave number 3, judges will be working on that for Lipke in the black singlet on screen. And currently lying second, looking for just a 5.24. Let's see what the judges award that shortly. But, well, we got some dolphins in picture. There we go.
This is the Dolphin Coast, isn't it?
This is the Dolphin Coast. Yeah, 100% right.
There we go.
Well, the water particularly warm. I was surfing another stretch of the coast a little earlier this week, and the water is uncharacteristically warm for this time of year, so virtually no chance. The oceanographers and the Sharks board and all of them are saying for the sardine run. Now, the sardine run, for those people who don't know, you can go Google a little bit about it, but it's those big shoals of pilchard type fish called sardines. And when we get the big fronts now in around the late June, early July period on the east coast of South Africa, these massive shoals of fish tend to beach themselves. And yeah, it can be quite a scene if you haven't seen it. But not looking like a great sardine run on offer this year. And nor is that a great wave number 3 for Chris Ward on offer either. Wardo, back in the mix though. Nice to see him back on deck.
Yeah, he just kind of comes out of nowhere, that dude. You never really know with him. So one of the most exciting surfers on earth, I reckon, you know, ever since a young age.
He was kind of like the Dane Reynolds of the previous
Pretty
season,
much,
you know?
yeah. He was kind of the innovator. He was the guy, you know, locking down or stomping massive airs. Remember his first year on the WCT, he got second at Snapper.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, on that discussion, I'm assuming Wardo's still on Matt Biolis's shapes. I know Matt Biolis from San Clemente is in Durban as well, checking up on his Lost Surfboards Mayhem franchise and getting some surfing and some shaping done. So, yeah, whenever I see Wardo, I always think of Matt Biolis, and here he is in picture having a look at this. Here we go, Wardo up and riding. Goes for the air, gets the rotes. Well, disappears in that, we've been speaking about that little backwash there, Wako.
Yeah, you can see how much deeper the water is right in front there too now. That shallow sandbag kind of filling up with all that water with a pushing tide.
Yeah, and I think you would have nailed that outside of the priority system. So a smaller wave on the inside for Wardo. Unlocking a 5.33 to start, and really just a peppering of little throwaways, but still 19.5 minutes remaining. Situation out in the water. Masatoshi Ono, our surfer in white from Japan, is leading with a pair of 4s, a 4.9 and a 4.17. So this heat's way open for the taking. Lipke will probably appear and screen. There he is. And then I think Jadson Andre has also had a little partake at that. And, well, guys are trying to build scores. It's still building score time here. 18 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock walk. Ono in white is leading. Lipke in black is lying second. Chris Ward lying third. It's all small requirements and more surfing action probably coming our way shortly. Little clusters of waves coming in groups now with the incoming tide. Here's Chris Ward back in picture.
Boom, no, one nice open crack there. Such a nice style, just unfortunately the wave just kind of just going down on him there.
Yeah, Chris Ward not getting too much out of that. I'm not sure. We'll go to some replays. Here's the drift replay. On screen, Marlon Lipke, currently lying second in this heat, looking for a 5.24. And he cracked that one properly, especially that last section there, Wok. The judges have been awarding big points. Nice tail drop floater, a little bit of a seesaw on the way down for Jadson Andre. And what? Looking for a little reform as well. He's gone into grovel mode here, Wok.
This is the first one of the day.
Could he be just coming in to change boards? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
he looks a little disinterested there, so I'm assuming there's an equipment problem here. We'll keep an eye on that. Yep, bugger that one, he says. He's obviously got another board slotted down the beach in the sand ready. In screen, Jadson Andre. Let's have a little relook at this Wok.
Let's see if he buckled his board actually on this wave, maybe. Oh, you never know, maybe.
Well, he kind of just ejected off it straight away. I mean, he did continue to look at stuff, but I think it was more a journey to the beach than a search for points here.
Kind of interested to know if it was more of a buckle or he's just over that board.
Well, we'll see if our cameras can pick up Jadson reloading on the south end of the beach shortly. Yep, there's something not right there. It's still early days. We are just under the 17-minute mark remaining, Wok, and we're going to continue through to the end of Heat 18. We have been told that Heat 15, with 16 minutes 45 on the clock, will roll into Heat 16. Adam Melling coming up next against Jay Thompson. Juan Duru and Luke Davis. Those are our 4 surfers up in Heat 16. Then looking further down the draw to Jeremy Flores, Nathan Hedge, Brian Toth, and Hirotoshi O'Hara. And then we'll wrap it up with Dion Atkinson, Mark Lackamore, Cooper Chapman, and Mark Dunphy. So surfing taking us all the way to the end of Heat 18 here, Wok. Lots remaining out of day one.
Still some really good surfing coming up. Really excited to watch guys like Adam Melling. I think he's going to fly with these dead little sections. As we see, there goes Maona and Masatoshi. Big open face turn. Second one kind of getting a little bit stuck, but I don't know, 2 big turns, I'd say.
Well, Maono posting up his 3rd ride there, Wok, and well, I don't know if it's going to stretch out scores too much from he's been pipped down into 2nd. That previous ride of Marlon Lipke has got him in the lead. Here we go. Let's have a little technical breakdown. That's a nice turn there, that first one.
Then he got a little
Second one's,
but
well, it's tight and technical, but I don't know. Already holding a 4.9 and a 4.17. Here's Wardo back on your screen. Looking to fly the flag for the natural footers here in Heat 15. Not much feedback there from Wardo on that particular ride. He is holding a 5.33. I think that's going to prove to be a useful score in the tail end of this heat. We're at the halfway mark now. 15 minutes remaining here in Heat 15, day 1 of the Mr. Price Pro at Ballito. And here we go. This is your new Heat leader, Lipke, Marlon Lipke. And, well, he's holding that lead. One of his scores a 3.83, so he is working hard to try and ditch that. Here we go. It's coming to us thick and fast here. Wardo.
How was that?
Yeah, just getting a little shift there. And tail end section of that wave. He's also doing a little link here. I don't think this is a board problem this time. I think he's just working it for the crack.
Bang.
And he's quite far down the beach to the north side. So this is probably our most northern camera giving us the coverage. Wardo's going to go for the paddle. But he's used a different peak a little over to the left of the judges here. So, scores dropping in for Lipke. Can he improve his lead? He is leading with a 5.27 and a 3.83. And let's have a look here. This is your heat leader. Nice floater. Tail drops it. But there's not much on offer after that, Wok. But this one for Wardo might prove useful.
Well, it almost looked like a little bit of like air gun under his board there. It's off the lip. And then, yeah, it's kind of following this one all the way to shore break. He almost looked like he got 2 turns out of it. You can see how much the tide's coming. One more.
Well, he's worked that all the way to the dry sand, literally. So Chris Ward looking to drop a low score of a 2.5. He will marginally improve on that if we can interpret that last replay there and pull it apart, put it back together. Let's say mid-range score in the 3 to 4 category. One more score to go. There we go. It's a 3.57 Wok. So Wardo still down in 3rd. A slight improvement with a 3.57, but nothing to shake the tree. Right now, Lipke in the black is leading over Masatoshi Ono in white lying 2nd. Chris Ward in yellow down in 3rd. Looking for a small score though, Wok. Just a 3.74 required. And Jadson Andre right now in 4th. He's going to be looking to unlock something.
Oh, he's not looking too happy out there.
No, this is very uncharacteristic from Jadson. Jadson's come to Durban with good results before winning 6-star events. Here's Wardo in screen.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Going for the drift along the coping there. Comes unstuck, does Wardo. And
you see a lot of black backwash playing into it now, as the tide comes in.
Yeah, well, low tide this morning, local time around 11:30. Peeping at the watch now, you're looking at around 10 past 3 local time. So It's a big turn of the tide already. High tide probably around the 5:30 mark, so not far off the full high as far as the water goes. We're just coming off the springs here, and this is your heat leader. Lipke getting technical on the inside. That wave is possibly a little flatter than what the foreshortening of the lens of the camera is showing. So the guys are starting to struggle with that mid break now, Wok.
Yeah, I think Marlon's first turn there definitely would have got the judge's attention. It was a nice big vertical snap, a lot of spray, and then he kind of wiggled a bit, but he got a few extra turns in there. So I think it might be one of his better waves. Definitely going to drop his 3.83.
Well, let's have a look and see. As I say, your heat leader firmly holding a 5.27 as one of his counting two. Look, let's have a look on this replay. Take us through this walk.
Yeah, just you see how he comes so hot off the bottom here. Crack! There was so much spray there, and now you see it goes a little bit fat, but he works it, and then another little turn, and then just one more. So I don't know. What do you think, Giggs?
Well, you know, I did like the way he did link turn one into turn two, and I know the judges are looking very closely at how it's all being stitched together between maneuvers as well. So, you know, I don't think he dropped the ball there. I think he pretty much got everything he could out of that wave. I'm not really sure technically how he could have done a whole bunch more. Like we've been talking about now repetitively about the incoming tide, I think it is playing a little factor as far as capping scores. Definitely no tubes on offer now.
No. We're done with the pits for today.
Well, let's have a look and see. Low scores dropping in for Wardo on that last ride. He did come unstuck on the top lip area. Remaining in third. What's surprising me right now is the stone in the shoe, so to speak, for Jadson Andre. He's really not getting any stride, any rhythm, and I'm very surprised because Jadson Andre normally lights up 2 to 4 foot beach breaks like a Catherine wheel.
Bang. Masatoshi Ono. Crack.
Yep.
Masatoshi come in as an alternate as well into this event.
Yep, and Masatoshi capitalizing on that last ride. Here we go, Chris Ward up and riding. Not much on offer there for Wardo, so a little bit of a frenetic pace now to wave selection. We're inside the last 10 minutes, so bottom third now of this 30-minute heat, and no change to any situation. Lipke is still in the lead. Let's go for a little relook here, the Japanese surfer on his backhand.
He gets so tight in the pocket, Masatoshi Ono. He's got so much power. I don't know. What do you think about those first two turns? The first one was definitely the stronger of the two.
Well, Masatoshi Ono not getting a top-end score there. In fact, it's just outside of his top two counting rides, so it's just sub the 4-point mark for your Japanese surfer in the white. Masatoshi still lying second, though. So the situation out there with 9 minutes remaining, Marlon Lipke in the black singlet leading. It's by a 1-point margin over Masatoshi Ono lying second. A pair of fours, a 4.9 and a 4.17 is what the Japanese surfer is holding. Chris Ward still in the mix here, Wok, with just a 3.74 requirement. And then I mentioned Jadson Andre just not getting any rhythm, needing a 6.07 and just a 3 and a 2.5 on Jadson's scorecard. Very uncharacteristic for the Brazilian.
Yeah, Jadson looking a little bit more frustrated than I've ever seen him, especially in little ways. I guess he normally kind of dominates coming from those small, hard to surf beaches from Brazil. Chris Ward already had 11 waves, so he's only got 4 waves left to surf, but he's only chomping for a little 3.74, so it's not really hard for him. We'll see what he can do here. Well,
it's going to be interesting to see how all 4 surfers approach this tail part of the heat here, Wok. Lipke, like I say, all surfers need to improve scores. That's the summary of it in a nutshell. Marlon Lipke leading, not a convincing combination of scores, a 5.27 and a 4.8. I think, like we said, I think the swell is probably just running out of a little bit of gas as well as the day's drawing to a close. Incoming tide, the winds have been kind though. I mean, in fairness to the contest call, can't crit the wind at all. It's really been, I think tomorrow's our problem with the wind forecast. I think we're going to have a bit of a pestery onshore to deal with, but that's going to set up a great back end of the heat as far as forecasts go. Good conditions on offer later in the week again.
Yeah, for sure. Here we see Jadson again.
Wow.
There we go.
That's more the Jadson Andre we know. Now he needs to conclude
Bash.
it, and he does.
Wow, those are 3 solid turns there.
All right. So Jadson Andre suddenly back in the game. Big crack to start. We'll look to the drift replay. And here it is. Jadson Andre, watch this first one walk.
Boof, he put it right up there. Just accelerated out of that thing.
Little emphasis from the
Yeah.
tide bump as well.
Boom.
And then no problem wrapping it up. Very, very strong conclusion there for Jadson. And, well, I've
Could
no
be
doubt the judges would have used that little look of the replay as well. And let's have a look at the drift replay of Chris Ward. Wardo gets vertical. Big bash.
Oh, that was
and
nice
a second
too.
one. So Chris Ward, well, let's see how that brings him back into the mix. So 2 replays for the judges to consider there. Chris Ward in yellow, Jadson Andre in red. And Wako, well, you know, look, they're both going to be useful scores, I think, for both surfers, lying 3rd and 4th respectively.
Yeah, I think there's a you know the hole from 1st to 4th is really, really tight. What you can't see on your screen is that Chris Ward actually has a 5.3. He has 11 waves, so it's obviously all the way at the top. But I think it was his first wave. But if he gets another 5, he could easily jump into the lead. And with Jadson Andre's wave dropping here, we can already seeing 6 5s and 6s. You could take him from 4th to 1st.
Well, here we go. Seesaw part of the heat unfolding now. The clock says 5 minutes and 25 seconds. So getting to that last little part of the water fight, and Ono will contribute another score here as well. Wave number 5 for your Japanese surfer. And that smaller wave really suffering from the high tide bounce. You've got to basically pick out sets now. So priority is going to be important. All right, scores locking in. Jadson Andre, the Brazilian, with a 6.33, 4th up to 2nd, just like that.
Watch Chris Ward, yeah.
And Wardo's score dropping in. Let's have a look and see. Needing a 4.01, bumped down into 4th momentarily on the system. Now becomes the heat leader. So there we go. Whole reshuffle.
That was crazy.
While all of that bantering was going on from me about scores, we've passed the 5-minute mark. 4.5 minutes now remaining. And there's your first priority. This could play some part as well. Walk in the back part of the heat.
Yeah, we can see so Marlon, who was currently in 1st, has dropped down to 2nd. He has first priority, needing only a 5.24, which is kind of quite hard to get as the tide comes in. It is a little bit tricky now. Water getting that last 5.17, jumped straight from 4th to 1st. Masatoshi going back down to 4th, so he looks like he's battling a bit, but you know we can't count out Jadson Andre.
No, you can't. So a little re-summary of the situation with 4 minutes remaining. New leader Chris Ward in yellow. Now former heat leader Lipke down into 2nd in the black singlet. Jadson Andre has improved his situation. He's gone up into 3rd. And Wok, it's not a big ask, a 3.74 to advance and a 4.17 to take the lead. Keep your eyes on Jadson Andre in red. And Masatoshi Ono also remains in the game, needing a 5.18. It's all very tightly packed here in the back part of Heat 15. So I'm just listening to beach commentary, relaying that out to our surfers in the lineup. Nice overview here. You can see the shadows are stretching now. We are on local time, heading for 3:30 in the afternoon. Temperatures will already just come off the boil. I mean, I think we got 25, 26 degrees centigrade an hour or two back. Lots of people taking a little lunch break, coming down to enjoy the festivities of day 1 of the Mr. Price Pro here. Wok, you took a little walk around. You've been speaking to people and that. I mean, it's pretty festive down here for a Monday.
Yeah, for a Monday, it's quite crazy. You know, I think there's a lot of school holidays at the moment. Let's just have a look here. This is Marlon Lipke. He had the priority there. Big first turn, second turn. Bang. There we go. He was stoked with that one.
Yeah, you see the fist pump there from Lipke. Down into 2nd, looking for a 5.24 to take the lead from Wardo in yellow. Beautiful little relook of your 1st and 2nd place surfers there. Let's have a look. Now, Wok, there's a lot of spray out of turn 1. Turn 2's just as solid.
Bang, then the vert.
And the vert at the end. You still a little fist pump?
Yeah, he was stoked. He was stoked with that one. Well, that was the first time we've actually seen 3 big turns while it's been so high, the tide. That was Masatoshi going down. But what do you think? I reckon definitely the best wave of the heat so far.
Wok, it's
actually, no, Jadson too, eh?
Well, Jadson's had that 6.33 on his last ride, which has got him momentarily floating around in third position. With 2 minutes remaining on the clock, it's going to get super tight in the back end here. And judges are looking to work a score. We'll wait and see. I think it's going to put Wardo under a bit of pressure for the lead here. Just under 2 minutes. Here we go. This is an all-important wave. This is the do-or-die moment for Jadson. Cracks the first one. Oh, is he in there somewhere? He does hang on. And now he's not looking to change boards. He's looking to link. That's the what do they used to call them? The old days, the Huntington hop. He's done it. Important grovel, possibly. Jadson steps off. And what does it say? 1 minute 15 on the clock. That's Jadson's last roll of the dice. Now, judges will work on scores for last of red and last of black. Wardo in yellow will be listening very, very carefully for those scores, walk to drop. Is that enough? Here's the replay of the last two all-important rides. We're looking for it.
I got a feeling Chris Ward's going to actually drop down to third, yeah.
All right. It is a 5.93 for last of Marlon Lipke. Up into the lead goes your surfer in black. And now let's have a look at the very technical turn there. Whoa, walk. I don't know, mate. You're the goofy.
He needs a 4.17. Marlon Lipke just went to the lead with a 5.93. I don't know. He surfed this way from the back to the front. The second turn wasn't as good, but you know, only needing a 4, it's quite possible.
And now Wardo just to take the pot all the way to the boil.
Oh,
wow.
That would have been mad.
How's Wardo?
Okay, here we go. You can see the scores dropping in there for Jadson. 4.7, 4.8. Looks like he's got the score, Gigs.
He
4.73.
All right, so Wardo's incomplete and goes from first to third. And, well, it all gets packaged real tight. Black first, red second. Jadson Andre, World Tour surfer, remains in the system. Let's have a look at Wardo, and this could have been the game breaker for him right here. Oh, it was ever so close. But it's Wardo, goodbye, along with Ono. And it's Lipke and Jadson Andre to advance. Stay with us. It's the Mr. Price Pro, and we're heading for Heat 16. Adam Melling, Jay Thompson, Jean Duru, and Luke Davis up next. Well, walk on display. Adam Melling, we spoke about him earlier, that his forehand power calves, bringing it back to Ballito again. Jay Thompson, can you ride off the bottle on any day? No. Jean Duru, been a super consistent performer as well. Also just comes out of the gate with big results when you least expect it. And then Luke Davis, the young American. So, wow, another lock and load heat.
Yeah, this is a solid heat here. Melling, you know, he's so quick out there, and I think he's going to be flying through those sections. Obviously, Bottle, big, strong, powerful surfer, tall guy. Jean Duru, very strong surfer too, goofy footer from France. And then, yeah, Luke Davis, I think he's only been on tour for the last 2 or so years, but you know, he's been up there and he gets a lot of results, so you can't really count anyone out here.
No, you can't. And I mean, how was that little flurry of activity at the end of that last heat? I mean, Jadson Andre had been milling around in 4th place. Let's go to an ad break, and then we'll go straight back to the action. All right, welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Day 1. You are joining us in Heat 16. No rides on the cards yet for Adam Melling, Jay Thompson, Jean Duru, and Luke Davis. But let's cross over to the winner of the last heat.
MrPricePro.com.
Check it out on your smartphone.
Hey guys,
or
I'm
on
here
the
with
web.
Marlon Lipka, who's
There's
just
loads
finished
of
his
updates
heat.
from
In the last
photos
few
to
seconds, the
video,
situation
live
changed. How are you
results.
feeling? You
What is
must be
the
so
online shop
excited.
as well?
Oh, I'm super excited because I haven't had a result this year yet, and it was so important for me to make this heat. And I started kind of slow, and then built on the first threes and got a 5. And I don't actually know the last scores because it wasn't told. But yeah, it was hard to be in first, and knowing the other ones only need a little bit, and then take advantage of the new priority system. I didn't really know what to do, mark on or wait for another wave. And I was paddling after Judson and thought maybe I get the wave he wants, but then I thought, well, I'm in priority, I should wait for another good one, prove my score. That's what I did, and then I proved my score in the end, and it helped.
Well, it definitely worked for you. And are you enjoying being here in South Africa surfing at the Mr Price Pro?
I love South Africa. Been coming here many years, and it's one of the stops I enjoy the most. I always look forward to it every year, and so happy to be here again.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you, and congratulations on your win. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Great to hear from Marlon Lipke. You can see he's very excited to take a big win. Former CT surfer gigs, and he had a pretty tough battle. Jadson Andre was able to turn the heat at the end. We lost Chris Ward and Masatoshi Ono from the draw. It's been a couple of years since we saw Marlon on the WCT, but great to see that he still keeps his form in top shape.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked his honest comment there, is that, you know, this new priority system, it's a whole new ball game for the 4-man heat setup. So it's paying out, and it's got the boys going, wow, this is a fair way to play.
It's interesting when you see those little changes and how they affect some experienced surfers. We saw that on the women's side with Stephanie Gilmore on the CT level. She had to learn the ropes of the 3-woman priority system as we watch Adam Melling on his first wave of the heat. A short ride for Melling, and he's out.
Yeah, as I say, early days here in this, you know, we managed to cross to beach interview and discuss a few ins and outs without anyone really nailing anything. So nothing yet on the cards for your 4 surfers on screen. But just going back to that previous heat, Joe, a flurry of activity. And I was quite surprised by how long it took Jadson Andre to unlock any momentum in that heat.
Yeah, he had to run and make a board change, got back out there, and surfed with a sense of urgency. Got a couple of waves real quick to come from behind. And you look at conditions like this, you kind of are expecting Jadson to come flying out of the gates. But he was able to recover quickly, moving on to the round of 48, as this will be our last heat of the opening day. Heat 16 with Adam Melling, Jay Bottle Thompson, Joanne Duru, and Luke Davis. Heat 17 through 24 will be on deck to potentially run first thing in the morning.
Yeah, Joe, I think that's a fair call. I've been watching conditions just sort of flattening out and hampering possible scores. So, yeah, good call from the contest director there. We'll focus in on this as our last effort for the day. And, you know, it's... you know, guys like Bottle on screen here, these guys just flare up when you least expect them to as well. So I'm looking forward to this nice little wrap-up of the day.
So Jay Bottle Thompson trying to connect a pretty flat wave on the inside. That'll be his opening strike. Melling just a 0.5. Luke Davis with a 0.3. So we'll have Jay Thompson just out in front. Joanne Duru waiting for his opener to come in as well. Jade Bottle Thompson has had some success in the past in South Africa. Back when he was on the WCT, he was able to get a perfect 10 at Jeffreys Bay. It was one of the only 10s that year of the event. I think it was back in 2010. And, well, all these surfers, they'll never forget when they get perfect rides.
No, absolutely. I mean, to have J-Bay with just another guy out, wow. Well, let's have a look. Here's someone that always performs well at J-Bay, Adam Melling, but he's not in position for this. It's Jean Duru, and there's not much out of that.
So a quick up and out for Joanne Duru, former European champion, trying to make some sense out of that first wave. You can kind of see now what you were talking about, Giggs, with the transition of the tide. Sluggish conditions right now. Jay Thompson gets a 3.5, and you can see guys like the light-footed Luke Davis could be able to capitalize. Always really light on his feet and gets a lot of speed out of waves like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, level playing field for everyone. And look, we do want to see Melling on the rail, Thompson on the rail, Davis in the air possibly. So, yeah. Stick with us. It's been a great day. I mean, you were starting to cap and summarize day one a little earlier with Walk, and I was just listening to you. Solid performances from the Brazilian nation.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch them with the stranglehold as we get back to this one. Melling off the bottom, quick jam to start. Snaps it off the lip, similar turns, and he'll start filling in the gaps. Little layback hack in the white water. He'll coast with that one for a moment, and he'll take a quick lead. Now Luke Davis, Gigs.
Yep, well, what's happening is the waves are starting to come in groups of threes. So Luke Davis is, not the strongest tail slide there, and I'm doubt we'll see more surfing here from Bottle.
Bottle Thompson jams it off the bottom, hammers the closeout, shorter rides. It will be interesting how the judges are going to separate this. When there's a lot of similar waves like this, it sometimes puts more pressure on them. Now Juan Duru.
Wow, so here we go. Action pouring in. Duru's is a throwaway, but the other three waves are something to consider with, I think, Melling getting the best of that whole exchange there, Joe.
Melling's doing a good job. Whenever Melling's on a real small wave, he can really make it look extra special. The fade really set it up the whole wave here.
Absolutely, and also his priority, because further deep in having to let it go was Bottle. So Adam Melling, I think a convincing opening, a meaningful opening score for Adam. And here we go. Let's watch Davis, much lighter on the foot, much lighter on the scale. And, just cracking that little tail around for us. And then to wrap up that little cluster of activity, Joe was Bottle. So judges owe us some scores now.
They sure do. 21.5 on the clock. Melling getting his best wave so far. And also Luke Davis getting his best number in the early stages. We had Adam Melling absent from Fiji, so making a comeback now as we look at Jay's last wave.
Jay quite strong on his feet here, and he gets 2 turns. So a lot of pressure on the bottom deck, squirting lots of water out, solid grounding on his board. Well, it's up to the judges, and like I say, they owe us some scores, and it's going to be a whole peppering of them, all 4 surfers cards waiting for scores to slot in. And then with all surfers on 2 waves, we can have a little recap for the first time in the heat.
So right now, one more number to drop in for Jay Thompson, who represents Burleigh Heads, a 417. Adam Melling, also Australian, representing Lennox Head. He's got a 517, so he gets the best part of that last exchange. That's the new best wave of the heat. Luke Davis from Southern California with a 3.40. You can see the flag for Team USA, which Luke likes to wave proudly around the world. He needs a 228 to move into the top 2. Duru needs a 517. We have a lot of really dominating surfing regions. You always think of Australia when it comes to pro surfing. Brazil is probably the other nation that have put more numbers into the Prime event in the last couple of years, Gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got these bastions of surfing strength around the globe. With the US flag in sight there, it was good to see Chris Ward back in the mix. And it was sad, if I'm thinking of the American surfers today, it was sad to see former event champion Gudauskas go out.
Very true. So we did lose Chris Ward. We did lose guys like Pat Gudauskas. Moving on, though, Tanner Gudauskas was able to move on into the next one. There's a lot of big upsets. Dylan Perillo did surf well. He got a couple of good waves to move on to the next one, representing the USA, as they try to put another name on the podium this year in 2014. It was about Australia last year with Julian Wilson taking top honors, as we always expect to see huge results from the Australian contingent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, who's that? Granger Larson on screen. The Hawaiians, nice strong crew of them here again this year. Good to see that as well.
Really fun to watch Granger surf out there. Did a great job finding the waves where he could showcase that frontside hook. We did lose Evan Geiselman earlier. He's also sitting next to Granger right there. Evan was a little bit frustrated. He wanted to showcase what he could do in smaller waves, and he ends up eliminated in the round of 96.
Yeah, we spoke about that mental attrition of the surfers earlier. Having it suck up the losses and roll out on the gains, So that's all part of being a pro surfer.
Exactly. We also had Yaden Nickel behind the scenes there watching this contest unfold. We'll see Yaden probably tomorrow. He's in Heat 22 with Goni Zubizarreta, Vicente Romero, and Mitch Cruz. Brian Toth on the front of your screen representing Puerto Rico. He's always really fun to watch. He's always been dynamic in the Mr. Price Pro in the last couple of years.
Yeah, Toth is a character. He's been campaigning for years. And gee, he can just flare up every now and then. You know, there's a whole little group of guys that kind of like fly under the radar for a while, and then just blow up a result when you, oh my gosh, I remember that guy, you know. So you know, with all the new guys trying to crack the system, there's still a whole bunch of, let's, you know, affectionately call them veterans, that can just bust it out when you least expect.
Well, it's cool when you watch seasoned vets like Brian Toth doing moves that are new to him for the first time. He did a crazy air recently when he was at home in Puerto Rico. He put it up on his Instagram, and he said it's probably the best air he's ever done so far in his career. So still improving at this stage in the game and trying to put himself in another position to qualify this year in 2014. Well, Giggs, we're down to 17:30 on the clock. Jay Thompson is out front. Melling still second. Luke Davis needs a 2.28. Joanne Dewar needs a 5.17. Another guy that was upset today was Wade Carmichael out in the first round.
Yeah, as I say, a couple of guys will come and get the upsets. You were talking about the performance levels moving down the age calendar, and well, that's you know, that we'll see as we go through the week as well. So 17 minutes remaining here, Joe. All surfers on 2 rides apiece, and Bottle is in command.
Solid approach for Jay Bottle Thompson. He had an interesting point in his career. He was dealing with some injuries, ended up taking an office job as like for a team management role for just a bit, but then he was in the office and he felt like he was drying up in there, not going to the beach enough. He was able to change and reroute his whole program because he still knew he had the ability to compete at the high level, and now he's back to trying to qualify. He's kind of taken on the responsibility of like a surfer's rep role at a lot of the major events around the world, and we'll see if that change, you know, and getting back in the jersey will, you know, promote some good surfing out of Bottle.
It's amazing when you don't have something how much you want it again, and there's those motivations that light these guys up from time to time.
Really cool to see the fans hanging out late in the day. There's still some sunshine out there as we are finishing heat number 16, the last heat of the day, 3:40 in the afternoon at this point. Before we set the stage for the first heat tomorrow, Jeremy Flores will take on Nathan Hedge, Brian Toth, and representing Japan, Hiroto Ohara. A lot of seasoned vets. Exciting to see Nathan Hedge on his comeback tour.
Absolutely. Well, like you said, we'll kick off with that Heat 17. Hedgie and Flores, great surfers there. Looking down the draw, lots of great names still to unfold here in the opening round of the Mr Price Pro. Atkinson, Lackamore. I look further down to see Brett Simpson, Damien Hobgood. Great. I mean, there's a Gavin Gillette in the draw. I haven't seen him for a while. Glenn Hall, Sheepers. We've got a lot in store for the folks still.
Really fun. Matty Wilkinson, Heat 21 with Kieran Jabor. Hode Colazo, who's celebrating his 30th birthday today, and also two-time World Junior Champ Jack Freestone will be in that heat to surf tomorrow morning. Looks like those tides are high in the morning, but we were able to surf right through it this morning, Giggs.
Absolutely. I think a very, very sound call for day one. I mean, offshore brushed conditions this morning. That low tide pegging out at about 11:30 this morning. So either side of the tide, big scope of opportunity for all the competitors.
Right now we are down to 14:45 here at the Mr. Price Pro. Mr. Price is such a solid organization that really wanted to make a big impact on the Prime Series on the ASP World Tour. And they've come here for a long time celebrating the champions, and they're pretty salty over there. Pierre Tosti, former J-Bay champ, former tour competitor, works for Mr. Price, and it's guys like him that was really effective in creating this major event and kind of giving back to the surfers from all his days on tour and making sure they had a great showcase and a good platform to perform on.
Absolutely. You've singled out Pierre Tosti there. Definitely a pivot and a catalyst for Mr. Price to come to it. And I mean, you know, it's a legacy that the Gunston 500, you know, with the advertising laws changing. So for Mr. Price to put that hat on and to become part of South African culture the way they did by embracing this event, that's fantastic for us here.
And now having a look here, Giggs. Joanne Duru on the backhand is trying to fight for some open face. Best score in the making, just with one carb, but showing some frustration halfway through. Just had a .23 and a .5 before that, but he knows he used priority. Now Melling.
Well, Melling, wave 2, and I did say that the sets are starting to come in groups of 3s and 4s, and it seems like wave 2 and 3 are the ones that offer up something. Wave 3 now starting to fizzle here for Davis. So Melling gets the best of that little patch of activity, Joe, and I think he's obviously going to drop a 0.5 here, Joe, and that's important. Let's get technical on Melling's wave number 2 here.
You see that big bottom turn, and that's that just classic twist and wrap that Melling's been known for in the pocket. A shorter ride as he got the finish, but just trying to improve on a 0.5, only needing a 2.5 to take the lead. It looks like we probably will have a lead change at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And it's all very tightly bunched. I mean, we are critting the incoming tide, but it is a level playing field. But it has bunched the scores somewhat. So when the scores get tight like this, you can just get that one moment that throws the whole heat upside down.
As you can see, the fans hanging out. Nice little Grom checking out the Mr. Price Pro for probably his first time. Melling and needing one more score, and it's going to have a big effect. He'll take Jay Thompson's spot in first place. It'll be that mid-range score. It's a 5.43, his best so far. Thompson to second. That now means Davis in third needs a 4.27, and Joran Dugo needs a 5.64 to move on to the round of 48.
Yeah, very tight clustering of scores there, Joe. So, everyone's in the mix. 12 minutes remaining on the clock. And the ocean does owe us a little bit of love in the back part of this heat.
Well, going back to earlier this season, Gigs, we had Adam Melling out at Stratty with a super session. Guys like Joel Parkinson were out there. Parko was actually wearing a vest because it was pumping. It was huge. And he saw Melling's wipeout. He said Melling turned into a pancake when he got lipped in the head. He got flattened, and that's when he ended up injuring his knee. It really affected him, especially surfing backside, which he's going to attempt right now.
Well, here we go. Melling on the backhand. Copybook, textbook surfing. Yep, and he's recovered from that injury there, Joe. I mean, look, what I like about Adam is he's a worker. I mean, he's not afraid to put the work in for rehab and put the work in for heat management. And Luke Davis has picked up something just to add to the mix.
So Luke in and out of the right, just his third effort. He had a 0.3 start, then turned into 3.4. He's part of the whole San Clemente contingent representing California. And we'll go to the replay. We'll start with the left from Adam Melling, Gigs.
Yeah, not often you see the lefts on offer. That was very tight technical. Great angles on that there, Joe. And, can't really crit Adam on that. And, yeah, Melling almost misses, sort of loses the pedal on the bicycle, so to speak, and then nails it at the end. So I think Luke would know, you know what, I could have done a little more on that one.
So Luke Davis trying to make a comeback. 10:30 remaining on the clock for Luke. Grew up surfing with his best friends in San Clemente, guys like Kalohe Andino, Ian Crane, Tanner Rizunko, Jeremy Carter. He's got so many guys to spar with. He's up again. Luke, setup work. End section, throws the tail out. Just a quick jam as he's still fighting for the score, Gigs.
Absolutely. And, well, let's see who's also in the mix to do some fighting is Bottle Thompson. Here he goes. He's found the link. Now, that kind of resembles one of the earlier waves this morning, you know. Check a big snap and then the link to that second peak. So Bottle Thompson stays in the mix as well here, Joe, with 10 minutes remaining.
So now Bottle with his third wave ridden so far. And right now we're comparing 3s and 4s for Jay Thompson, who's sitting in second. The heat leader's got a couple of 5s, and now his best wave coming in on his backhand. Looks like it will be in the 6 range as we go back to Jay's wave.
Well, here we go. He has that link that we spoke about into that section. He does slam it constructively. There's not a whole lot more that Bottle could have put together on that. And that's going to keep him in the mix here for this heat.
Quiet times here with 9:30 to go in the last heat of the opening day of the Mr. Price Pro. Some crazy upsets and some big wins, starting off with Caio Ibelli in the early morning light. Caio and Filipe Toledo were able to dominate for the Brazilian side. Tomas Hermes, former Azores champ, took the second heat of the morning. And now gliding into this one, we'll see Jay Thompson.
Yeah, Bottle back on the accelerator, gets vertical. Well, that wave's a fader. So all the boys in work rate out there. No one's going to be just sitting doing the priority weight now, Joe. I think everybody's just kind of grinding it out and looking to squeeze the lemon for the last drop. But we did speak about that backhand wave of Adam Melling's, and it's a 6.17, Joe. So the highest score of the heat achieved on a left.
So pretty impressive seeing the lefts just showcased a couple of times throughout this opening day, and Melling making it effective, a 6.17, and looks like he's healed and ready to go. A lot of cool things to do behind the scenes. Foosball table is right there in the VIP zone for a lot of the top athletes to hang out and just keep things loose behind the scenes. We've got such a great contingent representing Japan in this one. Hiroto Ohara will be in the first heat of the morning. We did lose one of the legends, Masatoshi Ono, earlier in this event, but hopefully Hiroto Ohara can kind of turn things around and make it into the round of 48.
Well, I'm wondering if the foosball table yellow is Brazil. Certainly everyone's following the football. It's that time of year. Yeah, 4 years just went by. I mean, the last time World Cup was in South Africa. And, well, 4 years later, Brazil are hosting. And, well, I'll tell you what the Brazilians are hosting is Jean Duru, a 5-1-3. Well, for the Frenchman, a 5-1-3 is going to be a useful score somehow.
That's right. He's right back in the mix. Still fourth, but now he only needs a 4.82. We saw Duru showing some frustration after his 2.03, but he's able to fire himself up to get up to this moment. Joanne, former competitor at Jeffreys Bay, when he was getting the call up right on the bubble of the WCT. He was able to take out Taylor Knox 1 year down there to move on to some later rounds, as he's come close to qualifying one major time, and now just needs a 4.82 to make the difference and move into the top two.
Yeah, so you're joining us in the last heat of the day, day one of the Mr. Price Pro. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Adam Melling is in the lead. J. Bottle Thompson lying second. Not a big requirement, a 5.84 for Bottle to take the lead from Melling. And then we are keeping a very close eye on Davis in third and Duru in fourth.
As we see Jay commit to that last wave, paddling, and he can't catch up to it. So still second. He's trying to protect it from Luke Davis. Davis needs a 5.18. Now here goes Joanne Duru.
Well, here's that backhand attack. We've seen the goofy footers with a successful campaign here on day one. And I think that wave's a useful wave for Jean Duru. Better than a 2.03. Let's have a little look at the replay shortly. I'm figuring it is.
Yeah, nice motion for the backhand of Joanne Duru. He was keeping a comfortable pace. He got back into the motion with his 5.13. And now we'll check out the replay here, brought to you by Drift. Nice fade on the takeoff to capitalize on that first turn.
Yep, that first one had the angles. The second one was a good link. And, well, the third one, he's kind of flicked it through. But, you know, it ticks the boxes.
That's right, and when you compare that, Melling had a 6.17 on a pretty solid left. He showed a bit more power and control than Duru. We'll see if it gets close to that one, but it could be a fair gamble to take that second spot off Jay Thompson. Things starting to heat up as we approach the 5-minute warning. Davis still quiet in the third spot. His best wave was a 4.77, a little bit more, a 5.18. We'll get Davis into the next round.
Yep, shadow's getting longer here. The day is drawing to a close. And that tide has fatted things up again. Local time now, 3:45. So we're about an hour and a bit out from the full high tide. And scores dropping in now. Let's see if we can blame the tide for anything else. Well, we can't blame it for a 5 for last of Jean Duru. So a useful score there, Joe.
He takes second place from Jay Thompson. Thompson to third. Now needs a 4.36. to get back to second. Davis now needs a 5.36, just a little bit more to advance on. Situation changing just a bit. You see Melling posted up out the back. He's controlling this heat. He hasn't taken off on a wave since that left-hander, so he's in a very solid position to put this one away.
You calling it spot on there, Joe. I think that 6.17 paired up with the 5.43. Melling is not going to roll the dice now for anything less than a 6 or a 7. And, you know, well, let's see what's on offer. But I think we're going to see a little bit of pressure building now with Thompson in third, looking for the 4.36. Davis in fourth, looking for the 5.36. All achievable, of course.
As we see the layback jam, pardon me, Gigs, going for it was Jay Thompson. He's down. 4 minutes remaining, as that one doesn't change anything to his total. Now he'll be last in line for priority. He might have to try to sneak a wave in this lineup with fourth priority now. 3:45 to go. Melling still leading. You always look at Melling in his career, and he's amazing in the event series like the Triple Crown. He did well in the Mosh series last year, a 3-event series they put on for the first time in Europe, where he took an extra 50 grand for winning that title. And he always has his back against the wall, usually coming into Hawaii to re-qualify, and he's always successful.
Yeah, so it's a testimony to his consistency. He is a fighter, and if you take it over a 3-event series, like you say, you often you get a different surfer, a different cream comes to the top.
Pretty cool to see. I mean, maybe if the World Tour was just a smaller season for Melling, he could really take it on. He always is in the running for those bonuses, like come Triple Crown time. Had a good run with Sebastian Zietz one year, coming down to Pipeline for that prestigious title in Hawaii. As you can see, the priority cubes right there, Giggs. Melling, patient with the lead and first priority.
Absolutely. Second priority there, reflecting out to the surfers in the lineup, Davis. Lying fourth, but holding second priority. Now, these things are playing factors, especially if we get a nugget set spot on the takeoff zone there. It's going to play a part for sure. With 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, it's going to get tight.
So the Davis clan runs deep. Glenn Davis is Luke's father, loves to surf up and down the coast, especially right by their house in San Clemente. And then also Luke's got a younger brother, Jake Davis, who's absolutely been ripping in the amateur series, just competed in the USA Champs at lowers. And he's got an even younger brother, Micah Davis, who kind of went the dirt bike route and has fun in the water as well on different boards like longboards, just about everything. A great California family as we look at Jay Thompson falling off of that last wave as it went completely gutless on the inside.
Well, Bottle's not in that system there on the priority cube, so he's got to work under the radar here, Joe. He is under pressure, lying third, looking for that 4.36, and time ain't on his side no more. It's under 2 minutes to go.
So big focus on Luke Davis. Needs a 5.36. Thompson also just needs a 4.36. So Thompson a bit closer. Joanne Duru got a 5 and a 5.13 back-to-back to sneak into second. But Joanne Duru often asks for the situation from the beach commentators, and he knows exactly the situation at hand. The thing is, with the new 4-man priority rule, Luke's in a pretty good position. If Melling doesn't want the wave, he'll be able to take a look to try to turn the seat at the buzzer.
Well, here goes Bottle trying to unlock it, and he extends out over into the space area. There's nothing on offer there, Joe. It's tough time now, 1 minute 10.
Jay kicks out. He's feeling the heat. 1 minute remaining in heat number 16. A round of 48 spot is on the line. And Luke now still waiting out the back. He's only taken off on 4 waves in this 30-minute heat. His best one, a 4.77. Thompson's kind of taking a wide angle, and there's a wave drifting his way, Giggs.
Well, here we go. The cameras are going to lock onto something here. No one's partaking on the first part of the wave. Down the line, Duru is in the game. Now, does this capitalize his second-place position, even attack the lead of Melling in the red? We'll find out shortly. He's nailed a couple turns. He's going for the link. What did they call that thing in the old days? The Huntington Hop? Is there any points on offer? There's no point making the link without capitalizing. Well, interesting, Joe.
He takes it to the sand. Joanne Duru will call this one a heat with just 15 seconds off the clock. He didn't have priority, but the thing went wide, and so he took it apart, and he'll try to better a 5.0 as we are at the buzzer. 5 seconds to go as we anticipate a wave to come out the back. The ocean stays flat, and the situation looks like it will remain the same. Duru successful in moving on, along with Adam Melling.
Well, Joe, let's just have a good old relook at what this wave offers up. Jean Duru, very technical considering how bumpy it is there. He's got the 2 turns. He does get that little junction. It's not a massive slam because the tide's just softened that thing up, but the tide also has helped him carry through for a 4th turn here. Don't think he could have done a whole lot more. It's in the interpretation. And is it enough to take the lead from Melling?
So now scores dropping in as the judges are wrapping up the final heat of the day. It's a 4.87 for last of Joanne Duru. Doesn't change anything for his total in first, as we see Scott Turnbull just coasting in with the jet ski as he'll be wrapping up the day, as we had some pretty heavy heats go down from the early stages. The good part about it, Giggs, we got to see what this wave could do. We saw some great barrels, some big air, some big turns, everything you want to see in pro surfing.
Yeah, it's been a good package for day one, Joe. You said it there in a nutshell, coming off the outgoing tide into the incoming tide over those, 10 hours duration. We've seen it all. We have seen it all today.
And obviously the Brazilians left the biggest mark, especially when they were just handing the torch heat after heat win. In the early morning stages, we talk about that big theme at the Mr. Price Pro, and we had guys like Beto Fernandez, Neko Patarats win in the early part of the century. But then now we've got a new crop coming in with a vengeance, led by Caio Ibelli, former world junior champ, early this morning. For you, Giggs, other standouts from the draw, other highlights for you on the opening day?
Well, I mean, you have summarised it really good there, Joe. The Brazilians did just take out a ton of heat wins, but 2 South Africans getting heat wins as well in Logie and Jordy Smith, so that's worth a mention. Also, the Portuguese surfer, Fredrick Moraes, getting a heat win there as well. So it's been a nice, it's just having a look as well. Timmy Reyes didn't get a heat win, but he did progress. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi surfer, picks out a win as well. So it's been a spread on the nations, and it's been a mixed bag of performance with tubes, airs, and, well, combinations.
And possibly changing our top 10 picture as we look on into the rest of round 1. We lost some guys out of the top 10. Guys like Keanu Singh came in number 5 in the world. We lost Ricardo Christie, who's number 10 in the world. So a couple of upsets from the guys who've been on a roll, and things could be changing around in this next round if some more top seeds go down.
Absolutely, and it's you know, former event winner Pat Gudauskas also out. You know, whenever I look up and I see the billboards with the former winners, and then you see the guy out so early, you know, you kind of you do a little wince and go, geez. But it's opening the door for possible new champions.
Exactly. So we'll be starting potentially early in the morning. It'll be a 7 o'clock call local time here in Ballito. First heat on deck is Heat 17. Jeremy Flores, Nathan Hedge, Brian Toth, and Hiroto O'Hara. For now, we'll say goodbye. Thanks for watching the opening day of the Mr. Price Pro. And we'll check in with you for that call early in the morning at 7.
Hey guys, last heat of the day here at Mr. Price Pro, day 1. I'm here with Adam Melling, who's just won the last heat of the day. Adam, how are you feeling?
Pretty good to get through that one. It was, I don't know, the conditions weren't too great. It was hard watching it all day when it was pretty fun. So, but it's good. The wind held off, and they got through a lot of heats.
Yeah, it's high tide now. Would you have preferred to surf tomorrow? Are you happy that your heat's underway?
I wasn't really thinking about it before the start of the heat, so I'm glad it's done now. I got through.
And are you happy to be here in Ballito surfing Mr. Price Pro in sunny South Africa?
Yeah, definitely. It's warmer than home right now, and yeah, I'm glad to be back.
Awesome. Congratulations on your win. Well, guys, that's a wrap from day 1 of Mr. Price Pro. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning.